In a world where spiritual energy has been rejuvenated, humanity is now capable of cultivation, and certain flora and fauna have evolved into spiritual beasts. Wei Xuan awakens to the most formidable spirit pet system, featuring a martial arts practicing chicken, a dog that can wield sound waves, a cat that can unleash thunder and lightning. Have you ever encountered such wonders? The elite from various nations retreat in trepidation upon encountering Wei Xuan, who leads an army of spirit pets in battles across the realms. The dignitaries of different countries exclaim, "You may find it hard to believe, but this chicken has delivered a resounding slap to my face." Chapter 1. Is that truly a phoenix? Hey there, my good fellow. I like 20 skewers of lamb kidneys. Please add extra cumin and spice. Certainly. Just a moment. Wei Xuan, clad in a red shirt stained with grease, proudly displays the words Wei's Barbecue emblazoned across it. He sports robust shorts and deftly flips skewers on the barbecue grill, fanning away the smoke wafting from the sizzling meat with one hand while enthusiastically shouting. Step right up and behold, Wei's Barbecue, featuring only the finest spiritual beef and lamb. You can't go wrong with this purchase. The onlookers cast derisive glances at Wei Xuan. Spiritual beef and lamb? How can he be so audacious in his claims? Nevertheless, the enticing aroma of the barbecue proves irresistible. Behind the grill, several stools and square tables are arranged. Seated upon them are 3 or 4 burly men, devouring their food ravenously. Wei Xuan glances at the growing crowd and raises his voice even higher. Freshly grilled beef kidneys, marinated with traditional herbs. Consuming these will invigorate your vitality. You need never worry about failing to meet your obligations again. A man as slender as a bamboo pole halts, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief, and he quickly inquires, "Boss, are your beef kidneys truly that potent?" Wei Xuan beams a radiant smile, his 18-year-old visage exuding sunshine and charm, his features akin to a work of art that is utterly delightful. Just look at your question. Those robust gentlemen behind me come daily. Their impressive muscles are all thanks to my beef kidneys. As he speaks, the ravenous men behind him turn to face the inquiry, each showcasing their muscular physiques, with well-defined pectorals and biceps as thick as an average person's calves. They unabashedly flaunt their developed muscles to the scrawny man. One even shoots him a flirtatious glance. The thin man gulps hard, his eyes sparkling, and waves his hand decisively. "I'll take 50 skewers." Wei Xuan can hardly contain his joy. Absolutely. Several men nearby also swallow hard, eagerly approaching. "Boss, I'll have 10 skewers. I want 20 to go." "Me too. Give me 20 as well." Wei Xuan juggles taking payments and grilling, his grin stretching from ear to ear. His heart swells with delight. The profits for this evening are quite substantial, enough to purchase a spirit stone. All his hard-earned money has gone towards acquiring spirit stones, yet he remains unable to break through, which weighs heavily on his heart. Gazing at the jade pendant hanging from his neck, his face reflects a sense of helplessness. It is a semicircular purple pendant, intricately carved with peculiar patterns, exuding an aesthetic appeal. This pendant was unearthed by young Wei Xuan while playing in the orphanage. It turns out to be a system. Ever since he recognized its ownership at the age of 10, he has ascended to the rank of a 3-star spirit apprentice. The system activated at that time, and within merely 10 seconds, the progress bar reached an astonishing 99.99%. At the tender age of 10, Wei Xuan was filled with exhilaration, dreaming of commanding the winds and waves like the protagonists in novels, surrounded by countless beauties. However, after 8 long years, the system activation progress remained obstinately stuck at 99.99%, and Wei Xian's own level showed no signs of advancement whatsoever. Each time Wei Xuan gazed upon the meager remaining 0.01%, tears would stream down his face. 8 years had passed, and he had come to terms with reality, relinquishing all hope. He would rather lead the life of an ordinary individual in tranquility. Such were Wei Xian's thoughts. Soon, night fell, and only the few burly men who had initially occupied the space remained. One of the larger men approached respectfully, saying, "Brother Xian, we shall take our leave." Wei Xuan waved his hand dismissively. Go on, go on." Once the men departed, the streets were devoid of any human presence. Wei Xuan began to pack up, placing the barbecue grill, stool, and table into his tricycle, just as he was about to board. "Hey, Boss Wei, you must have made quite a fortune today," a rough voice rang out. Wei Xuan furrowed his brows and turned to face the voice. 5 or 6 burly men approached, the leader among them bearing a particularly fierce visage, with a buzz cut, bare arms showcasing bulging muscles, and tattoos of a blue dragon on the left and a white tiger on the right, along with a whimsical cartoon character in the center. He appeared exceedingly menacing. Zhang Yong, an 8-star spiritual apprentice. Wei Xuan raised an eyebrow. Zhang Yong, what brings you here? Zhang Yong grinned. Boss Wei, you know I maintain order in this area, and speaking of. Zhang Yong patted Wei Xuan on the shoulder, chuckling. You haven't paid any protection fees yet, have you? Let's settle everything today. Wei Xuan scoffed. I have never heard that this area falls under your jurisdiction. One of Zhang Yong's lackeys rolled up his sleeves, his expression fierce. What's this? Kid, you got a problem? Zhang Yong extended a hand to block his lackey, feigning reprimand. Shut your mouth. Boss Wei is a martial artist. Are you seeking death? The lackey grinned sheepishly. Big brother, you're a martial artist too. What's there to fear? Zhang Yong laughed heartily, casting an appreciative glance at his lackey. He reached out with a smile towards Wei Xuan, saying, Little brother, show some respect. Wei Xuan casually pulled out a bag of flour from the tricycle and placed it in Zhang Yong's hand, shrugging, It's no big deal. Keep it. Zhang Yong's expression darkened instantly. You arrogant fool. Even a 3-star spiritual apprentice dares to be insolent. I'll make you remember this. With that, Zhang Yong threw a punch towards Wei Xuan like a cannonball. Wei Xuan, wary, raised his arm to block as spiritual energy surged. Bang! Wei Xuan staggered back a few steps, his face paling. His arm burned with pain. At that moment, he was astonished to see that the system's progress, which had remained unchanged for 8 years, had actually moved. Could it be that enduring a beating accelerates progress? Damn it, I'm going all out. Wei Xuan bellowed fiercely. Come again. Zhang Yong snorted, landing another punch squarely on Wei Xuan's chest. Wei Xuan stepped back, his eyes sparkling with renewed vigor. Progress was speeding up. He shouted angrily at Zhang Yong. Haven't you eaten today? Zhang Yong. Do you have a penchant for pain? He grinned menacingly, unleashing a tremendous force upon Wei Xuan, who coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ding! The strongest spiritual pet system is activating. Ding! The strongest spiritual pet system has been successfully initiated, granting the host a system space and a black flame phoenix. Would you like to claim it? Wei Xuan was overjoyed. The purple jade pendant on his chest had vanished, and the skin on his chest now bore the intricate patterns carved into the pendant. It resembled a purple tattoo, sprawling across his entire chest, right up to the top of his first abdominal muscle, appearing both exquisite and somewhat otherworldly. Wei Xuan stared in astonishment at his collar, utterly mesmerized. One word, handsome. This beating was not in vain. The system had finally activated. My golden finger has arrived. What on earth is this system space? A phoenix? Wow, they're starting me off with a phoenix? How extravagantly generous. But I love it. Wei Xuan was instantly filled with excitement. Claim it. The system space has been opened. The host may store any items within the system space. The Black Flame Phoenix has been issued. Zhang Yong and his companions were left dumbfounded, watching Wei Xuan bounce with exuberance. What's going on, little brother? Are you that thrilled to be beaten? With anticipation swelling in his heart, a dazzling light appeared in Wei Xuan's hand, forcing him to shield his eyes. Once the brightness faded, he looked on with excitement. The next moment, he was rooted to the spot in shock. With a crack, his jaw dislocated. In his hand lay a tiny chick, as black as the bottom of a pot, fluffy and undeniably adorable. Wei Xuan cradled the little chick in his palms, his expression darkening. Is this supposed to be a phoenix? Zhang Yong and his group were equally stunned by the sudden appearance of the chick, while Wei Xuan frowned, wondering if the system was playing a prank on him. He then lifted the chick towards Zhang Yong. Go! Attack him! Just as Zhang Yong was about to scoff, he suddenly found himself engulfed in darkness as the little black chick lunged at him, delivering a resounding slap that whipped up a gust of wind. Smack! Zhang Yong felt a numbness spread across his face, spinning around 7 or 8 times on the spot. His face instantly swelled up, leaving the nearby lackeys in a state of disbelief. Wei Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment. This little chick has some serious power. Wei Xuan's excitement surged. Go after him. Make him smoke. Chapter 2. Ascending 3 levels. Chirp, chirp. Yes, master. The tender voice echoed in Wei Xuan's ear, emanating from the little black chick. After forming a contract with its owner, a spirit pet could communicate freely. Zhang Yong snapped back to reality, his face contorted with rage, fury boiling within him. Wei Xuan, How dare you let a chicken strike me? I will beat you to a pulp. Having recently taken on new underlings, he could not afford to lose face as the elder brother. Zhang Yong was already an 8-star spirit apprentice, possessing strength akin to that of a black bear. He was aware that Wei Xuan was a martial artist, yet he was merely a 3-star spirit apprentice. Defeating him would be a simple matter. Zhang Yong charged at Wei Xuan like a raging bear, his massive palm aimed at him. Yet, Wei Xuan remained unfazed. The little black chick swiftly stepped forward, its wings swirling like a tempest. With a resounding slap, Zhang Yong's hand was effortlessly deflected by the diminutive chick. Its claws transformed into the might of a human thigh, executing various techniques, kicks, sweeps, slashes, and strikes, with remarkable finesse. It was as if a martial arts master were at work, each movement impeccably graceful. The blows landed squarely on Zhang Yong's face. The tiny figure embodied tremendous energy, pummeling Zhang Yong until he howled in agony, blood streaming from his nose. Zhang Yong was on the brink of collapse. I can't believe I'm being beaten by a chicken. His underlings stood in shock. Wasn't he their boss an 8-star spirit apprentice? How could he be so thoroughly bested by a mere hatchling? The performance of the little black chick was astonishing, leaving Wei Xuan utterly amazed, exclaiming in disbelief. He couldn't resist pulling out his phone to capture the moment. Incredible, incredible. That sweeping kick was magnificent. Oh my. Is that the legendary shadowless kick from Foshan? Wow, you even know how to do a spinning kick. Zhang Yong was at his wit's end. What kind of subordinates were these? They just stood there, watching their boss get pummeled? Finally, one underling could no longer bear it. Pointing at Wei Xuan, he shouted, "Hey, you, let your chicken release my boss." Ding. Task triggered. Defeat Zhang Yong and his gang of thugs. Wei Xuan chuckled. This task seemed exceedingly simple. He had just realized that the system randomly assigned tasks, and completing them would yield rewards. His smile radiated as he looked at the trembling underling. Why are you staring at me? Without hesitation, Wei Xuan raised his leg and delivered a kick. Bang! The underling screamed, his body curling into a shrimp shape as he flew 5 or 6 meters away. The other thugs, aside from Zhang Yong, were mere ordinary folks, utterly no match for Wei Xuan. Witnessing this, the remaining underlings dared not linger and fled in haste. Zhang Yong seethed with fury. What kind of useless bunch are you? I clearly misjudged you all. Wei Xuan, however, would not let these thugs escape. He charged after them, delivering a punch to each one. They all fell to the ground, cries of anguish filling the air. Stop, stop. I don't know Zhang Yong. I'm not with them. Zhang Yong was fuming, his anger reaching a boiling point. What have I gotten myself into? The little black chick was relentless, its wings creating phantoms as it struck Zhang Yong until he curled up, clutching his head and wailing. Stop, please. Wei Xuan. Brother, make it stop. I was wrong. Only then did Wei Xuan wave his hand, and the little black chick ceased its assault, flying onto his shoulder and rubbing against him affectionately. Wei Xuan beamed with delight, a benevolent expression gracing his face. Excellent, excellent. I shall name you He Yan. Then, glancing at the battered Zhang Yong, he delivered a fierce kick. Zhang Yong howled in pain. Wei Xuan nodded in satisfaction. This could certainly be considered defeating Zhang Yong. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have earned 10 points, 1 spirit gathering pill. The system store is now open, and the combat technique has been unlocked. Combat technique, beginner. Wei Xuan was taken aback. Was there an additional reward? In an instant, his mind was flooded with countless combat techniques. He felt as if his previous self resembled a child in a brawl. This combat technique was truly remarkable. Excitement coursed through Wei Xuan. He examined the other rewards. What purpose do the points serve? Points are earned by the host through completing tasks and can be exchanged for items in the system store. Wei Xuan eagerly opened the system store. Spirit Gathering Pill, Qiyang Sword Technique, Spirit Recovery Technique, Celestial Silkworm Armor, and Kirin Hatchling. His mouth watered at the sight. However, upon seeing the price tags for each item, his expression darkened. None were priced below 100. The cheapest, the Spirit Gathering Pill, required 100 points. Suddenly, Wei Xuan's eyes lit up. He had just received a Spirit Gathering Pill. I better hurry home to check it out. He swiftly hopped onto his tricycle and sped away. 20 minutes later, in the suburbs of Qingcheng, a rental house with a courtyard and a warehouse, it was Wei Xuan's home. Upon returning, he was brimming with excitement. With a mere thought, he summoned the Spirit Gathering Pill from the system. Wei Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment. This is the Spirit Gathering Pill. He stood holding a bun. Indeed, it was the Spirit Gathering Pill. Its aura was thick with pure spiritual energy. System, explain this to me. How on earth does this resemble a pill? Wei Xuan sighed, having begun to accept the system's unreliability. Taking a large bite, he found it somewhat stifling. Suddenly, a torrent of spiritual energy surged through his body, rapidly absorbed by his dantian. Spirit Apprentice, 4 stars. Spirit Apprentice, 5 stars. Spirit Apprentice, 6 stars. After consuming the Spirit Gathering Pill, Wei Xuan soared from 3-star Spirit Apprentice to 6-star in an instant. Those outside would surely be envious upon learning of his rapid advancement. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy on Blue Star 300 years ago, individuals with exceptional talent could cultivate, and certain plants and animals evolved into spirit beasts. The martial artist levels are classified as Spirit Apprentice, Spirit Warrior, Spirit Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, Skywalker, Hall Master, and Transcendent. Achieving the Skywalker level would grant one the ability to traverse the skies. How exhilarating. Wei Xuan's eyes glistened with tears. He had been stuck at 3-star Spirit Apprentice for 8 long years, enduring ridicule. Though outwardly indifferent, it had always been a thorn in his heart. Having aspired to be an ordinary person, Wei Xuan's mindset had now transformed. All of this was due to a single Spirit Gathering Pill. Then, glancing at the little Hei Yin perched on his shoulder, Wei Xuan revealed a wicked smile. Hee, I can't help but look forward to tomorrow. Hei Yin shivered in response. The next day, accompanied by Hei Yin, Wei Xuan did not walk to school as he usually did. Instead, he decided to indulge himself. With a grand flourish, he took the bus. No need to spend money on spirit stones anymore. The Spirit Gathering Pill was sufficient. He was no longer financially constrained. As he disembarked from the bus, he strode with an air of confidence and pride. To the unknowing observer, it would appear as though he had just alighted from a luxury vehicle. Hei Yin perched proudly on his shoulder. He arrived at Qingqing Spirit Martial Academy. Wei Xuan was indeed studying here. Following the resurgence of spiritual energy, nations around the world established institutions for the cultivation of martial artists, with the Lingwu Academy serving as the foundational stage for such training. After 8 long years, I have finally persevered. Wei Xuan reminisced. TSK, TSK, TSK. Who is that so familiar? Ah, it's the great genius Wei. Wei Xuan turned his head to see 4 boys approaching. The leader, clad in denim and sporting a slick-back hairstyle, was Li Changqiu. He was a classmate from the same grade. They both ranked first in Class 10. However, while Li Changqiu held the top position, Wei Xuan languished at the bottom. Due to Wei Xuan's good looks, he was quite popular among the girls in the class, which made Li Changqiu harbor a lingering resentment toward him. Qiu Gu, is this the underachiever from your Class 10? Li Changqiu smirked. This is a legendary figure from our Qingqing Lingwu Academy. Qiu Gu, do tell us more, one of his friends chimed in. Li Changqiu crossed his arms, recounting how Wei Xuan became a spiritual apprentice at the tender age of 10, personally taken from the orphanage by the dean of Qingqing Lingwu Academy, making him the youngest apprentice there. Wow, 10 years old? That's truly impressive. Most people start cultivating at 16, right? Li Changqiu chuckled. Indeed impressive. But it's been 8 years, and this guy has remained stagnant at the 3-star apprentice level, becoming the laughingstock of the entire academy. Seriously, with such talent. 8 years without progress. What a joke. They all guffawed. Wei Xuan frowned, his voice cold. Li Changqiu, don't provoke me. Oh, is the little brat getting feisty? Have you seen my fist, which is as big as a cooking pot? Li Changqiu sneered. I am indeed looking for trouble with you. What can you do about it? Ding. Task triggered. Please collaborate with your spiritual pet to teach Li Changqiu and his companions a lesson. Wei Xuan's face suddenly lit up with a bright smile as he looked at Li Changqiu. Haiyan, go for it. Chapter 3. A devastating blow from a chicken. Haiyan, with its wings akimbo, chirped in a cute, childish voice. Kick, kick. Yes, master. It then sprang from Wei Xuan's shoulder. Before Li Changqiu could react, a wing struck him sharply across the face. Smack. The sound echoed, leaving Li Changqiu momentarily dazed. The other boys were stunned, then erupted in curses. What the hell? That little chick can slap. Qiu Gu, it just slapped you. Get it? Li Changqiu glared at the prideful little black chicken before him, shaking with rage. You little brat. Just as he was about to strike back, Haiyan unleashed a barrage of slaps, creating illusory images with its wings. Smack, smack, smack. Li Changqiu swayed left and right, the crisp sounds ringing out incessantly. Seeing this, the other boys could no longer hold back and rolled up their sleeves to join in. Wei Xuan sneered. You are all facing me. One boy cracked his knuckles. You're just a 3-star apprentice. You're clearly asking for it. They swung their fists, infused with spiritual energy, towards Wei Xuan, who merely smiled faintly. Under the basic combat technique, their attacks were riddled with flaws. Grabbing one boy's fist tightly, he yanked him forward, blocking another's punch. Bang! Watch it. Wei Xuan lifted a leg and kicked another boy, who, unprepared, was sent flying 4 to 5 meters, eyes bulging in shock. The 3 remaining boys were all at the 6-star apprentice level, but Wei Xuan's 8 years of stagnation had endowed him with a foundation they could not compete with. Not to mention his mastery of the basic combat technique. In mere moments, he had knocked 2 of them to the ground, and then he mounted one boy. Unleashing a flurry of slaps, Wei Xuan was exhilarated. No wonder Haiyan loved to slap. It was simply delightful. The three had no power to resist. The boy beneath him, filled with despair, lamented, "Why am I the only one being slapped?" Wei Xuan beamed. "Your face looks a bit emaciated, clearly undernourished. Allow me to assist you." The boy nearly choked on his indignation. "I don't need your help. You're the one who looks malnourished." Meanwhile, Li Changqiu was still being slapped by Haiyan. A crowd had gathered, all astonished. Is that Wei Xuan? How did he become so formidable? He took down 3 6-star apprentices? Indeed. Look at what Wei Xuan is doing to that boy. Hey, that guy looks like Li Changqiu. When did he start liking rock music? And he is not half bad. Isn't that a little chicken? Brothers, have some decorum. A flurry of phones appeared as the crowd began recording the spectacle. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Earned 10 points and 1 beast spirit pill. Wei Xian's expression brightened. Was that all it took? He clapped his hands and stood up, leaving the boy beneath him looking utterly dejected. Haiyan, that's enough. Let us go? Kick, kick. Yes, master. Haiyan ceased its onslaught and flew back to Wei Xian's shoulder. Li Changqiu was still swaying, unable to regain his composure. Wei Xuan smiled faintly, brushed off his sleeves, and departed, leaving his accomplishments hidden in the shadows. Li Changqiu collapsed on the ground, his face swollen like a bun, his eyes mere slits. It was a pitiful sight. Wei Xuan, I will have my revenge. As news of the morning incident spread, the entire Qingqing Lingwu Academy was abuzz. Wei Xuan had defeated Li Changqiu and his companions. Li Changqiu was an 8-star apprentice, renowned for his strength in Class 10. Had Wei Xuan broken through the barrier of the 3-star apprentice? But even if he had, how could he possess such fierce power? It was said that a chicken was present at the scene. Li Changqiu had been slapped hundreds of times by a chicken. This world was utterly insane. Upon entering Class 10, the gazes of his classmates towards Wei Xuan had shifted notably. As for Haiyan perched on his shoulder, it remained an eye-catching sight, particularly for its unusual coloration. Was this the very chicken that slapped Li Changqiu? It couldn't be. It was far too small. Not even as tall as my swift-twin cat's legs. To find a spiritual pet that was merely a chicken? How peculiar. Many students in the class had their own spiritual beasts. Humanity, after 3 centuries of development, had learned to forge contracts with spiritual beasts. As soon as a spiritual beast was born, a contract spell could be invoked, solidifying a master-servant relationship. Having a spiritual pet was quite common among martial artists. It not only enhanced one's combat strength, but was also a matter of prestige. Wei Xuan made his way to the last row of seats, a spot he had occupied for 8 years. Many had come and gone from Class 10, yet he remained steadfast. The chair had grown polished from his constant presence. Wei Xuan, I heard you defeated Li Changqiu. Are you all right? Did you get hurt? As the enchanting beauty seated in front of Wei Xuan turned around, her cascading pink waves of hair framed a visage as exquisite as that of a fairy, her figure boasting alluring curves. The surrounding boys, upon witnessing this, could not suppress the twitching of their lips. Wei Xuan's expression radiated a sense of contentment, akin to that of someone who had just indulged in a luxurious pampering session, nearly inscribing the word comfortable on his face. Injured? Where was the evidence of any injury? The exuberance on Wei Xuan's face quickly morphed into a mock sorrow, his small mouth pouting as he lamented, Yes, my hand hurts terribly. The entire class collectively rolled their eyes. Surely, that was merely a slap to the face. Besides, could he not feign it a little more convincingly? It was far too obvious. Only a fool would believe such a ruse. In an instant, the beauty's demeanor shifted to one of alarm. Oh? How could you be so careless? Let me rub it for you. Li Changqiu was utterly unreasonable. Next time, I shall teach him a lesson on your behalf. Her delicate hands grasped Wei Xuan's, soothingly caressing his hand. The entire class stood in stunned silence. Do you truly believe this? Li Changqiu was the one being beaten, dear lady. Did this woman possess no intellect? Indeed, women are creatures who value appearances. Oh, the harsh realities of this world. All the boys in the class glared at Wei Xuan with bloodshot eyes, as if they wished to devour him alive. What was so special about a mere 3-star spirit apprentice? Meanwhile, the girls looked on with a mixture of envy and jealousy. Wei Xuan had a remarkable ability to attract the opposite sex, primarily due to his strikingly handsome face. Hence, this was one reason why Li Changqiu and many other boys harbored resentment towards Wei Xuan. Internally, Wei Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. Sui Weiyao was simply too adorable. Not only was Sui Weiyao the belle of Class 10, but she was also the flower of Qingqing Spirit Martial Academy. She had countless admirers. Li Changqiu was but one of them. Naturally, only Wei Xuan received such treatment from Sui Weiyao. At that moment, Li Changqiu entered the classroom, his face swollen to the size of a pig's head, instantly becoming the center of attention. Uft, cough, cough. Who is this? Is that Li Changqiu? Goodness. He has become unrecognizable. Wow, that swelling is oddly alluring. Oh my, I'm dying of laughter, huh? Li Changqiu squinted his eyes into slits, shooting a venomous glare at Wei Xuan, who was holding hands with Su Yueyao. Wei Xuan, release your hand. Su Yueyao's expression darkened, her brows knitting together. Li Changqiu, what does my holding Wei Xian's hand have to do with you? Moreover, you hurt his hand. You will pay for this in the training session. In that instant, Li Changqiu was rendered speechless, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at the smiling Wei Xuan. I hurt him. I didn't even lay a finger on him. I was the one being beaten. Wei Xuan, you will pay dearly for this. Li Changqiu shot a resentful glance. The entire class regarded the unfolding drama with anticipation, their sympathy directed towards Wei Xuan. After all, Li Changqiu was a formidable 8-star spirit apprentice. There was no escaping this reckoning for Wei Xuan. He shrugged, thinking to himself, this guy hasn't had enough of a beating yet. Yueyao, your hands are incredibly smooth. Wei Xuan gazed at Su Yueyao's hands, casting a triumphant glance at Li Changqiu. Su Yueyao's face flushed crimson, too shy to meet Wei Xuan's gaze. Is that so? Of course. They're so smooth that I can barely hold on. Wei Xuan playfully explored Su Yueyao's delicate hand, causing her to blush so deeply that her head dipped toward her collar. Her voice dropped to a whisper, akin to a mosquito's buzz. Oh, you're so annoying. Li Changqiu's face turned an ominous shade of pale, his body trembling with rage. A chorus of grinding teeth filled the classroom, as all the boys glared at Wei Xuan with fervent eyes. If looks could kill, Wei Xuan would have been dismembered 1,000 times over. Just then, the substitute teacher walked in, bellowing, training session, downstairs. Li Changqiu suddenly turned to Wei Xuan, revealing a sinister smile. Chapter 4, Chaotic Ferocity. The group arrived at the training ground, a venue specifically designed for martial artists to spar, with ceilings and floors made of specially crafted crystal material, stronger than bulletproof glass. During training sessions, students had the liberty to challenge one another. As the session commenced, no one sought partners for practice. Instead, they gathered at the sidelines, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. They watched Wei Xuan and Li Changqiu with mocking expressions, and some even pulled out popcorn. The substitute teacher, aware of the morning's events, was also keen to witness the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Wei Xuan was still engaged in conversation with the system. System, what is a beast spirit pill? The beast spirit pill is meant for spirit pets. One pill can sustain them for a month. Is it truly that miraculous? Is it akin to the elixirs in cultivation novels? One must understand, spirit beasts have enormous appetites, and most families cannot afford to keep them. If this pill could resolve Black Flame's feeding issues, could it also alleviate my own? He was already contemplating snatching Black Flame's meal. Host, you truly are insatiable. Li Changqiu observed Wei Xuan in a daze and scoffed. Wei Xuan, stop pretending. Let us have a duel. Just as Wei Xuan was about to respond, Su Yueyao interjected. With a cold expression, she declared, Li Changqiu, I shall make you pay. Exuding an aura of determination, she revealed her 8-star spirit apprentice prowess. Like a queen, Su Yueyao's strength was on par with Li Changqiu's in Class 10, although she often kept a low profile. Li Changqiu, with reddened eyes, taunted, Wei Xuan, do you only hide behind women? Are you even a man? Wei Xuan raised an eyebrow, blocking Su Yueyao. It's not fitting for a girl to engage in such violence. What if your hands get dirty? Leave this to me. Su Yueyao, bashfully standing beside Wei Xuan, softly replied, I'll listen to you. A complete turnaround from her previous demeanor. The crowd was left speechless. This transformation caught us all off guard. Come on, focus. Li Changqiu sneered. Are you ready for battle? Watch how I deal with you. Previously, he had been careless and hadn't dodged, allowing that little chick to seize the opportunity. This time, I will show you my true strength. Wei Xuan, visibly impatient, retorted, why are you dragging this out? Are we fighting or not? If not, I might just go flirt with girls. The atmosphere grew tense. Wei Xuan is doomed. This guy has been stuck at 3-star spirit apprentice for 8 years. He should have been expelled from the academy long ago. Li Changqiu, teach him a lesson. Wei Xuan is finished. This will be a total annihilation. Undeterred by the surrounding mockery, Wei Xuan remained unfazed. Li Changqiu, exuding confidence, roared, take this. Ding. Task triggered. Please defeat Li Changqiu solo. Wei Xuan grinned, grabbing Black Flame and slamming him to the ground with a resounding thud, exuding an air of dominance. Li Changqiu, you're pushing your luck. His face twisted into a villainous sneer. Black Flame cried out, Master, if you want to fight, just fight. Why throw me? Li Changqiu blinked and appeared before Wei Xuan, causing the students to hold their breath. Su Yueyao looked on with concern. A cold smirk spread across Li Changqiu's chubby face as he thrust his fist toward Wei Xuan's face. I'll turn you into a pig's head. Wei Xuan's expression sharpened, deftly deflecting Li Changqiu's punch with one hand, then delivering a knee strike to his abdomen. The movement was clean and efficient, devoid of any hesitation. A brutally straightforward and effective close combat technique. The battlefield combat skill. The substitute teacher's expression grew serious. Li Chanxio's cold smile instantly transformed into a shade reminiscent of liver. Wei Xuan delivered a swift elbow strike to his back. As if a colossal stone had crashed upon him, he crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Was Li Chanxio defeated so swiftly? A mere 2 seconds. What a true man. How could this be? Wei Xuan's movements were astonishingly rapid. His Wei Xuan had actually reached the 6th star of the spirit disciple. Had he taken some kind of enhancement? Sui Weiyao covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Wei Xuan had truly broken through. She had intended to assist him when he faltered, but to her surprise, he had indeed triumphed over Li Chanxio. After a brief pause, Wei Xuan's expression grew peculiar. Why had he not received a notification of task completion yet? Could it be that the battle was not yet over? Lowering his gaze to the prostrate Li Chanxio, he observed that Li Chanxio lay on the ground, his aura suddenly transforming into something terrifying. The presence of an 8-star spirit disciple stirred up a whirlwind of dust. Amidst the swirling debris, Li Chanxio gradually rose, his eyes gleaming with a crimson light. The onlookers were left astounded by this frightening spectacle. They collectively gasped in disbelief. In this moment, Li Chanxio resembled a demon king. His icy voice resonated. Did you think this was the end? I am now the strongest. You startled me. Before he could finish his words, Wei Xuan bellowed, grabbing Li Chanxio by the collar. He delivered a resounding slap. Bang! The sound echoed like thunder. The crowd stood dumbfounded. Did the reversal come so swiftly? We were not prepared for this. You left us in anticipation. Li Chanxio was left utterly dazed. Hey, wait a moment. I still have something to say. Have you ever heard of the palm technique that descends from the heavens? Wei Xuan's deep voice rang out. Li Chanxio, taken aback, replied casually, no. With that, another slap landed. Bang! Ouch! Li Chanxio howled in agony. Then, with one hand, Wei Xuan unleashed a phantom slap, his palm making intimate contact with Li Chanxio's pig-like visage, exacerbating his already unsightly appearance. The slapping sounds left the spectators in a daze. Li Chanxio's cries of distress echoed continuously. Ouch! Ah! It hurts. Please stop. I admit my mistakes. I beg you, do not strike me again. Woe is me. Have mercy. His pitiful wails sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Only Su Yueyao remained exhilarated. Go for it. Wei Xuan is amazing. Hit him. Wei Xuan cast a glance at the large face before him and shuddered. Unable to bear the sight. I do not wish to strike, but the system has yet to notify me of task completion. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. You have earned 10 points and a bottle of healing potion. Wei Xian's eyes lit up. Had he really completed it? What an exhausting endeavor. My hand is practically numb. What does this system have against me? Must it see me suffer before acknowledging my victory? Host, I had actually intended to notify you of task completion long ago, but I refrained from interrupting your fervor. Wei Xuan twitched his lips. You, as a system, found amusement in the spectacle? Observing the now foam-flecked Li Chanxio on the ground. His face obscured, he could not help but bend down and grasp Li Chanxio's hand tightly, expressing with genuine remorse, I apologize. I have wronged you. The crowd wore expressions of disbelief. How can you utter such words? You have reduced him to this state, yet you feel pity? Sui Weiyao cheered as she rushed over. Wei Xuan, you are incredible. Let me see if you are hurt. Oh no, your hand is all red. Does it hurt? Let me blow on it. Li Chanxio is truly despicable. The crowd murmured, that seems a bit excessive. Li Chanxio. Wei Xuan maintained a calm smile, one hand casually tucked behind him, exuding the aura of a sage. Just a few minor injuries, hardly worth mentioning. Yet, his hand, which had executed those slaps, nearly found its way into Su Yuyao's mouth. As she blew gently on his hand, her excitement bubbled forth. Wei Xuan, now you are undoubtedly the best in our spirit disciple class 10. The crowd suddenly snapped back to reality. Goodness, this fellow, who had previously been so mediocre, now decisively defeated Li Chanxio, and in such a simple, yet overwhelming manner. This was utterly astonishing. Wei Xuan was truly formidable now. At that moment, he reveled in Su Yuyao's celestial presence. Ding. Task triggered. Please defeat the students of Spirit Disciple Class 10. You will earn 1 point for each opponent defeated. He swiftly turned to the crowd and grinned broadly, striding forward. The training session was not yet over. Come, face me in battle. The crowd, filled with dread, recoiled. If Li Chanxio had fallen, who would dare step forward? Those resounding slaps were undeniably powerful. They retreated in terror. Wei Xuan, we did not provoke you. Oh no. Please, do not come closer. Don't look at me. I am feeling unwell today. Teacher, save me. Xiangu. Xiangu. No need to fight. I am convinced. Wei Xian's eyes gleamed with mischief as he dashed into the crowd like an arrow. Black flame. Black Flame performed a nimble somersault from the ground. Chirp, chirp. I'm coming, master. In an instant, chaos erupted in the training ground. Indeed, it was pure pandemonium. The spirit pets were in disarray. A tiny chick chased down a dog and delivered a sound thrashing. Wei Xuan charged back and forth among the throng, leaving no one unscathed. Cries of anguish filled the air. The ice spirit fox beside Su Yueyao trembled in fear. Chapter 5. Each one a master of deception. As the class drew to a close, Spirit Disciple Class 7's training session was set to commence, prompting their substitute teacher to escort the students to the training ground in advance. 50 individuals stood frozen in disbelief. There, on the training field, Wei Xuan relentlessly pursued a group, delivering blows. A small chick was mercilessly assaulting a dozen spirit pets. The wails of despair echoed throughout the training ground. The substitute teacher was munching on popcorn nearby. Class 7 erupted in chaos. Goodness, is that not Wei Xuan? When did he become so formidable? Single-handedly taking on an entire class? This is unprecedented. Wei Xuan has truly risen. He had just pummeled Li Chanqiu earlier. By the way, where is Li Chanqiu? That figure sprawled on the ground, clad in familiar attire. Could it be Li Chanqiu? The crowd's gaze shifted, collectively gasping in horror. Can this even be called a human? Alas, what a fine young man. How has it come to this? Is it a distortion of humanity or a degradation of morality? Ugh, I can no longer hold it in. I just vomited my breakfast. Does anyone have a basin? I need to dispose of this at the academy entrance. Have you no sense of decency? Before the eyes of Class 7, Wei Xuan demonstrated what it meant for one person to challenge a multitude. Moments later, aside from Su Yueyao, there was no one left standing. Many spirit pets had swollen faces, all victims of Black Flame's slaps. The substitute teacher clapped his hands. Good, well done. Today's training session was quite earnest. Wei Xuan performed exceptionally well. Keep it up. The members of Class 10 were left in tears, realizing they had been thoroughly and earnestly beaten. One by one, they supported each other as they exited the training ground. The members of Class 7 stood in perfect unison, offering a salute. Su Yueyao stepped forward, gazing at Wei Xuan, her eyes almost sparkling with admiration. Wei Xuan, you are simply magnificent, she exclaimed. Wei Xuan chuckled heartily, quickly waving his hand in modesty, though pride was unmistakably gleaming in his eyes. With his head held high, he strode confidently out of the training ground, while Su Yueyao trailed behind, transformed into a besotted admirer. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have earned 48 points and 1 body refinement pill. Body refinement pill? Wei Xuan paused, intrigued. What might that be? The body refinement pill aids the host in forging their physique, crafting a body as resilient as steel. Wei Xian's eyes lit up. Wow, that sounds rather promising. For a martial artist, physical prowess is of utmost importance. With each level attained, their body grows stronger. And within the same realm, a robust physique translates to extraordinary combat capabilities. Next came the theoretical lessons: mathematics, geography, chemistry, and physics, each subject rendering Wei Xuan nearly comatose with boredom. He genuinely wished to delve into these theoretical concepts, yet his chronic drowsiness upon opening a book proved utterly beyond his control. Before long, the evening bell signaled the end of classes. Wei Xuan, I'm heading home now. See you tomorrow, Su Yueyao said with a cheerful smile. Wei Xuan returned the smile. See you tomorrow. He held Su Yueyao in high regard. Unlike others who had commenced their training at 16, Su Yueyao, a prodigious talent, had sensed spiritual energy at 15 and embarked on the path of a martial artist, a year ahead of the average person, marking her as a rare genius. In Qingcheng, aside from Wei Xuan, who was an anomaly in his own right, Su Yueyao was truly exceptional. Therefore, at the tender age of 15, she entered Qingcheng's Spirit Martial Academy, joining Class 10 of the Spirit students. Now, at 16, she had already reached the rank of 8-star Spirit student. In comparison, Li Chanqiu, also an 8-star Spirit student, was 18, illustrating just how remarkable Su Yueyao's talent was. Moreover, Wei Xuan's striking appearance and his legendary status at Qingcheng's Spirit Martial Academy, coupled with a clean and sunny disposition, captivated her. Thus, her initial curiosity had blossomed into a fond attachment to Wei Xuan. As for Wei Xuan, he harbored a genuine fondness for Su Yueyao. She was gentle and charming, devoid of any pretentiousness, and undeniably beautiful. If anyone else were to hear Wei Xuan's praise, they would surely be astounded. Su Yueyao? Gentle and charming? Huh, that was merely for his benefit. In front of us, she was a veritable mother dragon. Wei Xuan hummed a tune as he made his way towards the food street. The culinary avenue was not far from the academy. His small cart and barbecue equipment had conveniently been stored away in his system space, making it quite convenient. The space stone possessed such wondrous capabilities. Though its exorbitant price was daunting, Wei Xuan certainly lacked the funds to afford it. Upon reaching a corner of the food street, he found the burly men from yesterday already waiting, accompanied by a man so skinny he resembled a monkey. Wei Xuan stealthily approached, glancing around like a thief, and addressed the burly men. Today, let us ensure we perform well. Be script. The burly men and the monkey-like figure pounded their chests, pledging earnestly, "Don't worry, Brother Xian. We've rehearsed it a dozen times. Just watch." Wei Xian nodded, releasing his small cart with the barbecue gear into the food street. The burly men's pupils widened in surprise. When did Brother Xian acquire a space stone? Is he really that wealthy now? Wei Xian set up his stand in the usual spot and began grilling skewers. He then enthusiastically shouted, "Come one, come all. Wei's barbecue is now open for business." Irresistibly delicious. Initially, only a handful of people approached, but he remained patient, eagerly awaiting the crowd. Soon, as dusk fell, the vibrant food street buzzed with life. Suddenly, amidst the clamor, a wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. A few muscular men were seen carrying the monkey-like man, who appeared gaunt and feeble. The muscular men scolded, "We told you not to go to that place, yet you insisted. You've been gone for a month. Look at you now." Their expressions mirrored that of a concerned elder reprimanding a naive younger brother. The skinny man's face was pale, his steps unsteady, as if drained of vitality. He could barely articulate. I couldn't resist." The crowd murmured in astonishment. "A month? This guy must be something else. He looks like he's about to float away. Brother, where was that place? Can you share? Are you making friends out of thin air?" Wei Xuan smirked. Raising his voice, he shouted, "Fresh beef kidneys. Exclusive recipe. Boost your vitality. Buy them, and you won't regret it." The crowd was drawn in by the sudden, booming call. The muscular men turned their attention to him, one of them saying, "Brother, why not buy some? Let us help our little brother recover." The leading man scoffed. "Just beef kidneys? They're not a miracle cure. How could they restore him just like that?" The crowd nodded in agreement. Wei Xuan, with a confident smile, retorted, "You may not believe it, but these beef kidneys have received rave reviews from the local ladies for 10 miles around." The leading man scoffed. "You really know how to boast, brother." The skinny man slowly lifted his head, a simple motion causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. "Buy some for me to try, please." The crowd exchanged incredulous looks. "What state are you in?" The leading man gazed at the skinny man with a mix of pity and disbelief, tears welling in his eyes, which he quickly wiped away. The onlookers witnessed this display of brotherly affection. Wei Xian's eyes sparkled. Wow, these guys are true actors. Their performances were nothing short of extraordinary. The leading man produced several large bills. "Give me 10 skewers." "All right, here you go." The leading man personally fed the skinny man, who took a bite and froze. His expression shifted to one of exhilaration as he snatched the 10 skewers from the leading man's hand and devoured them ravenously. "Hey, slow down, little brother. Don't choke." In the astonished gaze of the crowd, the skinny man's complexion visibly brightened. He even broke into a series of punches, each strike fierce and powerful. The leading man could only exclaim, "Wow." With eager eyes, the skinny man looked at Wei Xuan. "Give me another 100 skewers." Wei Xuan handed him a bag, neatly packed. The skinny man cradled it as if it were a treasure, turning to dash back the way he came. His voice echoed back, "Brother, I'm going to stay for another 2 months. Don't worry about me." The leading man stood stunned. This beef kidney is truly remarkable. He pulled out a stack of cash. "Give me 10 pounds. Wei Xuan presented a bag of beef kidneys. Without a second thought, the leading man and his companions hurried after the skinny man. Meanwhile, the crowd, regardless of gender, was enraptured, their eyes gleaming with desire. "I want 100 skewers." "Me too. I want 100 skewers. Give me 100 pounds. 100 pounds? Do you think you can finish that? I'm bringing it back for my friends." "Is that a problem? May I ask your surname?" "Just call me Luo. It's an honor." "Brother Luo, please." Wei Xuan had gone mad. His hands soft from counting money. Good brothers, splendid performances, exquisite artistry. Chapter 6. Enjoying a lively feast. Due to excellent advertising, Wei Xian's skewers sold out early. Zhang Yong, having learned his lesson, dared not seek trouble with Wei Xuan again. Moreover, he heard from his cousin at the Qingqing Spiritual Martial Academy that Wei Xuan had become the top student of Class 10, which made him even more reluctant to confront him. And the most terrifying aspect was that chicken. Its prowess was utterly intimidating. After tidying up his stall, Wei Xuan moved to a secluded area and stored his little tricycle in the system space. He also placed Haiyan inside. The system space was far superior to the spatial stone, which could not accommodate living creatures. Thus, Wei Xuan exercised caution. He understood the principle of not flaunting wealth. At the very least, the spatial stone was not something mere spiritual apprentices or spiritualists could possess. Wei Xuan hailed a taxi and picked up his phone to make a call. "Ahoo, gather the brothers tonight for a lively feast." He then closed his eyes to rest. An hour later, Wei Xuan opened his eyes, his gaze reflecting composure and wisdom. He opened the car door and adjusted his appearance. "Brothers, I hope you are all well," he began, but before he could finish, he glanced outside the window and was momentarily stunned. Turning to the driver, he inquired, "Driver, why are we still here?" The driver, visibly annoyed, replied, "You got in, made a call without saying where to go, and fell asleep. How could I wake you? Of course, we're still here. And you say hope you are well. But where are your brothers? Why act so grand?" Wei Xuan felt embarrassed and coughed. My apologies. Let's head to Qingbei District, Jingwen Street." The driver grumbled, "The fare is 50. Pay up." "Oh right." Wei Xuan felt utterly humiliated, wishing he could vanish into thin air. The atmosphere in the cab was palpably tense, suffused with an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. Wei Xuan could hardly bear to remain any longer. What a mortifying situation. After what felt like an eternity, they finally arrived home. From a distance, Wei Xuan spotted a group of burly men waiting outside the warehouse. All clad in black suits and wearing sunglasses, they instilled fear in the neighbors, who whispered apprehensively from afar. Wei Xuan hurriedly tossed a 100 yuan note to the driver and exited the vehicle, eager to escape the uncomfortable cab. The driver, noticing the imposing figures in the distance, was drenched in cold sweat. No way. This kid wasn't joking. He has too many brothers. He leaned out and called, "Hey, young man, I haven't collected your fare yet." The imposing men had already approached Wei Xuan, and upon hearing the driver, they all turned their gaze toward him. The driver's face drained of color, his lips quivering. Wei Xuan glanced back, his eyes deep and authoritative. "The rest is your tip." With that, he turned, leaving the driver with an impressive silhouette, exuding an air of confidence. The driver grimaced, "Just a single yuan? And you call that a tip?" Approaching the group of men, Wei Xuan saw that they had removed their sunglasses. The leader, a man with a stern countenance and a black tiger tattooed on his neck, was Han Hu. Leading the group, Han Hu bowed respectfully and exclaimed, "Brother Xuan." Wei Xuan nodded to each individual, including those who had acted alongside him. He then reproached Han Hu, "Why are you all still outside? Hurry inside and stop frightening the neighbors." Han Hu's lip twitched as he replied softly, "Brother Xuan, if you don't open the door, we can't get in." Wei Xuan chuckled awkwardly. I forgot. Come in, brothers." He opened the warehouse door, ushering the group inside. They quickly organized the warehouse, setting up tables and chairs, assembling the barbecue grill, and unpacking 50 cases of beer. Wei Xuan's lips quivered at the sight. "Are you all trying to get me drunk and usurp my position?" The men gathered around several tables, skewers piled high, with Wei Xuan seated at the central table. Han Hu poured a glass of wine, stood up, and sincerely said, "Brother Xuan, without you, there would be no today for us brothers. We toast to you." The other 23 men rose in unison, their expressions solemn, standing tall. Together they declared, "To Brother Xuan." Wei Xuan sat calmly, smiling as he raised his glass and downed it. Han Hu and the others brightened at his response. Swiftly finishing their drinks, Wei Xuan accepted their toast with poise, for he truly deserved it. 3 years ago, these 24 men were unemployed vagabonds, struggling to make ends meet, unable to even afford a tidy outfit. Thus, they decided to form a gang, naming it the Black Tiger Gang. That day, the Gang of 24, brimming with ambition and armed with iron rods, set out to rob. Wei Xuan was their first customer. Unsurprisingly, he had them fleeing in terror. They soon realized that this 15-year-old lad was none other than the prodigy who had once captivated all of Qingqing. At just 10 years old, he had sensed spiritual energy and become a spiritual apprentice, a remarkable figure. By then, Wei Xuan was already a third-star spiritual apprentice, easily handling a group of ordinary men. Martial artists were prohibited from attacking ordinary people, a rule established by the world itself. Thus, Wei Xuan showed them mercy, feeling sympathy instead. He took them under his wing. Recognizing how fortunate they were to follow such a legendary figure, Han Hu and the others became deeply excited and obedient to Wei Xuan's words. Under his guidance, although they remained ordinary men, their physical prowess had grown significantly, nearly rivaling that of spiritual apprentice-level warriors. At Wei Xuan's suggestion, they established a bodyguard company named Saber-Toothed Tiger. They began receiving contracts from ordinary citizens, gradually building a reputation. In Qingqing, Saber-Toothed Tiger was regarded as quite reliable among the populace. Now, they no longer needed to worry about food or clothing. For these men, their gratitude and reverence for Wei Xuan were boundless. Even if he became a laughingstock among Qingqing's martial artists, he would always be their brother. He had given them everything, and in return, they would give him everything. Thus, Wei Xuan organized their schedules, having them rotate shifts to assist him in acting and selling skewers. With a wave of his hand, he called, "Let's eat." "Ha ha ha, Brother Xuan. Don't stop. I raise my glass to you." Han Hu's younger brother, Han Lang, stood up, laughing heartily. Wei Xuan, feeling helpless, lifted his glass and downed it. "Boss, We finished the drinks from Tiger and Wolf. What about us? Drink. Come on. Today, I'm going to get you all smashed. The boss is generous. Cheers. No one leaves sober tonight. 3 hours later, under the watchful eyes of Han Hu and the other 24, Wei Xuan lay sprawled on the table, utterly inebriated. Resembling a lifeless dog, he kept shouting, "You all aren't any better. Come on, drink more. Today, whoever falls first shall be the coward." What a ridiculous game. The crowd silently took out their phones, beginning to record the moment. Han Hu wore a grim expression, questioning, "What are you all doing? Tiger brother. It's rare for the boss to embarrass himself. We must capture this scene." They chimed in unison. Han Hu's face instantly turned cold. "Where's my phone? Which rascal just swiped it? Cough, cough, Tiger brother, it's right under the boss." Han Hu, looking uncomfortable, urged, "Quick, record it. The boss will wake up soon." Chapter 7. The Malicious System. When Wei Xuan finally awoke, it was already 4 in the morning the next day, roused by the pressing need to relieve himself. As he opened his eyes, he found himself lying on his bed, no longer in the warehouse. The warehouse had long been tidied up by Han Hu and the others before they returned to the company. Wei Xuan felt a splitting headache and took a sip of water. On the table lay a note written by Han Hu, informing Wei Xuan that they had gone back. His head throbbed painfully, and he chuckled to himself. "I remember I knocked them all down. It seems my drinking capacity has indeed improved. Ha ha ha. Who was the first to fall again? Guess. The system? What a joke." He scoffed. "In any case, I fought until the end. Wahaha." Suddenly, a notification flashed. "Please click here to view this video." Wei Xuan paused, taken aback. The system had released a video? He clicked to watch, intrigued. "You all are pathetic. Come on, keep drinking. Today, whoever falls first shall be the coward." What a ridiculous game. What are you doing? Tiger brother, it's rare for the boss to embarrass himself. We must capture this scene. Han Hu's irritation grew as he realized. Is it just me who fell? Did I really embarrass myself in front of all my underlings? This is utterly humiliating. My image as the boss is completely ruined. No, I must find a way to delete the videos on their phones. Suddenly, he remembered Black Flame hadn't eaten all day. Smacking his forehead, he recalled that he had placed Black Flame in the system space. He quickly released Black Flame, who immediately burst into tears. "Chirp, chirp. Master, were you planning to starve Black Flame and then eat me?" "Boo-hoo." Wei Xuan comforted him. "Don't cry. I'll give you some beast spirit pills." He retrieved the pills from the system and, at that moment, a gigantic shadow loomed over him. Bang! The roof exploded. Wei Xuan and Black Flame looked up in shock, frozen in disbelief. It was enormous. A massive sphere had filled the entire room, measuring 10 meters in diameter, with half of it protruding through the roof. The nearby neighbors, startled, turned to investigate the source of the noise, marveling at the spherical roof. This is art. Today's youth certainly know how to have fun. The material is extraordinary. Wei Xuan gazed at the dazzling beast spirit pill, momentarily at a loss for words. After a long silence, he finally uttered, "New Zealand dollar." Black Flame was overjoyed. "Master, you're wonderful. This giant pill will last me a month." The system interjected. "You're thinking too much." As Wei Xuan surveyed the shattered roof, his heart ached. "Black Flame, hurry and eat the beast spirit pill." Black Flame dove onto it, devouring it ravenously, resembling compressed biscuits. An hour later, Wei Xuan and Black Flame lay sprawled on the bed, each with a distended belly, one like a watermelon, the other resembling a pear, both burping in unison. The remaining beast spirit pill still loomed large, with the portion consumed negligible by comparison. Wei Xuan remembered he had a bottle of healing medicine and a body-tempering pill. He hurriedly stored the beast spirit pill back in the system space. Feeling melancholic about the exposed roof, let us see what the healing medicine and body-tempering pill are like. Given the system's unreliable nature, anything was possible. He decided to claim the healing medicine first. Retreating to the corner, he clicked to receive it. The empty room remained silent. Huh. Wei Xuan was puzzled, scratching his head. "Where's my medicine?" "System, where's my medicine?" "The host has already claimed it," the system replied. "Nonsense. I didn't see it. It's at your left foot." Lowering his gaze, he found nothing. Squatting down, he finally spotted it. With his thumb and index finger, he carefully picked up a tiny white jade bottle, approximately 1 centimeter wide and 1.5 centimeters tall. His mouth twitched. What a ridiculously small bottle. He uncorked it and poured it into his hand, and a small, red pearl-like pill tumbled out. Wei Xuan nodded. That is somewhat normal. He continued to pour, but only one pill emerged. His expression darkened. There's only one. How could such a large bottle only contain a single pill? Ugh. Wei Xuan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. You might as well call it a single healing pill instead of a bottle of healing pills. He returned the healing pill to the bottle and stored it in the system space. Then, he clicked to claim the body-tempering pill. Upon seeing it, he was momentarily dumbfounded. In his palm lay a golden pill, fragrant and inviting. Wei Xuan furrowed his brow. What is going on? This pill seems perfectly normal. This peculiarity left Wei Xuan bewildered. Could it be the system finally had a moment of conscience? Perhaps it's finally acting seriously? Regardless, he decided to absorb it quickly. Excited, he tossed the body-tempering pill into his mouth. Crunch. His expression froze instantly. A scream echoed through the air. Oh, my tooth. Wei Xuan cried out in pain. Tears streaming down his face as he spat it out. Along with the intact body-tempering pill, he also ejected a blood-stained large tooth. Wei Xian's eyes brimmed with tears as he gazed at the tooth in his hand, heartbroken. Little White, you can't die on me. We've endured so much together over the years. I've raised you like my own flesh and blood, and now you've betrayed me. He discarded the large tooth with a fierce expression and turned to pick up a heavy hammer, glaring at the body-tempering pill. This won't defeat me. With a swing, he unleashed a long-lost hammer technique with ease. The clanging sound reverberated incessantly. After dozens of strikes, the hammer had become indented. The body refinement pill was utterly useless. Alas, Wei Xuan turned around and retrieved the hydraulic press. With a frenzied application of force, the hydraulic press met its untimely demise. The body refinement pill emerged gleaming as if it had been polished, its luster even more pronounced, radiating brilliance. Wei Xuan slumped to the ground, drenched in sweat, cursing vehemently. What a wretched pill. How does one even consume it? It was never meant to be chewed. His eyes reddened. He appeared almost deranged. Then enlighten me on how to eat it. Just hold it in your mouth. This foolishness of chewing was only for imbeciles, wasn't it? Wei Xuan trembled with rage. Why didn't you inform me sooner? I thought the host was aware. Wei Xuan gritted his teeth. Return my molars. Give me back my hammer. And my hydraulic press. After rinsing the blood from his mouth, he forcefully tossed the body refinement pill into his mouth. Why wasn't it dissolving? It should dissolve in 24 hours. Damn it. Wei Xian's face turned ashen, resembling a ghoul. He then spat out the body refinement pill. After rinsing and brushing his teeth, he cleaned the pill and tossed it back in. The host is truly disgusting. Wei Xuan scoffed. Am I to disdain myself? He pulled out his phone and called Han Hu. Hey, Hu, have someone repair my house. With the pill nestled in his mouth, he made his way to the academy. Along the journey, Wei Xuan felt his body growing stronger. His muscles became more powerful, his bones denser. He felt as if he possessed boundless energy. This was the result of the body refinement pill. His body seemed to be undergoing constant reconfiguration, every muscle becoming robust. His pectorals and abs visibly took on a more defined form. The lines became sharper. It dazzled Wei Xian's eyes. If this were sold to gyms, it would fly off the shelves. As he admired his physique, he muttered to himself, soon arriving at the academy. Chapter 8, The Great Challenge. Upon reaching the academy's entrance, Wei Xuan unexpectedly encountered Li Changqiu. Wei Xian's eyes widened. Holy cow, an Egyptian mummy come to life. Li Changqiu seethed with barely contained rage. His head was entirely wrapped in bandages, revealing only his eyes, mouth, and nose. His right leg was encased in a cast, while his left arm dangled broken at his chest. He leaned on a crutch with an air of utter devastation. Li Changqiu let out a cold snort. Wei Xuan was astounded. Was this really Li Changqiu? What had happened to him? I certainly didn't attack his arms and legs. Who had beaten him up? Unbeknownst to Wei Xuan, Li Changqiu's ordeal the previous night had been nothing short of horrific. Last night, Li Changqiu drove back to the Li family villa. The Li family was quite renowned in Qingqing. As the grandson of the family patriarch, Li Changqiu was naturally affluent. That evening, Li's mother was applying a facial mask, her face smeared with mud. Upon hearing the doorbell, she went to answer it. The moment she laid eyes on Li Changqiu's mosaic-like face, she screamed. As a spirit master-level warrior, Li's mother's reflexes were nothing short of extraordinary. She launched a punch with ferocity. Just as Li Changqiu was about to lament to his mother, he was startled half to death by a shadowy figure at the door. In an instant, he lost all composure. Terrified, he let out a scream, only to have that very punch land squarely in front of his eyes. This punch was fueled by Li's mother's spirit master-level strength, an unprecedented display of power. In an instant, all of Li Changqiu's teeth were gone. Blood flowed freely. Hearing his wife's anguished screams, Li's father dropped the newspaper, grabbed a baseball bat, and rushed out. What the hell is this? Without hesitation, he began to unleash a flurry of strikes. Amidst this chaotic melee, Li Changqiu finally seized a moment to exclaim, Dad, Mom, it's me, Changqiu. Only then did Li's father manage to help him up. After a struggle, they managed to navigate back to the living room, with one fetching bandages and the other medicine. As Li Changqiu sat on the sofa, just about to take a sip of water, the family patriarch descended the stairs. The old man immediately spotted the grotesquely bloodied and hideously disfigured creature in the living room. Having never encountered such a shock, his eyes bulged. and the few strands of white hair on his head stood on end. With a gasp, he fainted from fright. After a long recovery, he seized Li Changqiu and unleashed another round of beatings. To this day, Li Changqiu cannot help but shed tears recalling the events of that night. Glancing at Wei Xuan, he gritted his teeth. Oh wait, he had no teeth. Without uttering a single word, he stepped into the academy. With his back to Wei Xuan, a faint smile crept across his lips. Wei Xuan, perplexed, regarded Li Changqiu's retreating figure, wondering, what is wrong with this guy? He is not acting like himself. Why so silent? Has he changed his disposition? Wei Xuan licked the body refinement pill in his mouth and hastily entered the academy. Arriving at class 10 of the spirit disciples. This time, the eyes of the onlookers were filled solely with trepidation. The myriad spirit pets gazed at the black flame resting on his shoulder, their faces contorting in distress. Sui Weiyao was the first to turn and speak to Wei Xuan. Wei Xuan, may I touch your little chicken? The moment those words were uttered, the classroom fell into a profound silence. A pin drop could be heard. All eyes widened in shock at Sui Weiyao, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. Wei Xuan was momentarily stunned by the question. Why would you ask something like that right off the bat? So abrupt? His lips trembled for a moment before he stammered. This isn't quite appropriate. Is it? Sui Weiyao, focused solely on Wei Xuan, failed to notice the strange atmosphere. Grabbing Wei Xian's hand, she playfully shook it. What is inappropriate about it? I'll let you touch mine too. The class collectively gasped, their pupils constricting, taking a deep breath. Has the world gone mad? Are we not discreet anymore? Wei Xuan swallowed hard, curiosity piqued. You have one too? Sui Weiyao was momentarily flustered by this nonsensical inquiry. And only then did she realize the odd expressions on her classmates' faces. As she pondered the implications of her words, her beautiful face flushed crimson, as if it might bleed. She quickly covered her face, stamping her feet in frustration. I meant your spirit pet. Oh dear, what were you thinking? Wei Xuan sighed in relief. Thank goodness. I thought girls had them too. You scared me. He was not the only one harboring such thoughts. With a chuckle, Wei Xuan reached up and grasped the black flame from his shoulder, offering it to Sui Weiyao. Feel free to touch it. Don't worry about it getting damaged. The black flame, with tearful eyes, proclaimed, I am a phoenix. A phoenix. As a male phoenix, Sui Weiyao carefully extended her hand to stroke the black flame, which cooperated splendidly. In no time, the room was filled with melodious laughter. Just then, the substitute teacher entered and bellowed, training class, downstairs. Ding. Mission triggered. Challenged the substitute teacher. Wei Xuan raised an eyebrow, realizing that the difficulty of this task was rather substantial. The substitute teacher was a warrior of spirit master level. In comparison, a spirit disciple would appear almost like a child. The group arrived at the training ground, where the substitute teacher was arranging the combatants. Zhao Tianlai was paired with Wang Qing, and Zhou Yu with Wu Lai. Upon seeing Wei Xuan, the teacher smiled faintly and said, Wei Xuan, you will spar with me. And I shall use but one hand. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Sparring with the teacher? Wei Xuan nodded, contemplating how to challenge the teacher, only to find the offer made by the teacher himself. One hand. A trivial concern. The crowd cleared the space. And the substitute teacher stood with his left hand behind his back, a serene smile gracing his face, as if unfazed by the challenge. Come on. In the distance, murmurs of admiration arose. What a graceful demeanor from Teacher Sun, truly worthy of a spirit master. Indeed, Teacher Sun could easily overpower Wei Xuan with just one hand. That is a certainty. The gap between a spirit master and a spirit disciple is too vast. Only Sui Weiyao wore an encouraging expression, cheering, Wei Xuan, give it your all. Wei Xuan felt a surge of adrenaline and asked, Teacher, may I use a spirit pet? Just as he spoke, the body refinement pill nearly slipped from his grasp. Teacher Sun frowned and replied, yes, but could you please spit out the candy in your mouth first? Wei Xuan hurriedly explained, it's not candy. Teacher Sun's expression darkened, clearly unimpressed. Eating candy during class? Just wait until I teach you a lesson. With that, he strode purposefully towards Wei Xuan. The crowd erupted in excitement. Wow, Wei Xuan is sparring with the teacher while eating candy? How audacious. What a bold move. Teacher Sun, give him a good thrashing for me. As Teacher Sun approached, Wei Xuan unleashed his spirit energy, revealing the imposing aura of a 6-star spirit disciple. He charged directly at Teacher Sun's chest. Teacher Sun smiled calmly, raising his right hand to block. Wei Xuan feigned a punch before delivering a swift kick aimed at Teacher Sun's groin. Teacher Sun's mouth twitched. This kid was quite the trickster. He swiftly sidestepped the flying kick. In that instant, Wei Xuan advanced, positioning himself behind Teacher Sun with astonishing speed. Teacher Sun's expression shifted to alarm. This is bad. However, it was too late. Wei Xuan executed a back throw, sending Teacher Sun sprawling. Yet, Teacher Sun was unfazed. bracing himself with one hand against the ground and smoothly regaining his footing. Wei Xian's fist flew towards Teacher Sun's chest. But Teacher Sun merely smiled and retaliated with a punch of his own. The impact resonated loudly as their fists collided. Wei Xian unleashed a flurry of punches, while Teacher Sun matched his pace, countering each strike. Gradually, the speed of their punches intensified, with Wei Xian incorporating various combat techniques, knee strikes, throat locks, elbow strikes, into his repertoire. Teacher Sun grew increasingly alarmed. This kid possesses terrifying physical prowess. He is matching me blow for blow. Moreover, his combat skills seemed to surpass mine. Wei Xian delivered a powerful kick to Teacher Sun, just as Teacher Sun landed a punch to Wei Xian's abdomen. They both staggered back. Wei Xian grimaced in pain, but his expression was one of triumph. Black flame. Teacher Sun inwardly cursed his luck. Suddenly, a small chick flew towards his face, one wing outstretched, buzzing ominously. The speed was astonishing. Teacher Sun had no time to evade. Bang! A thunderous clap echoed as Teacher Sun spun several times in place. His battle glasses flew off. The onlookers fell silent, then erupted into cheers. It's here, it's here. It's back with a vengeance. Whoa. Teacher Sun just got slapped by that little chick. The sound of the slap was resounding. It was painful just to watch. Wei Xian's combat techniques were absurdly formidable, almost superhuman. He stifled a laugh at the sight of Teacher Sun's swollen left cheek. Teacher, you can't let your anger get the best of you. Teacher Sun spat out a mouthful of blood. You're the one who is old. His gaze towards Wei Xian was somewhat unnatural as he waved his hand dismissively. You win, you win. With that, Teacher Sun rubbed his swollen face and walked away. If he lingered any longer, he'd be utterly humiliated. Wei Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling a twinge of pain in his abdomen. This battle had made him acutely aware of the chasm between himself and the spirit master level. Teacher Sun had only used one hand, and hadn't even exerted himself fully. Wei Xian felt utterly exhausted, realizing just how far he had to go. Ding! Congratulations, host. For completing the task, you have earned 100 points and 1 spirit cultivation pill. Chapter 9, The Beautiful Teacher. Wei Xian's face lit up with joy. Did I hear correctly? 100 points? Is the reward for defeating someone of a higher level truly this generous? With this, Wei Xuan now had a total of 178 points, sufficient to purchase several items from the system store. He hadn't yet decided what to buy, opting to save for now. His curiosity about the spirit cultivation pill grew. System, what functions does the spirit cultivation pill possess? The spirit cultivation pill enables those of mediocre aptitude to sense spirit energy, thereby embarking on the path of cultivation. It bridges the gap between the mortal and the extraordinary. Wei Xian's eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. So, this spirit cultivation pill can transform an ordinary person into a warrior? He couldn't suppress his excitement. To an ordinary person, a warrior was an object of eternal admiration, not only due to their immense power, but also because warriors enjoyed significantly longer lifespans. Achieving the extraordinary level could grant one a lifespan of 200 years. Who wouldn't want to live longer? Han Hu and the others were ordinary people, and at that moment, Wei Xian conceived an immature idea. Suppressing his joy, he felt invigorated. The spirit cultivation pill was still not enough. In the system store, the spirit cultivation pill required 100 points for redemption. Wei Xian exhaled deeply. Since he could redeem it, that was splendid. After the training session, everyone returned to class, their bodies aching. Sui Weiyao gazed at Wei Xian with curiosity. Her eyes fixed on him. Wei Xian, what kind of candy are you eating? You still haven't finished it? Wei Xian grinned mischievously. Do you want some? Sui Weiyao nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. Wei Xian stuck out his tongue, revealing a golden pill resting on it, and said, Here, take it. Don't be shy. It's still warm. Sui Weyao's face flushed crimson, and she lightly punched Wei Xian's chest, whispering, Oh, you're so naughty. Suddenly, Sui Weyao's deskmate sat up abruptly. The young girl began banging her head against the desk furiously. Bang, bang. The surrounding students were utterly speechless. What are you two doing? We're getting goosebumps over here. Must you be so cheesy? One boy, unable to bear it any longer, slammed his hand on the table in righteous indignation. The gazes of the crowd upon him resembled that of hope, akin to the radiant light of righteousness illuminating the earth. Sui Weiyao abruptly turned her head to face him, her eyes conveying a clear warning. The veins on her forehead were even visibly tensed. The implication was unmistakable. Do not provoke trouble, or you shall face dire consequences. The boy, taken aback, shivered and shifted his gaze towards the doorway. I'm just going to the restroom. The others chimed in. It's class time. Where do you think you're going? A cool, authoritative voice resonated through the classroom, drawing attention. A stunningly beautiful teacher, clad in a white blouse and black shorts, entered, instantly captivating the audience. Her long, perfectly shaped legs and S-shaped figure rivaled that of a model, and her ethereal demeanor pierced the hearts of the male students. The boy who intended to excuse himself wore an expression of bliss as he slowly sat back down. "I'm done." The other boys regarded him as if he were a deity. A nearby group of boys, their faces contorted with disdain, promptly distanced themselves, leaving a considerable space around him, allowing him to bask in a cocoon of warmth. Wei Xuan couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, he was a character. The beautiful teacher approached the podium, tossing her textbook with an effortless grace. "I am Yi Qingwan, your new teacher for the subject of spirit pets. Let us commence the lesson." Throughout this class, every boy displayed exemplary behavior. Astonishingly, none of them dozed off. Wei Xuan listened intently, captivated by the articulate delivery of their newly appointed instructor. Even Li Changqiu, normally battered and bruised, sat up straight, diligently absorbing the material, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It was a commendable effort on his part. Secretly, Wei Xuan chuckled, then unconsciously opened his mouth, nearly dropping his spirit pill, hastily drawing it back in. Just then, the chalk eraser slipped from Yi Qingwan's grasp and fell to the floor. As she bent down to retrieve it, her alluring curves were a sight to behold. However, at that moment, the unmistakable sound of someone swallowing echoed throughout the classroom, rendering everyone speechless. "Who is that? Please, show some restraint." Yi Qingwan's body stiffened, and she shot up, her icy glare directed at the source of the sound. The class collectively turned to see Wei Xuan, wiping a droplet of saliva from his mouth, suddenly realizing that all eyes were upon him, leaving him utterly bewildered. What is going on? The boys couldn't contain their laughter, secretly giving him a thumbs up. Impressive. Only Wei Xuan could manage such audacity. Sui Weiyao, visibly infuriated, pouted. "Wei Xuan, you should tell me if you like looking at me. She is our teacher." Wei Xian's expression turned to one of confusion. "What's wrong? I just zoned out for a moment. Why is everyone staring at me? Why does this beautiful teacher's gaze seem somewhat off? Could she possibly be targeting me?" Yi Qingwan coldly addressed him. "Wei Xuan, what are you doing?" A chilling atmosphere enveloped the classroom, freezing everyone in place. Their gazes towards Wei Xuan akin to that of a corpse. Wei Xuan swallowed hard, attempting to explain. "Teacher, I'm merely spaced out. It's not a capital offense." Yi Qingwan, furious, shot back. "What did that sound just now mean?" Wei Xian's face paled. I was just eating some candy, teacher." Yi Qingwan's expression softened slightly, her brow furrowing in suspicion. "Open your mouth. Let me see." Just as Wei Xuan was about to comply, he suddenly froze. "Oh no, where's my pill?" His tongue searched frantically in his mouth, but the spirit pill was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, he recalled swallowing a bit of saliva earlier. Could it be? Wei Xuan glanced at his stomach, his face twitching uncontrollably. It must have gone down. Noticing Wei Xian's prolonged silence and his fixation on his abdomen, Yi Qingwan's expression hardened once more. "Where's the candy?" Wei Xuan stammered. It's gone. I swallowed it." Yi Qingwan, her face devoid of emotion, coldly uttered a few frosty words. "After class, report to my office, or go to the training ground." She then turned back to the podium, resuming her lesson. The class regarded Wei Xuan with a mix of schadenfreude. Serves him right. He might not die, but he would certainly endure some punishment. Sui Weiyao huffed in annoyance, turning away in silence. Wei Xian's complexion turned ashen, panic setting in. Was eating a piece of candy worth such a beating? Surely not. He quickly inquired of the system. "System, what happens if a spirit pill is swallowed?" "It will be excreted." "What? It will be excreted?" Wei Xuan nearly choked. "I meant, what effects might it have?" "It should, perhaps, accelerate absorption." Upon hearing this, Wei Xuan felt a wave of dread wash over him. "Was the uncertainty in your tone because you didn't know either? Would I explode?" Panic surged within him as he contemplated raising his hand to request a restroom break, but after the unpleasant exchange with Yi Qingwan, he dared not speak again. He feared that even without an explosive demise, she might simply hammer him to death. Chapter 10. "Dean, you must believe me." In that moment, Wei Xuan felt as if he were sitting on needles, anxiously awaiting the sound of the class bell. As time flowed, he gradually became aware of a violent surge of power coursing through his body. Initially, it felt like countless needles piercing his skin, but soon the pain escalated to an unbearable degree. At that moment, Wei Xuan felt as though dozens of individuals were hacking at him with knives. The agony was excruciating. Meanwhile, under the influence of this ferocious power, his physical prowess was rapidly enhancing. If the absorption of the pill in his mouth was a gradual and measured process, then swallowing it had unleashed the potency all at once, akin to a deep-sea explosion. Although Wei Xuan could sense his body's strength skyrocketing, he felt no joy. Instead, his vision turned crimson, and the rampant energy within him caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. He felt as though he were on the verge of exploding. Blood even trickled from the corners of his mouth. Sitting at the back, with no one beside him, no one noticed his distress. At that moment, Sui Weiao's irritation began to fade, and she discreetly turned to glance at Wei Xuan. The sight instantly drained the color from her face. Wei Xuan, what is wrong with you? The sound of her voice drew the attention of the entire class, who turned to look. Gasps of shock filled the room as they beheld Wei Xuan, his complexion flushed, blood streaming from his nose, mouth, eyes, and even ears. The sight was terrifying. Yi Qingwan's expression shifted to one of concern as she approached Wei Xuan. Wei Xuan, what is the matter? She placed her delicate hand on his shoulder. Her face etched with worry. Just as Wei Xuan was about to respond, with a sudden ripping sound, his shirt disintegrated into tatters, revealing his perfectly toned muscles. Additionally, a mesmerizing purple tattoo adorned his entire chest. The classroom erupted in gasps. From the perspective of the onlookers, it appeared as if Yi Qingwan had merely placed her hand on Wei Xuan's shoulder when he suddenly burst forth from his clothing, showcasing his muscular physique and the intricate tattoos across his chest. As if prepared for the moment, the boys gazed at Wei Xuan with admiration akin to reverence for a towering mountain. Look at how flustered Brother Xuan is, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. Truly, Teacher Ye's charm is unparalleled. When it comes to flirting, Brother Xuan is indeed the master. Do these rascals today all train such explosive muscles? What a show-off. Brother Xuan has quite the repertoire. With a mere disagreement, he bursts out of his clothes. The girls, meanwhile, are enraptured, with Sui Weiao already pulling out her phone to capture the moment. Wei Xuan, feeling a wave of embarrassment, looked at the hand resting on his shoulder, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. I swear, I did not mean for this to happen. How unjust this is. As he felt the hardness of Wei Xuan's shoulder muscles, Yi Qingwan's expression shifted from concern to fury. Wei Xuan, you before she could finish her sentence. Wei Xuan suddenly leapt to his feet and dashed out of the classroom with a swift motion. Teacher, I need to use the restroom. Wei Xuan dared not linger, lest he be mercilessly beaten to a pulp by Yi Qingwan. At that moment, his insides felt as if they were ablaze, and he could only think about hastily releasing the body-enhancing elixir. He bolted into the men's restroom like the wind, squatted down, and felt as if he had lost his mind. There was no sensation of relief whatsoever. How could this be? Gritting his teeth, Wei Xuan clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. Blood trickled down his features. Spiritual energy compressed within his abdomen. With a primal roar akin to a beast, Wei Xuan's eyes lit up, at last. It was working. He felt something. One more time. Another roar erupted. Wei Xuan gritted his teeth, refusing to surrender, his roars echoing through the entire men's restroom. The dean, situated in a nearby office, faintly heard the cacophony of beastly roars emanating from the adjacent restroom. Bewildered, he stood up and exited his office, heading toward the restroom. Inside, Wei Xuan let out a grandiose roar, tinged with a sense of abandon and comfort. With a loud splash, Wei Xuan's expression instantly relaxed, and the blood ceased to flow from his orifices. The tempest of power within him dissipated, and his taut muscles gradually unwound. He felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration and lightness wash over him. In that moment, it was as if Wei Xuan had grown weary of the mundane world, achieving enlightenment. He retrieved a skewer from the system space and squatted beside him, rummaging through the body-enhancing elixir. The dean had reached the men's restroom, his face a mask of shock as he beheld blood streaming from a stall. Is someone bleeding from this? Curiosity piqued. He grasped the door and yanked it open. There, he beheld a muscular man, bare-chested, wielding a skewer beside the toilet. Wei Xuan, upon hearing the noise, turned to face the dean with wide-eyed terror. The dean's body stiffened in shock. The air fell into a heavy silence. After a few seconds, the dean glanced at Wei Xuan, then at the toilet, his gaze becoming unfocused as he turned to the side, tentatively reaching out with his hands. He resembled a blind person searching for something in the dark. His hands fumbled around before he turned away. Wei Xuan's face paled. Dean, why are you pretending to be blind? I can see you. At that moment, 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. Has this mortifying scene been witnessed by the dean? Is fate truly this cruel? Hastily, he began to explain. Dean, please listen to me. Before he could finish, the dean darted out of the men's restroom in a flash. What a speed! The words that had been on the tip of Wei Xuan's tongue were swallowed back down. His face darkened to the color of a charred pot. Well, great. There is no way to clear my name now. Surely the dean 1T spread this around, right? He hurriedly pulled on a set of clothes from the system space and wiped his face before racing toward the dean's office. The dean, in a state of disarray, trembled as he held his teacup. Wasn't that Wei Xuan? Just yesterday, he heard he had broken through to the 6th star of the spirit disciple realm, and he was genuinely happy for him. How did he end up in the restroom? Does this boy have some peculiar preferences that I never noticed before? Lost in thought, a loud crash echoed as Wei Xuan burst through the office door. Wei Xuan, with an anxious expression, exclaimed, "Dean, you must let me explain. It's not as you imagine." The dean jumped back in fright, his face drenched in sweat. He looked like a pitiful young bride about to face injustice. Screaming, he shouted, "Don't come any closer." His voice cracking, Wei Xuan lunged forward, grasping the dean's left hand. "Dean, please let me explain." However, at that moment, the dean stared blankly at the hand held by Wei Xuan, his lips trembling, a flicker of regret and a hint of longing in his eyes. "This hand. Perhaps it's best not to have." Wei Xuan. "Dean, please listen. I was actually looking for a piece of candy. You have to believe me." The dean's eyes had lost all luster, resembling a soulless husk. He murmured, I believe you." Wei Xuan was taken aback. He actually believed him? Who would trust a muscle-bound man searching for candy in a toilet? Even Wei Xuan himself found it hard to believe. He pressed further, "You really believe me?" The dean snapped back to reality, a carefree demeanor emerging. With a gentle smile, he looked at Wei Xuan. "I truly believe you." Wei Xuan beamed brightly, bashfully saying, "Dean, you must keep this a secret." The dean smiled kindly, patting his chest vigorously. "Rest assured, within the entire Qingqing Spirit Martial Academy, my lips are the tightest." Wei Xuan felt deeply touched and grasped the dean's right hand as well. "Dean, I want to say anything else. If you need anything from me, just let me know." The dean slowly lowered his gaze to his right hand, tears streaming down his cheeks. With a trembling voice, he replied, "All right." Wei Xuan observed this scene, somewhat astonished. Was a mere promise worth such emotional display? No wonder he is the head of a department. Just look at this level of understanding. How considerate he is of his students. What a delightful old man. Wei Xuan felt reassured by the dean's words. "Well then, Dean, I shall take my leave." The dean, his eyes vacant, silently shed tears. As Wei Xuan reached the door, he turned back and whispered, "Remember to keep it a secret." Upon seeing the dean wave him off, Wei Xuan felt a weight lift from his heart. He laughed heartily as he exited. The dean's hands trembled, his eyes filled with myriad emotions, regret, helplessness, despair. A teacher passing by the dean's office was engrossed in his phone. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching, soul-piercing wail erupted from the dean's office. "Ah!" The startled teacher jumped, his phone flying from his grasp. Chapter 11. You must not speak of this. When Wei Xuan returned to the classroom, everyone looked at him with solemn expressions. Wei Xuan glanced at the impassive Yi Qingwan, just as he was about to return to his seat. As others studied quietly, Yi Qingwan's cold voice pierced the air. "Wei Xuan, follow me." She turned and exited the classroom. Wei Xian's feet froze in place. The suppressed laughter of the others erupted. "Of cough he." A moment of silence for Brother Xian. "Ha. Xian go ahead, don't worry. We will take care of your remains. I can't hold back any longer." "Ha ha." Sui Weiyao cast a worried glance at Wei Xuan, then turned her head aside. "I'm not worried about you. Just admit your mistake to the teacher." Wei Xuan forced a wry smile and stepped outside. Along the way, he followed Yi Qingwan, incessantly attempting to explain himself. However, regardless of how much he pleaded, Yi Qingwan remained unmoved. Upon reaching the training ground, Yi Qingwan twisted her neck, her expression as frigid as ice. "Come on." Ding. Task triggered. The host must endure 1 minute under Yi Qingwan's assault. Wei Xuan swallowed hard. System. "I fear I may not last." "Hang in there. Host, you are the strongest." Yi Qingwan suddenly sprang into action. A gust of icy wind swept past, sending shivers down Wei Xian's spine. His complexion changed drastically as he quickly crossed his arms to shield himself. Bang! Wei Xuan staggered back several steps. A layer of frost had already formed on his arms. He felt the blood in his veins slow to a crawl, accompanied by a chilling pain. He gazed at Yi Qingwan, who had retracted her fist, her face grave. Battle technique. Yi Qingwan had employed an ice element battle technique. Above the level of spiritual apprentice, warriors possess sufficient spiritual energy to learn battle techniques. Various elemental forces such as gold, wood, water, fire, and earth can be harnessed. There exists a fundamental disparity between spiritual apprentices and those above. Yi Qingwan was already at the level of a spiritual master. A spark of battle intent ignited in Wei Xian's eyes as he gathered momentum, launching a punch towards Yi Qingwan. "Come again." A flicker of surprise flashed in Yi Qingwan's eyes. She had expected Wei Xuan to crumble under this punch, yet to her astonishment, he seemed unfazed. Had he been an ordinary spiritual apprentice, he would have begged for mercy long ago, allowing her to relent and consider it a lesson. Little did she know, after the forging of body-refining pills, Wei Xian's physical prowess had become exceptionally formidable. Even an attack from a spiritual master would likely inflict little harm upon him. Moreover, Yi Qingwan had not exerted her full strength. The corners of Yi Qingwan's lips curled slightly. This guy is not simple. She gathered ice into her fists and unleashed a barrage of strikes upon Wei Xuan. With remarkable reflexes and armed with combat skills, Wei Xuan deftly blocked each of her attacks. Nevertheless, he was still sent flying time and again. It was undoubtedly due to the overwhelming power of Yi Qingwan's strikes. Wei Xian's indomitable spirit surged within him. Time and again he was knocked back, only to charge forward once more. The battle raged on for an indeterminate duration. Yi Qingwan's astonishment never waned. Was this fellow made of iron? Is he truly this resilient? By the end, Yi Qingwan was panting heavily, beads of sweat trickling down her hair. This scene was utterly captivating. Wei Xuan too was exhausted, his clothes soaked in perspiration. Yet, he felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. Ding! Congratulations, host, for surpassing the task. You have earned 1,000 points, 1 gathering spirit pill, 1 beast spirit pill, and 1 spirit sculpting pill. Wei Xian's face lit up with delight. The rewards this time were truly generous. 1,000 points? This happiness arrived rather unexpectedly. He chuckled, nearly drooling in amusement. Yi Qingwan looked at the foolishly grinning Wei Xuan, utterly speechless. What are you grinning about? Wei Xuan turned his head. Oh, nothing, nothing. Teacher Yi. Since you've vented your frustration, may I take my leave? Yi Qingwan frowned and waved her hand. Hurry up and go. Just then, a hand holding a towel reached out. Here, Sister Qingwan. We've become acquainted through battle. Yi Qingwan looked up to see Wei Xian's radiant smile as he extended the towel towards her, a hint of coldness crossing her face. Call me teacher. All right. Sister Qingwan, Wei Xian beamed. Yi Qingwan snatched the towel from his hand with irritation. Thanks. She wiped the sweat from her face. Wei Xian remarked, Sister Qingwan, why do you always wear a cold expression? Does someone owe you money? Speak up. I'd like to borrow some too. Yi Qingwan chuckled, her face flushing slightly. She shot a fierce glare at Wei Xian. Mind your own business. Wei Xian replied earnestly. You look much more beautiful when you smile. Why do you prefer to keep a cold face? Yi Qingwan huffed. Wei Xian nudged her shoulder playfully. Let us head back. We still have class. Yi Qingwan glared at him fiercely. When we return, you better attend class properly. With that, she strode ahead. Wei Xian chuckled and followed closely behind her. Meanwhile, in the dean's office, a swollen-faced teacher's son entered. Dean, I followed your instructions and assessed that Wei Xian kid. His foundation is shockingly strong. He is quite adept at dirty tricks too. Kicking in the groin, surprise attacks, he is proficient in them all. Just as he spoke, he looked up and was struck dumb. The dean was holding an axe in his right hand, displaying his immaculate left hand, poised to strike. Seeing teacher's son abruptly fall silent, he was left speechless. The dean shouted, Don't stop me. I don't mind losing this hand. He raised the axe high, preparing to swing it down. Internally cursing, Are you blind? Teacher's son was momentarily at a loss, flustered and confused, unable to approach. The dean's eyes reddened. He glared at teacher's son, bellowing, Don't stop me. Just as he was about to bring the axe down, the speed of his swing was decidedly sluggish. Teacher's son watched as the dean's gaze seemed to burn through him, and he shuddered. Suddenly awakening, he lunged at the dean, gripping the hand holding the axe tightly. Dean, please, don't do this. The dean's axe swung faster, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. What do you mean by pressing the axe down? Are you trying to stop me or harm me? The dean attempted to lift the axe, but the downward force was greater. He couldn't control it any longer. With a gaze filled with fury, he stared at teacher's son. He felt like killing him. Teacher's son's eyes brimmed with tears, desperately clutching his hand. Dean, please don't act rashly. The dean huffed. How can you act so well? Why don't you go act in a movie? The dean watched helplessly as the axe drew closer to his left hand. He shut his eyes. With a long sigh, he spoke rapidly. Since you're advising me so earnestly, I also believe that this axe would do a disservice to all the students in the academy. So I've decided to work another few years and be a qualified dean. His words flowed like a machine gun. He managed to finish this statement within 2 seconds. Then, with a swift motion, he drew his left hand back. The axe struck the desk with a resounding thud. The dean looked heartbroken. My desk. Teacher's son's lips curled into a smile. He was already accustomed to the dean's temperament. A peculiar voice remarked, The principal harbors a heart full of concern. The tone lingered long and drawn out. The principal's face flushed crimson as he glanced around, then leaned in close to teacher's son's ear. I have something to share with you, but you mustn't divulge it to anyone. Teacher's son, wearing a skeptical expression, squinted and replied, What is it? Just say it. You know my ears are like sieves. What goes in one ear comes out the other. The principal whispered, I just encountered something shocking in the men's restroom. Teacher's son's initially indifferent expression morphed into one of confusion, then shock, and ultimately fear. Oh my goodness. I can't believe he is that sort of person. Good heavens. After sharing, the principal pointed seriously at Teacher Sunday. You must not speak of this outside. I only confided in you because I know you have a poor memory. We must preserve that child's dignity. If you let this slip, it would ruin him, understand? The principal's expression was exceedingly grave, and Teacher Sun's countenance shifted, nodding earnestly. He patted his chest and assured, "Rest assured, I will absolutely keep this to myself." The principal nodded and waved him out. Teacher Sun exited with the expression of someone who had just discovered a new continent. The principal, still uneasy, reiterated, "Do not mention this to anyone." Teacher Sun turned back and made a hand gesture indicating all good, before leaving the principal's office. The principal watched him depart, his gaze lingering for a while before he turned and picked up his phone from the desk, dialing a number. In a conspiratorial whisper, he said, "Xiao Chun, I need to tell you something, but you mustn't tell a soul, all right? Just now, I encountered something shocking in the men's restroom." Chapter 12. Hold it together. Wei Xuan arrived at the classroom door, stepped aside, and flashed a smile at Yi Qingwan. A slight smile curved Yi Qingwan's lips before she stepped inside. Wei Xuan followed closely behind. In an instant, everyone was rendered speechless at the sight of the two entering together. Wei Xuan's grin was wide enough to reveal his cheeks, and he appeared completely unscathed. He joyfully bounced back to his seat. The entire class was left in a state of astonishment. "You're still bouncing? Can you be any happier? How come nothing seems to have happened? This is not what we anticipated at all. Director, come out. Give us a reasonable explanation. This guy looks like he just returned from a lavish spa." As they turned their gaze to Yi Qingwan, they witnessed a fleeting smile on her face directed at Wei Xuan, which was quickly concealed. But the class, with eyes like cameras, could not miss this moment. It erupted in chaos. "Oh my." Teacher Yi smiled. She actually smiled at Wei Xuan. They must have had some indescribable encounter. At this thought, the male classmates looked at Wei Xuan with jealousy. "You beast. Are you a pig? Why are you shamelessly pursuing her?" Wei Xuan seemed unfazed, basking in the focused, envious gazes around him. Sui Weiyao pouted, mumbling something inaudible to herself, before lightly slapping her own cheek. Yi Qingwan cleared her throat and continued the lesson. Later that evening, as Wei Xuan was about to greet Sui Weiyao, she unexpectedly sulked and got into the car. Her old steward looked utterly perplexed. Wei Xuan grinned. "This girl is jealous. Isn't she?" Turning away, he walked off, but a few minutes later, he halted mid-stride. Irritated, he shouted, "What on earth are you waiting for? There's no one around. This is a perfect opportunity. You should act when the time is right." Behind him, two figures, lurking sneakily, were taken aback. One was Li Changqiu. The other was a 20-something young man with blonde hair, dressed in neat sportswear, sporting a hint of baby fat. Li Changqiu sneered at Wei Xuan. "Today, I must thoroughly teach you a lesson, so you can taste my wrath." Wei Xuan looked disgusted and scoffed. "What wrath? The flavor of a mummy?" Li Changqiu's eyes blazed with fury, fists clenched tightly. He turned to the young man and said, "Cousin, take him down." Wei Xuan laughed derisively. "So you called for backup?" Li Su twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds, then pointed at Wei Xuan, exuding confidence. "So you are Wei Xuan?" Wei Xuan shook his head. "I am not. You have mistaken the person." Li Su paused, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. "My apologies, I mistook you." He then turned to Li Changqiu, complaining, "I made a mistake. Let's go. This is too embarrassing." Wei Xuan couldn't help but laugh. "This guy is quite amusing. You're too funny. A real talent." Li Changqiu's expression darkened. Covering his face with his hands, he was helpless. Although his cousin was a skilled fighter, he lacked common sense. He had lost track of the number of times he had made such blunders. The head of the Li family would reprimand him each time. Yet, his combat prowess remained formidable. Li Changqiu grabbed his departing cousin and pointed at Wei Xuan. "Cousin, he is Wei Xuan. He is fooling you." Li Su's sharp gaze turned to Wei Xuan. "Oh? You think you're clever, huh?" Wei Xuan scratched his head, feigning confusion. "What's clever?" Li Su paused, contemplating this. "You." Li Changqiu was nearly beside himself. "Cousin, stop wasting time. Just take him down. We need to leave soon. You promised me." Li Su nodded repeatedly. Right. Then he charged at Wei Xuan. Wei Xuan remained calm, showing no signs of worry. He even took out a small mirror to check his reflection. "You truly are bold." Just as Wei Xuan was about to act, a chime sounded. Task triggered. "Please, host, join forces with your spirit companion to defeat Li Su." Wei Xuan could only reach into his collar. From the system space, he summoned Black Flame. As he withdrew his hand from his collar, Li Su was left astonished. "Did you just pull a chicken from your collar?" Li Changqiu looked horrified. "You're not even sparing a chicken? It's still a child." Wei Xuan grasped Black Flame's claw and presented it to Li Su. "This is what joining forces entails. The host is easy to understand. I am in awe." Black Flame, suddenly pulled out by its master, appeared bewildered. Then it spotted Li Su's face looming close. What a fine face it was. Why does it make my wings itch with excitement? It spread its wings, standing straight. Li Changqiu's soul nearly left his body. "Cousin, watch out." Li Su, startled, was about to retreat. Wei Xuan, quick as lightning, yanked him back. Black Flame's wings suddenly descended. With a resounding buzz, it struck Li Su's baby fat. Two pearly white teeth flew out, stained with blood. In the air, a graceful parabola was drawn. Howls erupted. Li Su emitted a tragic squeal akin to that of a distressed pig. His left cheek swelled instantaneously. His mind was engulfed in chaos. A cacophony resonated within his head. It felt as though a truck had collided with his face. And yet, this was not the end. Dark flames descended from the opposite side, slapping down with a resounding crack. Howls echoed once more. The black flames flared with increasing vigor, while Li Su desperately attempted to retreat. Alas, Wei, the well-meaning benefactor, clutched his collar with an iron grip. The scene became extraordinarily tumultuous, reminiscent of firecrackers being set off. Li Changqiu's face turned pale with terror. Good heavens! Wasn't my cousin a spirit master? How could he be so easily subdued? Is he that much of a pushover? Is Wei Xian's chicken that formidable? Wei Xuan held Li Su's collar with one hand, while the other joined forces with the dark flames. The black flames created illusions as they flapped joyfully, chattering incessantly. Li Su's face swung from side to side without pause. Crack! Snap! Crackle! Bang! Wei Xian began to sing loudly. Hey! Oh hey! Orua! Q! Li Changqiu yearned to turn and flee, yet his cousin had fallen into villainous hands. He limped forward, leaning on his crutch with an expression of deep resentment. Wei Xian, let my cousin go. Wei Xian waved dismissively. Not a chance. You initiated this trouble. Li Changqiu gritted his teeth in frustration. What will it take for you to release him? Wei Xian remained unfazed. 150,000. I don't have that much. Li Changqiu exclaimed, panic rising within him. 200,000. You. 300,000. I'll pay. Li Changqiu's furious roar echoed for miles. He knew that if he didn't comply, the price would only escalate. In a state of anguish and fury, he transferred 300,000 to Wei Xian's account. Wei Xian chuckled. Li Changqiu, you're quite wealthy. I must take advantage of this a few more times. Next, I'll have you bring your relatives to me. Then, I shall profit. Hee hee. I've discovered a business opportunity. Wei Xian commanded the dark flames to cease their assault, leaving Li Su sprawled on the ground, frothing at the mouth. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. You have earned 50 points and a vial of healing potion. Wei Xian patted Li Changqiu on the shoulder, his gaze radiating arrogance. He remarked nonchalantly, in Xingqiu, I fear no one. Not even you, with your crooked features reminiscent of a mummy. You dare to challenge me? He then patted Li Changqiu's face and turned to leave. Li Changqiu's expression darkened, his anger boiling over, as smoke seemed to rise from his head. In a hoarse voice, he shouted, Wei Xian, you better wait for me. Wei Xian walked far away without looking back, quietly asking, Dark Flame, is he angry? Has he lost his temper? Dark Flame, perched on Wei Xian's shoulder, shielded its eyes with its wings and gazed at Li Changqiu. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Master, he is furious. His hair is practically on fire. Wei Xian smiled with satisfaction. Ah, a promising student. Upon returning home, the roof appeared completely transformed. Wei Xian nodded. Han, who works quite efficiently. Just as he was about to enter, a melodious tune echoed. Fu lu wa, 7 of them in total, la 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 la. It was Wei Xian's ringtone. He answered the call. Hey, Ahu, what is up? Xiangu, Alang has been attacked. He is currently in the hospital. Han, whose tone was grave, as if he were a ferocious tiger being forcefully restrained. Wei Xian's expression turned furious, unleashing a torrent of curses. Damn, which scoundrel did this? How is he now? He is barely hanging on. A faint, trembling voice came from the other end. Wei Xian's eyes immediately reddened. Which hospital? Wait for me. I'm coming right now. Tell Alang to hold on. Upon receiving the information, Wei Xian completely lost his composure. Taxi, hurry. Qingqing 3rd Hospital. I'll give you 100,000. If it takes more than 10 minutes, I'll kill you. In that moment, Wei Xian was no longer the playful, mischievous student. He had transformed into a different person. Authoritative, frenzied, cold, terrifying. The driver trembled in fear, not daring to utter a word. He pressed the accelerator to the floor. Wei Xian's heart raced with anxiety. Brother, hang in there. Chapter 13. No one dares to die without my consent. As the driver sped recklessly without easing off the accelerator, the tires began to smoke. Ultimately, they arrived at Qingqing 3rd Hospital in just over 9 minutes. Wei Xian finally exhaled a long breath. His heart was in his throat, and without a moment's hesitation, he flung open the car door and dashed out. Although he possessed healing elixirs, they were not life-restoring potions. If a life was lost, no remedy could bring it back. He was uncertain of the effectiveness of the healing elixirs, but based on past experiences, they should be quite remarkable. The system intervenes. All items are of superior quality. Please remove the word should from your vocabulary. Wei Xian felt a sense of relief. Though the system was unreliable, the quality of its products was undeniable. The driver, upon turning around, found that Wei Xian had already vanished. Enraged, he picked up his phone. Hello, police. Someone took a ride without paying. They threatened me. Meanwhile, Wei Xuan located the intensive care unit and immediately spotted several men outside, their faces etched with despair and exhaustion. They were among the members of the sword-toothed tiger. Upon seeing Wei Xuan, tears streamed down their faces, their eyes reddened, their voices hoarse. Boss, a Lang is on the brink. You must go in and see him. Wei Xuan patted their shoulders and pushed the door open. Inside the intensive care unit stood a circle of men, each one a stalwart figure, now weeping uncontrollably. The moment they noticed the door opening, they turned their gazes towards Wei Xuan. Upon seeing him, their emotions erupted. Boss, you're finally here. It's my fault that a Lang is in this state. I'm so useless. Xiangu, the doctor said a Lang's organs have been shattered. He is barely clinging to life. Xiangu, a Lang has something he wants to tell you. Han, whose eyes were bloodshot. Wei Xuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. At least a Lang was still alive. The crowd parted, allowing Wei Xuan to see Han Lang lying on the hospital bed. Just last night, Han Lang had been toasting and laughing with him, yet now he lay pale, gaunt. With bloodshot eyes, his body riddled with tubes. His breath was faint. Ding. Task triggered. Please save Han Lang from the brink of death. To have triggered a task? Wei Xian's heart leaped with joy. A bonus question. He rushed to Han Lang's side, grasping his hand. Brother, hang in there. I won't let you die. Han Lang's ashen face broke into a smile, his voice weak and intermittent. Xiangu, I finally waited for you. I still have things to say. Wei Xuan turned his head. I'm not listening. Han Lang clutched Wei Xian's hand tightly, as if exerting every ounce of strength he had left. Xiangu, the greatest fortune of my life was meeting you. Wei Xuan interrupted, patting Han Lang's hand. Don't say any more. Han Lang grasped Wei Xian's hand, a look of longing for life evident in his eyes. Xiangu, I am aware that my time is limited. Wei Xuan furrowed his brow. A Lang, cease your words. Han Lang struggled, exerting every ounce of his strength to weakly protest. No, I must speak. Wei Xuan delivered a resounding slap across his face. Damn it. I told you to hold your tongue. Han Lang was left utterly bewildered. The surrounding group, the saber-toothed tigers, were equally stunned. This was far too abrupt. Han Lang, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, Boss, I have but this final breath left. Can't you allow me to finish my words? You're suffocating me. Han, who wiped away tears from his eyes. Xiangu, we understand your reluctance to see a Lang perish. Please, let him utter his last words. The other men, witnessing this, had reddened eyes and turned away. Wei Xuan rolled his eyes. I haven't permitted your death yet. How dare you consider dying? Han Lang looked touched. Xiangu, I don't have much time left. Wei Xuan swiftly produced a healing pill and forcefully placed it in Han Lang's mouth. Consume it. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Skill upgraded. Combat technique. Combat technique. Intermediate. Wei Xian's heart leaped with joy. Although there were no points, this intermediate combat technique was indeed a treasure. In an instant, a wealth of combat skills and experiences flooded his mind. At that moment, Han Lang felt the pill dissolve pleasantly in his mouth, a warm sensation rapidly spreading throughout his body. Xiangu, what did you give me? Han Lang looked utterly perplexed, bathed in warmth. All his injuries healed in the blink of an eye, and the blood he had lost was replenished. His complexion visibly brightened, glowing as if he had applied a baby lotion. He sat up in astonishment. Then, he yanked out the tubes attached to him. He leaped up from the bed. Everyone else stood in disbelief. What the hell? Lie down immediately. Are you insane? You are on the brink of death. Is this a moment of revival? Wei Xuan observed the expressions of the others, his gaze filled with disdain. Look at your lack of composure. Such a fuss over nothing. I relish your naive astonishment. Then he turned to Han Lang, who was equally astonished. My goodness. This is truly miraculous. And you still have the gall to criticize others? Han Lang fumbled over his body, confusion evident in his eyes. I seem to be unable to die. Han, who grasped Han Lang's leg, attempting to push him back down. Lie down quickly. This is just a fleeting moment. Han Lang pounded his chest with his fist. Thud, thud. The sound resonated like war drums. I'm truly fine, brother. Instantly, silence fell over the crowd. The chatter ceased. The men outside, hearing the stillness, rushed in. Several men, upon seeing Han Lang bouncing on the bed, were so shocked that they collapsed to the ground. One even fainted on the spot. Witnessing the stunned expressions of the crowd, Han Lang felt a wave of exhilaration. He recognized that it was Xian Ji's timely intervention that had saved him. All eyes turned to Wei Xuan, who smiled lightly and declared in an authoritative tone, From now on, no one shall die without my permission. Is that understood? The members of the saber-toothed tigers, shaken to their core, their eyes reddened, stood tall and shouted, Understood, except for the one who had fainted. Then, everyone was enveloped in immense joy over Han Lang's miraculous revival. They shouted and cheered, with some even breaking into song. The joyous noise drifted into the adjacent room. The doctor treating Han Lang furrowed his brow. Is he not dead? Why are they having a party? With that, he strode towards the critical care room, his expression souring. Upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of Han Lang joyously singing atop his hospital bed. His eyes widened in shock. Thud! He fainted on the spot. The room fell into a stunned silence. Just then, the door swung open again. A man accompanied by 2 police officers entered. The man quickly spotted Wei Xuan, who was about to sing at the force stand. It's him. Wei Xuan glanced over. Wait a minute. Isn't that the taxi driver? The police officers exchanged glances between Wei Xuan and the other members of the saber-toothed tigers, finally settling on the unconscious doctor on the floor. Beep beep beep. Wei Xuan and the saber-toothed tigers found themselves seated in the police car, their expressions vacant. Chapter 14. The Flame of Hope. Within the police station, Wei Xuan finally pieced together the sequence of events. Due to the reputable standing of the saber-toothed tigers, they had taken on numerous contracts, inevitably leading to conflicts. During a bodyguard assignment, in a bid to protect his employer, Han Lang fought off a group of thugs, thus igniting a feud. The opposition allied with an underground organization, enlisting several adept martial artists. They dispatched one of their own to masquerade as a hired bodyguard, specifically requesting Han Lang. Han Lang was initially elated and boasted to Han Hu about it. However, upon arriving with a few brothers, the employer led them to an isolated location, where the true nature of the adversaries was revealed. The saber-toothed tigers were merely ordinary men, and no matter how formidable, they were no match for the martial artists. In an instant, they found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Han Lang fought desperately to hold off the martial artists. One of his brothers managed to break through the encirclement to call for help, prompting the adversaries to withdraw. Thankfully, Han Lang's physical prowess allowed him to endure long enough for Wei Xuan to arrive. Otherwise, Han Lang would have found himself a lifeless wolf. Wei Xuan, with a frostbitten expression, cursed vehemently, those scoundrels. Martial artists must not lay hands on ordinary people. Chinese law explicitly states this. Yet, there are always those who flaunt their power. Although Han Lang was no longer in critical condition, how could Wei Xuan suppress his fury? His nature was one of relentless vengeance. He abruptly stood, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. Brothers, do not worry. This grievance shall be avenged. The members of the saber-toothed tigers gazed at Wei Xuan with reverence, fully believing in his words. For their leader had taken a decisive step forward. A 6-star martial artist. He was already invincible within the realm of martial artists. They envisioned a future of unparalleled glory for their leader. To follow such a leader was worth a lifetime. Squat down. That guy is talking about you. A police officer outside pointed at Wei Xuan. Wei Xuan chuckled awkwardly, quickly squatting down, followed by the entire saber-toothed tigers in the detention room. Officer, it's all a misunderstanding. We are upstanding citizens, harmless young men. That's me. The officer replied solemnly. The conclusion will come after the interrogation. He was somewhat surprised to learn that this young man was indeed a martial artist. When Wei Xuan and the others emerged from the police station, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Instead of returning home, they made their way to the saber-toothed tigers' headquarters. At this moment, all 24 members, along with Wei Xuan, gathered in the conference room. Unable to contain himself, Han Hu asked in confusion, Xuan Go. What is the good news? Indeed, Brother Xuan, please do not keep us in suspense any longer. Boss, do share, we can hardly contain our excitement. Yes, boss. Wei Xuan elegantly sipped his coffee, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. What is the rush? Look at you all, lacking a shred of patience. The members of the saber-toothed tiger exchanged exasperated glances. Ever since he had mentioned announcing good news, he had been leisurely sipping coffee. They had already consumed nearly 20 cups. Each time they inquired, he remained tight-lipped. It had been almost an hour. If he weren't the boss, they would have flipped his lid. Han Hu chuckled so hard his face became stiff. Brother Xuan, please, just tell us. Some of the brothers in the back have already started dreaming. Wei Xuan glanced over and indeed spotted 3 individuals fast asleep. One of them was the slender monkey. Anger surged within him. How could they lack even a modicum of patience? He waved his hand. Quickly, wake them up. I'm about to speak. Han Lang promptly delivered a swift knock to each of their heads. Bang, bang, boom. Howls of surprise erupted. The 3 men jolted awake, gasping in unison. Wei Xuan cleared his throat, his magnetic voice resonating. Do you aspire to become martial artists? The saber-toothed tiger members fell silent, their expressions a mix of helplessness and yearning. Become martial artists? Who wouldn't he want that? They dreamed of it. However, martial artists require talent. If one could sense the presence of spiritual energy by the age of 16, they possessed the gift for cultivation. Naturally, some sensed it early, while others did so later. At 17 or 18. But if one reached 20 without feeling the spiritual energy, then, I'm sorry, you are destined to be an ordinary person. Most members of the saber-toothed tiger were already in their 20s. It was impossible for them to sense spiritual energy. Hence, the silence. Only Han Hu's eye sparkled, sensing that Wei Xian wouldn't ask such a question without reason. Brother Xian, we all yearn for this. Wei Xian chuckled, and the members of the saber-toothed tiger lifted their gazes towards him. He then leisurely declared, I can help you become martial artists. As soon as the words left his lips, boom. It was as if a bomb had been dropped into their hearts. Instantly, the air fell into a profound silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Everyone's pupils constricted intensely, their faces flushed with color as flames ignited in their eyes directed at Wei Xian. He recognized the fire within them. He had once harbored an even fiercer flame. That was ambition, hope. The breathing of the saber-toothed tiger members grew heavy, panting audibly. Han Lang was the first to speak, licking his lips. Brother Xian, you're not joking with us, are you? Wei Xian's expression turned serious. When have I ever deceived you? After thoroughly researching ancient texts and undergoing 49 days of refinement, I have finally concocted a divine elixir that allows ordinary people to sense spiritual energy and embark on the path of martial cultivation. Isn't that the one from the pharmacy, Bai Lian? Did you really concoct that? The members of the saber-toothed tiger felt a surge of longing, their spirits swaying, gazing at Wei Xian as if he were a deity. The boss is truly remarkable. He can concoct elixirs too? At that moment, everyone felt an itch in their hearts, their impatience mounting. Han Hu, filled with urgency, asked, Brother Xian, where's the elixir you made? As soon as the words left his mouth, all eyes turned towards Wei Xian. With a sly grin, he reached into the system space, waved his hand, and declared, Behold, the spirit convergence pill. Their eyes burned with anticipation. In the next moment, however, they collectively stared blankly. On the table before Wei Xian lay a few grass bundles. Wei Xian looked at their expressions, puzzled, then lowered his gaze. He was infuriated. 2 green pills that could barely be called spherical lay on the table. They were clearly 2 leaves crumpled into a ball shape. The fine veins of the leaves were still visible. System, isn't this just 2 leaves? Spherical. And you call it a pill? Wei Xian forced a smile, realizing the presentation was poor. Nevertheless, this was indeed the spirit convergence pill. The members of the saber-toothed tiger gazed at Wei Xian as he earnestly explained. They clicked their tongues. Boss, did it really take 49 days to refine this? I could mold one in 3 seconds. Seeing the doubt etched on their faces, Wei Xian felt his authority as the boss slipping. Quick, eat it. You'll find out for yourself. Ahu, eat one. With the boss's command, Han Hu had no choice but to comply, swallowing one immediately. Wei Xian, curious, asked, So how does it feel? Han Hu chewed a few times, savoring the taste. It's like eating dog's tail grass. Wei Xian's forehead darkened. Who asked you how it tasted? I asked if you sensed the spiritual energy. Han Hu closed his eyes, and 2 seconds later, he suddenly opened them wide. His eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. I sensed it. I sensed it. Oh my. I've become a martial artist. The iron-willed man's eyes glistened with moisture at that moment. He looked at Wei Xian, his gaze filled with gratitude. Thank you, Brother Xian. The others looked at Han Hu with envy, sharing in his joy. Han Hu could now sense the spiritual energy. He just needed to absorb and refine it to step onto the path of a spiritual apprentice. All eyes turned towards the solitary spirit convergence pill lying on the table. Just moments ago, it had been a rather unremarkable grass bundle, but now it appeared to them as a divine medicine. That was hope, the path of a martial artist. Langu, you eat it. Yes, Langu, you must. As the third in command of the saber-toothed tiger, you have to toughen up. I agree, let Langa have it. In an instant, everyone clamored. Han Lang's eyes reddened as he shook his head vigorously. My brother has already eaten it. It's no different for me. I think it should go to Chu Feng. Don't look at me. I'm not eating it. Then give it to Lin Xiao. I'm allergic to this stuff. Han Lang wished to pass the opportunity to another brother, yet every time he looked at someone, they would retreat in a frenzy. Absolutely not. Han Lang's eyes turned crimson. Han Hu remained silent, gazing at his brother with a mix of pride and regret, wishing he had given that pill to Han Lang instead. I'm such a fool. Wei Xian rolled his eyes, directly shattering the atmosphere. Enough. There will be more in the future. What are you all doing here? How embarrassing. Lang, just eat it. I'll get more for the brothers later. That much was true. Wei Xian currently had 1228 points, and the spirit convergence pill only required 100 points to redeem in the system shop. Earning sufficient points was not a difficult task. Hearing the boss speak, the others began to smile. Did you hear? The boss said there will be more. No need to rush. Exactly, it's only a matter of time. The boss has spoken. Langu, hurry and eat it. Don't let us catch up to you later, or you'll be in for a world of embarrassment. Looking into the earnest eyes of his brothers, Han Lang's expression turned solemn. Thank you, boss. Thank you, brothers. You think you can catch up to me? Dream on. With that, He tossed the spirit convergence pill into his mouth. Haha. Chapter 15. The disdain from the teachers. The following day, Wei Xuan was driven to the academy by Han Hu. Remember to practice diligently, Han Hu exclaimed, readily agreeing before returning to the company. Wei Xuan resolved to abandon his barbecue stall. Previously, due to his inability to break through his cultivation level, he constantly sought distractions. Now, however, Wei Xuan felt liberated. Having swindled Li Changqiu out of 300,000 and given the driver 10,000 at the police station, along with his own earnings, he had amassed a total of 250,000. This could be considered a modest prosperity. Moreover, he was still the leader of the saber-toothed tiger. As for Han Hu and Han Lang, they had officially entered the spirit disciple rank last night. Wei Xuan exchanged for another spirit gathering pill and gave one of the two he possessed to each of them. They soared to spirit disciple rank 4 like rockets. The saber-toothed tiger had indeed profited handsomely. The two of them could purchase sufficient spirit stones for their cultivation. After all, only those with substantial capital would buy spirit stones to aid in their training. Wei Xuan also consumed a spirit gathering pill for himself, elevating him to spirit disciple rank 8. He still had 1028 points remaining. With determined strides, he made his way toward the academy. At this moment, he firmly believed that his spirit disciple rank 8 self could undoubtedly command respect among the 10 classes of spirit disciples. Thus, his spirits were particularly high. Upon entering the academy, he encountered groups of teachers and students heading inside. He fortuitously spotted Teacher Sun and promptly greeted her with a smile. Good morning, Teacher Sun. However, upon turning to look at him, her face paled dramatically. Forcing a smile, she exclaimed, good, while retreating hastily, and then fled without a trace, looking utterly flustered. As if pursued by some monstrous beast, Wei Xuan, bewildered, continued on his path. He then met another familiar teacher and greeted her with a radiant smile. Good morning, Teacher Chen. Yet she didn't even glance his way before sprinting off, leaving her shoes behind. Wei Xuan scratched his head in confusion. Was everyone in such a hurry today? Subsequently, he encountered several more teachers, warmly approaching them to say hello. However, these educators regarded him as though he were a harbinger of plague. Some recoiled in terror, while others dashed away in panic. A few responded with perfunctory words, maintaining a distance of 10 meters. Even a septuagenarian in a wheelchair abandoned it entirely, achieving an astounding speed of 9 seconds and 6/10 for 100 meters. The final encounter was even more outrageous. As Wei Xuan approached, a teacher nearly resorted to violence, threatening, take another step and I shall splatter you with blood. Wei Xuan had no choice but to relent. However, the more he walked, the more vexed he became. Something felt off about the teacher's expressions today. Did I grow something on my face? He snatched a small mirror from a girl nearby and scrutinized his reflection. After a moment of contemplation, he discarded the mirror, muttering to himself, there's nothing wrong. What could be the matter? Could it be that my spirit disciple rank 8 status has left them in awe? That didn't seem likely. As he pondered this, Wei Xuan quickened his pace, gradually breaking into a run, swift as the wind. Behind him, a girl with a ponytail, wielding a broken mirror and a massive 2-meter-long blade, was in hot pursuit. Arriving at the entrance of Spirit Disciple Class 10, he stumbled upon Yi Qingwan. The moment Yi Qingwan laid eyes on Wei Xuan, she instinctively turned to flee. Yet Wei Xuan would not let her escape. He lunged forward and blocked her path, perplexedly asking, Sister Qingwan, why are you running? Yi Qingwan took a step back, stammering, why you? Don't come any closer. Wei Xuan's temper flared. What was going on this morning? Why were all the teachers avoiding him? An ominous feeling crept into his heart. Sister Qingwan, please tell me what is happening. Yi Qingwan cast him a disdainful glance, but, steeling herself, replied, You did something like that in the restroom, so I think it's best you keep your distance from me. Wei Xuan was taken aback. In an instant, it felt like thunder struck. His mind was overrun with a stampede of 1,000 wild horses. He desperately wished to find a crevice to hide in. How did she find out? This I wait. All the teachers' reactions this morning were the same. Did they all know? Anger surged within him, turning to malice. He felt murderous intent rising. Damn that vile principal. Did you not promise to keep my secret? And yet you exposed me? Wei Xuan seized Yi Qingwan's wrist and marched toward the principal's office. Come, we are going to confront the principal. You. Let go. I can walk myself. Let go. Let go. Help. The principal, at that moment, was in his office, engrossed in watching a video on his computer, nearly pressing his face against the screen. With an audible bang, the office door was kicked open. Startled, the principal hastily pressed the Alt-Tab keys to switch to a news interface, then picked up a nearby tissue to wipe his mouth, feigning nonchalance as he sipped some goji berry tea. Only after did he adopt an expression of anger, glowering at the office door. Which rascal is it? Oh, it's Wei Xuan. What brings you here? Upon seeing Wei Xuan, the principal's heart raced, and his tone shifted dramatically. Yi Qingwan was utterly astonished. Your entrance was rather bold. That is the principal in there. Upon witnessing the principal's sudden change in demeanor, Yi Qingwan was taken aback again. The principal had a surprisingly good temper. Wei Xuan, seething with rage, dragged Yi Qingwan into the office. Principal, you need to explain yourself. The principal glanced at the goji berries in his cup, gently blowing on them, his tone filled with feigned confusion. Explain? Explain what? The look in his eyes was a masterclass in deception. Wei Xuan laughed in anger. Enough with the charade. How could they all know? Do you dare claim this has nothing to do with you? I have been scorned by the teachers since dawn. Yi Qingwan, hearing this, panicked. Principal, you said you only told me. How come other teachers know? The principal was instantly flustered. Little Yi, you really have no discretion. You let Wei Xuan find out so quickly? Ahem. Well, aside from you, there was only one other person, Zhao. No one else. Wei Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. His voice became hoarse. And Zhao teacher too? I didn't even see Zhao teacher this morning. Does that mean the entire faculty is aware? The students wouldn't ding. Task triggered. Please confront all the teachers in the academy. System, are you joining the fray too? Is it true that all the teachers know? This spread too quickly. Wei Xuan, in a frenzy, climbed up to the window, preparing to jump. This was the 8th floor. Terrified, Yi Qingwan rushed to wrap her arms around his waist. Her expression one of disdain. I can't live anymore. Let go. Allow me to die. Despite Wei Xian's desperate struggles, Yi Qingwan resolutely refused to let go. The principal was also in a cold sweat. Let's discuss this calmly. Let's discuss this calmly. Don't act impulsively. Just don't jump from my window. Wei Xuan turned around. His face contorted with fury. How many more people have you told? The dean stammered. 2 or 3, maybe 4 or 5. His voice dwindled to a whisper. The last word nearly inaudible. Wei Xian's face turned a shade of blue. I refuse to believe it. Call all the teachers in the academy. The dean appeared troubled, but they are all in class. Wei Xuan, in a fit of rage, was about to jump from the building. Call them. I demand it. The dean's hair stood on end. Moments later, all the teachers in the academy, just about to commence their classes, received a text message simultaneously. Bewildered, they made their way to the dean's office. All classes turned into self-study sessions. 10 minutes later, the dean's office was already packed with people. Hey, is that Vice Dean Wang? What a surprise to see you standing. No more wheelchair? Congratulations. Truly a medical miracle. Which esteemed physician performed this feat? Old Wang addressed the crowd, his voice tinged with nostalgia and a hint of fear. It's rather amusing, but I happened to bump into Wei Xuan this morning. When I first saw him, I felt he had finally taken that crucial step forward, and I was simply overwhelmed with excitement. In his fervor, he stood upright. The surrounding teachers wore knowing expressions. Wei Xuan is indeed a remarkable child. He fortuitously cured Vice Dean Wang's legs. Ah yes, good child, good child. How is teacher Sun doing? It's been ages since I've seen teacher Zhao. What have you been busy with? Oh, just the usual hustle and bustle. Oh, teacher Chen, long time no see. Wait, this new teacher is rather young, isn't he? He looks a bit like, Wei Xuan. A teacher, about to greet Wei Xuan, nearly lost her composure upon recognizing him. The other teachers, upon hearing the name Wei Xuan, swiftly turned towards the corner. Oh my gosh. No way. Oh no. In a split second, everyone instinctively distanced themselves from Wei Xuan. Dozens of individuals crammed into the corner, their faces filled with terror. The teacher trapped in the innermost part was struggling to breathe, rolling their eyes in exasperation. Wei Xuan's complexion shifted from pale to dark, ultimately resembling the bottom of a pot. So you all know. The dean, exasperated, rubbed his forehead and discreetly shut down his computer. With a frosty demeanor, Wei Xuan inquired, why is everyone so distant from me, esteemed teachers? What have I done to deserve this? Having spent 8 years at the academy, Wei Xuan was well acquainted with each teacher. They wore pained smiles. Wei Xuan, why aren't you in class? This isn't good. Ah yes, go to class, quickly. Xiao Yi, hurry back and teach Wei Xuan. What are you saying, Wei Xuan? The teachers were just praising you. Indeed. Wei Xuan sneered, stepping towards the teachers huddled in the corner. Wait, stop. Don't come any closer. Hey, stop right there. If you take another step, I swear I'll. Wei Xuan glanced at teacher Zhao, who was being crushed, struggling for breath. Teacher Zhao, the dean mentioned you are aware. Please step forward. Teacher Zhao, taken aback, extricated herself from the throng. Turning back, she exclaimed, which scoundrel just groped me? The teachers looked sheepish. Teacher Zhao gave Wei Xuan an awkward smile. Rest assured, I absolutely did not disclose anything to anyone. Wei Xuan, glancing helplessly at Vice Dean Wang, who was still trying to push through the crowd, remarked, Old Wang, you know, don't you? Vice Dean Wang turned around, confidently asserting, rest easy Wei. I certainly did not let it slip. Wei Xian's expression darkened further. Then who spread the word so swiftly? Gritting his teeth, He looked at the other teachers, feebly waving his hand. All right, esteemed teachers, there's no need to hide. You are all aware, aren't you? The teachers exchanged glances, then eased up on their crowding, each clearing their throats in an effort to mask their discomfort. Their eyes darted in every direction. Some gazed at the ceiling, others at their shoes, some picked at their nails, while a few stared at Teacher Zhao's chest. The dean, incensed, slammed his hand on the desk. Who leaked this? Step forward. Why is your tongue so loose? Everyone turned to the dean. But, didn't you tell me? Yes. Dean, you insisted I keep it a secret. Oh, what a coincidence. I heard it from you too. I was just in the bathroom when you barged in. At that moment, the expressions in the room shifted dramatically. Wei Xuan observed the dean's hands tremble. Have you turned into a parrot? So it was you who spread the word? And you kept pestering everyone to talk about it? The dean blinked, unable to sit still. Vice Dean Wang slammed his palm onto the table, shattering the marble surface. Gee, didn't you swear we were like brothers, and you would only tell me? The dean gulped, staring at the broken table in horror. The other teachers could no longer contain themselves, directing their ire towards the dean. You told me you trusted me alone to keep this matter confidential. Dean, that is quite unfair. You warned me not to tell anyone, yet here you are, spilling it to everyone. You scoundrel. The dean was utterly flustered. Is it true that so many people learn this from me? How is it that our academy has so few teachers? He thought to himself, am I going to meet my end as dean today? I merely let slip a few words, and before I knew it, I had shared it with everyone. He cast a desperate glance at Wei Xuan. Wei Xuan took a deep breath and said solemnly, So, may I inquire, has anyone shared this with the students? No, absolutely not. Who would be as loose-tongued as our dean? I haven't mentioned a word. I pledge my integrity. Everyone declared earnestly, casting disdainful glances at the dean. The dean's face flushed crimson, reminiscent of a ripe tomato. Wei Xuan exhaled in relief, thankful that his reputation could still be preserved. Esteemed teachers, I believe it is necessary to explain the circumstances surrounding this situation. The teachers struggled to suppress their laughter, yet still nodded in agreement. Wei Xuan proceeded to exhaust his vocabulary, employing grandiloquent language and drawing upon all his knowledge, explaining the matter for a full hour, determined to clarify the situation. In certain instances, a minor fabrication has been woven into the narrative. For instance, the body-enhancing elixir has been misrepresented as an iron ball. After all, who would believe a tale of a potion being pulled from the body? Following a masterful display of rhetoric, the esteemed teacher Chun wore a look of satisfaction. Vice Dean Wang, stroking his beard, pondered aloud. So, it appears a grand misunderstanding has occurred? The unfortunate ingestion of a metal bead has precipitated all subsequent events? And due to a mishap during training, he was unable to prevent his clothing from bursting? Wei Xuan nodded vigorously, asserting, Teacher, ye can attest to this. He gazed pleadingly at Yi Qingwan. Taken aback, Yi Qingwan found the situation amusing, yet she corroborated his claim. Indeed, he speaks the truth. The crowd suddenly enlightened, erupted into laughter. How amusing, a misunderstanding indeed. Wei, my apologies. I always believed Wei Xuan to be of a different character. The dean, equally astonished, realized the truth of the matter. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have earned 972 points. Ahem, rounding it up, you receive a soul-devouring butterfly knife. Wei Xuan's lips twitched. What a ridiculous rounding off. Clearly, the author is simply avoiding the hassle. Nevertheless, with 2,000 points in his possession, Wei Xuan felt a newfound confidence. His curiosity piqued regarding the prize, soul-devouring butterfly knife? That sounds rather intriguing. With the matter clarified, Wei Xuan felt it was time to depart. However, he was loath to leave without making an impression. Thus, he exclaimed, Dean, yesterday you mentioned the teachers at the academy were lacking in diligence and that you intended to reduce their salaries. I must disagree. Now that all the esteemed teachers are present, I believe they exhibit the true essence of educators, and thus, a salary increase is warranted. The dean stared at Wei Xuan, his expression one of shock, before suddenly realizing something amiss. No, I never said that. Stop spreading rumors. The teachers closed in on the dean, each one ready for a confrontation. Dean, please clarify, who has been negligent? Chuckled one. I thought it odd that the dean would avoid me lately. Turns out he has been awaiting this moment. Dean, you wish to reduce my meager salary? Gee, I believe young Wei is correct. My salary is indeed rather low. Dean, let us sit down and discuss this properly. Wei, close the door. All right. Wei Xuan, brimming with excitement, stood outside and closed the door. Inside, the dean's furious shouts quickly gave way to the sounds of a scuffle. Wei Xuan chuckled. Serves you right for spreading rumors. Yi Qingwan emerged beside him, bemused. Do you think the dean will be all right? Fear not. The dean is quite formidable, tough-skinned, and hardy. That is a relief. Should we not join in and give a few kicks? Let us refrain. I have always held respect for my teachers and elders. How could I sink to such barbarity? Chapter 17. Revenge is best served swiftly. Yi Qingwan, for reasons unknown, found herself engaging in light-hearted banter with Wei Xuan. When they returned to class, Yi Qingwan had once again donned her icy demeanor, leaving Wei Xuan momentarily stunned. Have you learned the art of face-changing? Come, show me a blue-faced doer done. Yi Qingwan shot him a fierce glare. Blue-faced doer done? I could easily transform you into a black-faced Zhang Fei. Upon entering the classroom, the raucous chatter ceased abruptly. Wei Xian's eyes lit up as he noticed Li Chanqiu's absence. Oh, seems he's off watching videos at the hospital? Sui Weiyao turned, pouting slightly. Here, for you. She produced a spirit stone the size of an egg and discreetly placed it in Wei Xian's hand. It glimmered with a translucent brilliance. Wei Xian's eyes widened. A spirit stone? An upper-grade spirit stone? Spirit stones are categorized as lower, middle, upper, and supreme grades. Prior to acquiring the system, he had purchased only lower-grade stones, which were already valued in the tens of thousands. An upper-grade spirit stone would certainly fetch at least 300,000 to 400,000. Moreover, they are tightly controlled by national authorities as well as powerful families and enterprises. In summary, they are exceedingly rare. Wei Xuan was momentarily speechless. Is this truly for me? Sui Weiyao clenched her tiny fist, threatening, in a month, I will be entering the spiritist class, and you must also reach the spiritist level during this time, or I shall never acknowledge you again. Wei Xuan was taken aback, then realized that Sui Weiyao had already attained the rank of 9 stars in the spirit apprentice level. Each rank is divided into 10 stars. Given her lineage and talent, advancing to the spiritist level within a month was a certainty. The spiritist class? Excellent. Wei Xuan smiled confidently. Sui Weiyao made a funny face, stuck out her tongue, and turned away. Wei Xuan gazed at the spirit stone in his hand, a warm sensation filling his heart. Sui Weiyao is truly kind to him. He had often pondered what merit he possessed that warranted such affection from her. Surely it must be his irresistible charm. Ha ha ha. Yi Qingwan's class atmosphere remained harmonious. The boys ceased whispering and passing notes, their attention entirely devoted to her. Grinning like fools. After school that afternoon, Sui Weiyao departed early. Wei Xuan knew she dedicated herself to training each day. This girl was utterly relentless. He called Han Hu, asking him to bring Han Lang to pick him up. In the meantime, he retrieved the soul-devouring butterfly knife. It was a striking butterfly knife, crafted from an unknown metal, with a silver-gray handle and a blade that shimmered like a ruby, double-edged, adorned with intricate engravings. Wei Xian's eyes gleamed. It was simply stunning. System. What does the term soul-devouring imply in relation to this butterfly knife? The soul-devouring butterfly knife can absorb the enemy's spirit power at the moment of attack. In other words, if I continuously stab someone, their spirit power will be completely drained? That would make for a ludicrous advantage in battle. Just imagine, in combat, if I were to pierce the enemy, draining their spirit power entirely, would there be any need for further fighting? Haha, splendid, splendid. At last, this reward seems legitimate. See, this system is fair and just. Wei Xuan felt elated and picked up the butterfly knife to practice a few moves. However, he quickly realized he had never learned the art of butterfly knife techniques. His attempts were so clumsy they were nearly laughable. Must I invest time to learn the butterfly knife techniques? Ding. Would the host like to learn butterfly knife techniques? Basic butterfly knife technique, 500 points. Wei Xian's smile faltered instantly. Of course, this is a trap. Without hesitation, he decided, exchange. Ding. Basic butterfly knife technique exchanged. 500 points deducted. Remaining points, 1,500. The butterfly knife technique, basic. In an instant, a plethora of butterfly knife techniques flooded his mind, as if he had been practicing for decades. In an instant, Wei Xuan found himself utterly captivated. Who knew the butterfly knife could be wielded in such an extraordinary manner? It was simply magnificent. His points had not been squandered. With a flick of his fingers, the butterfly knife unfurled, spinning gracefully between his thumb, and soon began to dance in his hand, resembling a twirling sprite. It leapt effortlessly between his fingers, a spectacle to behold. Instantly, it drew a considerable crowd of onlookers. Goodness, could the butterfly knife be manipulated in such a way? Surely, it could compete on a world stage. Who is this person? So impressive. Wei Xuan, are you not aware of our academy's celebrity? Hiss. Wei Xuan has already reached the 8th star of the Spirit Apprentice level. He is indeed a renowned figure at the Qingqing Spirit Martial Academy, almost legendary in stature. At that moment, a Land Rover came to a halt nearby. 2 men in black suits and sunglasses emerged, their countenances stern and imposing, capturing the attention of the students. They were none other than Han Hu and Han Lang. With a swift motion, Wei Xuan sheathed his knife and approached the 2 men. Brother Xuan. Han Hu and Han Lang opened the car door for him. Wei Xuan nodded and took his seat, and with a roar of the engine, the Land Rover sped away. The students watching were left in stunned silence. What is Wei Xian's true identity? Are these his bodyguards? Han Lang took the wheel while Han Hu sat in the passenger seat. As Wei Xian examined the butterfly knife intently without lifting his gaze, he inquired, "Have you gathered the information?" Han Hu replied, "Brother Xian, I found out they are currently drinking with some thugs." At this moment, Wei Xian was intent on seeking revenge against the martial artists who had harmed Han Lang. In Wei Xian's view, a gentleman avenges himself without delay. He cannot afford to wait. Those who dare to provoke Wei Xian must pay the price. Han Lang, brimming with excitement, remarked, "Brother Xian, you need not bother. We can handle them ourselves." Wei Xian rolled his eyes at the comment. "You two are merely at the 4-star spirit apprentice level. They are numerous and formidable. Do not be overconfident. Such arrogance is a grave mistake." Han Hu smacked Han Lang on the head, his eyes narrowed. "Brother Xian is correct. Do not think that just because you've become a martial artist, you are invincible." Han Lang rubbed his head, chuckling sheepishly. "Brother Xian, you have taught me well." After driving for half an hour, they finally stopped in front of a hotel. Han Lang exited to open the door for Wei Xian, while Han Hu and Han Lang forged ahead to clear the way. Wei Xian toyed with the butterfly knife as they made their way inside, ascending to the top floor. In a lavish private room, a group of men was engaged in a fierce drinking contest, reveling in their exuberance. A rotund man adorned with a large gold chain raised his glass to a fellow beside him. "Brother Long, I truly owe this to you. You've helped me vent my frustrations. Allow me to toast to you." The man next to him sported a bushy beard and a buzz cut, with a fierce snake tattoo coiling around his arm. 3 other men nearby bore similar tattoos. All 4 were spirit apprentice level martial artists, and the others regarded them with utmost respect. Zheng Long scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. "Just a few ordinary folks. Dealing with them will be a piece of cake. That Han Lang is a brave fellow. He must be dead by now." Laughter erupted, with Brother Long in action. How could that kid possibly survive? At that moment, bang! The door was forcefully kicked open. Han Lang charged in first, sneering, "I'm far too resilient for that." Instantly, every person in the room was taken aback. The rotund man leapt up, pointing at Han Lang with wide eyes. "Why didn't he die? You look perfectly fine." Zheng Long was startled too. Han Lang had been on the brink of death just yesterday. How was he standing there so vibrant now? Is modern medicine truly that advanced? Standing tall, Zheng Long raised his nose in disdain. "If you're alive, I'll just kill you again. How foolish to come back. Who are you trying to kill?" A cold voice emerged. Wei Xian entered with a detached demeanor, the butterfly knife spinning expertly between his fingers. Han Hu followed closely behind, his expression grim. Chapter 18. Let Black Flame Go. The crowd stared in astonishment at Wei Xian's entrance. The rotund man, face contorted with malice, shouted, "Kill Han Lang." That's what Brother Long said. Wei Xian glanced up, assessing the situation. 1 6-star spirit apprentice and 3 4-star spirit apprentices. "Brother Xian, these are the 4 culprits." Han Lang's face twisted in rage as yesterday's events flooded back to him. Zheng Long narrowed his eyes, inquiring, "And who might you be?" Wei Xian casually scratched his ear, dismissing Zheng Long's question as if it were inconsequential. Han Lang and Han Hu exchanged impressed glances, clearly admiring their leader's audacity. Zheng Long's expression darkened, and the rotund man slammed his fist on the table. "You deaf? Brother Long is talking to you." Smack! Before he could finish, the rotund man was sent flying. His teeth scattered, a clear handprint visible on his face. Han Lang stood where the rotund man had been, retracting his hand, his spirit powers surging forth. Zheng Long's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. "Why you've become a martial artist? 4-star spirit apprentice?" The others were equally stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Han Lang let out a cold laugh, raising his fist towards Zheng Long. Zheng Long swiftly raised his arms to block, then kicked out, pushing Han Lang back. His expression turned sinister, a mere 4-star spirit apprentice, seeking death. As Han Lang prepared to retaliate, Wei Xian held him back. "Lang, you are no match for him. You two handle the others." Reluctantly, Han Lang complied, charging alongside Han Hu towards the remaining 3 4-star spirit apprentices. Han Hu and Han Lang displayed remarkable combat skills, quickly gaining the upper hand. Ding! Task triggered. Defeat Zheng Long using a spirit companion. Wei Xian smirked, realizing he need not intervene. Zheng Long glared at Wei Xian. "He is no match for me. Do you think you can handle it?" Wei Xian shook his head. "It's not me you'll be fighting." Zheng Long scoffed. "Is there anyone else here?" From his collar, Wei Xian produced a bewildered black flame and ominously chuckled. "He will fight you." Gazing at the tiny chick in Wei Xian's hand, Zheng Long was taken aback. "You're carrying a chicken with you?" Wei Xian tilted his head, curious. "Don't you?" Zheng Long sneered, "Of course not." Wei Xian grinned, remaining silent as he observed Zheng Long's reaction. Zheng Long's expression shifted to fury. "You're mocking me." He lunged forward. With a punch that surged like a gale, he attacked. "Black Flame Go? Cheap, cheap." "Understood, master." Black flame darted forward like an arrow, reaching Zheng Long in an instant, and delivered a perfectly executed flying kick. The impact struck Zheng Long squarely on the chin, sending his hefty frame soaring. With a pained scream, he had yet to land before the small chick appeared before him, tightening its wings to deliver a right hook. Zheng Long was suddenly overwhelmed by a forceful blow. His mind blank. Who am I? Where am I? Am I dreaming? Just then, the black flame raised one claw high, parallel to its head, and struck down fiercely, landing squarely on Zheng Long's chest. Zheng Long's eyes bulged in shock as he plummeted to the ground. Wei Xuan watched the spectacle with delight, harboring confidence in the prowess of the black flame. Currently at the 7th star of the spirit disciple level, its strength was comparable to that of a spirit warrior. Trembling, Zheng Long rose to his feet, his eyes filled with astonishment. Before him, the little black chick stood upright, adopting a horse stance, its wings fluttering gracefully like floating clouds, exuding an air of mastery. Tai Chi. Zheng Long was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, "What on earth is this? How can it possess such skills? You're just a chicken." Suddenly, Zheng Long surged forward, his spiritual energy enveloping him, and he hurled his fists toward the black flame. Unmoved, the black flame remained poised. And at the very moment Zheng Long's fists were about to reach its head, its wings formed a massive vortex, redirecting Zheng Long's punches with an air of astonishment. A gentle force diffused the impact of his blows, sending Zheng Long tumbling. A light flap of a wing struck his chest, yet it felt as though he had been hit by a freight truck. The overwhelming force sent him flying, crashing against the wall, which cracked like a spider's web. Zheng Long coughed up blood, and upon lifting his head again, he saw the little chick adopting a boxing stance, extending its wing as if beckoning him with a curled finger. The meaning was unmistakable. "Come at me." Panic-stricken, Zheng Long hastily retreated. "Are you truly this knowledgeable?" Meanwhile, others were being mercilessly beaten by Han Hu and Han Lang. Unable to assist him, Zheng Long was now thoroughly alarmed, hastily pulling out his phone and dialing. While evading the black flame's attacks, he exclaimed as the call connected, "Brother Dao, hurry and save me. I'm being attacked by a chicken. It knows Tai Chi." And then Zheng Long was sent flying once more. The black flame perched on his neck unleashed a barrage of 30 punches, eliciting anguished cries from Zheng Long. The 3 spirit disciples nearby, and the small thugs were also receiving a severe thrashing from Han Hu and Han Lang, wailing for mercy. The scene descended into chaos. Wei Xuan couldn't help but laugh heartily. Zheng Long, bloodied, bellowed in fury, "Just wait. My brother Dao will come and annihilate you all." Wei Xuan chuckled lightly, utterly unfazed. According to the investigation by the saber-toothed tiger, these individuals were affiliated with the underground organization, Viper. Zheng Long's superior was a spirit warrior, thus posing no significant threat. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have earned 200 points and received a spirit refining pill. Wei Xuan beamed with joy, feeling as if fortune had smiled upon him at a most opportune moment. He was in dire need of a spirit refining pill, and he hadn't anticipated the system would be so accommodating. In a crucial moment, how could he falter? Wei Xuan felt a wave of contentment wash over him. In an office within a grand building, a man was on the phone, utterly bewildered. This man sported a neatly trimmed beard, a buzz cut, and a distinctively broken eyebrow. Leaning on a tang sword. "What? Say that again. Who attacked you? Speak up. What the hell?" Such a distressing cry. Do I need to be informed of such matters? Now that's what I call a true brother. Wait for me. Lu Yidao snatched up his tang sword and rushed downstairs with astonishing speed. Akin to a racing car, he even opened his navigation app, eager with anticipation. He made a brief stop at a pharmacy along the way. In the private room, Wei Xuan sat leisurely in a chair, casually trimming his nails with a butterfly knife. Zheng Long and the thugs were huddled on the ground, trembling in fear, stripped down to their underwear. Han Hu and Han Lang were stuffing their spoils into a sack. The black flame strutted back and forth before Zheng Long and the others, occasionally delivering a resounding slap, sending shivers down the spines of Han Hu and Han Lang. The boss's chicken is truly formidable. They had no idea where it came from. Zheng Long, battered and swollen like a balloon, still wore a fierce expression, declaring, "No matter who you are, if you provoke us vipers, be prepared to meet your doom." Wei Xuan raised an eyebrow. "Black flame, show him what you can do." The black flame, brimming with excitement, chirped, "Chirp, chirp. Yes, master," and soared above Zheng Long. With its little legs crossed, it wore an expression of bashful delight. Zheng Long gazed in bewilderment at its actions, wondering what it intended to do. An ominous premonition suddenly struck him. A stream of yellowish liquid descended, accompanied by an indescribable odor. What the hell? No. Stop. What is this? Zheng Long's face twisted in horror. The others scrambled away from him in a frenzy. A fresh, warm liquid, reminiscent of sweet iced tea. splashed across Zhenglong's face. His expression turned to stone as the liquid cascaded down from his forehead, into his eyes, nose, and ultimately into his gaping mouth. Everyone's gaze turned to Zhenglong with disdain. Meanwhile, the black flame, having completed its business, shook itself off. Zhenglong finally regained his composure. His face a sickly yellow, his eyes gradually losing their light, his lips trembling, mumbling incoherently, appearing utterly dazed. Wei Xuan was doubled over with laughter. Truly, he had been given a taste of his own medicine. Just then, Zhenglong's shriek echoed through the hotel, resonating throughout the establishment. Chapter 19. Zhenglong's Reinforcements. At that moment, Lu Yidao, finally arriving at the hotel entrance, was drawn in by the commotion. He licked his thick lips, so powerful. Good thing I have this, he exclaimed, pulling out a small blue pill from his pocket without hesitation, chewing it up and swallowing it dry, wiping the drool from his lips. He ascended the stairs with a sense of urgency. As he moved, Lu Yidao could distinctly feel his body growing increasingly heated. His mouth was parched. No wonder it's an extraordinary drug, he thought, feeling the rush. Following Zhenglong's cries, he located the private room, taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart. Lu Yidao retrieved a handful of small raincoats from his pocket, a proud smile spreading across his face. He boldly pushed open the door, covering his face. He burst into laughter. Good brother, I'm here. He tossed the small raincoats into the air, directly landing one on Zhenglong's face. Instantly, Zhenglong fell silent, staring blankly at the raincoat sliding down his face. The entire room plunged into a profound silence. Everyone stood there, transfixed, gazing at Lu Yidao, who was doubled over with laughter, his face concealed by his hands. Wei Xuan was equally startled, and like the others, his gaze dropped, locking onto the space between Lu Yidao's legs, followed by an exclamation of surprise. Lu Yidao, still chuckling softly with his hands over his face, said, "Are you all dumbfounded? Today, I shall broaden your horizons." Gradually lowering his hands and straightening his posture, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. Yet, in an instant, his triumphant expression morphed into one of adorably clueless bewilderment. What was happening? The scene felt awry. Zhenglong had beckoned me here for something else, hadn't he? Blinking at the now quiet room, he noticed a group of people crouched on the floor, beaten to a pulp like a bunch of fools. Two burly men, exuding an air of bodyguards, stood protectively behind a young and handsome figure. At that moment, everyone's expressions seemed to convey the message, look, there's a big fool. Zhenglong could no longer contain himself, erupting with a furious roar, "Brother Dao, what the hell are you playing at?" Lu Yidao's astonished gaze turned towards Zhenglong, gasping in shock. "Hiss, Zhenglong, how did you get so swollen?" At that moment, all of Zhenglong's emotions burst forth, resembling a madman. "Brother Dao, kill them. Avenge me." Wei Xuan finally grasped that this person was the formidable ally Zhenglong had summoned. His expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. This seemingly dim-witted fellow possessed some unique talents after all. Lu Yidao instantly realized, and his face flushed. Yet he still drew his Tang Dao, its edge gleaming. However, his hunched posture and awkward demeanor significantly undermined his imposing presence. "Release them. Are you not aware of my reputation as the Viper?" Wei Xuan replied earnestly. "I know of the Viper, but I have a question. Is this how you typically present yourself?" Following Wei Xian's gaze, Lu Yidao looked down, infuriated and humiliated. "Enough of the nonsense. Release them quickly. I might still spare your lives today." Zhenglong, growing frantic, shouted, "Brother Dao, stop wasting time. Take them down." Lu Yidao shot Zhenglong a fierce glare. "You insolent fool. How did you even make that phone call? I thought we were in for something serious. Don't you see how embarrassed I am right now? What kind of a fight can I have in this state?" But could the decision to fight rest solely in Lu Yidao's hands? Ding. Mission activated. Please defeat Lu Yidao. Wei Xuan abruptly sprang to his feet. Since he was now an adversary, there was nothing more to discuss. Let the true skills be revealed. Lu Yidao awkwardly chuckled. Wait. Let us talk this over calmly. There's no need for weapons." Wei Xuan flashed a radiant smile, slowly closing the distance. "For problems that can be solved with fists, let us refrain from idle chatter." Lu Yidao, hunched over, retreated, wearing an apologetic grin. "Why does the youth only think of fighting and killing? This isn't good. We should sit down and have a proper discussion." Zhenglong and his gang were left dumbfounded. Was this truly the formidable Lu Yidao they knew? He appeared as timid as a mouse. Zhenglong was drenched in sweat from anxiety. "Brother Dao, why are you being such a coward? Fight him. Don't be embarrassed." Lu Yidao's countenance darkened. He could not afford to lose face in front of his subordinates. Tightening his grip on the Tang Dao, he pondered. Is it really time to engage? Wei Xuan observed Lu Yidao's desperate attempt to stand tall, revealing a lewd grin. "Enough chatter. Behold my blade." The butterfly knife suddenly transformed into a fluttering butterfly, its edge gleaming as it lunged toward Lu Yidao. Lu Yidao gritted his teeth, barely managing to stand upright, and crossed his Tang Dao in defense. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated. Oh dear! Lu Yidao, caught off guard, hastily hunched over and stepped back, his movements erratic. Beads of sweat dotting his brow. Wei Xuan's butterfly knife danced through the air, a blur in his fingers, as Lu Yidao struggled to evade. His Tang Dao proving inadequate against the unpredictable strikes of the butterfly knife. He was swiftly punctured 3 or 4 times. Simultaneously, he felt a jolt of shock. This opponent, merely at the 8th star of Spirit Disciple, possessed an unexpectedly formidable spirit force and an exceptionally ingenious knife technique, akin to that of a master steeped in decades of experience. Suddenly, his expression shifted drastically. He realized, to his dismay, that a significant portion of his spirit force had vanished. Panic surged within him, already at a disadvantage, now with his spirit force dwindling. It would not take many more exchanges before he would be at their mercy. In that instant, Lu Yidao contemplated fleeing. Wei Xuan, however, was perceptive enough to notice, wearing an innocent smile, as he sent the butterfly knife flying from its hilt, striking Lu Yidao squarely in the groin with tremendous force. Instantly, the spectators collectively tensed up, as if they had been struck themselves. A chill ran down their spines. Lu Yidao instantaneously discarded his knife, clasping his groin with his legs tightly crossed. His face ashen, cold sweat erupted forth. His body trembled like a taut spring. Wei Xuan smiled with satisfaction. Is this all? A facade of strength concealing inner frailty. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. You have earned 500 points and a spirit refining pill. Wei Xuan chuckled. System, you're quite accommodating. 2 minutes later, Lu Yidao was left clad in nothing but a pair of oversized shorts, curled up next to Zheng Long, now one of them. He clutched his groin tightly, utterly devoid of strength to speak. Zheng Long wore a face of despair, realizing they had been utterly annihilated. Wei Xuan pulled up a chair opposite Zheng Long, donning a benign smile. You injured my brother. It's only fair to seek you out for retribution, wouldn't you agree? Zheng Long bowed his head in silence. Wei Xuan continued. I shan't bully you. I'll just give you a stab. If you survive, consider it fate. If you perish, then it was meant to be. Wei Xuan pressed the butterfly knife against Zheng Long's chin, lifting his head. Revealing a set of white teeth, he grinned. How about it? Zheng Long, gazing at the devilish smile before him, felt a chill of fear and swallowed hard, stammering. This esteemed brother, I failed to recognize your greatness. I beg for your mercy. I have money. Yes, I have money. I'll give you all my money. Please don't kill me. I implore you. As he spoke, his trousers were already dampened. Wei Xuan turned his attention to Lu Yidao, his tone indifferent. I am Wei Xuan. Welcome to seek revenge on me. Then, under Lu Yidao's horrified gaze, the butterfly knife plunged into Zheng Long's heart. In an instant, Zheng Long's eyes widened, gradually becoming vacant. Blood gushed forth. His head tilted as he fell, silent forever. Han Hu and Han Lang felt a wave of relief wash over them, their hearts swelling with gratitude towards Wei Xuan. Brother Xuan dares to offend even the viper for the sake of his brother. With a leader like this, life is worth living. Wei Xuan turned to the other 3 spirit disciple-level warriors, his tone similarly indifferent. You share in this. Your death sentences are commuted. The trio exhaled deeply, a sense of survival blossoming within them, their faces breaking into smiles. Wei Xuan rose, walking towards the door of the private room, calling back over his shoulder. Now, let us remove an arm. The 3 individuals were struck as if by a thunderbolt. Han Hu and Han Lang turned their heads, revealing sinister grins. Wei Xuan sat in the vehicle, eyes closed, a tempest of agitation swirling within him. This was his inaugural act of taking a life. Yet, had it not been for the healing elixir, it would have been Han Lang who lay lifeless. He felt no remorse. Wei Xuan was inherently a person who repaid grievances in kind. In certain matters, he was magnanimous. In others, he was meticulous. Having chosen to stand upon the precipice of danger, he would leap forward without hesitation. Chapter 20. The Saber-Toothed Tiger, Charge. Upon opening his eyes, a steadfast determination burned within Wei Xuan's gaze. Return to the company. Yes, Brother Xuan. The vehicle roared to life, swiftly vanishing into the distance. Upon their return to the Saber-Toothed Tiger, Wei Xuan summoned the remaining 22 members of the team. At that moment, all members stood before Wei Xuan, the atmosphere thick with anticipation and silence. Confusion etched on their faces. They noted the solemn demeanor of Han Hu and Han Lang, realizing that today's ambience was markedly different. Perhaps the leader had significant news to convey. Thus, no one uttered a word, patiently awaiting Wei Xuan's address. Wei Xuan stood in silence for several minutes, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The members of Saber-Toothed Tiger remained in their positions, equally still. Only the sound of the clocks ticking broke the stillness of the conference room. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Finally, Wei Xuan spoke, barely containing his fury. Can anyone tell me why the company restroom has collapsed? Skinny Monkey replied cautiously, Brother Xian, yesterday, Wolf Brother and Chu Feng had a confrontation while, using the restroom. Wei Xuan, in a fit of incredulous laughter, exclaimed, You two decided to brawl in the restroom? Are you competing over excrement? The others struggled to suppress their laughter. The restroom had collapsed, the toilet paper was depleted, and they truly had outdone themselves. Haven't you replenished the toilet paper yet? Wei Xuan shouted, his anxiety mounting. In such a large company, how could we not have a proper supply? I urgently need to relieve myself. Han Hu offered a wry smile. Boss, the company is filled with men, who usually pays attention to such matters. Don't worry, it'll be sorted out shortly. He turned and bellowed, Get moving and hurry up. The others sprang into action, each grabbing their phones, dispatching personnel to procure toilet paper. Hey, Shaoli, quickly disperse your department. Go, buy toilet paper. Mobilize the entire finance team. I expect you all to procure toilet paper. If you don't return within 10 minutes, don't bother coming back. Naturally, there were other staff members at Saber-Toothed Tiger, and soon every department was in motion. Employees rushed out of the building, scattering in all directions. Even the elderly security guard was stirred into action, all to secure toilet paper for Wei Xuan. Wei Xuan, fraught with anxiety, paced like an ant on a hot skillet. Would tomorrow's news headline read, Saber-Toothed Tiger's CEO suffocated by urgency? No, I cannot endure such a fate. Wei Xuan felt as though a dragon was writhing within his stomach, performing an elaborate dance. He clutched his abdomen, biting his lip, his hands gripping the table's edge until it splintered. Oh, I can't. Oh, thank goodness. The toilet paper is here. Boomed a jubilant voice echoing through the corridor. Wei Xian's eyes sparkled as if he had witnessed a long-awaited rain after a drought. A member of Saber-Toothed Tiger burst in, brandishing a roll of toilet paper, with Chu Feng shouting excitedly, Boss, here is the paper. At that moment, Wei Xian's gaze fell upon a pen lying at Chu Feng's feet. Watch out. But it was too late. Chu Feng inadvertently stepped on it. His footing slipped, and the toilet paper flew from his grasp, tracing an arc through the air. All eyes followed its trajectory, and in Wei Xian's horrified gaze, it sailed out the window. A suffocating silence enveloped the room. Chu Feng's arm froze, gone. Wei Xuan burst into laughter, his mirth only amplifying the tension in the room. He turned, his voice booming. Leave no trace. Chu Feng's eyes widened in terror. Boss, I'll go retrieve it. 5 minutes later, Chu Feng returned, only to find the members of Saber-Toothed Tiger standing outside the conference room, grim-faced. Scratching his head, he asked, Why are you all out here? Han Hu glared at him with resentment. The boss took care of business right here. Chu Feng was taken aback. Wait, what about the toilet paper? Throw it in. A thunderous roar echoed through the building. Chu Feng opened a narrow door and tossed it inside, his heart racing with trepidation. Would the boss be angry for this? Surely not, right? 10 minutes later, Wei Xuan emerged from the conference room, and Han Hu wore an expression of deep grievance. This conference room is no longer fit for purpose. Wei Xuan produced 22 spirit refining pills, having initially possessed 2, with the remainder acquired through points. He grimaced at the dwindling points. Only 200 points left. Upon seeing the spirit refining pills in Wei Xian's hands, every member's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Wei Xian's tone grew solemn. Consuming these pills will transform your lives. Perhaps one day death awaits. It is not too late to reconsider. Han Hu and Han Lang stood silently nearby. Previously, life had been mundane and unremarkable. However, the world of martial artists was vastly different, with greater risks of mortality. Accepting the spirit refining pills meant embarking on a divergent path. Betrayal was unacceptable. Wei Xuan would not tolerate traitors. The eyes of the 22 members fixated on the spirit refining pills, each breaking into radiant smiles. One by one, they approached to claim a pill. This skin belongs to the boss. Wherever he goes, I shall follow. In this life, I wish to trail behind the boss. Haha, boss, I am entrusting my life to you. Taking one of your pills is but a small favor. Each member seized a spirit refining pill, their faces devoid of fear, only filled with resolve. Wei Xuan gazed intently at each face, this moment etched permanently in their hearts. Chu Feng approached last, a sheepish grin on his face. Boss, I'm with you for life. He reached for a spirit refining pill, ready to consume it. Wait, don't. Wei Xuan stopped him. Chu Feng looked resentful. Boss, it's just a roll of toilet paper. You want to let me have it? Wei Xuan shook his head. I never said you can't have it. Chu Feng's eyes widened. Then, boss. Wei Xuan pointed towards the conference room. You can eat it in there. Chu Feng was momentarily dumbfounded. In there? But that's where. You know. You truly are my beloved boss. His face began to tremble, seeking leniency, only to find Wei Xuan had turned his head away. When Chu Feng looked at the others, they showed no inclination to advocate for him. Instead, they mischievously urged, go on, haha. It is indeed an honor. What is the matter? Are you disdainful of the boss? You are truly my good brothers. Trembling hands gripped the doorknob, knuckles turning pale. With a clenched jaw and a stomp of his foot, Chu Feng stepped inside. Ugh! Within the edifice of the Serpent headquarters, Louis Dao wore a grim expression as he addressed the man before him. Have you found out anything? The man, bespectacled and scholarly in appearance, replied, yes, I have. Louis Dao narrowed his eyes, his tone icy. What is his background? The refined man adjusted his glasses and placed a stack of documents on the table. Wei Xuan, an orphan and a notable figure from the Qingqing Spirit Martial Academy, became a spiritual apprentice at the tender age of 10, causing quite a stir. He remained at the 3-star spiritual apprentice level for 8 years, but recently broke through, shattering the long silence. He is the mastermind behind the saber-toothed tiger. A spiritual apprentice of 8 stars, with comprehensive strength far exceeding his realm. Louis Dao furrowed his brow. Qingqing Spirit Martial Academy? As the man finished, he turned to leave, pausing at the door to add, I advise you not to provoke those people. The Qingqing Spirit Martial Academy is no trifling matter. Then he departed. Louis Dao's gaze lingered on the documents on the table, remaining silent for a long time. The next day, Wei Xuan arrived at the academy early. The gentle morning sunlight bathed his face, warm and inviting. At that moment, Wei Xuan was brimming with enthusiasm, and exuberance for diligent study surging within him. His eyes sparkled as he rushed toward the classroom. He opened his textbook on the desk and promptly fell asleep. Shortly thereafter, classmates began to trickle in, chatting and laughing, exuding youthful energy. As more people gathered, the noise in the classroom grew increasingly boisterous. What are we having for lunch today? I know a fantastic pizza place. This is my newly bought basketball. Today I'm going to battle it out for 300 rounds. There is no training class today. How wonderful. Finally, I can have a day of rest. Let us go get manicures after school. Yay, yay. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the classroom. Wei Xuan lifted his disheveled head, visibly irritated. Who on earth is this? Why are you so arrogant, Wei Xuan? You're sleeping. Haha, you're sleeping. Can't you see Wei Xuan is trying to sleep? Chapter 21, The Dragon and Tiger Championship. Sui Weiyao sat down in her seat, her face alight with excitement. She picked up her hair tie and began stealthily braiding Wei Xuan's hair. As she tied it, she giggled mischievously, resembling a child caught in mischief. Wei Xuan suddenly grasped Su Yuiao's wrist, lifting his head with a triumphant expression. Aha, gotcha. Su Yuiao's face flushed crimson as she struggled. Let go. Hurry and let go. Wei Xuan wore a cheeky grin, chuckling. Now that I have you, do you think you can escape? His tone, gestures, and demeanor exuded a playful bravado. Su Yuiao's cheeks burned with embarrassment, and she dared not meet Wei Xuan's gaze. Wei Xuan stood up, his handsome face slowly leaning closer to Su Yuiao's delicate features. At that moment, the entire class held its breath, wide-eyed in shock at the unfolding scene. Wow, Wei Xuan is incredible. Is he really about to win over the school beauty? Oh my god, this is so bold. Have you considered the feelings of the single dogs? Su Yuiao could distinctly sense the intoxicating aura of masculinity so close to her. No longer struggling, she stiffened and closed her eyes. Her palms were slick with sweat, nervously twisting the hem of her clothing. A battle raged within her. Oh dear, is Wei Xuan going to kiss me? What should I do? Should I resist a little? But what if Wei Xuan gives up? If I don't resist, will he think I'm an easy girl? Oh no, has Wei Xuan suddenly become enlightened today? This is so sudden. I suppose I should resist just a tad. With bashful eyes fluttering, she opened them slightly, gazing at the nearly touching Wei Xuan. Then, she subtly turned her neck away by a minuscule, imperceptible distance. Perhaps a mere 0.01 centimeters. Amidst the collective inhalation of the onlookers and the sound of Li Changqiu's teeth grinding, Wei Xuan snatched the hair tie and hairpin from Su Yuiao's hands. With a wicked grin, he exclaimed, watch how I deal with you. Before Su Yuiao could react, he tousled her hair into a chaotic mess. Then, in her bewildered gaze, he carelessly placed the hair tie and hairpin atop her hair. She resembled a Medusa with wild hair. Hiss! The onlooking classmates collectively gasped. What a display that sends shivers down my spine. You truly are something else, you show off. Do your family members know how outrageous you are? I've paid for membership, and you show me this? You deserve to be single for life. Li Changqiu sighed deeply. I underestimated him. The bewilderment on Su Yuiao's face quickly transformed into an erupting volcano. Steam rose from her ears, and she was so mortified that she felt like drilling a hole into Wei Xuan. Unable to contain her rage any longer, she struck out with a fierce slap. With a resounding bang, Wei Xuan's head was thrust into the desk. He lay motionless, His hand atop the desk twitched sporadically. The desk was even dented. An air of silence enveloped the room as everyone stared at Wei Xuan, whose head was stuck in the desk, collectively swallowing hard. Then, not a single person uttered a word, uniformly turning their heads back to doodle aimlessly on their desks, eyes wide with terror. Wow, Wei Xuan has really been taken down. Sui Weiyao is too fierce. It's better not to provoke her. Otherwise, she could find a reason to hit you just for breathing. Previously, one might have thought she was gentle and demure before Wei Xuan, but her ferocious side would never be revealed. Who would have thought? Wei Xuan, you have brought this upon yourself. Did you think the Sui Weiyao you usually see is the real her? No, you've never witnessed her brutal side. We have. She even warned us not to tell you, or she would beat us to a pulp. At that moment, Sui Weiyao's gaze locked onto a boy nearby who was drawing a little turtle. The boy instantly felt goosebumps all over, slowly turning his head. He was met with a flushed face bearing a frosty glare. Sui Weiyao coolly remarked, "Your turtle looks utterly hideous." Then, before the boy could react in shock, her fist came crashing down on his face. Following a series of loud thuds, everyone bore witness to the making of a pig's head. Rubbing her wrist, Sui Weiyao shot a warning glance at the others, then reverted to her usual gentle demeanor, lightly nudging Wei Xuan. "Wei Xuan, wake up. What is wrong with you?" Wei Xuan seemed to awaken from a stupor, moving his neck slightly. He appeared to want to lift his head, but couldn't manage it. A muffled voice emerged from beneath the desk. "Where am I?" Then, with a pop, he pulled his head out of the desk hole. Scratching his head in bewilderment, he exclaimed, "What on earth is happening? Ouch, I've developed quite a painful bump." The others were too frightened to utter a word, as if they had all been struck into amnesia. How brutal. Sui Weiyao wore an expression of reproach, her lips pursed in discontent. "You could at least be more careful." Honestly, she then extended her delicate, jade-like hand to gently massage his head. Wei Xuan chuckled, "Hee, Weiyao, you're truly wonderful." The crowd stifled their laughter, nearly bursting with amusement. "You must be utterly oblivious to how that bump came to be, huh?" They were all blushing and straining to suppress their mirth, shoulders shaking as they struggled to contain themselves. At that moment, the homeroom teacher of Class 10 of the Spirit Disciples entered. Observing the students who were flushed with embarrassment, he appeared utterly perplexed. "Have you all formed a group of constipation?" Gasp. Everyone's faces instantly darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. "Teacher, if you're not joking, please refrain from doing so." The homeroom teacher slammed the textbook onto the podium and spoke. "In 3 months, the Dragon Tiger competition will take place. Some of you are at the 8th, 9th, or 10th star of Spirit Disciples. If you can advance to the Spirit Master level, that would be splendid. You'll have the chance to broaden your horizons. Of course, you are still young, so there is no rush. You can participate in the next session in 3 years. It is said that this year's Dragon Tiger competition offers exceptionally generous rewards." The class erupted into a frenzy of chatter. "Oh my, is it already time for the Dragon Tiger competition again? Every champion from previous years has become a prominent figure. My brother once represented the Qingqing Spirit Martial Academy. Wow, bro. Tell us more. Hurry up." Anticipating this reaction, the homeroom teacher remained unfazed. He reminisced about his own youthful excitement upon first hearing of the Dragon Tiger competition. With a faint smile, he surveyed the room, and when he caught sight of Wei Xuan, his expression softened with satisfaction. Wei Xuan, however, remained as unperturbed as a mountain, calm and poised like a still lake. The homeroom teacher nodded appreciatively. Such composure. This mindset is not something just anyone possesses. No wonder he was once a figure of great renown in Qingqing. Unbeknownst to them, Wei Xuan, while maintaining his tranquil facade, gently tugged at the overly excited Sui Weiyao. "Weiyao, what exactly is the Dragon Tiger competition?" Sui Weiyao was momentarily taken aback, realizing why he was so indifferent. It was because he knew nothing at all. Indeed, Wei Xuan was completely unaware of what the Dragon Tiger competition entailed, as he had spent the past 8 years as a spirit disciple at the 3rd star level, stagnant in his progress. Sui Weiyao, recognizing his confusion, patiently began to explain. The Dragon Tiger competition is a national spirit martial contest held in China every 3 years. It was initially co-organized by the Holy Dragon Academy and the Heavenly Tiger Academy, and it has been held 20 times to date. It is divided into 3 levels: Spirit Master, Spirit Teacher, and Grandmaster. All registered martial artists nationwide can participate, and martial academies from various cities will be involved. Those who rank in the top 100, both individually and their affiliated academies, will receive substantial rewards. It is said that the prize for this year's champion is the most generous ever. Wei Xuan scoffed. "How generous is it?" 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. "Where do I sign up?" Chapter 22. A beautiful date. Sui Weiyao shot him an exasperated glare. "You can only sign up once you reach the Spirit Master level. That's a trivial matter, just a breeze." Sui Weiyao covered her face, exasperated. There's no way to continue this conversation. She resumed, the competition will be quite fierce. After all, in addition to students from various academies, there will also be martial artists from the outside world competing. It will surely be a fierce battle. Wei Xuan stroked his chin, deep in thought. Sui Weiyao stifled a laugh. Do you feel the intensity? Wei Xuan shook his head, seriously pondering. I'm just thinking about how long it will take me to spend that 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Sui Weiyao. This guy is hopeless. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and with a shy demeanor, she said, Wei Xuan, we have a self-study class today. Let us go train together. Wei Xuan immediately straightened up. No problem. During self-study, students gathered in small groups. Some were sleeping, some playing basketball, and others engrossed in a novel by an author named Jing Honyue, laughing heartily. Wei Xuan and Sui Weiyao walked side by side towards the training ground, exchanging laughter along the way, with Sui Weiyao giggling uncontrollably. Li Changqiu stood by the window, his expression dark as he watched. Then, a familiar smile crept onto his lips. Sui Weiyao was thrilled. This was her first time alone with Wei Xuan. How exciting! Wei Xuan curiously asked, Weiyao, what made you want to find me to go to the training ground today? This is our first time. Sui Weiyao stammered. Well, I've reached the 9th star of spirit disciples, and I wanted to spar with you. Yes, that's it. Wei Xian's eyes widened in shock. What? Weiyao, you've progressed so quickly. How have you reached the 9th star already? That's amazing. A glimmer of joy sparkled in Sui Weiyao's eyes as she fiddled with her fingers behind her back. Oh no, I'm not that impressive. I can't compare to you, Wei Xuan. Hearing this, Wei Xian's spirits lifted, his chest puffed out proudly, almost like a peacock flaunting its feathers. Upon reaching the training ground, they found it empty. A glint of mischief flashed in Sui Weiyao's eyes, and she thought, finally, I've caught an opportunity. She discreetly adjusted her clothes and hair, her palms sweaty as she cautiously approached Wei Xuan. Suddenly, an air of flirtation wafted between them. Sui Weiyao turned her back, playfully tossing her pink hair over her shoulder, her face flushed with shyness. Wei Xuan, why don't we have a chat? Come on, Weiyao. My fists one T-hold back. Before he could finish his sentence, Wei Xuan was already standing at a distance, cracking his knuckles loudly. Sui Weiyao spun around, glaring at Wei Xian's taunting gesture, her irritation palpable. You big fool. You lumbering oaf. You blockhead. You are driving me insane. So you want to spar, huh? I'll make you regret it. With a playful shout, Sui Weiyao charged toward Wei Xuan. Hey, don't be a cheat. Stop it. Ouch. That hurts. Half an hour later, Wei Xuan looked utterly dejected, resembling a defeated rooster. His hair was tousled, teeth bared in discomfort. With several scratch marks on his face and bite marks covering his arms, now bruised and swollen. Sui Weiyao, filled with concern, grasped Wei Xian's hand. Her expression full of worry. Wei Xuan, does it hurt? I didn't mean to. I'll blow it for you. Wei Xuan tugged at the corner of his mouth, quickly retreating. No, you're afraid you might take another bite. Sui Weiyao pouted, murmuring. Am I really that fierce? Wei Xuan grimaced. He had previously scoffed at the rumors of Sui Weiyao being a violent girl, not believing a word of it. However, this time, during their tussle, he inadvertently witnessed her accidentally crush her phone. Wei Xian's calves began to tremble. Noticing the change in Wei Xian's gaze, Sui Yao's tears suddenly streamed down her face uncontrollably. Wei Xuan was instantly flustered. How was he supposed to comfort a girl? Was he not a hopelessly clueless male? In a moment of panic, he found himself in a flurry, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Oh no, why are you crying? Please don't cry. Sui Weiyao wiped her tears while pitifully asking. Do you not like me like this? Wei Xuan, in a fluster, lost his composure. Forcing a smile, he replied, how could that be? You're quite adorable like this. Haha. Sui Weiyao hastily wiped away her tears, transforming her sorrow into joy. The storm had cleared. Really? Hee. Wei Xuan stared in astonishment at her rapid transformation. Your change is a bit too swift. You could give Sister Qingwan a run for her money. Yes, indeed. Sui Weiyao beamed with delight. At that moment, a team of 50 entered the training ground. Leading them was a figure clad in ripped jeans and a white tank top, with flowing long hair. The group advanced menacingly toward Wei Xuan. A flicker of confusion crossed Wei Xian's face as he positioned himself protectively in front of Sui Weiyao. She furrowed her brows upon recognizing the leading boy. Wang Xian? Wei Xuan raised an eyebrow. Weiyao, you know him? Sui Weyao's expression soured, her teeth clenched. The class leader of the Spirit Master Class 3, he often bothers me. Wei Xian's expression darkened immediately. What the hell? Why am I so furious? I want to hit someone. Spirit Master? What kind of nonsense is that? Daring to pester Weiyao? Wang Xian walked up to Wei Xuan, placing a finger to his lips and letting out a sharp whistle. A flurry of wings sounded from outside the training room, and soon a shadow wind eagle swooped in, landing on Wang Xian's shoulder. Wei Xuan was utterly dumbfounded. There really were birds? Ding. Mission triggered. Please, host, mercilessly trample Wang Xian. Wei Xian chuckled. Your system is quite humane. I like it. Let us trample him. Wang Xian smoothed the feathers of the shadow wind eagle, a smirk playing on his lips. About to speak. Just who do you think you are, Wang Xian? Wei Xian tilted his head, eyes narrowed, his finger poking Wang Xian's nose. Wang Xian was furious. I haven't even bothered you yet, and you come at me first? Fine, you asked for it. You're just asking for a beating. Wei Xian glared defiantly, exuding an air of bravado. Wang Xian was taken aback. I should be the one saying that. His companions from the Spirit Master class were equally bewildered. Since when did spirit practitioners become so bold? Wang Xian's expression darkened, ready to explode. Kid, how dare you curse at me? I'll knock you out. Wei Xian leaped as if a cat had its tail stepped on, springing high. A slap shot through the air toward Wang Xian's face. Smack. Wang Xian raised his right hand, blocking Wei Xian's palm with a cold smirk. You think such tricks will work? Smack. Before he could finish his words, Wei Xian's left hand delivered a swift slap. If we're fighting, why all the unnecessary chatter? Wang Xian's countenance darkened, teeth gritted, his expression ferocious. You're forcing my hand. Shadow wind palm. A palm strike sent a gust of ominous wind, imbued with corrosive force, crashing toward Wei Xian. This was a serious technique. Wei Xian grinned, rolling up his sleeves to charge. A floral tattoo adorned his arm. Boom. In that instant of collision, a tempest erupted around them. Both retreated 5 steps. Wang Xian's face turned grave. Such immense power. Wei Xian gazed at his fist, now marred and bloodied by corrosion, astonished. This Wang Xian had mastered the shadow wind attribute technique, and its destructive capability was terrifying. He immediately became serious. The Wang Xian before him was no half-baked spirit master like Louis Dao. A true spirit master had mastered combat techniques. Yi Qingwan specialized in ice attribute techniques. But when Wei Xian fought her, she hadn't exerted her full strength. Now, Wang Xian was clearly giving it his all. Wei Xian finally recognized the true ferocity of a genuine spirit master. Drawing a butterfly knife from his chest, he twirled it between his fingers, flashing a grin. A haircut? Free of charge. Chapter 23. Free haircut. Wang Xian looked at the butterfly knife in Wei Xian's hand, a derisive smile on his face. You think you can hurt me with that? Ridiculous. He patted the shadow wind eagle on his shoulder, and it soared into the air. A gust of ominous wind swirled toward Wei Xian, who retrieved black flame from his chest. Go, give that feathered pest a beating. Black flame, brimming with excitement, darted toward the shadow wind eagle. Its wings spread wide, resembling a massive net, directly blocking the wind. Black flame soared skyward, reaching the shadow wind eagle in an instant. The eagle was taken aback. What is this? A chicken? And it can fly? By the time Wei Xian looked up, Wang Xian was already lunging at him. Wei Xian, watch out. Sui Weiyao attempted to rush in to help. Wei Xian raised a hand to stop her. Just a mere spirit master. Easy pickings. He then spun the butterfly knife toward Wang Xian, while Sui Weiyao covered her face. You're only a spirit practitioner too. How can you call him mere? On the training ground, Wei Xian twirled the butterfly knife effortlessly, like a dancing sprite weaving around Wang Xian, who had no opportunity to strike back. Forced into a defensive stance. However, in front of Wei Xian, who had mastered combat techniques, Wang Xian was full of openings. The butterfly knife glimmered in the dim light, leaving cuts on Wang Xian's arms and abdomen, and coupled with the knife's spirit-devouring effect, Wang Xian's energy rapidly drained away. With a furious shout, Wang Xian disregarded the butterfly knife, his fists imbued with shadow wind, crashing down on Wei Xian like a mountain. But Wei Xian, with lightning reflexes, had already evaded. Slipping to Wang Xian's side, the butterfly knife lunging like a ravenous wolf towards its prey. Wang Xian's expression changed drastically. Wei Xian's combat experience and skill were downright monstrous. He felt like a blood-soaked veteran on the battlefield. Wang Xian dared not be reckless, and could only exert himself to shift his body slightly to the side. Yet, Wei Xian seemed to possess a prophetic foresight. The butterfly knife gleamed ominously, its blade flashing before Wang Xian's eyes, compelling him to shut them tight. In that moment, his body instinctively rolled sideways, narrowly evading Wei Xian's strike. As the captain of the 3rd class of spirit warriors, Wang Xian's prowess was well acknowledged, consistently ranking among the top 5 in his entire cohort. Within the Qingqing Spirit Martial Academy, which comprised only 2 grades of spirit apprentices and spirit warriors, Wang Xian was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. His strength was beyond question. Quickly rising to his feet, Wang Xian touched the wound at his waist, discovering that his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. In stark contrast, Wei Xian exhibited no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Wang Xian couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for provoking Wei Xian. Cursing Li Changqiu silently in his heart, he noticed Wei Xian had already approached him. The butterfly knife dancing in a dazzling display. Wang Xian's face turned pale with terror. He simply could not trace the trajectory of the blade. The members of the third class of spirit warriors, along with Su Yueyao, were already stunned, witnessing Wang Xian completely overwhelmed. Retreating under Wei Xian's relentless assault as new cuts appeared on his body. Wei Xian's knife techniques were both effortless and enigmatic. The butterfly knife, when wielded by him, was nothing short of breathtaking. With his striking good looks, he was a rare sight indeed. The butterfly knife twirled in his hands like a work of art, creating a visual feast. The male onlookers were transfixed by the intricate and fierce movements of the butterfly knife, while the females were captivated by his handsome visage. An audible gasp of admiration escaped the crowd. Wang Xian felt a surge of anger. Are you all seriously gasping? I'm on the verge of being beaten to a pulp. Can't you see? Come help me, you bunch of fools. However, no matter how furious he became, he paled in comparison to Wei Xian's exquisite butterfly knife techniques, finding himself in an utterly disadvantaged position. Su Yueyao cheered for Wei Xian with palpable excitement, while the members of the third class eagerly took out their phones to record the spectacle. Goodness, can the butterfly knife be wielded like this? This needs to be preserved for practice later. Wielding the butterfly knife is simply too cool. Wei Xian is so handsome, I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Step aside. Wei Xian is mine. Captain, hold on a little longer. I haven't seen enough. Wang Xian, overwhelmed with frustration, spat out a mouthful of blood, startling Wei Xian into taking a step back. Wang Xian gazed at his beloved classmates, his expression filled with indignation, his eyes blazing with fury. Shifting his gaze to another battlefield, he saw his shadow-winged eagle pinned to the ground by a small black chicken, which flapped its wings like it was striking a wooden post, creating phantoms. The shadow-winged eagle was already frothing at the mouth, its corners twitching. Helplessly, he looked at Wei Xian, managing to utter, "Stop. I concede." Yet, it seemed that Wei Xian hadn't heard him at all, charging forward with his butterfly knife. Excitement plastered across his face. Wang Xian, caught off guard, struggled to defend himself, seizing the moment to shout, "I concede. Please stop." Wei Xian sneered, "If you concede, then concede. I'll keep fighting. You can just admit your defeat." "Are you joking? Concede? Not a chance. How dare you entangle yourself with Yueyao?" The butterfly knife zipped past Wang Xian's head, slicing off a lock of hair. Staring at the fallen strands, Wang Xian was left dumbfounded. "You actually shaved my head? This was hair I had nurtured for a year." His face flushed with rage, he bellowed, "I may lose my head or bleed, but I cannot lose my hair. Wei Xian, if you have the guts, kill me." Wei Xian was taken aback, secretly admiring Wang Xian's fearless spirit. Then, the butterfly knife's momentum intensified, exuding a chilling murderous intent, aimed directly at Wang Xian's neck. Oh no! Wang Xian paled, his legs trembling. He hastily performed a roll to evade the strike, scrambling backwards in panic. "I was just joking. Why are you taking this seriously? You really intend to cut my hair?" Wei Xian lunged forward. Wang Xian, drained of all spiritual energy, was utterly powerless against him. As the blade approached, Wang Xian could only cover his neck and face with his hands, leaving his scalp exposed. The knife's glimmer flashed like lightning, and Wang Xian screamed in terror, feeling a chill on his head. Peeking through his fingers, he saw Wei Xian's wicked grin. The butterfly knife poised above his head, carving intricate patterns. Wang Xian let out a sigh of relief. As long as his life was spared, what was hair in comparison? In the blink of an eye, a notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. You have earned 500 points and the fire-type combat skill, Explosive Finger. Oh, a combat skill? Wei Xian's heart leaped with joy. Combat skills were exceedingly rare. Powerful ones couldn't even be bought with money, often treated as family heirlooms or collectibles. He hadn't anticipated that the system's reward would be a combat skill. Such skills could only be learned by spirit warriors at the very least. With the task completed, Wei Xian ceased his assault, sheathing the butterfly knife and admiring his handiwork with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Then, he pulled the still-punching He Yan and led Su Yueyao out of the training ground. Members of the third class immediately gathered around. "Captain, get up. Wei Xian has left." "Yes, Captain. Hurry up, the ground is cold." "Right, don't fall ill again." Wang Xian, squatting on the ground with his face in his hands, was on the verge of tears. "Now you care about me? Where were you when I was in danger?" Gasping and recording. "And what's worse? You told me to hold on just to watch Wei Xian a little longer? You're truly my dear classmates." Wang Xian peeked through his fingers, realizing that Wei Xian had indeed departed. His body relaxed, and he lowered his hands from his face. In the next moment, everyone stared at Wang Xian's bald head in shock. Then, they erupted into laughter, tears streaming down their faces. "Uft! Haha! Oh my, I can't take it. Oh no, this is too much. Haha! My goodness, this hairstyle is so intimidating." Wang Xian sensed disaster and rushed to the restroom, standing before the mirror. his lips turning pale. His forehead and crown were completely bald, reflecting light. The surrounding hair formed a circle around his shiny head, making him look like a Mediterranean. Wang Xian's eyes turned red in an instant. His teeth nearly crunched as he muttered, "Wei Xuan, you scoundrel! You owe me my lustrous hair." The more he glared at his reflection, the angrier he became, and in a fit of rage, he shattered the mirror with a punch. Then, tearing a piece of cloth from his shirt, he wrapped it around his head and stormed out, declaring, "You little brat, I'm talking to you. Public property destruction? Come with me to the disciplinary office." An elderly man suddenly burst forth from the adjacent women's restroom, seizing Wang Xian and marching him toward the disciplinary office. The man spat vehemently, "What kind of character do you possess? And, pray tell, where did you get that hairstyle?" Wang Xian wore a face of utter despair, harboring a growing resentment towards Li Chanqiu. "Li Chanqiu, how cunning you are! To suggest that Wei Xuan merely dominates at the apprentice level. While in the presence of spirit masters, he is akin to a mere fowl. Yet here I am, having been thoroughly thrashed and humiliated by Wei Xuan. The reality is far from what you portrayed, Li Chanqiu. What a masterstroke of using another's hand to strike. Just wait, though I cannot defeat Wei Xuan. Can I not also contend with you?" Chapter 24. The unfortunate Li Chanqiu as Wei Xuan and his companion returned to their classroom. Sui Weiyao gazed at Wei Xuan with unabashed admiration. "Wei Xuan, you are simply extraordinary. You defeated Wang Xian, a spirit master, and that sword technique was so magnificent. What have I done to deserve this infatuation?" Wei Xuan, brimming with pride, seemed to float as he walked. Upon their return to the classroom, they discovered that due to a faculty meeting, the entire afternoon was to be spent in self-study, allowing everyone the freedom to roam. Instantly, the entire class 10 of apprentices erupted with joy, cheers echoing throughout the building. Wei Xuan chuckled, eager to peruse the martial arts techniques. Sui Weiyao grasped Wei Xuan's hand, her expression filled with anticipation. "Wei Xuan, shall we go for coffee?" Noticing the eagerness in her eyes, Wei Xuan smiled and nodded in agreement. The two exited the academy and entered a nearby cafe with an elegant ambience. They sat across from one another, Sui Weiyao appearing as if she had much to say, yet hesitating repeatedly. Wei Xuan chose not to inquire, and they quietly sipped their coffee. After a prolonged internal struggle, Sui Weiyao finally resolved to speak. "I need to use the restroom." In a flash, Wei Xuan dashed into the lavatory. Sui Weiyao slammed her fist on the table, causing the floor to tremble momentarily. Nearby, a gentleman sipping coffee discreetly lifted his cup and moved to a table farther from her, pulling a handkerchief from his pocket to dab at his perspiration. Sui Weiyao's expression turned melancholic. When Wei Xuan returned, Sui Weiyao had resumed her demure demeanor. Wei Xuan wiped his mouth and inquired, "Weiyao, what troubles you? Speak your mind." Once again, Sui Weiyao hesitated, waiting 3 or 4 seconds before slowly beginning to divulge her background. "Wei Xuan, I was born into the Su family, raised in luxury and privilege, with high expectations from my elders. Though they have always indulged my desires, there are matters beyond my control." "Are your family pressuring you to marry?" Wei Xuan furrowed his brow. "How did you know?" Sui Weiyao gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment as she gazed at Wei Xuan. Wei Xuan rolled his eyes. "Isn't that how dramas typically unfold? Which show does your family enjoy? I could spoil the plot for them." Sui Weiyao playfully brandished her tiny fist, her face a mix of mock ferocity. "You jest too much. It's simply adorable." A nearby gentleman, overwhelmed, made a hasty exit. "Hey, what about the bill?" The staff rushed after him. Sui Weiyao continued, "My father is quite strict, ruling the household with an iron fist. Recently, his business has suffered significant losses. Therefore, when a wealthy family came to propose, he was more than willing to facilitate the match. As he requires their assistance to navigate through this crisis, I find it unbearable to associate with others. To change all this, I must grow stronger, strong enough to sway my father's decisions." Wei Xuan sighed deeply. "So, after school each day, you tirelessly practice, seizing every moment?" Sui Weiyao nodded slowly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Wei Xuan took her hand gently. "But what realm do you aspire to reach to influence your father's decisions? Have you contemplated this?" Sui Weiyao trembled slightly, biting her lip as a single tear rolled down her cheek. "The spirit master level." Wei Xuan sighed again, reaching out to brush away the tear from her face. "It's a heavy burden," he spoke softly. Sui Weiyao lifted her gaze, her tear-streaked face breaking into a smile as she whispered, "Now, I no longer feel weary." With earnestness, Wei Xuan promised, "Rest assured, I will take care of this matter." Sui Weiyao erupted into laughter, wiping her tears away. As they sat in the car driven by Han Lang, Wei Xuan found himself smiling unconsciously. Han Hu and Han Lang exchanged knowing glances, their eyes glimmering with mischief. The boss seemed smitten. Meanwhile, Li Chanqiu stood by the window, his demeanor inscrutable. With a faint smile, he murmured to himself, "Wei Xuan, This time you shall surely face some trials. As he gazed up at the sky, a smile tugged at his lips. At that moment, Wang Xian, with a cloth wrapped around his head, was ascending the stairs, spitting in frustration after paying a fine. His temper flared as he caught sight of Li Changqiu. What the? Li Changqiu? Wang Xian's eyes blazed with fury, his fists clenched tightly. I was just lamenting my inability to find you, and here you are, brazenly stationed at my classroom door? How arrogant can you be? For the beating I took from Wei Xuan, I will make you pay in full. Heavy footsteps echoed ominously, accompanied by a chilling breeze that sent a shiver down Li Changqiu's spine. He instinctively recoiled, gazing out at the scenery, shaking his head in bemusement. It's getting chilly. I have goosebumps. Suddenly, Li Changqiu was sent flying by a swift kick. Whirling around, he shouted, "Who dare strike me?" Wang Xian, in a furious rage, bellowed back. "It's you, you old scoundrel." A hand, imbued with a chilling wind, erupted with force. Li Changqiu's eyes widened in disbelief. Wang Xian? Has he lost his mind? Why is he attacking me? Li Changqiu hastily dodged, yelling, "Wang Xian, don't think that just because you're wearing a cloth, I won't recognize you. What have I done to provoke you?" Wang Xian, his face a thunderous shade, said nothing as he relentlessly pursued Li Changqiu, delivering blow after blow, reducing him to a pitiful state, his clothes torn asunder. Li Changqiu, feeling utterly wronged, erupted in fury. "You dare to strike me? I shall not let you off lightly." Yet, he was no match for Wang Xian, who seized him by the collar and unleashed a torrent of strikes. In a moment of chaos, Li Changqiu managed to pull off the cloth covering Wang Xian's head. A flash of realization struck Li Changqiu as he beheld Wang Xian's identity. Li Changqiu widened his eyes, fixating intently on Wang Xian's head. In the next moment, a twitch tugged at the corners of his mouth, and he couldn't suppress his laughter any longer. Uft! Ha ha ha! Cough cough! Ha ha ha! Hiccup! Wang Xian, trembling with rage, delivered a resounding slap to Li Changqiu's face. "Shut your mouth! How dare you laugh? Ah! I'm furious." He then brandished a pair of large scissors, advancing menacingly toward Li Changqiu, snipping away with fervor. Li Changqiu was instantly filled with dread. "What are you doing? Stop! For heaven's sake, stop! Let go of me." 10 minutes later, in the disciplinary office, Li Changqiu stood there, clad in tattered clothes, looking utterly disheveled. Strands of hair were scattered across his head, unevenly cut, as if gnawed by a dog. His face was swollen to the point that his eyes could barely open, rendering him more pitiable than a beggar on the streets. His appearance was strikingly sharp. Wang Xian gazed at Li Changqiu with a sense of satisfaction, suddenly feeling that his own hairstyle was not so unsightly after all. At that moment, both of them found themselves in the disciplinary office. The head of discipline glared at Wang Xian, pointing a finger and berating him. "Do you think this office is your home? You've come here twice in one day, and you dare to brawl in private? Go. I'm assigning you both to clean the toilets. Off you go." Wang Xian, grinning, complied without hesitation. Meanwhile, Li Changqiu was left in tears. Upon returning home, Wei Xuan immediately retrieved the battle technique book. The fire attribute battle technique, explosive finger. Wei Xuan furrowed his brow. Generally speaking, a martial artist would only choose to learn techniques of a single attribute. Of course, some might select 2 attributes. But one cannot be greedy and attempt to master too much. A martial artist's energy is limited. Choosing a single attribute facilitates comprehension, while those who dare to grasp 2 attributes and succeed are exceedingly rare. Furthermore, aside from the 5 fundamental attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, there are others that are significantly more challenging to comprehend, such as wind, thunder, light, and darkness. Wang Xian's wine belongs to the wind category. Each attribute possesses distinctly different characteristics. Should I really choose the fire attribute? Wei Xuan found himself in a quandary. Look at your lack of ambition. With this system, why are you hesitating? Learn all attributes. Wei Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Then he hurriedly picked up the book, his expression one of astonishment. All attributes. Chapter 25, Wei Xian's Ascendance. Wei Xuan was taken aback. The system's proclamation nearly terrified him. It is a monumental challenge for a single individual to learn 2 attributes. It could render a person stagnant for life. The system claimed he could learn them all. The combined total of attributes exceeds a dozen. Can one truly achieve this? Wei Xuan was momentarily struck dumb by the system's audacious suggestion, feeling parched and bewildered. Of course not now. The host is still far from that point. Take it step by step. Only when the host grows stronger will the spirit pet also gain power. Wei Xuan, filled with excitement, clenched his fist. All right. He picked up the explosive finger technique and began to peruse it. After just a glance, Wei Xuan became completely captivated by this battle technique. He couldn't help but exclaim, "My goodness, this battle technique is phenomenal." The more he read, the more exhilarated he became, flipping through page after page, his eyes nearly glued to the text. Heavens! This is utterly incomprehensible. Wei Xian stared at the twisted, serpentine script, lost in contemplation. I thought the host could decipher ancient script. The system was busy loading ancient text for the host. 19999. After a 10-minute wait, the malevolent 001 finally completed its loading. Suddenly, he felt a torrent of words flood into his mind. Looking at the battle technique again, he could finally comprehend it. Wei Xian's face lit up with excitement as he began to learn and absorb the technique. Half an hour passed. Wei Xian gazed down at the battle technique in his hands, feeling utterly stagnant. This was quite challenging. It seems his spiritual energy wasn't sufficient. Time to level up. He then took out the top-grade spirit stones gifted by Su Yueyao and began to absorb them voraciously. Wei Xian's aura surged rapidly. In an instant, he shattered the barrier of the 9th star spirit apprentice. The top-grade spirit stones soon dimmed, gradually turning to dust. When Wei Xian opened his eyes, he had already reached the 10th star spirit apprentice, just a step away from becoming a spirit master. He clenched his fist and struck out, producing a booming sound akin to a dragon roaring from the sea. Wei Xian grinned widely. The average 10th star spirit apprentice could never achieve such a feat. The spiritual energy within him was leagues beyond that of the spirit apprentice level. This indicated that Wei Xian's talent was indeed extraordinary. After all, it is rare to find anyone who becomes a spirit apprentice by the age of 10 in this world. With his spirits high, Wei Xian once again picked up the battle technique, confidence radiating from his eyes. Half an hour later, Wei Xian covered his face, feeling utterly defeated. He tugged at his collar, exposing his chest. Facing the purple tattoo on his chest, he began to scold it. Weren't you supposed to help? I haven't made a single bit of progress. Wei Xian, are you blaming me? Hurry up. Assist the host in awakening the fire attribute. The fire attribute has been comprehended. Instantly, Wei Xian sensed a profound transformation in the world around him. The air was permeated with countless fire attribute molecules. He felt as though he had become fire itself. With each breath, the nearby fire molecules gravitated toward him, as if returning home. At that moment, Wei Xian had truly comprehended the fire attribute and was now able to learn fire attribute battle techniques. Would the host like to learn explosive finger? Wei Xian chuckled inwardly. The system can even assist in learning battle techniques? Yes, I want to learn. Ding. Explosive finger, beginner. In a daze, an understanding of the explosive finger's operation flooded into his mind. His fingers formed into a sword-like shape, a flicker of crimson fire dancing upon them. The surrounding air grew dry and scorching. Wei Xian jabbed his finger into the floor. Sizzle. Wei Xian's 2 fingers punctured the ground, creating a 10-centimeter deep hole, surrounded by charred marks. Smoke billowed from the scorched area. Wow, this is impressive. Wei Xian's eyes sparkled. The power of this attack was terrifying. Compared to Wang Xian's Yin Wind Palm, this was utterly superior. Wei Xian was filled with joy, repeatedly jabbing his fingers into the floor, creating hole after hole, each one burning with intensity. He was having the time of his life, bouncing around the room, and after a while, there was hardly a single intact spot left on the floor. Indeed, the joy of a boy is that simple. Wei Xian's regard for the system elevated significantly. I have a cheat. What do I have to fear? He opened the points mall, eager to purchase something. However, upon glancing at his points, his entire demeanor soured. Remaining points, 0. In that moment, Wei Xian erupted in fury. System, where are my points? Did you steal them? Understanding the fire attribute and learning battle techniques both require points. Did you really leave nothing behind? You truly wiped with a screen mesh, revealing your hand. Where did the host learn such idioms? The next day, Wei Xian arrived at class 10 of the spirit apprentices, and the atmosphere fell silent for a few seconds. Then, it erupted. Oh my, Brother Xian has reached spirit apprentice 10 stars. Is it really necessary to be this monstrous? Did you consume fertilizer? The disparity between people is maddening. How infuriating. Yet again, he has outdone us. Wei Xian's face flushed, and he continually waved his hands, his expression filled with humility. Oh dear. I really didn't intend for this to happen. But who would have thought that I accidentally let out a fart last night, and it led to my breakthrough? The advancement was incredibly swift. It's quite bothersome. I wish to linger at Spirit Apprentice 5, 6, or 7 stars like everyone else. Sigh. How pitiful. Listen. Is this how a person speaks? The class suddenly fell silent. A grinding of teeth echoed as fiery glares were directed at Wei Xian. You old show-off. What kind of fart is that powerful? Why not share a few with us? Must you be so despicable? Su Yueyao chuckled, unable to contain herself. Wei Xian, whistling, made his way to his seat, unaware of how many people were eager to trip him up. Su Yueyao seized his face, pulling and twisting it until it became distorted. Wei Xian, what on earth are you made of? Your promotion is astonishingly rapid. Wei Xian retaliated by grasping Su Yueyao's face, refusing to back down. You're not too shabby either, Soon you'll be approaching Spirit Apprentice 10 stars as well. The two were set to enter the Spirit Master class together, and at that moment, Sui Weiao felt a sense of urgency. It seemed she needed to intensify her training to keep pace with Wei Xuan. After some playful banter with Sui Weiao, Wei Xuan, as per usual, opened his foreign language book, reached the second page, and began to read earnestly. 3 seconds later, he succumbed to sleep atop the desk, drooling slightly. Just as Wei Xuan believed a tedious day had commenced, a chime. Mission triggered. Please challenge all members of the Spirit Master class one by one. Oh, Wei Xuan's eyes sparkled. A challenge? That sounds rather cool. He immediately stood up, resolved to ask a classmate to deliver a challenge on his behalf, ensuring that the note reached the captain of Spirit Master Class 10. Do you understand? Understood. But, could you please let go of me first? The boy looked terrified, gazing at the hand gripping his collar, his tone sincere. Wei Xuan smiled politely and released his grip. The boy's feet hit the ground, wiping away the cold sweat. Delivering a message is one thing, but your method of soliciting assistance is somewhat aggressive. When did Wei Xuan become acquainted with the captain of Spirit Master Class 10? Upon glancing at the note, he was taken aback. The letter was hastily ripped from a notebook, a piece of lined paper with one corner unevenly torn, presenting an irregular rectangle. Scrawled upon it with a marker were a few bold characters. The word stand at the beginning was crossed out, replaced with challenge, followed by book. The subsequent line bore a small note. Spirit Master Class 10 is a bunch of trash. If you disagree, come at me. The boy stood there dumbfounded. You actually want to challenge Spirit Master Class 10? The entire class erupted upon hearing this. What? Challenge Spirit Master Class 10? Has Brother Xian lost his mind? Indeed. Wei Xuan has become arrogant. In an instant, mouths gaped in disbelief, incredulous. Is this a joke? Wei Xuan is challenging the entire Spirit Master class? This is utterly insane. Has Wei Xian's mind gone awry? Such a brazen challenge? He might get beaten to a pulp. The boy holding the challenge letter began to feel anxious. Without delay, he dashed out of the class, heading straight for Spirit Master Class 10. Sui Weiao, visibly anxious, tugged at Wei Xian's sleeve. Wei Xuan, is this true? The Spirit Master class is not something a Spirit Apprentice can compare to. Don't act impulsively. Wei Xuan waved his hand dismissively. What does the Spirit Master class amount to? Right, Black Flame? Black Flame hopped around on Wei Xian's shoulder, chirping gleefully. What does it amount to? What does it amount to? Sui Weiao. These two are insane. Chapter 26, Spirit Master Class 10. The boy rushed into Spirit Master Class 10 in a frenzy. Bro, could you call your class captain for me? Thank you. Just a moment. After a brief interval, a girl with cucumber slices on her eyes emerged. You looking for me? What's the matter? The boy hurriedly handed over the challenge letter. I'm from Spirit Apprentice Class 10. You have the audacity to challenge me, Spirit Master Class? You must be seeking a beating. The girl captain scanned the letter, and her anger flared instantly. With a swift slap, she struck the boy across the face. She raised her fist, delivering a flurry of blows while cursing. Huh, is this it? You dare challenge my Spirit Master Class? Pathetic as a dog. The boy, covering his head, fled, feeling utterly wronged. It's Wei Xuan, not me. You've got the wrong person. Wei Xuan? The girl captain halted her punches, her expression flickering between anger and contemplation. She had heard about how Wang Xian picked a fight with Wei Xuan yesterday and got thoroughly beaten. She never anticipated that he would challenge Spirit Master Class 10 the very next day. Did he think Spirit Master Class was easy to bully? Has he become arrogant? A mere Spirit Apprentice. Where does he derive his confidence? The members of Spirit Master Class 10 gathered around, indignant upon learning of the challenge. Just him, Wei Xuan? Does he think he can run roughshod over Qingqing Spirit Martial Academy? Let us show this brat what he is made of. The fervent reactions from the entire Spirit Master class were soon echoed throughout the entire Spirit Academy. What is going on? What is with Class 10? Have they been drinking? So aggressive. Wait, someone is challenging Spirit Master Class? Who is it? Who is so bold? Wei Xuan. Him? What a joke. Wei Xuan must be feeling a bit too confident. The captain of Class 10 is notoriously violent. Wei Xuan is in for a rough ride. Perhaps Wei Xuan has the strength to make such a decision. Opinions varied widely. The news spread like wildfire throughout Qingqing Spirit Martial Academy, even garnering the attention of teachers and the dean. The boy limped back, casting a resentful glance at Wei Xuan. Spirit Master class accepted the challenge. They're waiting at the training ground. Wei Xuan leaped up from his seat. All right, that takes guts. The crowd murmured. They're practically itching to beat you up. You're the one with guts, right? Wei Xuan dashed down the stairs, heading straight for the training ground, a cloud of dust trailing behind him. Sui Weiao hurriedly followed. The class erupted with excitement, grabbing drinks and popcorn as they rushed out. We're going to cheer for Brother Xian. Brother Xian is amazing. It's said that the captain of Spirit Master class has reached Spirit Master 7 stars. What a crushing match. Not just them. Many from Spirit Apprentice classes and other Spirit Master classes flocked to witness the spectacle. The scene was truly magnificent. In the director's office, the director and the teachers were crammed together, intently observing the live surveillance of the training ground. Young Wei, brimming with audacity, was akin to a fledgling bull unafraid of tigers. He exhibited the same spirit that once characterized Wang Lao in his prime. The girl from Spirit Division 10 was no weakling either. Wei Xuan was about to face a formidable challenge. This young man was indeed peculiar. The final outcome remained uncertain. Unbeknownst to Wei Xuan, the attention of the entire Qingqing Spirit Martial Academy was fixed upon him. It had been 8 years since such fanfare. Back when Wei Xuan first enrolled, as he stepped onto the training ground, the entire Spirit Division 10 was already assembled. At the forefront stood a girl with a ponytail. Her appearance rather ordinary, yet no one dared to underestimate her. Su Lin, a Spirit Division 7 star. She had chosen to comprehend the Earth attribute, endowing her with extraordinary physical strength among spirit practitioners. Su Lin rolled up her sleeves. Wei Xuan, you possess quite the audacity. Have you become arrogant? Or have I simply lost my edge? Do you comprehend the disparity between a spirit apprentice and a spirit practitioner? Wei Xuan flashed a grin. Come on. I'm in a hurry. With that, he propelled himself forward, his figure slicing through the air like a sharp sword. Su Lin's anger flared. Did he not even deem it necessary to utter a greeting? Her cheeks flushed with indignation as she charged forward. She believed she could handle Wei Xuan single-handedly, without the need for her classmates to intervene. Otherwise, Spirit Division 10 would be unable to hold their heads high among other spirit divisions. In the blink of an eye, Wei Xuan and Su Lin clashed. Wei Xuan unleashed a punch, while Su Lin crossed her arms, remarkably conjuring a wall of earth at her forearms. Wei Xian's powerful strike collided with the earthen barrier, causing it to tremble and crack like spider silk, yet it remained unbroken. Wei Xuan was taken aback. What formidable defense! Su Lin smirked coldly and retaliated with an elbow strike. Her ponytail swayed in tandem with her movements. Su Lin had condensed an earthen layer at her elbow, the air crackling with its trajectory. If struck by this elbow, even an ordinary spirit practitioner would suffer. Wei Xuan, however, did not flinch in the face of the impending attack. The body refinement pill had honed his physique to an extraordinary degree. His physical prowess was almost monstrous. An ordinary person wielding a knife would struggle to even graze him. He transcended the realm of spirit practitioners. Only highly aggressive attributes could leave marks on his body, such as Wang Xian's shadowy wind attribute. Although Su Lin's earth attribute excelled in defense, her offensive capabilities paled in comparison to Wang Xian's. Thus, Wei Xuan felt no fear. The members of Spirit Division 10 erupted in laughter. Ha ha, this kid has lost his mind. He is not dodging the class leader's attack. Has he gone mad? Is he so frightened that he cannot react? As Su Lin observed Wei Xian's indifference, a sense of pride surged within her. This Wei Xuan was nothing exceptional. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Lin's elbow strike connected squarely with Wei Xian's chest, producing a resounding thud. Momentarily, Su Lin's expression turned blank. The spectators' eyes widened in shock. The arena fell silent. There stood Wei Xuan, unmoved, not having budged an inch. He regarded Su Lin with a nonchalant demeanor, a look of disdain in his eyes as if to say, "Is that all the power you possess?" The members of Spirit Division 10 erupted in astonishment. What? This is outrageous. He withstood the class leader's blow? That is terrifying. Is Wei Xian's physique made of iron? Su Lin stared in disbelief. Why you how? Wei Xuan beamed brightly. Now it's my turn. With that, his fist transformed into a colossal vortex, swiftly draining the spiritual energy within a 10-meter radius. With a single punch, a powerful shockwave surged forth, akin to a massive boulder plummeting from the heavens. Su Lin's expression shifted dramatically as she hurriedly erected a fist-width earth shield before her. Boom! Countless earth fragments exploded. Dust swirled into the air, obscuring the figures of Wei Xuan and Su Lin. At that moment, others began to gather at the training ground, filling the area with spectators. Su Yueyao scanned the crowd, attempting to locate Wei Xian's figure. Confusion painted the faces of all present. Where was Wei Xuan? Wasn't he supposed to challenge Spirit Division 10? Had he fled? TSK, TSK, TSK. So he had run away. Spirit Division 10 anxiously peered into the dust cloud, oblivious to their surroundings. The dust quickly settled. All eyes turned, gasps escaping their lips. There he was. Those who had been departing turned back, their faces pale with horror. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The silence was palpable. In the arena, Wei Xian's fist had penetrated Su Lin's earth shield, striking her like a mountain. Su Lin's shield was riddled with cracks, utterly ruined. A mouthful of blood erupted from her as she fell backward. Everyone was left dumbfounded. The newcomers were bewildered. Did it end so quickly? They erupted into a cacophony of astonished shouts. What the hell? Su Lin has been defeated. This is unbelievable. Wei Xuan is a beast. Spirit Apprentice 10 has triumphed over Spirit Practitioner 7? Damn, what a freak. The crowd could scarcely comprehend the scene unfolding before them. The members of Spirit Division 10 stood in stunned silence. Their formidable class leader had fallen. Her once impenetrable defense had been breached by a mere punch. Sui Weiyao pumped her fist, her face alight with excitement. Go, Wei Xuan. You're amazing. Wei Xuan retracted his fist, stealthily sniffing it. The audience erupted. Sui Weiyao exclaimed, Wei Xuan, I'm going to beat you. She stood at the sidelines, flailing in frustration. Meanwhile, the director's office was in an uproar. Chapter 27. The Arrogance continues. In the director's office, one could only exclaim, my goodness, Wei Xuan is defying the heavens. He shattered Su Lin's Earth Shield with a single punch. This kid is truly extraordinary. I told you, Wei Xuan is no ordinary individual. His physical capabilities are already on par with a typical spirit master. Yi Qingwan, standing nearby, allowed a faint smile to grace her usually icy countenance. Within Qingqing's Spirit Martial Academy, brawling was strictly prohibited. However, the academy wholeheartedly supported legitimate combat challenges. Wei Xuan looked up at the other members of Spirit Division 10, beckoning them with a finger, a look of provocation on his face. The eyes of everyone in Spirit Division 10 turned crimson with fury. How dare he? He is challenging us. I've never encountered anyone so arrogant in my life. One person against our entire Spirit Division 10? How delusional. Let us go. Avenge our class leader. Get him. In an instant, all members of the 10th Spirit class sprang into action. Some even brought their spirit companions along. The training ground trembled as over 50 individuals, accompanied by more than 20 spirit beasts, surged towards Wei Xuan with the force of a tidal wave. Onlookers from the sidelines were left astounded. Could it be that Brother Xuan was deliberately provoking the entire 10th Spirit class? Was he truly prepared to challenge the whole class? Unable to intervene, they rallied together to cheer for Brother Xuan. Go, Wei Xuan, you can do it. Brother Xuan, show them what you've got. As the 10th Spirit class began to chant in support of Wei Xuan, others from different spirit classes joined in, creating an atmosphere of immense grandeur. The clamor for Wei Xuan resonated, especially since he had previously triumphed over a 7-star spirit master in a one-on-one duel. His audacity to challenge the whole 10th Spirit class earned him an unspoken admiration from all present. Even Li Changqiu was no exception, watching Wei Xuan. A complex expression flickered in his eyes. Was the gap between us truly this vast? Gradually, a spark ignited within Li Changqiu's gaze. Despite the distance, I shall strive to catch up. Wei Xuan, I will surely reach you. Sui Weiyao gazed at Wei Xuan amidst the fray, her eyes sparkling with admiration as if she were the only one among thousands, radiating an aura of unwavering resolve. In that moment, Wei Xuan appeared extraordinarily handsome. Facing the furious onslaught of the 10th Spirit class, Wei Xuan gathered his energy, clearing the surrounding spiritual power. The foremost boys suddenly slowed their pace. With the intensity of Wei Xuan's aura, it was evident he was preparing a formidable move. The class leader Su Lin had already been dispatched with a single punch. They knew they could not withstand the same fate. Wei Xuan's eyes sharpened, a glint of brilliance flashing as his face flushed with exertion. The boys at the forefront trembled in their calves. Was this move truly that powerful? They wished to halt and evade, but the throng behind them propelled them forward, leaving them with no choice. Damn it! Are you taking a dump? Hurry up! What are you stalling for? Don't block the way. Move faster. I'm going to take down Wei Xuan. As they drew ever closer to Wei Xuan, everyone mustered their strength, rolling up their sleeves in anticipation. At last, Wei Xuan was ready. He unleashed a resounding shout, akin to a cannon, expelling 1,000-year-old phlegm with astonishing velocity, soaring forth at over 120 miles per hour. In the blink of an eye, it reached the advancing 10th Spirit class. What on earth is that? Get out of the way. Oh my god. How disgusting. The crowd erupted in terror, but Wei Xuan's projectile, charged with spiritual energy and built up for several seconds, sped through the air, striking a buzz-cut boy squarely in the face. The onlookers collectively sighed in relief. Thank goodness. The boy fainted on the spot. The outside crowd erupted in chaos. Is that even possible? That's outrageous. Don't be jealous. Can you spit that far like Brother Xuan? The boy covered his face. I cannot. The members of the 10th Spirit class were seething with rage. Get him. That is so insidious and vile. Charge. Wei Xuan leisurely took out a tissue to wipe his mouth, muttering softly, vulgar. He then summoned Black Flame and charged into the fray. The enraged members of the 10th Spirit class, their eyes ablaze, disregarded all caution and unleashed their most potent attacks upon Wei Xuan. However, his reflexes were too swift. Their various assaults, ranging from water waves to wooden spikes and fireballs, failed to land a hit. Frustration boiled over as they gritted their teeth. Wei Xuan capitalized on his physical advantages. delivering powerful punches and kicks, each infused with immense spiritual energy. One by one, opponents were sent flying. Cries of anguish filled the air as Wei Xuan barreled through the crowd, facing no worthy adversary. Meanwhile, Black Flame relentlessly pursued over 20 spirit beasts. Employing a myriad of martial arts techniques, Tai Chi, Wing Chun, Hung Gar, Muay Thai, delivering a visually stunning display of prowess. A spirit beast resembling a corgi received dozens of slaps on its rear end, swelling impressively. The crowd gasped in awe. Wow, Brother Xian's little companion is truly formidable. His little black chicken is no joke. Good heavens, this little black chicken can fight. Its technique is impeccable. I wish to become its disciple. The battle had turned overwhelmingly in favor of Wei Xuan, as the 10th spirit class could not withstand his ferocious assault. One by one they fell, leaving only a handful desperately trying to hold their ground. In a matter of moments, the last one succumbed. Wei Xuan stood triumphantly amidst a sea of fallen foes. Black Flame also concluded its skirmish. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing 1/10 of the task. You have earned 5,000 points and a Spirit Pet Calcium tablet. The system's voice rang out at an opportune moment. Wei Xuan raised an eyebrow. The reward exceeded his expectations. A Spirit Pet Calcium tablet? A new prize had emerged. Silence enveloped the arena, and after 3 seconds, the crowd regained their composure, gazing at Wei Xuan, who stood tall and unyielding. He had indeed challenged the entire 10th spirit class. The shock within their hearts was immeasurable. After a long pause, they finally exclaimed, "Wow, Wei Xuan has won. Brother Xian is incredible. An idol. So fierce. Is he even human? What a freak." Sui Weiyao hurriedly approached, offering Wei Xuan a bottle of water and diligently wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel. "Wei Xuan, you are amazing. I admire you so much." As everyone watched the scene unfold, a wave of mixed feelings surged within them. After all, Sui Weiyao was the belle of the Qingqing Spirit Martial Academy. Few boys did not harbor secret affections for her, despite her minor flaws. Witnessing Sui Weiyao transform into an adoring fan, the male students felt a surge of jealousy towards Wei Xuan. In the principal's office, the headmaster was brimming with excitement. With a grand gesture, he declared, "Game over. Quickly, pay up. No IOUs." Half of the teachers bore expressions of dismay as they reached for their spirit stones. The other half, however, beamed with joy, snatching spirit stones from the losers while feigning reluctance. Just moments ago, the headmaster had placed a bet regarding whether Wei Xuan could take on the 10th spirit class. With the spirit class teachers betting against him and some teachers from the spirit disciple class, including Yi Qingwan and the headmaster himself, betting in favor of Wei Xuan. Now, those who had placed their bets on Wei Xuan were reveling in their victory. The headmaster chuckled heartily, thinking, "And you thought you could extort a pay raise from me? This just settles it all." In this bout, the dean undoubtedly emerged victorious, reaping abundant rewards. As Yi Qingwan gazed at Wei Xuan on the screen, a flicker of astonishment crossed her mind. He has grown even stronger. What a delightful surprise. On the training ground, Wei Xuan instructed Sui Weiyao to step aside and address the onlookers with a resonant voice. "Has the 9th class of spirit practitioners arrived?" A moment of stunned silence enveloped the crowd, captivated by Wei Xuan's audacious proclamation. Was he truly preparing to challenge the entire 9th class of spirit practitioners? How brazen. They had assumed Wei Xuan's performance had reached its zenith, only to discover that he was merely getting started. Meanwhile, Su Lin, who had been helped off the field, regained consciousness and could not help but smile wryly upon hearing this. It appeared he was indeed pressed for time. Chapter 28, A Sweeping Victory. The astonishment among all present was palpable as they absorbed Wei Xuan's words. Suddenly, a figure rose, boasting a robust physique. Adorned with short red hair and clad in snug jeans, an undeniable hulk. Gasps of awe erupted from the crowd as they recognized him. The captain of the 9th class of spirit practitioners, Zhao Wudi. A formidable force with explosive output among his peers. Zhao Wudi's powerful voice resonated. "I am the captain of the 9th class of spirit practitioners. What do you intend to do?" Wei Xuan, touching his nose, replied with a smile, "Bring your entire class up here." Unfazed, Zhao Wudi chuckled coldly. "Very well. Just give me a moment." He then promptly made a phone call, commanding, "Hey, all of you, come to the training ground at once. Hurry up, everyone." Before long, the entire 9th class of spirit practitioners assembled behind Zhao Wudi. Wei Xuan regarded this scene with surprise. There was indeed a significant distinction between the spirit trainee class and the spirit practitioner class. The students in the former were scattered and lacked strong organizational discipline, whereas in the latter, the captain was invariably the strongest. The captain of the spirit practitioner class ascended through sheer might, earning the respect of his peers. The cohesion of the spirit practitioner class was evident in how swiftly everyone responded to Zhao Wudi's call. Zhao Wudi, flanked by the entirety of the 9th class, approached the training ground. With a grin, he asked, Wei Xuan, are you certain you wish to challenge my entire class? Wei Xuan paused momentarily before affirming, of course. Zhao Wudi chuckled, I am not as foolish as Su Lin. We are evenly matched, and having witnessed your earlier battle, I know I cannot stand against you. So, brothers, let's all take him down together. Instantly, the 9th class of spirit practitioners surrounded Wei Xuan. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Wudi signaled for everyone, including their spirit beasts, to charge. Wei Xuan smiled lightly, unfazed by the encirclement. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, racing towards Zhao Wudi. He Yan, in perfect synchrony with him, followed closely. As attacks rained down, Wei Xuan deftly evaded what he could and absorbed the rest with fortitude. The few strikes that reached him failed to inflict any harm, as He Yan shielded him with its dark wings, which gleamed like an ancient shield. The multitude of assaults merely caused He Yan to shudder slightly, leaving it unscathed. As a spirit beast, its physical resilience surpassed that of any human. In the blink of an eye, Wei Xuan found himself before Zhao Wudi, who wore a triumphant grin, eagerly awaiting him. I've been anticipating your arrival. He unleashed a massive blue fireball, the size of a human head, that he had been charging for some time. Big Fireball. Wei Xuan twitched at the name. What a ridiculous title. Zhao Wudi bellowed. Do not underestimate my Big Fireball. He recalled how he had once been astonished by the sheer simplicity of this technique. Yet, its devastating power was undeniable, having drawn ridicule from many in the past. As the fireball hurtled towards him, Wei Xuan felt its searing heat and the raw, chaotic energy it contained. Gasps echoed among the crowd. Such formidable output was overwhelming. Wei Xian's expression grew serious. Zhao Wudi's attack was indeed powerful, far surpassing Wang Xian and Su Lin. Should it connect, even Wei Xuan would be injured. He dared not take it head-on and executed a nearly impossible evasive maneuver to avoid the fireball. His combat skills had reached an intermediate level, allowing him to anticipate danger far better than others. His reflexes were nothing short of textbook perfection. The crowd was left in stunned silence. You can move like that? Zhao Wudi's eyes widened in disbelief. You dodged my ultimate move? In the next instant, Zhao Wudi's expression paled, panic flooding his features as he shouted, Protect me. Quickly. Protect me. Indeed, the power of Zhao Wudi's technique was monstrous, nearly rivaling that of a spirit master. However, he lacked the abundant spiritual energy within him. In regular combat, he would coalesce fireballs the size of eggs, sustaining his output for a considerable time. This time, in an attempt to shatter Wei Xian's formidable physique, he had concentrated all his energy into the largest fireball possible, hoping to secure a decisive victory. Alas, it was all for naught. Zhao Wudi was caught off guard, realizing that his painstakingly charged ultimate move had been effortlessly evaded by Wei Xuan. Frustration welled within him, akin to having held back for ages only to release a mere puff of air. Wei Xuan could no longer contain his laughter. This is quite amusing. He then swiftly pushed aside the figure obstructing his path and seized Zhao Wudi. Look at this punch. Wei Xuan roared. With a heavy fist, he descended with force. To him, Zhao Wudi's muscular frame promised extraordinary strength, and the might behind his punch was formidable. Yet, Zhao Wudi was left dumbfounded. Veins bulged on his arms as he raised them defensively before his face. No, don't hit. Mother. Boom. Wei Xuan raised his fist, and Zhao Wudi collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth like a fountain. Wei Xuan was taken aback. Why are you so fragile? The onlookers were equally astonished, unable to fathom that Zhao Wudi, with his muscular build, could not withstand even a single punch from Wei Xuan. Only one student from the 9th class muttered quietly, Indeed, muscles built on a foundation of empty calories are utterly unreliable. It dawned on Wei Xuan as he glanced down at Zhao Wudi. So, you were all show? The spectators murmured in astonishment. Zhao Wudi, in a panic, implored, Don't let that slip. Now everyone in the academy knows my weakness. Following this, without Zhao Wudi, the 9th class of spirit practitioners posed no threat to Wei Xuan, who swiftly dispatched them with ease. It is worth mentioning that He Yan has also taken down numerous spirit beasts, yet astonishingly, there is a colorful little hen clinging to He Yan, infatuated with him. It refuses to let go. He Yan's wings transformed into fists, striking the little hen repeatedly. The hen squawked and spat blood. Still, it would not release its grip. Its eyes filled with adoration and obsession. He Yan's fury ignited. With a swift and resounding slap, the hen was sent flying, and after a cacophony of sounds, it finally fainted. Only then did He Yan nonchalantly return to Wei Xian's side. Wei Xuan was left speechless. He Yan, I'm not criticizing you. Your emotional intelligence is alarmingly low. You're destined to remain a single chicken for life. He Yan immediately protested, chirping indignantly. Master, it's a phoenix. Wei Xuan sighed deeply, troubled for He Yan's future. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing 2/10 of the task. You have earned 5,000 points and 1 spirit pet calcium tablet. Wei Xuan exclaimed, "Did you just copy that? How infuriating that you discovered it." The crowd erupted once more in a thunderous roar. The spirit warriors of Class 9 were also on their knees. What a freak. What a beast. Xian Gu is incredible. Voice cracking. Xian Gu forever. My goodness. Wei Xian's strength is otherworldly. Ah, that damned handsome man. Wei Xuan tilted his head back at a 30-degree angle, surveying the entire arena with a disdainful gaze. May I ask if the leader of Spirit Warriors Class 8 has arrived? I am. Someone boldly declared. I concede. At once. A male student stood up. There was no choice but to concede. Wei Xuan was overwhelmingly powerful. Wei Xuan, taken aback, broke into a grin. How agreeable. May I ask if Spirit Warriors Class 7 also concedes? I concede. And Class 6? Spirit Warriors Class 6 concedes. Class 5. I concede. I concede. I concede. Even Wang Xin yielded. The leader of Class 2 hesitated for a moment, but ultimately conceded as well. The system's prompt sounded incessantly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing 3/10 of the task. You have earned 5,000 points and 1 spirit pet calcium tablet. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing 4/10 of the task. You have earned 5,000 points and 1 spirit pet calcium tablet. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing 5/10 of the task. Ding. Congratulations to the host. 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 In an instant, Wei Xuan amassed 35,000 points and 7 spirit pet calcium tablets, beaming with joy. I am so delighted that you all conceded. Such good people. Wei Xuan continued. Does Spirit Warriors Class 1 also concede? Class 1 accepts the challenge. A tall man strode into the training arena, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Chapter 29, The Unfazed Yun Xiang. The crowd turned towards the voice, revealing a young man standing tall. He wore a somewhat wrinkled white shirt on top and black trousers with a few stains. His bright silver hair, though short, carried an ethereal quality. His eyes were clear, and he stood there, embodying a sense of singularity in the vast world. A particularly striking feature was his elongated eyes. Immediately, most students were puzzled. Who is this person? I don't think I've ever seen him before. Is he a member of Spirit Warriors Class 1? Only a few students from the Spirit Warrior classes gasped upon recognizing him. Whispers erupted. Heavens! It's him. This guy actually came out. Wei Xuan is definitely going to lose. Clearly, some students recognized this individual and were well aware of his prowess. A few class leaders from the Spirit Warrior ranks stood up, disbelief etched on their faces. This monster actually showed up? Even Wang Xian's eyes reflected apprehension. The leader of Spirit Warriors Class 1, Yun Xiang. Yun Xiang slowly walked into the training arena, the crowd parting to create a path. His pace was unhurried. And upon stopping, he smiled faintly. I never expected that the Spirit Apprentice class would produce someone so intriguing. I represent Spirit Warriors Class 1 to accept your challenge. Wei Xuan. Wei Xian's eyes widened. What are you looking at? The crowd collectively sighed in exasperation. Yun Xiang was speaking directly to a male Spirit Apprentice student. Completely ignoring Wei Xuan, the bewildered Spirit Apprentice could only stare blankly. Yun Xiang quickly turned around, offering an awkward smile. Apologies, my vision isn't very good. Everyone was speechless. That's not a vision problem. You simply can't see at all. Yun Xiang, with utmost seriousness, stated, in Qingqing's Spirit Martial Academy. You are the only one capable of being my opponent. Facing him, Wang Xian pointed to himself. Me? Yun Xiang paused, then quietly said, Wang Xian, could you help me adjust my angle? I can't find Wei Xuan. Wang Xian's face darkened. Yet, he complied, turning Yun Xiang slightly to face Wei Xuan. The crowd stifled their laughter. What a peculiar character. Wei Xuan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Are you here to be a comedian? So arrogant. At this moment, in the dean's office, everyone was astonished. Yun Xiang actually came out? I thought he only liked to stay in his seat. I haven't seen him in the training arena for 3 months. This kid is remarkably formidable. Wei Xuan is bound to lose. At that moment, many began to doubt Wei Xuan's chances. Even Yi Qingwan furrowed her brow. Clearly, she recognized Yun Xiang. In the training arena, Yun Xiang, unperturbed, smiled and patiently explained to Wei Xuan, sorry, I'm blind. Please bear with me. A gasp of shock rippled through the audience outside. This person is blind? No wonder his earlier performance was so laughable. Wei Xuan was equally shaken. This person is actually blind? The realm of a spirit warrior at the 9 stars level is certainly no small feat. I never imagined that a blind individual could reach such heights. Furthermore, judging by Wang Xian and Su Lin's expressions, this person's strength was undeniably formidable. Wei Xuan pondered how he would engage in battle. Would he rely on sound to ascertain his position? Yun Xiang extended one hand while the other rested behind him, exuding an air of mastery. Yunxiang, leader of Spirit Warriors Class 1, at your service. Wei Xuan, intrigued, asked, aren't your other classmates joining? At that moment, many members of Spirit Warriors Class 1 hid amidst the crowd, their heads ducked. Yunxiang's mouth twitched. I fear I might accidentally harm them. I alone am sufficient. Wei Xuan broke into a sweat. Are you practicing indiscriminate area attacks? Wei Xuan grinned, stepping forward with a swagger. Wei Xuan, the class charm of Spirit Apprentices Class 10. The expressions of all present darkened instantly. The boys from Class 10 of the Spirit Cultivators erupted in outrage. Damn it, how can you be so shameless? You think you're the class flower? Go to hell. I'm the true class flower of Spirit Cultivators Class 10. The audacity of this individual was astounding. Just as it appeared that this group was about to charge onto the field to confront him, Wei Xuan turned back and shot them a glare. Immediately, they fell silent, whistling in unison towards the sky. The onlookers from other classes were left in a state of disbelief. What on earth are you Spirit Cultivators Class 10? Yunxiang smiled slightly, his lips parting. Daylight. At once, a brilliant light erupted from his body, illuminating the entire training ground. All eyes were met with a blinding radiance. In that moment, Yunxiang resembled a 1,000-watt bulb. Good heavens, he has comprehended the light attribute. This was dazzling beyond belief. To think he could grasp such an extraordinary attribute, truly a prodigy. Wei Xuan shielded his eyes, the intense light nearly blinding him. Is this a human sun? Simultaneously, he marveled at the fact that the comprehension of light attributes is notoriously challenging. It's not something one can simply attain at will. Who would have imagined that Yunxiang possessed such remarkable insight? Was it because he was visually impaired, surrounded by darkness, that he chose to embrace the light? Amidst the radiance, Yunxiang's voice rang out. Within the realm of daylight, I can sense the presence of all objects. Wei Xuan, be cautious. Whoosh. A sound of air being sliced through approached. Wei Xuan focused his gaze, his body suddenly shifting as a figure dashed past his recent position. The speed was terrifying. Like a flash of light, a stark contrast to the blind individual he had been moments before. Wei Xuan raised an eyebrow. This Yunxiang was no weakling. However, against intermediate combat techniques, he still lacked a bit. Another rush of wind surged forth, and Wei Xuan turned, delivering a powerful punch. It even produced a sonic boom. Boom. Instantly, Yunxiang was sent flying backward, yet Wei Xuan advanced. Little did he know, Yunxiang's speed was astonishingly swift, vanishing from sight. Although Wei Xuan's combat techniques and spiritual power were formidable, his speed was a significant flaw. Yunxiang's relentless assaults were deftly deflected by Wei Xuan, causing no harm whatsoever. Instead, Wei Xuan felt his limbs ache from the continuous exchanges. At this moment, the spectators outside finally adjusted to the blinding light and witnessed the battle unfold. Yunxiang shouted, Radiant Sword. A 1-meter-long sword, forged from pure light, materialized in his hand. Everyone was momentarily speechless. Whispers erupted. He actually learned 2 combat techniques. Truly worthy of being the leader of Class 1 of Spirit Scholars. What a monster. This light sword is breathtaking. Oh no, Wei Xuan is going to lose. Wei Xuan frowned. This Yunxiang was indeed a tough adversary. As Yunxiang swung his radiant sword towards him, Wei Xuan remained undeterred. His fingers aligned, transforming into a sword-like gesture. Explosive finger. A flicker of crimson flame ignited at Wei Xuan's fingertip. He thrust it forward, finger against sword. Yunxiang staggered back several steps as Wei Xuan blew on his finger. Damn it, that hurts. The onlookers erupted in astonishment. Is that a combat technique? A spirit-level cultivator can execute combat techniques? Heavens, this is impossible. It must be a trick. Su Lin, Zhao Wudi, and Wang Xian wore expressions of bitter disbelief, realizing he had not even exerted his full strength. In the dean's office, silence reigned. Everyone was hushed. Even the mischievous dean watched the scene without uttering a word. After a long pause, the dean exhaled deeply, his eyes lighting up as he gazed at Wei Xuan's performance. Perhaps, Wei Xuan's 8 years of effort had not been in vain. Upon hearing this, the teachers nodded in agreement. Who would have anticipated that Wei Xuan, merely at the spirit level, could unleash combat techniques? This was undoubtedly an unprecedented occurrence since the revival of spiritual energy. Paying no heed to the astonishment of others, Wei Xuan felt a headache coming on. Although Yunxiang was incredibly fast, he couldn't breach Wei Xuan's defenses. However, Wei Xuan was also unable to engage Yunxiang in close combat. It could be said that Wei Xuan found himself at a complete loss against Yunxiang. He had no choice but to activate his powers. System, upgrade explosive finger. As points were consumed for the upgrade, the process completed. Remaining points, 42,000. Explosive finger, intermediate. Wei Xuan looked down, watching as the flames atop his finger flared up. The crimson flames extended, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Under the watchful gaze of all, the fiery beam finally ceased its extension. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Wei Xuan was overjoyed, practically drooling with glee. Before him burst a 40-meter-long flame beam. Facing him was Yun Xiang, pale and trembling, clutching his light sword. Chapter 30, to be continued. At this moment, chaos erupted among the crowd. My goodness! What combat technique is this? A 40-meter sword? This is outrageous. And it's on fire. Wei Xuan puffed at the 40-meter flame beam. Come, let us duel with swords. The crowd? You dare call that a sword? No need for a duel. You're clearly the most shameless. Yun Xiang swallowed hard. A rare sheen of cold sweat appearing on his brow. He glanced at his radiant sword, then at the massive pillar of flame, as thick as his wrist, pointed directly at him. In comparison, his sword was nothing but a matchstick. How could they even compare? Yun Xiang tightened his grip on the sword, his muscles tensing, his aura shifting to one of tension. Wei Xuan could hardly contain his excitement, swinging the 40-meter flame beam with enthusiasm, sweeping it across the arena. Yun Xiang was taken aback, raising his sword to block. With a thunderous crash, he was sent flying. The radiant sword vanished in an instant. Wei Xuan was elated. He adored this intermediate explosive finger. What a monstrous power. Such techniques are best suited for individuals like me. Wei Xuan. Raising the 40-meter flame beam once more, he excitedly lunged towards Yun Xiang. Yun Xiang extended his hand, smiling calmly. I concede. Wei Xuan's flame beam halted right in front of his pants. Yun Xiang's face was drenched in sweat. So you're a bottom-tier player? Wei Xuan's expression twitched. Your concession is quite unique. One might think you've won. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have received 5,000 points, 1 Spirit Pet Calcium Tablet, and the Spirit Pet Combat Technique. Berserk. Wei Xuan was taken aback. Spirit Pet Combat Technique? That is truly precious. For spirit beasts. Aside from the inherent combat techniques they possess, they cannot learn others. This Berserk technique appeared to be extraordinary. Wei Xuan could hardly wait to test its effects. Moreover, there are Spirit Pet Calcium Tablets. At this moment, the crowd was left utterly astonished. The cacophony of discussions and roars melded into a chaotic symphony. Wei Xuan actually triumphed. With a 40-meter blade, it would have been a wonder had he not prevailed. Who could have anticipated that a mere 10-star spirit disciple would dominate the entirety of Qingqing's Spirit Martial Academy? Brother Xian is truly remarkable. The dean's office was in an uproar. Vice Dean Wang had even pulled out his beard in disbelief. He was still in a daze, wearing an expression of utter astonishment. The others fared no better. The dean finally sighed deeply, remarking that this fellow was no ordinary individual. Wei Xuan stowed away his 40-meter explosive finger and walked out of the training ground with an air of indifference. Sui Weiyao hurriedly followed suit, her steps light and eager. Outside the arena, the audience remained in a state of fervent excitement. Yun Xiang dusted off his clothes and promptly exited as well. Wei Xuan was basking in the incessant praise from Sui Weiyao when Yun Xiang caught up with them. Then, under the incredulous gazes of Wei Xuan and Sui Weiyao, he turned towards a lamppost with utmost seriousness, declaring, Wei Xuan, I will strive to defeat you. Wei Xuan was left speechless, thinking to himself that Yun Xiang should first get his eyes treated before challenging him. Yun Xiang immediately felt a wave of embarrassment. Wei Xuan and Sui Weiyao walked past him. Sui Weiyao looked back at Yun Xiang with a sympathetic expression and whispered, Actually, I have heard a bit about Yun Xiang. He was born blind and has worked tirelessly to cultivate. He rarely goes anywhere, preferring to sit in his seat. His parents have spent all their wealth trying to restore his sight. To this day, his world remains shrouded in darkness. He is indeed a pitiable soul. Upon hearing this, Wei Xuan could no longer contain himself. As a kind-hearted youth, he was particularly soft-hearted. He turned and strode towards Yun Xiang. Sui Weiyao looked on in confusion. Wei Xuan, what's the matter? Upon reaching Yun Xiang, who slightly raised his head in bewilderment, Wei Xuan returned to him. What could Wei Xuan possibly want again? Wei Xuan placed a healing pill in Yun Xiang's hand. Here, take this and see if it has any effect. Yun Xiang looked at the small pill in shock before promptly consuming it. Wei Xuan was taken aback. What the heck? Aren't you afraid that I might have poisoned it? You just eat it like that. Yun Xiang grinned. Though my eyes are blind, my heart can still see. I can sense your goodwill. Wei Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Can you really perceive how handsome I am? Yun Xiang. Sui Weiyao couldn't help but chuckle. After Yun Xiang consumed the pill, Wei Xuan eagerly inquired, so, how is it? Did it work? Yun Xiang blinked, his previously hopeless gaze suddenly flickering with excitement. His face flushed. His voice trembled with excitement. Yes, it worked. I can see a little bit of light. It's so bright. So beautiful. Wei Xuan's eyelid twitched. It actually didn't cure him? The healing pill was supposed to revive even the dying. How could it only allow Yun Xiang to see a tiny bit of light? Then, Wei Xian exchanged another healing pill in the point shop. He slapped it into Yun Xiang's hand with a commanding presence. Eat it. I refuse to believe it cannot be cured. Wei Xian held a favorable view of Yun Xiang, admiring his mental fortitude, resilient will, and straightforward nature. Since he had the ability, he naturally wanted to lend a hand. Yun Xiang's hand trembled slightly as he held the healing pill. He could hardly fathom the value of such a miraculous medicine. That Wei Xian had given it to him without a hint of reluctance. He did not refuse, after all. He yearned for light. Trembling, he consumed the healing pill. No change. Upon hearing this, Wei Xian furrowed his brow. What the heck? Is there a condition that even the healing pill cannot cure? System, do you have any solutions? The system replied. The host needs to exchange for a faultless pill to resolve the issue. Wei Xian's face brightened. What is a faultless pill? The faultless pill completely cures congenital defects. Just one will show results. Wei Xian's eyes sparkled. He hurriedly searched within the points shop. Why isn't it here? He scrolled down. Wei Xian continued to scroll, noticing that the required points for the items below increased dramatically. Where is it? Keep scrolling. Suddenly, an ominous premonition washed over him. After searching for quite some time, he still found nothing. System? Where is it? Cough. Keep scrolling. With a steely resolve, Wei Xian continued downward and finally found the faultless pill. However, upon seeing the exchange value, Wei Xian's expression darkened. 10,000 points. I strongly advise the host against the exchange. The system believes it is not worth it. Wei Xian cursed vehemently. What do you know? He then directly exchanged for the faultless pill. Sui Weiyao and Yun Xiang watched as Wei Xian stood there in a daze. Filled with confusion, Yun Xiang smiled openly. Wei Xian, thank you. I'm already quite surprised you still. Smack. Before he could finish, Wei Xian forcefully slapped the faultless pill into Yun Xiang's hand, his eyes bloodshot and glaring with intensity. Eat it. I've invested a fortune this time. If it doesn't work, I swear I'll beat you to a pulp. Yun Xiang broke into a cold sweat and quickly consumed the pill. Fortunately, the faultless pill was devoid of any peculiarities. It was nothing like the unreliable body refining pills. After all, it was a 10,000 point item. Wei Xian's heart ached. He watched Yun Xiang intently. In an instant, Yun Xiang trembled, then rubbed his eyes vigorously, tears streaming down his face. His expression was flushed with excitement. Stammering, he exclaimed, I can see. Wei Xian, thank you. Yun Xiang turned to Sui Weiyao, filled with deep gratitude. He was about to reach for her hand. Sui Weiyao. Wei Xian. What the heck? How dare you touch my woman? He kicked Yun Xiang down. Then he proceeded to deliver a flurry of kicks while cursing profusely, his words laced with centuries-old traditional expressions. Sui Weyao's face blushed crimson as she covered her eyes. Too shy to look at Wei Xian. Oh my. He actually said I was his. How embarrassing. I'm so happy. After a while, Yun Xiang finally stood up, trembling and blushing furiously, quickly putting on a smile. Brother Xian, I was wrong. From today onward, you are my big brother. Wei Xian found it amusing. What happened to your lofty demeanor? You just call me brother directly? Wei Xian raised his foot as if to leave, still cursing. I don't want you as my blind little brother. Yun Xiang quickly clung to Wei Xian's leg, tears and snot streaming down his face. Big brother, I was wrong. Sister-in-law, please help me out. Sui Yueyao's face flushed red, and she tugged at Wei Xian's sleeve. Wei Xian, Yun Xiang is quite a good person. Wei Xian glanced at Yun Xiang, noticing that his nose was about to rub against him. A sudden chill enveloped him. All right, stop messing with me. Let go. He chuckled. Thank you, Brother Xia. Chapter 31. The Mad Old Man Before Long. The news of Wei Xian's victory over all the spiritualist classes spread throughout the Qingqing Spirit Martial Academy. Everyone was abuzz with discussions, and numerous videos circulated. Wei Xian's appearance was already strikingly handsome, far surpassing many top-tier male celebrities. Thus, he swiftly became the dreamboat of every girl in the academy. Regardless of which class the students belonged to, they all nodded and bowed in respect upon seeing Wei Xian. In that moment, the infamous Wei Xian had completely dominated the Qingqing Spirit Martial Academy. Upon returning to Class 10 of the Spirit Apprentices, Wei Xian found himself surrounded by admirers, all inquiring about his well-being. Snacks, drinks, and gaming consoles were showered upon him. Among them, a boy secretly gifted him a magazine. Wei Xian's face lit up with excitement upon seeing it, and he discreetly tucked it away. The crowd chattered excitedly. Brother Xian, you were incredible today. Indeed. Brother Xian is destined to be our pillar of strength in Qingqing Spirit Martial. Hey, Brother Xian, are you in need of little brothers? Get lost. Who are you to offer yourself as a little brother to Brother Xian? Brother Xian, how about me? Wei Xian stuffed his mouth full of snacks, barely able to speak. You all want to be little brothers? The crowd nodded enthusiastically. Wei Xian swallowed his food and bellowed, Yin Xiang. His voice resonated like thunder throughout the building. Immediately, the members of Class 10 heard a crash, and a figure darted through the classroom door. A cacophony of shattering glass followed. Then, Yun Xiang, covered in shards of glass, entered. Yun Xiang rushed over, eyes gleaming. Big brother, what are your orders? A profound silence fell over the class. Everyone's eyes were wide with disbelief. Did Yun Xiang just call Wei Xuan big brother? Was this a joke? That was a 9th-star spiritualist. Wei Xuan waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Just calling you. Now go back. Yun Xiang scratched his head. All right, big brother. Goodbye, big brother. Goodbye, sister-in-law. Su Yuia's face flushed crimson as she waved goodbye. Then Yun Xiang transformed into a beam of light and shot out of the room. Another crash echoed, followed by the furious reprimand of the dean. Which scoundrel broke the mirror? Don't let me catch you. Wei Xuan shrugged with a helpless expression. See, I only reluctantly accepted someone as weak as Yun Xiang. You all should practice more. Remember to sign up when you reach 9th-star spiritualist. The crowd's expressions twitched in disbelief, scattering like birds startled from their perch. Was Yun Xiang weak? If he were, what did that make them? You need to sign up to become a little brother? The boy who had given the magazine was in a panic. Brother Xian, please give me back that magazine. Wei Xuan glared. What magazine? The one I just gave you. You're talking nonsense. I didn't take it. If you slander me again, I'll teach you a lesson. The boy, distraught, ultimately bowed to Wei Xian's intimidation, walking away in tears, as if his girlfriend had been stolen from him. The next moment, Wei Xuan lowered his head and secretly began to read the magazine. In the evening, as Wei Xuan walked home after school, he became intrigued by Spirit Pet calcium tablets and Spirit Pet combat techniques. System, what exactly are Spirit Pet calcium tablets? What are they used for? Spirit Pet calcium tablets can enhance the size, strength, and speed of spirit pets. Upon hearing this, Wei Xuan's eyes lit up. Can it increase their size? That's fantastic. Hei Yin is far too small, lacking any intimidating presence. It doesn't even resemble a phoenix. If it consumes this calcium tablet, could it grow larger? Then it could truly become a phoenix and take me to the skies. Eagerly, Wei Xuan took out the Spirit Pet calcium tablet, which resembled a 6-flavor herbal pill. Hei Yin, perched on Wei Xuan's shoulder, brightened, saliva uncontrollably flowing. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Master, I want to eat. Just as Wei Xuan was about to feed Hei Yin, he was distracted by a scene unfolding nearby. An old man, clad in tattered clothing with a missing shoe, had a filthy face and unkempt hair, exuding a peculiar odor that lingered in the air. He crouched on the ground, a fierce expression on his face, hissing, "Do you wish to provoke me?" I spotted this immortal fruit first. Opposite him sat a vicious-looking husky, and between them lay a steaming pile of excrement. The husky barked, "Woof, woof." The old man gasped, "What? You are the prince of the immortal emperor? My apologies. If that is the case, I shall yield to you." Then, the husky began to devour the excrement with gusto. The old man salivated at the sight. What does this immortal fruit taste like? Is it delicious? Wei Xuan was taken aback, momentarily awestruck. He whipped out his phone to record a video. Was this old man losing his mind? He was actually conversing with a dog. Laughing aside, Wei Xuan couldn't bear to watch, so he exchanged a healing pill, pinching his nose and tossing it over. "Here, eat this. It's a 9 revolutions immortal pill." The healing pill rolled to the old man's feet, and upon hearing its name, he was astonished, picking it up to inspect it closely. Instantly, his face lit up with joy. Heavens! This is indeed the legendary immortal pill. Your Highness, this pill combined with the immortal fruit works wonders. I shall offer it to you, but do remember to speak well of me before the immortal emperor. Then, to Wei Xian's horror, the old man tossed the healing pill onto the pile of excrement. The husky immediately went for it, tail wagging with glee. The old man smiled shyly. "Your Highness, no need for formality." Wei Xian's face darkened, his anger boiling. What a waste of my points. He turned to leave, realizing he couldn't save the situation. As he walked away, he took out the Spirit Pet calcium tablet, curious to see its effects, and tossed it to Hei Yin. Hei Yin opened its mouth wide, eyes sparkling with joy. Just as the calcium tablet was about to drop into Hei Yin's mouth, a shadow swooped in. Hei Yin snapped its jaws shut in vain, instantly filled with fury, muscles taut as it glared at the shadow. Wei Xuan was equally stunned, feeling as if he had blinked and lost sight of the calcium tablet. Looking at the shadow, he saw the previously mad old man excitedly clutching the calcium tablet, exclaiming, "This is a fantastic goodie." He then consumed it with a crunch. Evidently, the old man's body began to swell before their eyes, growing from a height of 175 meters to an impressive 190 meters. Wei Xuan was left dumbfounded. Did this Spirit Pet calcium tablet work on humans too? Hei Yan's eyes turned red with rage, letting out a furious yelp as it charged forward. A resounding slap was aimed at the old man's face. With a swift motion, the old man deflected it. Bang! Black flame was sent hurtling backward, crashing against a tree and rolling its eyes in distress. Wei Xian's expression turned grave. Black Flame had never been bested before. Even Yun Xiang, a spirit master of the Ninth Star, wouldn't he be able to easily send Black Flame flying like that? Could it be the effect of the spirit pet calcium tablets? Black Flame. Wei Xian hastily scooped it up, only to see it burst into tears, looking woefully aggrieved. Chirp. Chirp chirp. Master, he stole my snacks. Wei Xian gently patted its small head. Don't cry. There's still one more. Saying this, he retrieved another spirit pet calcium tablet to feed Black Flame, when suddenly, a gust of foul wind swept in, accompanied by a rancid odor. Wei Xian's complexion changed dramatically. He turned and threw a punch. Bang! The old man had already appeared before him. Wei Xian's fist struck the old man's body, yet he showed no reaction at all. Instead, snatching the calcium tablet and swallowing it whole. Black Flame's eyes widened in fury. Its wings stirred up a ripple as it lunged toward the old man. The old man waved his hand again. Black Flame was sent flying once more. Wei Xian's scalp tingled. This old man was absurdly powerful. However, Wei Xian couldn't allow Black Flame to be bullied, so he unleashed a burst of fiery energy from his fingertip, ready to erupt. The old man suddenly trembled. His body glimmered with golden light. Wei Xian felt an overwhelming force surge toward him. He was flung backward, crashing against a large tree. Beside him was Black Flame. Wei Xian felt as though his internal organs had been displaced. He stared in terror at the maniacal old man, realizing he was a master-level warrior. Chapter 32. What a good child. Wei Xian was horrified. The old man had just exuded a golden light, his aura unmistakably powerful. He couldn't fathom that this was merely a crazy old man fighting for food with a dog, yet he could be a master-level warrior? The old man approached with a silly grin, extending his hands. I want to eat. Wei Xian nearly retched from the stench emanating from him. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead as his thoughts raced, a sudden idea materializing in his mind. He wanted the calcium tablets from earlier? The old man beamed with delight at the suggestion, nodding foolishly. Eat the tablets. 10 minutes later, Wei Xian pedaled a shared bicycle, leaving a mirage in his wake. Nearby, Black Flame soared through the air, a calcium tablet strapped to its feet. The old man was hot on their heels, his feet blackened from running. Wei Xian felt a pang of sympathy. Hurry up, Black Flame. Moments after Wei Xian departed, several figures arrived at the spot where he had encountered the crazed old man. 4 men donned in identical attire emanated a formidable aura, their sleeves embroidered with the character Furtang. The leader spoke in a deep voice. That old coot can't have gone far. Pursue. In an instant, the figures vanished. Upon returning home, the old man, astonishingly, showed no signs of fatigue, leaving Wei Xian dumbfounded. Ultimately, the spirit pet calcium tablet was consumed by Black Flame. The old man stood on the ground, squawking incoherently. Wei Xian observed for a while, noting that the old man hadn't grown taller again, leading him to believe that the second dose had no effect, due to the unbearable stench surrounding the old man. Wei Xian decided to give him a bath first. Thus, 10 minutes later, Han Hu and Han Lang arrived. As they entered, a peculiar odor assaulted their senses. Wow. Brother Xian, have you been fermenting pickled vegetables? That smell is quite potent. It must have been marinating for 2 years to achieve this. Wei Xian regarded the now fully spirit disciple-level members of the saber-toothed tiger clan, nodding in approval. The saber-toothed tiger had become quite impressive. And to prevent the poisonous snakes from causing trouble, Wei Xian had instructed them to halt operations and focus on cultivation. It was a necessary measure. Although he wasn't afraid of the snake's retaliation, the members of saber-toothed tiger were all spirit disciples and stood no chance against the snakes. As if you're not a spirit disciple yourself. Wei Xian pointed at the old man standing in the yard. Your task is to give him a bath. Han Hu and the others were taken aback. What kind of prestigious figure requires 24 spirit disciples to bathe him? A glance revealed the source of the odor. Their jaws dropped in shock. Holy smokes. This stench is emanating from a person. How can he be so foul? Did he just crawl out of a pickling vat? He marinated. Far worse than anything I've ever produced. Wei Xian urged, hurry up and wash him. Be careful. Han Hu and the others grimaced, but could only pinch their noses and comply. The 24 men donned masks, armed with bath towels and 2 buckets of shower gel. Charging at the old man, Han Lang wielded a large water hose, spraying the old man relentlessly. The old man dodged left and right, while Han Hu and the others pursued him unyieldingly, transforming the yard into a chaotic battlefield. Hey, don't run. Come here. I've got him. Ouch. He kicked me in the groin. Oh, my rear end. Why is this old man so sneaky? The scene descended into utter pandemonium. Meanwhile, Wei Xian was not idle, administering spirit pet calcium tablets to Black Flame. After consuming 3 tablets, Black Flame had grown to the size of a fully grown rooster. Yet, to Wei Xian's dismay, Black Flame resembled a rooster almost exactly, Not entirely identical. At least the rooster lacked Black Flame's muscular build. Can this truly be a phoenix? Wei Xuan unleashed a torrent of curses toward the system. Black Flame looked like this as a juvenile phoenix. What a flimsy excuse. Wei Xuan had given up. Thus he retrieved a spirit pet combat skill. It resembled a transparent glass orb. How do you use this? Eat it. That's simple. Wei Xuan tossed it to Black Flame, who swallowed it and became motionless. As Wei Xuan reached to poke it, Black Flame suddenly lifted its head, its eyes gleaming blood red. Its entire body transformed into a dark crimson hue, exuding a violent aura, muscles bulging. Wei Xuan was taken aback. Is this the berserk combat skill? And it changes color? Black Flame's eyes zeroed in on the crazed old man, now bloodshot, and charged forward. Wei Xuan could only watch helplessly. Black Flame soared onto the old man's neck, unleashing a flurry of strikes. The old man howled in agony, leaving Han Hu and the others grimacing in sympathy. However, the deranged old man merely cried out. In reality, he sustained no injuries. At that moment, several figures suddenly appeared atop the wall. Stunned by the scene unfolding in the yard, 24 hulking men were wrestling with a tall, foam-covered old man, while a large rooster perched atop him. And a young man nearby clapped in approval. Goodness, what a familial display of love. It must be stated that I have never experienced such treatment. 24 strong men giving a bath? Go down and inquire. The leading man, accompanied by several others, leapt down with the grace of a swallow, reminiscent of the lightness of ancient martial arts heroes. Han Hu and Han Lang were taken aback. These individuals were formidable. The moment several men appeared, Wei Xuan sensed their presence and dared not act rashly. Their strength was unfathomable. Wei Xuan signaled with his eyes, and Han Hu, Han Lang, and the others refrained from advancing. He stepped forward alone, his face betraying astonishment and trepidation. A few elder brothers, what is it that you wish to do? Forcefully intruding upon a private residence is against the law. He appeared as a young man startled and anxious. Upon seeing Wei Xuan's genuine concern, the men internally praised him. What a considerate young lad. The leading man donned a friendly smile and said, Young brother, do not be afraid. We are not bad people. We seek to inquire if you have seen an elderly gentleman in excellent health. Slightly shorter than your grandfather here. He seemed somewhat muddled. Wei Xuan was taken aback. Worry etched on his face. Has your elder lost his way? We must promptly alert the authorities. Observing the authenticity of Wei Xuan's concern, the men thought to themselves, what a kind-hearted young man. The leading man smiled wryly. We have reported it, but there has been no news, so we ventured out to search. At that moment, the mad old man let out a loud roar. Wei Xuan's expression shifted dramatically, and he rushed forward, shoving a spirit pet calcium tablet into the old man's mouth. He reproached, Grandfather, do not fret, it will be over soon. Then he snatched the bath towel and vigorously scrubbed the old man's mouth. The men were increasingly impressed with Wei Xuan. What a filial child. As he scrubbed the old man's mouth, Wei Xuan turned back with a smile. Elder brothers, I have not seen your elder. Perhaps you could leave your contact information? I will have my family search nearby. As soon as we have news, I will contact you. The men beamed with admiration. Look at this wonderful young man. Such kindness is rare in today's society. The leading man excitedly exclaimed, Oh, we are truly grateful to you. Wei Xuan hurriedly waved his hand, his face shy. It's nothing. Really. Han Hu and the others struggled to suppress their laughter, clutching their thighs in mirth. The boss's acting is truly exceptional. As the men prepared to continue their search, Wei Xuan warmly detained them. Elder brothers, you must be thirsty. Come in for some water and food to take with you. Don't let yourselves go hungry. They hurriedly declined. No. Thank you, young brother. Oh, what a good child. Ultimately, they could not be persuaded to stay, and the men left. Wei Xuan stood there for a moment, feeling a tinge of loss. The men observed from the shadows for a while before departing. It was not until 10 minutes later that Wei Xuan collected himself, his expression growing serious. Bring him in. He was the first to step into the warehouse. Chapter 33, The Big Order. As the group entered the warehouse, the mad old man's appearance had transformed dramatically. His gray hair was slightly curled, cascading to his shoulders. His distinct facial features framed by well-defined contours, with a mole nestled between his brows. Standing at an impressive height of nearly 6 feet 3, his physique was both balanced and robust, a true warrior among old men. He was, in essence, a handsome elder. Yet at that moment, he was darting around the warehouse draped in a bedsheet. Hey, Iron Egg Superman is here. Where are the monsters running off to? Everyone stared at the mad old man. Speechless, Han Hu furrowed his brow. Xiangu, those men earlier. Wei Xuan explained with intrigue. They came to capture this old man. The moment they entered, they were exuding a fierce aura, their faces cold as ice. Moreover, they bore a character embroidered on their sleeves, Itang. a master-level martial artist, and 3 peak spirit masters. What a formidable lineup. The members of the saber-toothed tiger collectively gasped. Good gracious. A master level? To capture this foolish old man. Did he disturb their ancestral graves, or sleep with their wives? Do not be surprised. This mad old man is indeed a master level. Wei Xuan squinted, a glimmer of light in his eyes. The moment this was said, the saber-toothed tiger members were astonished. I just touched a master-level warrior's peach. I even gave him a 1,000-year kill. Yet it seemed he might have lost his mind. As these words left his lips, everyone turned to the mad old man, who lay on the ground, emitting a humming sound akin to a roaring engine. Suddenly, he excitedly shouted, overtaking on a curve. Then, thrusting his hand forward, he propelled himself excitedly as he writhed along the ground. The crowd erupted in strange exclamations. Oh my tisk tsk. Boss. This just fell from him. Han Lang retrieved a bracelet adorned with a translucent stone the size of a pigeon egg. Wei Xuan took it in hand, his expression igniting with excitement. It is indeed a space stone. Upon hearing this, the members of the saber-toothed tiger gaped in disbelief. Is this the kind of space stone that is more valuable than diamonds? My goodness, this old man is a wealthy man. How much could this be worth? At least several tens of millions. Wei Xuan had not anticipated that this old man's fortune would be so immense. Just this one space stone could exchange for an entire saber-toothed tiger company. Unable to contain his curiosity, Wei Xuan probed into the space stone with his consciousness, revealing a 5-meter cube of space before him, filled with numerous items. Wei Xuan chuckled to himself. The wealth of a master-level warrior must surely amount to a fortune. Reaching in, he pulled out a pair of lacy women's panties. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. Why does this old man have women's clothing in his space stone? Wei Xian's expression grew peculiar as he continued to extract items from the space stone. Soon, he amassed a small mountain of women's underwear in various colors and styles, along with a few fine strings. Wei Xian's face darkened. Are you selling panties or something? Han Hu picked up a pink bra, sniffed it with seriousness, and said, Boss, these have been used. Why are you all looking at me like that? The crowd regarded Han Hu with amusement. Even this tough man had a hint of red on his face. Chu Feng stroked his chin and chuckled. Could it be that this old man is a thief of women's underwear, who then got himself knocked silly and pursued by master-level warriors? The group fell silent. Oh snap. That seems quite plausible. Wei Xuan looked at the dazed old man in exasperation. You are a master-level warrior. How could you engage in such disgraceful acts? Have you no shame? Wei Xuan pondered for a moment before speaking. Ahu, investigate the origins of the Tang family, as well as any recent developments. Be discreet. Understood. Boss. Ahu replied. Boss, how should we handle this old man? A smile appeared on Wei Xian's face. He will serve a significant purpose. I was just troubled by the issues concerning Su Yuiao's family, but now, with such a formidable ally, intimidating the Su family should be a cinch. Suddenly, a cheerful ringtone echoed through the air. The members of the saber-toothed tiger team rummaged through their pockets, only to return their phones when they realized it wasn't theirs. Only Han, whose phone lit up. He answered the call. Hello, who is this? Just a moment. Let me consult my boss. Han, who covered the microphone, and whispered. Boss, it's a big order. Wei Xuan raised an eyebrow. How big? Han, who held up a finger, his eyes widening with excitement. 10 million. A collective gasp escaped Wei Xuan and the other members of Saber-Tooth Tiger. 10 million was nearly a year's worth of revenue for their company. Yet, Wei Xuan furrowed his brow. Such a substantial sum suggests the employer is indeed extraordinary. This could potentially be dangerous. What are the requirements? They demand the entire Saber-Tooth Tiger team to be mobilized for the protection of one individual for one night, and at least one Spirit Master level warrior must be present. Who are we protecting? The employer has kept that confidential. Male or female? Female. Accepted. Why not? As Wei Xuan abruptly stood up, the members of Saber-Tooth Tiger covered their faces. Boss, your intentions seem a bit off, don't they? Han, who picked up the phone again. Saber-Tooth Tiger accepts your commission. We'll finalize the contract tomorrow at noon. Goodbye. After hanging up, Han, whose face radiated excitement. Boss, are you going to take the lead personally? All the members turned to him, as Wei Xuan had never taken direct action since the creation of Saber-Tooth Tiger, having only dealt with ordinary individuals and villains. However, since the formation of the 24 warriors, Saber-Tooth Tiger had begun to accept more perilous commissions, often facing other warriors. Currently, among the Saber-Tooth Tiger members, Han Hu and Han Lang were at the Spirit Disciple 6 stars, while 18 others were at 3 stars, and 4 at 2 stars. Coupled with Wei Xuan, who stood at Spirit Disciple 10 stars, this constituted the totality of Saber-Tooth Tiger's combat prowess. The current employer's request for at least one Spirit Master level warrior necessitated Wei Xuan's personal involvement, although not yet a Spirit Master himself. Wei Xian's combat capability undoubtedly surpassed that level. Wei Xian nodded, firmly declaring, I am not pursuing a wealthy lady. The members of Saber-Toothed Tiger collectively facepalmed. Boss, you just said it outright. Wei Xian turned to the eccentric old man and decided he needed a name. Let us call you Mighty Man. He held up a spirit pet calcium tablet, waving it in front of the old man. The old man's eyes immediately sparkled, and he reached out to grab it. Wei Xian swiftly withdrew it. From this day forward, you shall be known as Mighty Man. Agree, and I shall grant you the calcium tablets. Without hesitation, the old man eagerly accepted. I shall be Mighty Man. I want to eat the calcium tablets. Wei Xian tossed him one. The old man, now Mighty Man, was overjoyed. Under the scornful gaze of He Yan, he consumed the calcium tablet. Looking at the members of Saber-Toothed Tiger, Wei Xian frowned. Your current levels are too low. With a grand gesture, he exchanged for 72 gathering spirit pills from the system marketplace. 3 for each of you. Now elevate your levels. With the infusion of the gathering spirit pills, the entire Saber-Toothed Tiger team upgraded as effortlessly as one might eat or drink. Each member experienced rapid ascension in their levels. After a single night, Han Hu and Han Lang reached Spirit Disciple 10 stars, while the remaining 22 members achieved Spirit Disciple 9 stars. This formidable lineup was indeed impressive. Although they had not slept a wink through the night, everyone felt extraordinarily invigorated. They could scarcely believe that within just a few days, they had transformed from ordinary individuals into warriors, now all standing at Spirit Disciple 10 and 9 stars. Even now, they found the situation surreal, as if they were floating on clouds, having all become fervent supporters of Wei Xian. Boss is truly remarkable. Such alchemical prowess. Surely there is no one like him in this world. At that moment, the members of Saber-Toothed Tiger gazed at Wei Xian as if he were a celestial being. Early in the morning, Han Hu took a few members to meet the employer for the contract signing. The Qingqing Spirit Martial Academy was on holiday that day, allowing Wei Xian to focus on his research concerning Mighty Man, the eccentric old man. Wei Xian couldn't ascertain the precise star level of the old man's mastery, but through his instinctive defensive reactions, it was evident that he was adept in the metal attribute. Go, bring me a large slab of marble. Several Saber-Toothed Tiger members retrieved a hefty slab, placing it heavily on the ground with a resounding thud. Wei Xian beckoned the old man closer, displaying a radiant and benevolent smile akin to a mischievous uncle offering candy to a child. Mighty Man, if you can shatter this stone, I will reward you with calcium tablets, all right? The old man's dazed expression immediately lit up, nodding frantically like a chick pecking at rice. Good, good, good. He then raised his fist, which glowed with a golden light, exuding an aura of sharpness and invincibility. With a powerful strike, the fist descended. Boom. The marble shattered explosively, fragments flying everywhere, striking faces with painful intensity, leaving no stone larger than a fist. Everyone stood in stunned silence, utterly astounded, ignoring the rubble pelting their faces. They gazed at the mad old man, swallowing nervously, instinctively stepping back. Their hearts were shaken. Holy cow. This old man's fist is harder than marble. I had been washing him. If that punch landed on me, I would simply evaporate. How terrifying. Wei Xian was equally taken aback. Was a master level this formidable? It seemed he had stumbled upon a treasure. A smile crept across Wei Xian's face. Despite the old man's erratic behavior, the allure of the spirit pet calcium tablets was enough to motivate him to perform. The calcium tablets could be exchanged in the system marketplace for 500 points each. Wei Xian had 29,600 points, making the cost of 500 points trivial. Acquiring a master-level enforcer for such a price was an exceptional deal. Although the old man might lack combat techniques, his power was undeniably formidable. His offensive and defensive capabilities in the metal attribute were exceptionally strong. In the afternoon, Han Hu returned, his complexion flushed with excitement, panting heavily. Boss, the other party has paid the deposit. Wei Xian was taken aback. How much? 3 million. Wei Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. A deposit of 3 million? How extravagant. His face lit up with excitement as he shouted, incredible. Boss, the employer is quite remarkable. What do you mean? She is a core member of a research institute in Huaxia, specializing in advanced weaponry. Wei Xian pondered deeply. He had heard of this institute, known for its elite researchers who possess secrets of Huaxia's top-tier weaponry. Typically, individuals of such stature would be accompanied by elite bodyguards. Han Hu continued. Her name is Qin Yi. Her bodyguard died protecting her. She arrived in Qingqing yesterday. There are 2 underground factions that might target her. Given her knowledge of weapon production methods, she has already reached out to her superiors, and personnel will arrive tomorrow morning. In the meantime, she has requested our protection until the military arrives. Wei Xian waved his hand dismissively. That's not the main point. Han Hu looked bewildered. Wei Xian's eyes sparkled as he asked. The main point is she beautiful? Oh, absolutely stunning. That's splendid. Go. Prepare everything. Fetch me a nice outfit. And get one for this old man too. Yes, boss. By the way, how's the investigation into the Tang family going? Han, whose expression immediately turned grave, his tone serious. Boss, the Tang family is terrifying. Wei Xuan glanced at the mad old man rummaging through the belongings of the saber-toothed tiger crew and urged, elaborate. The Tang family is a colossal presence in Shuqing. Their ancestors were masters of concealed weapons, and since the resurgence of spiritual energy, the Tang family has risen to become the foremost family in Shuqing, leveraging their abundant resources. They control a high-grade spirit stone mine and possess substantial capital. At this point, Wei Xuan's eyes glimmered with envy. Damn it, I'm a tad jealous. Han, who grinned and continued. The foremost figure in the Tang family is the old patriarch, a sky-level expert. My goodness. Wei Xuan's eyes widened. Is this old Tang capable of flight? Han, who nodded gravely. Indeed. Moreover, something significant has recently occurred within the Tang family. Wei Xuan glanced at the mad old man and suddenly felt that this matter was certainly related to him. He inquired, what happened? Han, who chuckled. The old patriarch's young lover was caught in a compromising position by a thief. Furious, the old patriarch has ordered a manhunt for this thief. As he spoke, Han, whose gaze shifted towards the mad old man. The Tang family is now frantically searching for this individual, causing quite the uproar in the city. Wei Xuan smacked his lips, looking at the mad old man with a hint of admiration. This old guy is quite audacious. Even daring to touch the young lover of a sky-level powerhouse. That's a bold move indeed. A sky-level expert is above the martial king level, and the gap between the two is vast. A sky-level individual, as the name suggests, can fly. They are akin to celestial beings on land. Would such a formidable figure come knocking? If they discover my harboring of this old man, wouldn't I be implicated as well? Should I hand this old man over to the Tang family? The reward could be astonishing. However, this fellow has grown quite tall, at nearly 2 meters. He should be able to blend in, right? Such a handy enforcer. Who would be foolish enough to let him go? Fortune favors the bold, after all. Wei Xuan resolved to shelter the mad old man. At 5 in the afternoon, several Land Rovers arrived at the saber-toothed tiger company. By this time, the company was devoid of staff. For safety, Han, who decided to have Qin-Yi spend the night at saber-toothed tiger company. Standing downstairs, Qin-Yi, clad in a brown trench coat that accentuated her tall figure, wore a cream-colored short-sleeve top and fitted jeans, her long legs turning heads. Her softly tousled golden waves radiated the allure of a mature woman. At this moment, she paced nervously until she spotted the approaching Land Rovers, releasing a sigh of relief. The saber-toothed tiger crew descended from the vehicles, all impeccably dressed in tailored suits and sunglasses, an impressive sight. Han Lang emerged from the driver's seat and walked around to open the door. Intrigued, Qin-Yi watched as a dashing young man in a finely tailored suit stepped out of the car. In an instant, her eyes were fixed on Wei Xuan, brimming with admiration. Chapter 35, the show begins. Wei Xuan, adorned in a black suit with a neatly folded golden handkerchief at his chest, exuded an air of sophistication. He did not wear sunglasses. His chiseled features were striking. The scent of his hair was intoxicating. Spotting Qin-Yi, he felt a spark of interest. What a captivating woman. He instinctively adjusted his collar, donning a charming smile as he exited the vehicle. Just as he was about to approach Qin-Yi, a catchy tune began to play in the background. You've finally become someone else's mistress. Coughing slightly, Wei Xuan stumbled, casting a fierce glare at the source of the music in the vehicle, Han, who was struggling with a Bluetooth speaker larger than himself. Flustered, he hastily pressed a button, switching to a more heroic anthem. I charged through the storm, with all eyes upon me. Wei Xuan quickly adopted a gallant smile and made his way toward Qin-Yi. With the powerful background music accompanying him, he felt as though he was bathed in light. Qin-Yi giggled, covering her mouth. When Wei Xuan reached her, he flashed a suave smile, extended his hand in a gentlemanly manner, and spoke in a deep, magnetic voice. Hello, Ms. Qin. I am Wei Xuan, the owner of Saber-Toothed Tiger. It is an honor to accept your employment. With his handsome appearance accentuated by the tailored suit, Wei Xuan emanated an air of noble charm. Qin-Yi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she graciously reached out her hand to shake his. Hello, Mr. Wei. I hope for your utmost assistance tonight. Wei Xuan chuckled lightly, confidence glimmering in his eyes. Leave it to me. Just as he prepared to withdraw his hand, he felt it firmly grasped. Stunned, he looked at Qin-Yi, who held his hand tightly, her gaze unwavering. Internally, Wei Xuan burst into laughter. There isn't a woman Wei, cannot win over. Could this mean I am destined for a life of delightful indulgence? How utterly shameful. Yet, I relish it. Suddenly, Qin-Yi snapped back to reality, withdrawing her hand. Her face flushed. With a radiant smile, she remarked, Does Saber-Toothed Tiger not have any spiritual practitioners? My request specified at least one spirit-level individual, you know? Hanhu quickly interjected with a grin. Rest assured, Miss Qin. Although our boss is a 10-star spiritual apprentice, his combat prowess is undoubtedly superior to that of a spirit-level practitioner. Wei Xuan smiled nonchalantly as he looked at Qin Yi. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? Qin Yi's gaze burned with intensity as she fixed her eyes on Wei Xuan, sensually licking her luscious lips. No problem, little brother. You must protect your sister well. Wei Xuan felt a flush creep across his face, astonished by the audacity of this woman. How bold she is. I almost lost control. Umitba. He thumped his chest, declaring, as long as I am here, no one shall harm a single hair on Sister Qin Yi. With a peal of laughter, she replied, then I shall count on you. After their exchange, the members of the saber-toothed tiger gang could not help but marvel at their leader's prowess. The boss is like a magnet for beauties. No matter where he goes, he attracts them, and we can hardly keep up. Wei Xuan led Qin Yi and several members of the saber-toothed tiger into their headquarters. At this moment, he meticulously assigned everyone their tasks, punctuated by occasional bursts of laughter. Meanwhile, Qin Yi felt no need to hide, as the saber-toothed tiger had already drawn the attention of many prying eyes. She refrained from contacting the police in Qingcheng for protection, knowing they were currently overwhelmed with chaos. The entire city was besieged by incidents, rendering the police unable to spare any resources. It was easy to surmise that this was a meticulously orchestrated plan targeting Qin Yi. Wei Xuan was taken aback, realizing that the opposing force exceeded his expectations. He hadn't anticipated that so many would mobilize for one person. A nagging feeling stirred within him. Qin Yi was far from the simple woman she portrayed. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, Sister Qin Yi, which factions will be coming tonight? Her face grew serious. I can confirm that the White Wolf is involved. They have been watching me for quite some time. As for the serpent, her expression wavered. They might also participate. Wei Xuan inhaled sharply. What formidable adversaries we face. Can my humble strength truly contend with them? In that moment, a desire to retreat surged within him. The White Wolf, a notorious underground organization in the northern region, possessed unfathomable strength, with branches in cities across the nation. The serpent was no less daunting. Wei Xuan had recently encountered them, and they were the most significant underground force in Qingcheng and neighboring cities. Rubbing his forehead, he realized that the night ahead would be fraught with challenges. However, his gaze fell upon the eccentric old man among the crowd, and his heart lightened. It's not insurmountable. If brute force fails, I can always resort to cunning. As night descended, the buildings surrounding saber-toothed tiger gradually dimmed, one by one extinguishing their lights. Even the streets became eerily desolate. At that moment, the saber-toothed tiger headquarters was enveloped in an unsettling silence, like a solitary candle flickering in the dark, struggling to maintain a fragile glow. Inside, everyone focused intently, donning headsets to share real-time communications. The ground floor was devoid of human presence, save for a few illuminated cameras. Suddenly, the lights throughout the company went out. Wei Xuan raised an eyebrow. They've arrived. A faint click echoed as the company's door was pried open, and shadowy figures surged in, flooding the lobby with their presence. At least 50 to 60 individuals. Leading them was a man clad in boxing gloves, reflecting a chilling glint in the darkness. Search, Sherming commanded, and instantly, the figures dispersed. Just then, a flurry of cold arrows whizzed through the air. The saber-toothed tiger members, concealed in the shadows, had each armed themselves with crossbows, every bolt coated in tranquilizers. Take cover. The air filled with anguished cries as blood blossomed silently in the darkness, the metallic scent of iron permeating the atmosphere. Sherming, with ironclad hands, swatted arrows aside. Even those that struck him failed to penetrate. He was a spirit master. The crossbows posed a threat only to spirit apprentices, and thus those falling were all of that caliber. Once the saber-toothed tiger members had released their bolts, they hastily retreated upstairs. Sherming seethed with rage. Does the saber-toothed tiger have a death wish? How dare a mere security company provoke us? Yet, what greeted him was an unsettling silence. With a menacing glare, he barked. Get up. Pursue. Boss, we can't move. The tranquilizers. The men struggled to rise. Sherming's fists pounded the wall, creating a substantial dent. Curse it. Leave a few behind to guard, seal off the other exits, and the rest follow me. A group of 20 surged towards the staircase, only to find a large black rooster standing defiantly at the top. Its eyes gleamed with disdain. Then, to the bewilderment of the onlookers, the rooster twisted its neck and spat a glob of phlegm right onto Sherming's face. With a triumphant flutter of its tail, it darted up the stairs. I'm going to kill that thing. Sherming wiped his face furiously, bellowing in exasperation as he charged after it, his followers scrambling to keep pace. However, Sherming was too swift for them to follow. As he rounded a corner, he seized a black-clad figure by the mouth. The latter's face contorted in terror as he attempted to alert his comrades. But before he could act, He was mercilessly dragged away, followed by a cacophony of sounds. Seconds later, silence fell. The black-clad figures continued their relentless pursuit up the stairs, desperately chasing after their leader. The ranks of the pursuers thinned as they ascended, while Wei Xuan, watching the surveillance footage from the top floor, couldn't contain his amusement. Are these really the White Wolf men? Qin Yi, also observing the screens, felt her lips twitch in disbelief. I never expected this would be the opening act. Remembering Wei Xian's other preparations, she shuddered, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the White Wolf's men. Good luck to them. This man is far too cunning. Chapter 36. Cover for me. Meng was led on a wild chase by the Black Rooster, racing through each floor. Upon reaching the 6th floor, his face was still ablaze with fury. How can this black chicken run so fast? I can't catch up. Suddenly, realization dawned on him. I've been duped. He hurried back down, just as his underlings charged up. Boss, stop chasing. It's a trap. They aim to divide and conquer us. Meng sneered, grateful for his quick thinking that prevented their downfall. All hail the boss. All hail the mighty leader. Long live our reign over the underworld. As his subordinates showered him with praise, Meng relished the flattery. Brothers, where is everyone? Meng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the 7 or 8 individuals before him. Leaning forward to peer down, they had vanished into thin air. His subordinates turned around, and upon seeing this, their souls nearly escaped their bodies. Good heavens, where are Lao Lu and the others? They were just behind us moments ago. Could it be that this building is haunted? Meng delivered a sharp slap to one of his underlings. Haunted my foot. It was the saber-toothed tiger that did this. Let's find them. Thus, the 9 of them cautiously began to search each room, starting from the 5th floor. At that moment, Han Lang appeared, carrying someone into their line of sight. Upon recognizing Meng and the others, he exclaimed, "What the hell?" and immediately took off running. The men in black erupted in fury, cursing as they chased after him. Don't run. Stop. Put down Lao Lu. That guy? Damn it, it's that old silver coin. Go after him and tear him to shreds. The White Wolf gang pursued relentlessly, but suddenly, Meng felt a lightness beneath his feet. The floor beneath him shattered with a thunderous crack, revealing a gaping hole that plunged straight down. The group, caught in mid-stride, hung suspended in the air for a brief moment before plummeting down. Splash. Oh, it hurts like hell. Damn it. This is too sinister. The White Wolf members wailed in agony, while Meng, tears streaming down his face, yanked out a nail embedded in his backside, smeared with chili pepper extract. The tears flowed profusely. Each of the others had nails embedded in them too, in their backsides, soles, and legs. They winced and grimaced in pain, their muscles twitching. Cursing loudly, they exclaimed, "What the hell? Digging pits in a building? Truly absurd. My poor backside. This bunch of old silver coins is downright wicked." Meng's eyes turned red, his face quivering with rage, filled with fury and hatred. He surged forward in pursuit. Soon, the unfortunate group experienced a barrage of fire, water, stones, and chili powder to their faces. They were tortured to the point of being unrecognizable. As of now, they hadn't even glimpsed a shadow of their enemy. Frustrated, Meng threw his head back and let out a furious roar of impotence. Just then, another man appeared in view, similarly hauling someone over his shoulder. He took off running. The men in black's eyes went wide with rage. Another one? Meng, as the leading brother, sneered. You think I'll fall for the same trick again? Not a chance. Send the men below to conduct a thorough search. I refuse to believe they can fly. The black-clad men felt invigorated. Yes, boss. Our leader is wise. Our leader is divine. Hurry. Meng shouted angrily. The black-clad men hurried downstairs. Wei Xuan watched the scene unfold, astonished that they had not fallen into a trap. This fellow isn't as foolish as he appears. At that moment, Qin Yi shrieked. Another group is coming. Wei Xuan quickly turned to see 50 to 60 individuals standing at the back door of the saber-toothed tiger, among whom he recognized a man wielding a tang knife, Louis Dao. It seemed this was the Poison Snake Gang. Louis Dao stood behind someone, clearly not the leader. Wei Xuan couldn't help but smile. Reinforcements had arrived. The Poison Snake's leader was an elderly man with an imposing aura, Wei Xuan, a spirit master level warrior. Louis Dao stood respectfully behind him. They forcefully smashed through the back door of the saber-toothed tiger company and charged in. At that moment, the White Wolf members had completed their search of the 1st floor, and those who had been incapacitated had been moved upstairs. The 1st floor was now occupied solely by the Poison Snake Gang. Wei Xuan coldly chuckled, "Let the White Wolf Gang catch the people. In the end, they'll only be dressing my bride." He then led his men upstairs. Meanwhile, the White Wolf members had already initiated a thorough search. Wei Xuan stood on the 8th floor, where all the saber-toothed tiger personnel were gathered, along with over a dozen captives, each stripped of clothing and heavily sedated. Unable to move. Change clothes. Then, Half of the saber-toothed tiger personnel donned the white wolf's attire. Wei Xuan quietly led his men to the 6th floor. He shouted, "Boss, the woman is here. Hurry. The saber-toothed tiger members are here as well." This shout was thunderous, echoing throughout the entire building. Meng was overjoyed and rushed upward with his men. Upon hearing this, Wei Xuan of the Poison Snake gang grew anxious and hurriedly ascended with his crew. Just as both sides reached the 6th floor, they caught sight of one another, their gazes colliding in the air, igniting sparks. At that moment, the sound of fierce fighting erupted, and both factions turned to see a dozen of White Wolf's subordinates embroiled in a fierce shootout with a dozen well-suited men. The battle was exceptionally intense. Wei Xuan, dressed in the White Wolf uniform, seized the panicked Qin Yi. Her face turned pale, and she helplessly cried, "Help me! Save me! Please!" She even shot a glance at Wei Xuan. Wei Xuan grinned smugly, turning to shout at Meng, "Boss, we've caught someone. The saber-toothed tiger members are held up by us. Hurry." Meng was invigorated, shouting, "Well done. Wait for me." Just as he was about to gather his forces to rush over, Wei Xuan coldly smirked, "Want to take them away? Did you ask me first?" A swarm of poison snake members surrounded Meng, blocking his path. Meng gritted his teeth, furious at Poison Snake's audacity. "Those are my White Wolf's people," he sneered. "Whoever can catch them, they belong to whoever. Let us see what you've got." Instantly, both sides erupted into gunfire. Wei Xuan shouted to Louis Dao, "Quick! Go grab the people." Meng, desperate to break through the blockade, found himself entangled by Wei Xuan and unable to escape. Louis Dao approached Wei Xuan, his tang knife raised high. "Kid, die for me." Wei Xuan dodged awkwardly, miraculously evading the strike. Louis Dao was taken aback. How is this kid so fast? At that moment, Han Lang shouted, "Miss Qin, we've done our best. We can't sacrifice our brothers' lives." A dozen saber-toothed tiger members quickly pushed back the enemy and followed Han Lang in a frantic escape downstairs. Qin Yi, tears in her eyes, cried out hysterically, "Come back. I paid for this. Come back and save me." Meng chuckled, realizing they were indeed a disorganized rabble. "Cowards." He hastily commanded, "Let the saber-toothed tiger members go. Everyone, guard that woman." At this point, only half of the saber-toothed tiger members remained by Wei Xuan's side. They were dressed in White Wolf's clothing, making it impossible to discern their faces in the dim light. Wei Xuan shouted, "Brothers, cover me." Then, he scooped up Qin Yi and fled. The saber-toothed tiger members provided cover from behind, while Louis Dao remained stationary, a look of perplexity in his eyes. That voice sounded rather familiar. The leader of the Vipers, Wei Xuan, was trembling with anger, bellowing, "Louis Dao, are you blind? Hurry and pursue them." Louis Dao snapped back to attention, brandishing his broadsword as he charged after Wei Xuan. Sherman grew anxious, shouting, "Brothers, provide cover. Protect that comrade. Don't worry about me. Just get that woman back. I'll hold off the Vipers." Instantly, the White Wolves rallied around Wei Xuan, forming a protective barrier behind him. One of the brothers patted Wei Xuan on the shoulder, offering encouragement. "Brother, splendid work. Quickly, lead the others to safety." Wei Xuan was deeply moved. Chapter 37, The Race on the Road. "Run. We'll hold them off. Brothers, hurry. Don't let anyone get left behind." More members of the White Wolves rushed to join, resolutely standing behind Wei Xuan, as Louis Dao and his followers engaged in fierce combat with them. However, the sheer number of Vipers was overwhelming, and the White Wolves had already suffered losses. Their strength diminished, unable to withstand the Vipers' assault. Sherman, enduring a punch from Wei Xuan, seized the opportunity to charge out. Being a spirit master-level warrior, his speed was remarkable. Placing himself between Wei Xuan and the Vipers, Sherman shouted excitedly to Wei Xuan, "Get the others to safety. Hold them off." Wei Xuan hesitated, his expression conflicted. "No, I can't abandon my brothers." Alone, Sherman stood against Wei Xuan and two other spirit master-level Vipers, taking a brutal beating yet steadfastly blocking their advance, refusing to let a single person escape. At that moment, Louis Dao's expression shifted dramatically. "I remember now. That S. Wei Xuan." He shouted to both sides, "Stop fighting. That person is Wei Xuan, the leader of the saber-toothed tigers. Stop. Chase after them." Wei Xuan, infuriated, ordered, "Cease." They've escaped. We've fallen into their trap. Sherman chuckled, his eyes glinting with cunning. "Keep spinning your tails. I, Sherman, am no fool. You think you can deceive me? Forget it. They're already in the hands of the White Wolves." Louis Dao's face darkened. "You absolute fool. How could the White Wolves send such imbeciles here? Are your brains filled with bubblegum?" At that moment, several figures, resembling maggots, crawled up to the 6th floor. They were the White Wolves' underlings. Stripped of their clothing by Wei Xuan. Dazed, they watched the fierce battle unfold and anxiously shouted, "Boss, they've escaped. They're wearing our clothes. They got away." Sherman turned, stunned into silence. His mind went blank. Wei Xuan delivered a punch to his head, causing Min to spit blood, staring blankly at the stripped underlings. And he vomited again in disbelief. I can't believe they slipped away right under my nose. Wei Xuan cast him a derisive glance before waving his hand and leading the pursuit. The battered white wolves' underlings, many already motionless on the ground, gathered around, dirty and disheveled. Boss, should we pursue them? Min lifted his bloodshot eyes, each word punctuated with intensity. Chase them. Meanwhile, Wei Xuan, along with the saber-toothed tigers, had boarded a vehicle. Han Lang was about to start the engine when Wei Xuan smirked. Go puncture their tires. Yes, boss. Qin Yi, brimming with excitement from her earlier performance, gazed at Wei Xuan with starry eyes. What should we do next? Wei Xuan grinned, patting the back seat of the car. Let us engage in a life-and-death race. The mad old man in the back seat let out a muffled groan. Wei Xuan quickly tore off the tape from his mouth and offered him a spirit pet calcium tablet. Given the mad old man's confused state, Wei Xuan dared not let him make a sound, so earlier, he had stood in the back of the crowd, playing the role of a mere prop. For the sake of that calcium tablet, the old man was willing to do anything. Heihua also emerged from his arms. The car slowly started, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake as it sped away. Just then, the vipers and white wolves burst out of the building. Witnessing the Land Rovers vanish from sight, their expressions filled with rage. Get in. Pursue them. Everyone scrambled into their vehicles, starting the engines with a roar. Why is it stalled? Damn it. The tires have been punctured. That old silver coin. Hurry and change the tires. Both groups exited their vehicles. Sherman's eyes nearly blazing with fury. You all fix the cars. Those above Spirit Master level, follow me to chase them. He took off running with 3 others, sprinting after the cars on foot. Wei Xuan, witnessing this, nearly had his eyes pop out in disbelief. Is that even possible? His face turned anxious. Quick, follow me to chase. He then darted off with 4 others, running after them on foot. Louis Dao remained expressionless. I should never have come this time. The 2 groups, comprising 9 individuals, unleashed a furious sprint down the road, their feet flying as if propelled by the winds. Eventually, they caught sight of several Land Rovers in the distance, and they began to curse loudly. Old silver coin, stop right there. Don't let me catch you. If you have guts, pull over and fight. Suddenly, several objects were hurled out of the Land Rover windows. The 9 men's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? Nails. Get out of the way. Quick. My foot. Sherman felt 3 nails embed into his foot, but with his focus solely on the Land Rovers, he barely registered the pain. Don't fall behind. Keep chasing. However, with nails embedded in their feet, their speed naturally diminished, and the distance began to widen. Wei Xuan glanced back, realizing, this one do. Slow down. Wait for them. Yes, boss. The 9 men watched in disbelief as the Land Rovers came to a halt. One vehicle raised a large sign, which read in crooked letters, "Come chase me," accompanied by a middle finger gesture. The 9 individuals suddenly erupted with fury. How dare you be so arrogant? Come down here. I can take you all on with just one hand. Damn it. This is infuriating. Let us do this. Finish them off. In that moment, the 9 resembled enraged bulls, snorting smoke from their nostrils as they sprinted away with long strides, completely disregarding the injuries on their feet. Witnessing this, Wei Xuan felt a pang of sympathy. With a flick of his wrist, he continued to unleash chaos, dousing them with pepper spray and letting off firecrackers. The vehicle roared back to life, and under the desperate and furious gazes of the 9, it launched another barrage of nails. But that was not all. Each car's window rolled down, revealing a man brandishing a 48-shot firecracker. The 9 were instantly distraught. Damn it, you're even setting off fireworks? I've never seen such a way of fighting. You must be out of your mind. As the firecrackers ignited, a cacophony erupted, shaking the night sky, leaving a trail of meteoric streaks on the deserted road. It was as if a meteor shower was hurtling towards the 9, who were running for their lives. Cursing and dodging, they tumbled and leaped, even managing to perform a 360-degree spin midair to evade several blasts of fireworks. Wei Xuan clapped in delight. Qin Yi leaned against him, laughing gaily, her body shaking with mirth. She had anticipated that there was no real danger this night. The adversary had deployed martial artists of the Spirit Master level, yet they had not once glimpsed their faces, remaining utterly toyed with. At this moment, Qin Yi gazed into Wei Xuan's eyes, sparkling with admiration. In stark contrast, Meng and his 9 companions appeared as though they were beggars, every inch of them marred. Though the firecrackers wouldn't kill them, they certainly hurt. Their blood had turned black, their hair a chaotic mess, and their bodies were adorned with ragged strips of cloth as they ran about, screeching like frantic zombies. They were nearly driven mad. Come on, bring it on. Why have you stopped firing? I'm not scared. Do it again. Show me what you've got. Wei Xuan paused. Then his face broke into a radiant smile, shaking with laughter. This is what you asked for. He commanded, "Release the chemical barrels." Instantly, the trunks of several Range Rovers swung open, and a line of wooden barrels tumbled out, rolling towards the 9. There were over 20 of them, akin to bowling balls hurtling straight at the 9. Wei Xuan's smile faded. "Just this petty trick? I can dodge it." They run out of ideas. "Watch me jump." The 9 disregarded the barrels, believing they could merely delay the inevitable. At that moment, Louis Dao's eyelids twitched with anxiety. As the barrels approached, he hesitated and ran behind Shermang. Just then, several barrels erupted. A yellow, soupy substance splattered everywhere, mingled with an unbearable stench. Wei Xuan was in mid-jump, attempting to dodge the barrels when one exploded right beneath him. A wave of hot, yellow liquid splashed all over his face, particularly in the most unfortunate area. It was as if he had lost control mid-leap. The others fared no better, all covered in the yellow goo, turning into little yellow creatures. Only Louis Dao managed to escape unscathed, hiding behind Shermang, who took the brunt of the mess. Seeing Shermang now stained with the foul concoction, Louis Dao gasped, quickly retreating to a safe distance. His legs trembled like rubber bands. "Thank goodness for my wit." The other 8 stood frozen, overwhelmed by the stench that assaulted their nostrils. "Oh God, I'm going to be sick. Is this feces? Damn, it stinks. I can't take it. It's all over my throat. Curse that saber-toothed tiger." At that moment, in their line of sight, the Range Rovers came to a halt. Then, a Bluetooth speaker was thrown out. A melancholic tune began to play. "Snowflakes are drifting, the north wind howls, the world is desolate." The 9 stared, their lips quivering, eyes vacant, as if all color had drained from their lives, losing all attachment to existence. One of the spirit masters suddenly broke into tears. "I want to go home. I can't do this anymore. Working these days is impossibly hard. There's no welfare, no benefits. I quit." Chapter 38, 1000-Year Kill. At this point, the 9 had lost the courage to pursue further. One by one, they sat on the road, silently cleaning the foul substance off themselves. Louis Dao stood far away, pinching his nose, occasionally stifling a laugh. Wei Xuan, with a dark expression, picked up his phone to call out. Since his phone was also smeared with the yellow substance, he held it far from his face, speaking loudly into the speaker. "They run. It's up to you now." After hanging up, he threw the phone away. Watching the distant figures of the saber-toothed tiger and his crew vanish, a chilling smile creeping onto his face. "You can't escape." Meanwhile, in the vehicle, Wei Xuan was bubbling with excitement, laughing heartily. Hands on his hips, he resembled a grand villain. "These guys are a total riot. Why aren't they chasing us?" Chini giggled, covering her mouth. "You're so wicked. They must want to die right now." "Wei Xuan, how did you get so clever?" Wei Xuan chuckled, pride illuminating his face. Just then, Han Hu interrupted. "Boss, the company is ruined. It's going to cost $1 million to repair." Wei Xian's expression darkened instantly, turning grim. "Boss, there's someone ahead." Han Lang shouted in alarm. Wei Xuan sat up and looked ahead. A middle-aged man, smoking a cigarette, stood in the middle of the road, unconcerned about the approaching vehicles, his weathered face etched with hardship. Puffing out a smoke ring, he stared blankly at them. Wei Xuan was startled. "Is this old man trying to scam us? Quick, steer clear." The Range Rovers veered off course, attempting to bypass the man. But unexpectedly, he suddenly appeared right in front of Wei Xuan's vehicle. "Damn it, is he trying to get himself killed?" Han Lang swerved sharply, pulling over to the side. The Range Rovers encircled the man, and the saber-toothed tiger crew disembarked, looking at the middle-aged man with confusion. Han Lang was about to unleash a torrent of curses when Wei Xuan suddenly yanked him back. Frowning, he regarded the man. "What do you want?" The man raised his hand and pointed at Chini. Wei Xian's expression instantly shifted, his face contorting with fury as he unleashed a torrent of invective. "You lecherous old pervert. Utterly shameless. A beast in human clothing." The man stood there, momentarily stunned, while Qin, positioned behind Wei Xuan, glared with righteous indignation, her fingers digging fiercely into his lower back. The man's deep voice resonated, commanding, "Leave now, or get lost." Wei Xuan bristled at this, exclaiming, "What audacity! How dare you say that?" Suddenly, the man's imposing aura erupted, a masterful presence that stifled the crowd. Wei Xuan faltered. "Perhaps we could negotiate? What if we keep someone else instead?" He gestured to the deranged old man beside him, his countenance serious. The man's lips curled into a dangerous smirk. "Are you toying with me?" Wei Xuan, taken aback, stammered, "I don't know your esteemed lady. What would I do with her?" A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, stunned at the audacity of their leader. "This is a master-level being. Must you be so stubborn? You're at the spirit apprentice level, do you not recall? This is a formidable opponent." The man's forehead tensed, veins bulging, as he regarded Wei Xuan with the disdain one might reserve for a corpse. "It seems you are unfamiliar with the concept of death." Wei Xuan, earnest, replied, Now that is a grave injustice. I know how to write it. Would you like me to teach you? The man could no longer contain his fury, unleashing a torrent of ancient curses. Damn it, the old man bellowed, his voice resonating with the warmth of a long-lost mother reuniting with her son. My dear boy, come here, let me see you. The crowd, including Wei Xuan, stared in disbelief at the audacity of the old man. The man's expression darkened, lips pressed tightly as he trembled with rage, eyes blazing like a wild beast. A primal roar erupted from his throat. You will all perish. With a swift motion, he struck the deranged old man. A thunderous sound reverberated as golden light enveloped the old man, sending him crashing to the ground. He coughed violently, but was unharmed. The man retracted his hand, astonished by the old man's resilience, while Wei Xuan let out an eerie cry, retreating with his companions. Big guy, beat him into submission, and I'll reward you with calcium tablets. On the ground, the old man's eyes blazed with golden light, causing the man to stumble back. He murmured, calcium tablets. I need them. In that moment, the deranged old man radiated a fierce golden light, his presence sharp and unyielding. The man's pupils constricted as he gasped in shock. Master level. The old man let out a wild yell, directly ensnaring the stunned man in an embrace, executing a swift knee strike that connected with tremendous force. A crack echoed through the air. The man's eyes bulged with blood, his complexion drained of color, as he let out a pained howl. Wei Xuan and the others tensed, drenched in cold sweat. What kind of moves does this old man possess? The deranged old man, unrelenting, continued his assault, the sounds of impact relentless. Stop. Stop it right now. The man's agonized cries shattered the stillness of the night, drawing grimaces from Wei Xuan and his companions. The man conjured a whirlwind, frantically striking the old man, but finally, they separated. The man hunched over, pale, drenched in sweat, trembling violently, blood trickling down his pant leg. Wei Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. At this moment, he had stealthily approached the middle-aged man from behind. The man's back was perfectly aligned with Wei Xuan's intentions. With a sly grin, Wei Xuan's gaze glinted with mischief as he extended a finger towards the vulnerable spot, mentally chanting, explosive finger. A flash of crimson light erupted from his fingertip, darting towards its target with blinding speed. The man suddenly felt a tightening sensation, a wave of heat surging from behind, just as he attempted to evade. A scorching sensation overwhelmed him, and his expression turned rigid and vacant. In that instant, the world fell silent. 1 second later, the air was filled with his frantic screams. Ah, no. The devastating shriek startled an owl from a nearby tree, causing the man to kneel, clutching his backside, banging his head on the ground. His face twisted in agony, trembling without the power to articulate. Steam still wafted from his rear. Everyone was momentarily stunned, gazing in horror as Wei Xuan nonchalantly retracted his finger, whistling as if nothing had transpired. The members of the saber-toothed tiger group were drenched in cold sweat. Boss. So this is how you utilize your combat skills? The fiery flower finger? We must never engage in such a deadly technique with you again. Now, all eyes were on the man, who was howling in despair on the ground. The deranged old man, undeterred, dashed forward, delivering a powerful punch to the man's abdomen. The screen flashed with a red number, 9,999. The man trembled violently as a yellow substance erupted from him, spraying 3 meters away. He slowly collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing, tears streaming from his eyes. Incredible. Truly a master-level warrior, capable of such feats. A murmur of awe spread through the crowd. The deranged old man, brimming with excitement, approached, hands outstretched like a child craving candy. I want my calcium tablets. Wei Xuan waved his hand, exchanging a tablet from the system store, handing it to the old man. As Wei Xuan circled the man, capturing photos from various angles, he departed with satisfaction, leaving behind a man silently weeping in the stillness of the night. Chapter 39. Finding a place to amuse oneself. Half an hour later, Wei Xuan arrived at the crime scene with his crew. They found a man kneeling on the ground, a visage of torment, his backside raised, still emitting wisps of smoke. Wei Xuan, perplexed, honked the horn and shouted from the car window, "Get out of the way. Is this a nighttime scam? Are you seeking death?" Such dedication. Upon hearing a familiar voice, the weary middle-aged man lifted his haggard visage, and his gaze collided with Wei Xuan's in the air. In that fleeting moment, Wei Xuan was utterly stunned. Goodness, how could it be you? What has happened to you? Is it a flare-up of hemorrhoids? His expression transformed into one of bewilderment, surprise, and confusion. The man silently lowered his head, weeping without a sound. It seemed that in this instant, he had lost all grandeur. His frail body trembled in the night. The shadows within his heart irretrievably etched. The man whose finger had once burned with fury. "I swear I shall kill you." Several Land Rovers traversed until dawn. arriving at the location designated by Qin. Before them lay a sea of wheat, with 3 camouflaged military off-road vehicles parked by the roadside. Figures clad in camouflage stood straight, as if they were pillars of heaven. At the forefront was a commanding middle-aged man, tall and robust. With broad shoulders that exuded a sense of reliability, his face bore handsomeness, imbued with an aura of righteousness and iron will. He was a man akin to a mountain. As Wei Xuan and the others disembarked, Qin Yi's eyes lit up at the sight of the military man, her face radiant with joy. "Dad!" she exclaimed, rushing toward him. The man laughed heartily, opening his arms to embrace Qin Yi tightly. As Wei Xuan approached, a sense of respect burgeoned within him as he regarded the soldier. Qin Yi, holding the man's hand, smiled at Wei Xuan, saying, "Wei Xuan, this is my dad." She turned to enthusiastically introduce Wei Xuan to Qin Lu. "Dad, this is Wei Xuan, my bodyguard. Thanks to him last night, you were able to see your daughter again. Wei Xuan is truly formidable. He had the white wolf and the serpent's men spinning in circles. You must express your gratitude to him." Qin Lu chuckled heartily, extending his broad palm, his demeanor warm. "Young man, to receive such praise from my daughter, you must be an extraordinary individual." Wei Xuan was momentarily taken aback, wiping his hands on his clothing before shaking Qin Lu's hand, feeling a weight akin to a mountain within his grasp. In that moment, Wei Xuan stood with an earnestness that was almost comical. "Greetings." Sister Qin exaggerated. "I still have a long way to go." His modesty elicited a robust laugh from Qin Lu, who clapped Wei Xuan on the shoulder, admiration evident in his eyes. "What a fine young man. So humble at such a young age. Would you be interested in joining the military? I could arrange it for you." The nearby soldiers were taken aback, exchanging glances filled with astonishment and disbelief. Major General Qin had never treated a young person in such a manner. This young man was indeed fortunate to be so esteemed by Major General Qin, a recognition that many in the military could only dream of. However, what transpired next left them even more astonished. Wei Xuan scratched his head and smiled. "Forget it. I dislike constraints. I am accustomed to my freedom." A few soldiers stood dumbfounded, gazing at Wei Xuan as if he were a fool. "Did you just refuse? Do you even know who Qin?" Qin Lu raised a hand, causing the soldier to swallow the words that had almost escaped his lips. Qin Yi grew anxious, stamping her foot in frustration. "Wei Xuan, you owe? Yet." Qin Lu's gaze remained unchanged as he laughed heartily. "No worries, I do not wish to coerce you. However, should you ever reconsider, feel free to seek me out. I am in the capital." Wei Xuan grinned. "Once I make my way to the capital, I shall certainly pay a visit to Uncle Qin." Qin Lu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded with a smile. "Very well, I shall await your arrival." Turning to Qin Yi, he said, "Xiao Yi, we must be on our way." Qin Yi flashed a sweet smile at Wei Xuan. "Wei Xuan, I will be waiting for you in the capital. Thank you so much this time. Until we meet in the capital." Wei Xuan nodded, and as he watched Qin Yi follow Qin Lu into the vehicle, a cloud of dust rose, and she departed. Wei Xuan stood silently, gazing at the direction the car had taken for an extended period. The members of the saber-toothed tiger looked at him with puzzled expressions. "Boss, what's wrong? Are you perhaps developing feelings for Qin Yi? Has it happened so quickly?" "Goodness gracious. The boss is shedding tears." Wei Xuan gently wiped away the trace of tears at the corner of his eyes. Crouching on the ground with his hand on his heart, his body trembling, Han Hu and the others were at a loss for how to respond. Han Lang hurriedly searched on his phone how to comfort a wounded man's heart. After reading a series of responses, he felt a surge of relief. Clearing his throat and glancing at his phone, he was about to launch into a well-rehearsed pep talk when unexpectedly, Wei Xuan pounded his chest, his voice filled with anguish. "I still haven't received the remaining money. 7 million. I feel so miserable." Everyone's expression turned grim. Han Lang's face turned red as he held back his breath. "Boss, you're not following the script." Han Hu quickly produced his phone to show Wei Xuan. "Boss, Miss Qin has just transferred the remaining commission." "Oh." Wei Xuan quickly looked over, his mood shifting from sorrow to joy. After the rain, the sky cleared. He laughed heartily, waving his hand. "Let us go. Let us find a place to celebrate. After a busy night, we deserve to unwind. We have money now." The members of the saber-toothed tiger gleamed with excitement in their eyes, nearly drooling at the thought of the fun ahead. The boss said to find a place to celebrate. Hee. 20 minutes later, outside the 9th Experimental Primary School in Qingqing, everyone stood with bewildered expressions, gazing upward. Before them stood a gaming arcade. They turned their gaze to Wei Xuan. "Boss, is this what you meant by celebrating?" Wei Xian's face was alight with excitement. "Let us go. I'm buying tokens." Then, under the astonished eyes of a throng of elementary school students, a group of men clad in suits strode into the gaming arcade, swiftly seizing control of the entire establishment, with tokens piling high. The neighboring children were left envious and in tears. Once the noise subsided, Wei Xian had to contemplate the future arrangements for the saber-toothed tiger. Currently, they had offended both the white wolf and the serpent, and the now weakened saber-toothed tiger could no longer exist in the open. Thus, they could no longer operate as a bodyguard company. Only one path lay ahead: to conceal themselves and accumulate strength in the shadows. Wei Xian was never worried about himself. With the system by his side, he was unlikely to encounter any danger. Moreover, in Qingcheng, no one dared to brazenly lay hands on a student of the Qingcheng Spiritual Martial Academy. Even the white wolf and the serpent would think twice. Go big or go home. They're coming. Hurry. How long have you been playing? Let me have a turn. Can a guy like you really play so well? Come, let me teach him a lesson. A cacophony of voices interrupted Wei Xian's thoughts as he turned to look. The eccentric old man gripped the gaming controller with palpable excitement, surrounded by a circle of onlookers, their faces alight with astonishment. Beside him, Han Lang had already succumbed to defeat, and Chu Feng stepped up to take his place, ready to engage in battle against the old man. Wei Xian shook his head with a wry smile, observing these childish men. Huh, is this all they amount to? So enthralled by a mere game. Truly embarrassing. They resemble a gaggle of children, hardly fit for the grand stage. Hey, are you going to play or not? Play your cards. An 8-year-old boy tugged at Wei Xian's sleeve. He withdrew his gaze and looked down at the playing cards in his hand, which were already adorned with a multitude of sticky notes. After a moment of hesitation, he finally managed to utter 2 stilted words. No. The boy's excitement surged as he flung his small card. I have none left. Yay, I won again. Ha ha. The 2 boys instantly broke into radiant smiles. Wei Xian's face darkened, and he flung his cards away in frustration. I'm done. Chapter 40. A visit to the Su family. Overnight, the reputation of the saber-toothed tiger soared within the underworld of Qingqing. All factions were aware that the saber-toothed tiger had triumphed over the white wolf and the viper. Would the white wolf and the viper simply let this slide? One need not be a genius to answer that. Of course not. Thus, the various underground forces in Qingqing buzzed with chatter about this incident. I heard the saber-toothed tiger utterly humiliated the white wolf and the viper yesterday. I heard they were covered in filth. His such intensity, they truly will resort to any means necessary. I heard even a master-level fighter was taken down. Is that true? Absolutely. The saber-toothed tiger is in deep trouble now. Who would disagree? The viper and the white wolf will surely seek revenge soon. Unbeknownst to Wei Xian, he was currently on his way to the Su family home with the eccentric old man. Along the way, he carefully instructed, Mighty man, remember, the moment I cough, you unleash your brilliance, all right? If you satisfy me, I'll reward you with calcium tablets. At the mention of calcium tablets, the old man's eyes sparkled with fervor, nodding furiously like a chick pecking at grains. Great, great. Wei Xian beamed with satisfaction and lifted his gaze to find they had arrived at the villa district. He had already called Sui Weiyao, and now she stood outside the villa, waving energetically. Today, Sui Weiyao wore a light blue long gown paired with black fitted pants, showcasing her perfect figure to the fullest. Wei Xian approached with a smile, scratching his nose. How long have you been standing here? Sui Weiyao giggled, linking her arm with his. Not long, let us go inside. Who is this? My bodyguard. Wow, what a handsome old man. His name is Mighty Man. As they entered the villa district, they headed towards the Su family residence, but a look of concern crossed Su Yao's face. Wei Xian, can he really do it? Perhaps we should reconsider. Wei Xian pounded his chest confidently. You should know by now. I am Wei Kopu. Rest assured, I will certainly resolve your family's issues today. Well, if you say so. The two arrived at the Su family's villa, and Su Weiyao knocked on the door. An elderly gentleman resembling a butler opened it, smiling warmly. Miss, you have returned. His gaze then fell upon Wei Xian. And who might this be? Sui Weiyao playfully stuck out her tongue and smiled. This is my good friend Wei Xian from the academy, Grandpa Hao. I'm bringing Wei Xian to meet my father. Wei Xian nodded in acknowledgement. The old butler chuckled. Please, come in. Upon entering an expansive living room, Wei Xian was taken aback by its opulence. The Su residence resembled a palace, with even the chandeliers exuding considerable value. No wonder Sui Weiyao was able to gift him such precious high-grade spirit stones. Sui Weiyao led Wei Xian to a sofa, then kindly began to peel fruit for him. Wei Xian felt his heart melt at her tenderness. Weiyao is so gentle. The eccentric old man stood behind Wei Xian like a pillar, his expression vacant. This arrangement was what Wei Xian had planned, of course, and it was also contingent upon the promise of spirit pet calcium tablets, as only such treats could render the old man so obedient. The old butler had gone to summon Su father. Yet Wei Xian felt an inexplicable wave of anxiety wash over him. He could not articulate why, but beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, and his palms grew clammy. Sui Weiyao clutched his arm, her brow furrowing with concern. Wei Xian, what's wrong? Nothing at all. Sui Weyao's face brightened with a mischievous smile. Could it be that you're nervous? After all, the son-in-law must meet the father-in-law. Nonsense. I'm not nervous. No way. You can say that again. The sweat on your forehead could wash a face. Really? Perhaps it's just too hot. Yes, too hot. Just then, heavy footsteps approached, and Wei Xuan looked up to see a slightly portly man entering the living room. This man had well-defined features, though slightly plump now. One could tell he was once quite handsome in his youth. His eyes bore an authoritative presence. A spirit master of the third rank was not to be underestimated. Yueyao, what brings you to see your father? And who is this? Sui Yueyao bashfully took Wei Xian's hand. Her cheeks flushed. Dad, this is my good friend Wei Xian from the academy. Wei Xian, this is my father. Su's father's gaze fell upon their joined hands, and his expression darkened momentarily before he replaced it with a warm, affable smile. Hello, since you are Yueyao's friend, please do not stand on ceremony. Yueyao, come with me. Wei Xian immediately felt displeased. Cough, cough. The eccentric old man, resembling a pillar, suddenly erupted. Ahem, he announced, radiating a dazzling golden light. An overwhelming aura was unleashed, startling both Su's father and Su Yueyao into retreating a few steps. Su's father gazed at the old man in shock, exclaiming, a master-level fighter. Su Yueyao gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief as she regarded the eccentric old man. She had thought Wei Xian had merely brought along an ordinary elder, but was astonished to discover he was a master-level warrior. Covering her mouth, she was rendered speechless in shock. Su's father quickly donned a smile, cautiously addressing the old man. Sir, your strength is truly formidable. It is an honor for our Su family to host you. Please, have a seat. Wei Xian waved dismissively. Uncle Su, let him stand. He doesn't need to sit. Su's father's expression darkened abruptly, and he reprimanded sternly. You, young man, are truly lacking in manners. Yueyao, this friend of yours is quite clueless. Please escort him out immediately. Su Yueyao's eyes instantly filled with tears, her voice trembling as she pleaded, Dad, Wei Xian isn't. Silence. Su's father barked coldly. Interrupting Su Yueyao's words, she cast a disdainful glance at Wei Xian, impatiently waving her hand, urging him to leave quickly, as the Su family did not welcome him. Without further ado, she donned a smile and addressed the mad old man, saying, Old sir, please do not take offense. Do have a seat. However, the mad old man did not even glance at Su's father, mechanically uttering his words with a lack of emotion, articulating each syllable as if rehearsing vocabulary. I am the young master's man. If the young master bids me to sit, then I shall sit. Su's father's face transformed dramatically, staring blankly at Wei Xian, his complexion alternating between shades of green and red. For a moment, he was rendered speechless. He is your young master? The mad old man nodded stiffly, then turned to Wei Xian with a face full of reverence, bowing deeply, young master. 100,000 soldiers have already arrived on the battlefield. Just as he uttered these words, Wei Xian hurriedly stepped forward to cover the mad old man's mouth, halting his impending remarks. At that moment, Wei Xian felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, wondering what the old man had been watching all this while. That line wasn't even in the script. Why was he adding his own drama? Could you please be quiet? He thought. Su's father and Su Yueyao exchanged puzzled glances, while Wei Xian awkwardly managed a polite smile. Quickly recovering, Su's father turned to Wei Xian with an apologetic grin. I truly apologize, this gentleman. Wei Xian. Su Yueyao interjected from the side. Oh yes, Wei Xian, I sincerely apologize. Uncle was rude. Ha ha ha. Su's father wore a forced smile, completely shedding his earlier haughty demeanor. Witnessing this, Su Yueyao felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, as her father's once great image had all but vanished. Wei Xian cleared his throat, preparing to speak, when suddenly, the mad old man let out a grunt. Once again, he radiated an unparalleled, dazzling golden light. A sharp, indomitable aura, unique to the metal element, surged forth. Su's father's expression once again morphed into shock. Swiftly, Wei Xian shot a glance at the mad old man, prompting him to retract the golden glow and stand there with an expression of indifference. Su's father regarded the mad old man with a peculiar gaze. Is being a master-level martial artist all that impressive? Though it is indeed remarkable. But there is no need for such ostentation, is there? If you wish to display your might, then do so. Who are you trying to frighten? Wei Xian hastily kicked the mad old man, forcing a smile. He is just a servant, unfamiliar with the decorum. Please do not take it to heart, Uncle Su. Only then did Su's father comprehend. Bursting into hearty laughter to diffuse the awkwardness, he warmly invited Wei Xian to sit down, unabashedly showering him with compliments. Your eloquence is truly remarkable. You have employed every possible word of praise. Wei Xian observed Su's father with an expression akin to one beholding a celestial being, filled with admiration. Your command of language has not been in vain. I have learned much. The rivalry of generations was evident. The younger generation was in awe. Witnessing her father fawning over Wei Xuan, Su Yueyao felt a surge of anger, sharply tossing her head and storming out. Yueyao, this child. Su's father sighed heavily. Wei Xuan chuckled. I shall go check on her, and promptly pursued Su Yueyao. Chapter 41. Who said I am a spirit apprentice? Tears welled in Su Yueyao's eyes as she turned and fled to the courtyard, where she began to pluck the vibrant flowers blooming in the garden with fervor. Wei Xuan stood helplessly behind her, astonished to discover that Su Yueyao's father was such a superficial individual. The abrupt shift in attitude caught him completely off guard. The proverbial turning of a face faster than turning a page must have been referring to this. Su Yueyao crouched on the ground, tears streaming down in torrents. As a child, her father had always indulged her. He would grant her every wish. However, ever since his business faced difficulties, he had changed. He became materialistic, cunning, and utterly detestable. He even sought to arrange her union with individuals she had never even met, all for the sake of his business. For his wretched money. Su Yueyao finally cried out, her voice piercing like that of a wounded cuckoo, filled with sorrow and helplessness. Her frail form trembled. In that moment, it seemed as though all her grievances erupted in a cataclysmic release. Like a long-dormant volcano, her moment of hysteria shook Wei Xuan's steadfast heart. He had never witnessed such a side of Su Yueyao. She had always appeared gentle, charming, vivacious, with a hint of mischief, yet her spirit remained remarkably resilient. Unbeknownst to him, the weight on her shoulders had always stemmed from the pressure imposed by her own father. That slender shoulder had long since become precarious, unable to bear the burden. Su Yueyao's unrestrained voice echoed clearly even in the living room. Su's father stood frozen in the living room, his gaze vacant. As if he had aged significantly in that fleeting moment, his eyes filled with pain and weariness. Wei Xuan gently wrapped his arm around Su Yueyao's shoulders, wiping her tears away. But he is still your father. Despite all his faults, he is family. Yueyao, trust me, I will handle this. All right. Su Yueyao was taken aback, gazing blankly at Wei Xuan. At that moment, his unwavering gaze served as a powerful stimulus to her heart. She slowly nodded, clinging tightly to Wei Xuan's arm, her chest pressing against him, leaving him momentarily flustered. Trust me, I will handle this. A voice, utterly syrupy and grating, interrupted them, causing both to turn in surprise. The mad old man was leaning against a pillar, eyes brimming with emotion, mumbling Wei Xuan's earlier words. Wei Xuan's lips twitched. He kicked the old man sharply and shot him a fierce glare. This mad old man is at it again. Just then, the doorbell rang, and the butler stepped outside to open the door, revealing two figures. One was a man in his 40s, impeccably dressed, his hair meticulously combed, each strand gleaming with a polished sheen. Beside him stood a handsome young man, clad in high-end fashion, adorned with luxurious gemstone rings on 4 fingers. However, his gaze appeared somewhat shadowy. The butler chuckled. Ah, it's Brother Zhao. The man smiled broadly. Brother Hao, I've brought Yinfeng to pay a visit to old Su. Oh, please come in. Thank you, Brother Hao. The group entered the courtyard, their attention immediately fixating on Wei Xuan, their expressions revealing displeasure. The young man furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with animosity as he regarded Wei Xuan. Zhao Halai, the middle-aged man, offered a faint smile. Brother Hao, this gentleman. Ha ha ha, old Zhao has arrived? Why didn't you give me a heads up? I would have come out to welcome you. At that moment, Su's father approached, wearing a warm and welcoming smile. Zhao Halai hastily donned a reproachful expression. Old Su, why the formalities? Given our bond, there's no need for such politeness. Ha ha ha, it's my fault. Quickly, Yinfeng, greet Uncle Su. Yinfeng, greet Uncle Su. Oh my, has Yinfeng grown so much? It's been 5 or 6 years since we last met. This child truly possesses remarkable talent and distinction. Alas, how could I compete with the beauty of Yueyao? I hardly dare to recognize her. Yueyao, come greet your Uncle Zhao. How can you be so impolite? Su Yueyao. With reluctance, muttered Uncle Zhao. Su's father furrowed his brow, exclaiming, this child. I've spoiled her. Zhao Halai burst into laughter. It's quite all right. It's quite all right. These youngsters often feel uneasy speaking with us. Indeed, he continued, let us not linger in the courtyard. Let us head inside. The group jostled their way into the villa. Throughout, Zhao Halai and Zhao Yunfeng completely disregarded Wei Xuan, entirely overlooking his presence. As Su Yueyao was about to pull Wei Xuan along, he shook his head and, intrigued, followed them inside. Su Yueyao could only pout, clinging tightly to Wei Xuan's arm. In the living room, just as Zhao Halai was about to take a seat, Wei Xuan rushed in, unceremoniously shoving Zhao Halai aside, and seating himself next to Su Yueyao. Zhao Halai found himself momentarily speechless, his face darkening. And who might this be? Su's father, witnessing Wei Xuan's audacity, felt a wave of frustration and could only apologize. Ah, this is Yueyao's friend, Wei Xuan. Zhao Yunfeng squinted, a grin spreading across his face. So, he is the renowned figure from the Qingqing Lingwu Academy. Oh, Yunfeng, you know him? Su's father and Zhao Halai exchanged astonished glances. Su's father was only aware that Wei Xuan was a friend of Su Yueyao's, but did not know more. Now he was taken aback that Zhao Yunfeng, the quintessential rich heir, recognized Wei Xuan. Zhao Yunfeng eyed Wei Xian's arm around Su Yueyao with a flash of malice before continuing his banter. This individual once caused a sensation throughout Qingqing, becoming a spirit apprentice at the tender age of 10, a talent unparalleled in the nation. What? Su's father and Zhao Halai gasped in unison, their faces a portrait of astonishment. 10 years old, and already a spirit apprentice? Such talent is terrifying. It dawned on them that he was the person who had shocked Qingqing 8 years ago. Truly remarkable. Their gazes towards Wei Xuan were filled with awe. However, Su Yueyao's expression turned increasingly grim. She had already anticipated Zhao Yunfeng's next remarks. Yet, Wei Xuan listened with keen interest, seemingly unfazed. Zhao Yunfeng chuckled maliciously. Indeed, remarkable. At that time, the headmaster of the Qingqing Lingwu Academy personally came to welcome him, filled with high hopes. But who would have guessed that this prodigious talent stagnated at the spirit apprentice level for a full 8 years, becoming the laughingstock of the entire academy? As soon as those words left his mouth, the atmosphere fell eerily silent. Su Yueyao's face was a mask of frost. Had it not been for Wei Xian's firm grip, she might have lashed out. The expressions of Su's father and Zhao Halai were priceless. Zhao Halai even burst out laughing. What a waste of such a fine talent. What a ridiculous farce. Su's father, feeling awkward, had no words, utterly unprepared for Wei Xian's background and experiences. Zhao Yunfeng was not done. He stroked his chin as if reminiscing. It seems he grew up in an orphanage, perhaps just a fortunate ordinary person. As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes turned towards Wei Xuan, the implication unmistakable. Zhao Halai scoffed. So, he is merely trying to climb the Su family's tree. Su Yueyao's eyes reddened, the flames of anger burning fiercely within them. Zhao Yunfeng, you. Wei Xuan gently patted Su Yueyao's shoulder, his expression earnest. Yueyao, don't be angry. Don't stoop to the level of a fool. I've dealt with many like him. Zhao Halai snorted coldly. Such a lack of upbringing. Zhao Yunfeng's countenance darkened. A mere spirit apprentice. Reduced to mere verbal sparring. Wei Xuan raised an eyebrow. May I inquire what level you are? Zhao Yunfeng's face brimmed with arrogance. 3 stars of spirit master. Quite unimpressive. Zhao Halai beamed with pride at this revelation. Su's father was taken aback. You've already reached 3 stars at such a young age? How can that be unimpressive? Yunfeng, you are being too modest. Zhao Yunfeng smiled humbly. Indeed, quite unimpressive. A dismissive remark floated through the air, causing the expressions of the Zhao family to turn frosty. All eyes once again turned towards Wei Xuan. Zhao Yunfeng sneered. Does a mere spirit apprentice have the right to speak? Wei Xuan shrugged innocently. Who said I am a spirit apprentice? Then, a sudden surge of energy enveloped him, drawing in a significant amount of spiritual energy, and before the astonished gazes of the crowd, Wei Xian's level surged from spirit apprentice 10 stars to spirit master 1 star. Wei Xuan smacked his lips, a look of feigned helplessness on his face. Life can be so dull and uninteresting. Chapter 42. Eye of Replication. Everyone's eyes nearly bulged out. Did Wei Xuan just break through before their very eyes? Is it really that casual? Yet he claims it's dull and uninteresting? Su Yueyao was filled with joy, twisting and turning as she clung to Wei Xian's arm. At that moment, a cold, emotionless voice resonated in Wei Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your promotion to Spirit Master level. You have gained 10,000 points of merit and acquired a 9-headed lion spirit. You have also unlocked the divine skill, Eye of Replication. Wei Xuan was taken aback. Then elation surged within him. He had unlocked a second spirit pet? Just the name sounded so impressive. He couldn't wait to examine it thoroughly upon returning. System, what on earth is this divine skill? The divine skill is a randomly acquired, ultra-rare ability that grants the host some unique powers. Random? How random? As random as someone suddenly shouting freak at you while you walk down the street. Activating the Eye of Replication, a violet glow emanated from Wei Xian's eyes, and he instantly understood the capabilities of the Eye of Replication. After reading through its powers, everyone was left speechless. The ability to replicate others' attributes, and even their combat techniques? This was simply astounding. No need to comprehend other attributes on one's own. One could simply find someone to replicate. This was akin to having the ultimate cheat. Trust the system, no surprises here. At that moment, Wei Xuan could hardly contain his eagerness to test the might of the Eye of Replication. Witnessing Wei Xian's breakthrough, Zhao Yunfeng's facial muscles twitched, his expression darkening. So what if you've reached the Spirit Master level? You're merely at 1 star. Wait a moment. Wei Xuan raised his hand, interrupting Zhao Yunfeng. He then produced a handful of spirit-gathering pills, each resembling a bun, Wei Xian devoured them one after another, stuffing his cheeks full. The crowd collectively stared in disbelief. What is going on? Are you hungry? Do you come with your own buns? Everyone watched as he consumed them with astonishing speed. While Zhao Yunfeng's face grew increasingly grim as he continued. You're merely at Spirit Master 1 star. Quiet. Wei Xian sat upright. Zhao Yunfeng was utterly flabbergasted. Can you not let me finish my words? What the hell? In the next moment, Zhao Yunfeng was utterly dumbfounded. Zhao Halai and Su Fu were equally taken aback. Even Sui Weiyao was left speechless. Wei Xian's aura surged upwards as if propelled by a rocket. Spirit Master Level 2. Spirit Master Level 3. Then, Wei Xian twisted his neck and slowly leaned against Sui Weiyao, entirely collapsing onto her. His eyes flicked towards Zhao Yunfeng. What were you about to say? Instantly, everyone's mouths dropped open. They stood frozen in place. The atmosphere fell into a deathly silence. Zhao Yunfeng's face had turned completely dark. It felt as though a pair of hands had slapped him across the face. Utterly mortified. Did you break through just by inhaling air? Is it really that simple to advance several levels? At that moment, Su Yueyao's face flushed crimson. She pinched Wei Xian's waist fiercely. There are so many people watching. Can you be a bit more discreet? Su Fu shook his head with a smile at Wei Xian's antics. However, the Zhao father and son were not pleased. Zhao Yunfeng's handsome features twisted in anger as he slammed his hand on the table. What is there to boast about with a breakthrough to Spirit Master Level 3? Combat power is what truly matters. Your reckless breakthrough has no practical foundation. Can you even comprehend attributes or learn battle skills? I assure you, I absolutely can. Wei Xian replied earnestly. Just as the Zhao father and son were about to mock him, they saw Wei Xian extend his finger, from which a large burst of flames erupted and then instantly retracted. The air fell silent once more. Zhao Yunfeng's expression was as if he had just consumed something foul. Internally, he screamed in outrage. Are you sent by the heavens to slap me in the face? Is this really necessary? You just show up out of nowhere. Unable to contain himself any longer, Zhao Yunfeng's face turned a deep shade of anger, and he spat. If you have the guts, let us have a match. Even if we are of the same level, there are still vast differences in strength. Do you dare? Wei Xian's eyes widened in surprise. Can we really fight? He believed that engaging in a conflict within the Su family would be somewhat inappropriate, which was why he had been indulging Zhao Yunfeng with so much chit-chat. If fighting were an option, he would have already slapped him. Just when he was lamenting the lack of an opportunity to use his copy eye, Zhao Yunfeng had delivered it right to his doorstep. He looked wealthy, so his battle skills must be quite impressive. Zhao Yunfeng, noticing Wei Xian's expression, felt a surge of delight. This kid was indeed just bluffing. It appeared he had never experienced real combat. Are you scared? Let me tell you, crossing paths with me, Zhao Yunfeng, will not end well for you. You will soon learn of my true power. Zhao Yunfeng turned to Su Fu with a smile. Uncle Su, shall we exchange a few moves for fun? You don't mind, do you? Zhao Halai, well aware of his son's intentions, understood that he was eager to teach Wei Xian a lesson. He had to help his son regain face. With a hearty laugh, he said, Old Su, the young are impulsive. Let them spar a bit, but keep it light. Su Fu smiled wryly, feeling he had no choice but to agree. Very well, but let us not go too hard. He didn't dare offend Wei Xian, especially since he had a master-level bodyguard. Likewise, the Zhao family was not one the current Su family could provoke lightly. Thus, Su Fu had to remain neutral. Upon hearing Su Fu's response, Wei Xian's face lit up with a radiant smile. Sui Weiyao, fully aware of Wei Xian's strength, felt no worry. Wei Xian, at Spirit Disciple Level 10, could defeat the Spirit Master Level 9 Yun Xiang. It was unimaginable how formidable a Spirit Master Wei Xian would be. She even looked at Zhao Yunfeng with a hint of pity. The group moved to the backyard. It was a vast training ground, where Zhao Yunfeng and Wei Xian stood facing each other. They were separated by more than 10 meters. Su Fu and his daughter, along with Zhao Halai and the butler, stood by to observe the match. Zhao Halai smoothed his shiny hair, a victorious smile already playing on his face. Old Su, you have healing potions, right? Su Fu was taken aback. Well, yes, of course. But we don't often use them. Zhao Halai laughed heartily. That's good to hear. They will surely come in handy today. Sui Weiyao blinked. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What a self-aware fellow. Looking back at the two combatants, Zhao Yunfeng's face darkened as he plotted the battle strategy in his mind. First, he would effortlessly evade Wei Xian's attack, ensuring to do so with nonchalance. This would demonstrate the vast superiority of his strength. Then, he would easily seize him and pummel his face. That pretty boy? Why does he get to be more handsome than me? Finally, he would pin him to the ground, stomp on his head, and sneer, do you submit? Yes, that's the plan. Wei Xian gazed at the grinning Zhao Yunfeng, completely bewildered. Hey, are you going to fight or just daydream? Zhao Yunfeng quickly snapped back to reality. his face shining with confidence. Kid, you really don't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Make your move. Wei Xuan paused for a moment. All right. Explosive finger. A crimson flame shot forth from his fingertip. With barely 10 meters between them, Zhao Yunfeng had no time to react as the flame appeared right before him. Oh my goodness. Boom. A figure flew out like a burst sack. His hair turned into a wild explosion. His face blackened like a coal miner. Smoke billowed from his head. The onlookers were instantly stunned. This battle technique was truly sinister. It was downright sneaky. Zhao Halai's expression shifted, unable to maintain his composure. He bellowed, Yunfeng, counterattack. Zhao Yunfeng sprang up like a carp leaping from water, his eyes clouded with fury. His gaze was bloodshot, resembling a raging beast. You have successfully provoked my wrath. Water Dragon Strike. A dragon made of swirling water, 5 to 6 meters long, shot towards Wei Xuan. Zhao Yunfeng's face was filled with venomous glee. My Water Dragon Strike is a level 3 battle technique. Let us see how you block it. Su Fu's face turned pale at the sight. Is this the battle technique you acquired for 1 billion from old Zhao? Zhao Halai wore a proud smile, exuding arrogance. Indeed, this battle technique was exchanged from a prestigious family. Such techniques are simply non-existent in the market. Heavens, this technique has reached level 3. Correct. It is indeed a level 3 battle technique. Sui Weiao was astounded, not expecting Zhao Halai to have spent such a fortune on a battle technique. Moreover, it was a level 3 technique. Battle techniques are classified from 1 to 9 levels, with each level surpassing the previous. It is said that level 9 techniques can bring about devastating destruction. Furthermore, techniques available in the market are primarily level 1 or level 2. Level 3 and above are exceedingly rare, held by nations and top-tier families or factions. Even some martial king-level warriors may only know level 1 or 2 techniques. Thus, the value of a level 3 battle technique is immeasurable. At this moment, Wei Xuan faced the water dragon without a hint of panic. His eyes glimmered with a purple light. Copy. In an instant, Wei Xuan mastered this martial technique. Moreover, he comprehended the essence of the water attribute. The water molecules in the air began to radiate goodwill. At this moment, Wei Xuan harnessed both water and fire attributes. He was utterly delighted. Zhao Yunfeng truly was a harbinger of good fortune. With a flick of his small hand, he summoned the water dragon. A magnificent dragon figure, entirely composed of flowing water, emerged, stretching over 30 meters long. Wei Xuan's extraordinary spiritual power was no mere boast. Zhao Halai's jaw dropped in shock. His face contorted in disbelief. What the heck? How can he also wield the water dragon? And such a massive one? Zhao Yunfeng stood frozen, lost in a daze. In the next moment, Wei Xuan's water dragon collided with Zhao Yunfeng's water lizard. In Chapter 43, Father Su concedes. Under the shadow of Wei Xuan's 30-meter water dragon, Zhao Yunfeng's 5 to 6 meter water dragon appeared like an unsightly lizard. The two forces crashed together. The anticipated fierce clash did not materialize. Instead, there was merely a soft pop, and Zhao Yunfeng's water lizard vanished without a trace. Wei Xuan's water dragon didn't even create a splash, relentlessly barreling into the bewildered Zhao Yunfeng. Wow! A mouthful of blood erupted from him as he was sent flying several meters away, now resembling a drenched chicken, utterly disheveled. Zhao Halai was left in a state of shock, muttering, how can he also perform the water dragon? How is that possible? And why is his water dragon so enormous? Did the Shui family sell it to him as well? Zhao Yunfeng gradually regained his footing, covering his face in uncontrollable laughter. The corners of his mouth twisted into a grin. Ha! You brought this upon yourself. Did you think this was the end? Ha! How naive. To have pushed me to this extent, you have every reason to be proud. Wei Xuan was left speechless. Suddenly, a leaf-shaped dart appeared at the tip of Zhao Yunfeng's finger. With a swift flick, the dart shot forth at an astonishing speed, imperceptible to the naked eye. Zhao Yunfeng exclaimed, my darts have never missed. This is my greatest trump card. Wei Xuan, prepare for defeat. Outside the arena, Zhao Halai felt a surge of relief. Smiling with ease, Yunfeng has resorted to hidden weapons. It's over. Old Su, get the healing medicine ready. Father Su cast him a peculiar glance, then nodded. Sui Weiao hurriedly distanced herself, her eyes filled with disdain. Low intelligence is contagious. Keep your distance. On the stage, Wei Xuan's eyes instantly locked onto the incoming leaf dart. The moment Zhao Yunfeng launched it, his body had already reacted. With a gentle sidestep, he effortlessly evaded it. It was so nonchalant. Wei Xuan even had the leisure to scratch his ear, viewing Zhao Yunfeng's dart as if it were a child's stone. Then, in the astonished gaze of Zhao Yunfeng, Wei Xuan suddenly vanished from his position. He reappeared right in front of Zhao Yunfeng. Zhao Yunfeng's expression changed drastically. What are you doing? He had no time to evade as Wei Xuan effortlessly seized his collar. Then, a fist resembling a steamed bun approached his face. Ouch! A tooth flew out. Wei Xuan continued his relentless assault. Here comes my stunning fist re-emerging in the arena. Zhao Yunfeng's pig-like screams echoed as teeth flew out one after another. It was a brutal pummeling. Zhao Halai's astonishment morphed into rage. The aura of a spiritual master emanated from him, and he prepared to spring into action. You brat! Stop this! Wei Xuan coughed. Cough, cough. The crazed old man immediately let out a bizarre cry. A blinding golden light erupted from him. Tears of excitement streaming from his eyes. Another calcium tablet in hand. Oh my goodness, how exhilarating. The intense golden radiance and magnificent aura stilled Zhao Halai in his tracks. His eyes filled with terror. A master-level presence. Who is this old man? A member of the Su family? Zhao Halai dared not make a move. Wei Xuan finally transformed Zhao Yunfeng's face into that of a pig's. Unrecognizable. He then grasped Zhao Yunfeng by the collar and pressed him to the ground. With his shoe sole planted on his face, Wei Xuan coldly smiled. Do you submit? Zhao Yunfeng instantly burst into tears. Why does this scene feel so familiar? I yield. At this moment, he had no unscathed area left on his body, and his father could not possibly rescue him. He had no more leverage. Wei Xuan beamed with smug satisfaction and swaggered over to Su Yueyao, strutting like a peacock. Su Yueyao chuckled and rushed to Wei Xuan, showering him with praise. You were amazing. Are you hurt? You were so cool just now. Wei Xuan burst into laughter, utterly triumphant. He was insufferably arrogant, basking in his glory. No words left. Kid. Zhao Halai hurried over to help Zhao Yunfeng up, his face filled with sorrow. Father Su's eyes sparkled with excitement. So that is how it is. He then shouted. Quickly, butler, bring the healing medicine. Old Zhao, you truly possess foresight. You had me prepare the healing medicine in advance. It has indeed come in handy. You show no concern for your son at all. Well, I can understand your good intentions. Without experiencing storms and rain, how can one grow? Remarkable. Listening to Father Su's heartfelt praises, Zhao Halai's face darkened. He could only force a smile. Flattery. Flattery. Half an hour later, Zhao Halai assisted the now mummified Zhao Yunfeng into the living room, and Wei Xuan burst into laughter. Juice sprayed from his mouth. Su Yueyao quickly grabbed a tissue to wipe his face. Father Su, with concern, asked, How is Yunfeng? The mummified Zhao Yunfeng raised his hand to make an okay gesture. Father Su nodded. That's good, as long as you're fine. At this moment, Zhao Halai revealed a benevolent smile. Old Su, I have come with good news. Oh, what good news? Zhao Halai slicked back his shiny hair. You see, Yueyao has grown up. It's time to talk about marriage. Instantly, Su Yueyao's expression soured. Wei Xuan smirked. As expected, the fox's tail has been revealed. Zhao Halai continued. Yunfeng and Yueyao are of similar age. My Yunfeng is also quite the handsome lad. A true gem. Zhao Halai turned to gaze at Zhao Yunfeng, his aged face instantly flushing with embarrassment. Zhao Yunfeng, anxious, exclaimed, Father, please, continue. Zhao Halai could only don a standard welcoming smile, and proceeded, Our families are indeed well matched. Surely, you are aware of the extent of the Zhao family's assets? Why not? Then, arrange a marriage between our families? What say you, old Su? Su Yueyao's eyes brimmed with tears, her emotions teetering on the brink of overflow. Su's father glanced at her, then at Wei Xuan, caught in a moment of indecision. At that moment, Wei Xuan cleared his throat, and the dazed old man let out an unexpected shriek. A brilliant golden light illuminated the room, emanating a masterful aura that commanded the atmosphere. With wide eyes fixed on Zhao Halai, the latter was left utterly astounded, unable to muster any bravado in the face of such a formidable presence. Who is this? Su's father managed a wry smile. This esteemed elder is Wei Xuan's personal bodyguard. What? The Zhao father-son duo gasped, their voices rising an octave. They stared in dumbfounded disbelief at Wei Xuan and the eccentric old man, unable to fathom how this young man, presumed to be an orphan, could possess such a powerful protector. Could he be a scion of a hidden noble family, wandering among the mundane, destined to return and claim his rightful position as the family head, contending with 8 brothers for supremacy? Good heavens, this was beyond their capacity to handle. The Zhao father and son had already conjured an elaborate drama in their minds. Suddenly, they regretted provoking Wei Xuan in the first place. They must urgently mend their relationship. Zhao Halai quickly replaced his demeanor with one of humility, dramatically altering his attitude towards Wei Xuan. Young Master Wei, I deeply apologize for the offense caused by my son. I hope you can overlook it. Wei Xuan waved his hand dismissively, a nonchalant expression adorning his face. No worries. No worries. It's merely a trivial matter. Zhao Halai breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that as long as he offered a few high-grade spirit stones as a token of goodwill, all would be well. However, The old man stumbled, his lips quivering. Zhao Yunfeng erupted in exasperation. You little. Just shut your mouth. Zhao Halai shot a furious kick at Zhao Yunfeng, his face ablaze with anger. If it weren't for your reckless words, would we have found ourselves in such a predicament? Zhao Halai's face fell, genuinely distressed over their financial limitations. Wei Xuan cleared his throat. The old man exclaimed, Zhao Halai stammered, I will provide. Trembling, Zhao Halai produced 50 high-grade spirit stones from his ring. Placing them on the table, Wei Xuan, however, did not focus on the spirit stones, but rather on the ring itself, which bore a spatial stone. Rubbing his hands together, he thought, I desire that ring. Zhao Halai hastily covered it, murmuring, that might be. Wei Xuan coughed, and the old man exclaimed, Zhao Halai insisted. Here, take it. Wei Xuan, thoroughly satisfied with the acquisition, narrowed his eyes in a warning. My feelings for Yue Yao are genuine. Cease any further entanglements. Otherwise. Understood. Understood. Zhao Halai quickly acquiesced. Su's father, filled with guilt, turned to Su Yue Yao and said, Yue Yao, I shall no longer pressure you. Su Yue Yao, transitioning from sorrow to joy, tightly embraced Wei Xuan's arm, tears of happiness streaming down her cheeks. Subsequently, the Zhao father and son dared not linger, fleeing in disgrace. Su's father waved his hand. Wei Xuan, stay for a meal. Of course. What shall I call you, esteemed elder? I am known as Mingnan. Oh, I think I shall still refer to you as esteemed elder. Chapter 44, The Nine-Headed Lion of Enchantment. Wei Xuan remained at the Su residence for dinner, where Su's father exhibited immense hospitality. It was also the first time Wei Xuan met Su's mother, a gentle and gracious woman, who relentlessly served him dishes, regarding him as if he were her son-in-law. Young man, how old are you? Have you ever had a girlfriend? What do you think of Yue Yao? When do you plan to marry? Wei Xuan found himself growing increasingly embarrassed. Su Yue Yao was in fits of laughter. Finding it unbearable, Wei Xuan decided to leave, sensing that Su's mother might soon suggest he marry Su Yue Yao. Before departing, Wei Xuan generously left behind the spatial ring and high-grade spirit stones for Su Yue Yao, waving his hand flamboyantly. Enjoy yourself. Use them well, and come to me when you need more. Be playful. Su Yue Yao, overwhelmed with emotion, exclaimed her desire to bear Wei Xuan's children. Her newfound boldness left Wei Xuan flustered, prompting him to whisk the eccentric old man away. Su Yue Yao stomped her feet in frustration behind them. Su's mother, witnessing this scene, shoved Su's father playfully. Look at you as a father. What have you done to our daughter? Su's father smiled ruefully, his eyes filled with remorse. I have indeed been foolish. I owe her an apology. I shall make amends. On the way home, Wei Xuan was in high spirits. With a flick of his wrist, a spirit pet calcium tablet soared through the air, tracing a perfect parabolic arc. Then, the eccentric old man leapt with vigor, mimicking Chang'e's flight to the moon, lunging towards the airborne calcium tablet. With a gaping mouth, he swallowed it whole. He then performed a graceful flip in midair, akin to an acrobat, landing softly without stirring a speck of dust. He raised his hands triumphantly. A nearby girl walking her dog stood in stunned amazement. Even her husky looked bewildered. Eager to check on his new spirit pet, Wei Xuan rushed home with lightning speed. He quickly shut the door, unleashing the enigmatic Black Flame. Black Flame, you are about to gain new companions. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Master, what spirit beast is this? Just wait and see. I am about to release it. Rubbing his hands together, Wei Xuan chuckled maniacally. Let us behold the magnificent form of the nine-headed lion of enchantment. A brilliant golden light illuminated the entire room. A divine aura enveloped him. Wei Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This formidable presence was undeniably impressive. He wondered how large the lion would be and whether it could potentially uproot his house. Given the system's tendencies, it seemed unlikely. Based on Black Flame, it should be a cub. Nevertheless, it was still a nine-headed lion. Even a cub would be awe-inspiring. As Wei Xuan's anticipation mounted and Black Flame's hostile glare intensified, the creature finally emerged. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed. A tiny figure appeared before Wei Xuan, rendering him utterly speechless, standing frozen in place, unable to utter a word for a long while. The widow next door was utterly astonished. Before her lay a palm-sized golden Pekingese, its plump little body lazily sprawled on the ground. Suddenly, a small wooden tag, also the size of a palm, fell from the air. Scribbled on it in a crooked scrawl were the words, Magic Sound Nine-Headed Lion. Black Flame immediately revealed a look of disdain. This dog was truly unsightly. How could it possibly compare to my splendid plumage? Wei Xuan scooped up the Pekingese, his face contorted in despair. The golden fur was indeed pleasing to the eye, but those squinty little eyes appeared utterly devoid of spirit. Is this really the Magic Sound Nine-Headed Lion? Why does it only have one head? Wei Xuan was infuriated. System, I want to return this. You deceitful merchant. This is supposedly the genuine magic sound nine-headed lion. Wei Xuan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What nonsense. Where are the other 8 heads? Host, take a closer look. Can't you see these 8 heads, albeit small? Wei Xuan was taken aback, one hand grasping the dog's little belly. With the other, he tugged at its tiny member. Oh, it's a male. He then began to explore the dog's body, which responded with an adorably dazed smile, rolling around in Wei Xuan's hands. At that moment, Wei Xuan's expression brightened. Around the dog's neck were several small necklaces resembling pearls, nestled within the golden fur. They were hardly noticeable at first glance, but there were 8 of them. Encircling its head, 8 tiny heads, all super miniature Pekingese with their eyes firmly shut. Wei Xuan grinned widely large. Truly large. With a long exhale, he reassured himself. This must not be a counterfeit. Stroking his chin, he muttered, but it still feels lacking compared to Black Flame. After all, Black Flame was a martial artist. Black Flame immediately puffed up his chest. Master's eyes are sharp. System, isn't this the magic sound nine-headed lion? What skills does it possess? The magic sound nine-headed lion is naturally endowed with sound wave abilities. Oh, Wei Xuan's interest peaked as he poked the nearly slumbering Pekingese. Come, little one. Give a mighty roar. The Pekingese lazily lifted its eyelids to glance at Wei Xuan, then rolled over without the slightest regard. It lay on its back in Wei Xuan's palm, snoring softly. Wei Xuan, Black Flame. In the next moment, Wei Xuan sported a benevolent smile. Gently tapping the dog with the side of a kitchen knife, speaking softly, sleep well, little one. Enjoy your slumber. The little creature, with its belly exposed, was caught in a delightful dream when a sudden chill enveloped it. Its eyes shot wide open in terror. It hurriedly flipped over, revealing a cute smile to Wei Xuan. A soft, childlike voice emerged. Master, how may I serve you? Wei Xuan jumped in shock, tossing the dog aside. Stammering, he exclaimed. How can this little fellow speak human language? The magic sound nine-headed lion is inherently sensitive to sound and can learn hundreds of languages. Wei Xuan was astounded. Could this little creature also serve as a translator? Travel would no longer be a concern. Indeed, having a talking companion will save the author a great deal of word count. Black Flame immediately became displeased, his comb nearly quivering. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Master, once I reach spirit level, I too can speak human language. Wei Xuan's face lit up in surprise. It was known that spirit beasts could not articulate human speech, not even at extraordinary levels. However, Black Flame, being a mutated divine beast, could learn to speak. Wei Xuan couldn't help but feel elated. Although Black Flame and this magic sound nine-headed lion appeared rather unremarkable at present, he was certain they were not counterfeit. After all, what chick knows martial arts upon birth? What puppy is born with sound wave abilities and can also speak? They must all be divine beasts. Wei Xuan began to daydream about the future. If that were the case, wouldn't I acquire a new divine beast with each upgrade? If I were to reach extraordinary levels, let me count. 1, 2, 8. 8 divine beasts. At that point, with a mere wave of my hand, my spirit pet army would be composed entirely of divine beasts. Who could possibly rival me? Wei Xuan drooled at the thought. Look at the host, so easily amused by 8 divine beasts. Wei Xuan wiped his drool and glanced around. Hey, where did the dog go? He quickly spotted the dog lying on the bookshelf. It was sleeping at an odd angle. Belly up, with a tiny bubble forming on its nose. Wei Xuan was at a loss for words. This little fellow is quite lazy. How much does it enjoy sleeping? This simply won't do. Wei Xuan picked up the kitchen knife with a gentle demeanor, carefully placing it on the dog's little belly. The dog immediately stiffened. The bubble on its nose popped with a soft plop. Its little legs shot straight out, and it desperately tried to push the knife off its belly. Unable to budge it cautiously opened its eyes just a crack, revealing Wei Xuan's kind face. Excessive sleeping is not good. You need to exercise more. The scene shifted. In the courtyard, a black rooster soared through the air, clutching a golden puppy in its claws. It circled above the yard. Black Flame was overjoyed, swinging the Pekingese around. The dog was terrified, its short legs flailing wildly, tail tucked, trembling. It whimpered helplessly, Master, I've erred. I won't dare to nap again. I want to come down. Wei Xuan stroked his chin, realizing, so this little one is afraid of heights. And feeling a bit dizzy. Wei Xuan's lips twitched. So incredibly dizzy. Black Flame was having the time of his life, performing various high-difficulty aerial maneuvers with the dog. Swirling leaves, clockwork movements, various intricate aerial feats made the dog nauseous. At that moment, the dog ceased being discreet. Its golden fur shimmered brilliantly. With its mouth agape, it let out a fierce howl. A woo, adorably fierce. Wei Xuan was momentarily stunned. His mind became hazy, his senses momentarily disoriented. Even the eccentric old man, who was secretly engaged in his business, was bewildered. His head spun. The half-exposed figure of Xie Te swayed precariously. Meanwhile, Black Flame, closest to the dog, suddenly found himself in dire straits. With a sharp screech, he halted abruptly. A paw slipped, and his head buzzed. His eyes lost their color, and he tumbled down like a sack of potatoes. He landed face first on the ground, his paws twitching, promptly losing consciousness. As for the puppy, its diminutive body was entirely unscathed, lying on its back, sound asleep once more. The next moment, a loud snore erupted from the little creature. When Wei Xuan regained his senses, he gazed at this little fellow with astonishment. This sound wave technique was capable of rendering the formidable He Yin unconscious. It is important to note that He Yin had already reached the 10th star of the Spirit Apprentice level. Its physical prowess was even more terrifying than that of a Spirit Master. Who would have imagined that this diminutive dog could unleash such ferocity with just a single bark? Do you think the nine-headed lion's ability is a mere joke? Wei Xuan chuckled heartily, scooping up the pup for a playful ruffle. Let us call it the sound of demonic melody. Chapter 45. Dominating Class 1 of Spirit Masters. Upon awakening, the irate He Yin activated its berserk skill and pursued the melody with a flurry of mixed-style Tai Chi punches. It even unleashed the lightning five-strike whip. The melody shrieked in sheer terror. Its four short legs created a flurry of phantasms as it engaged in parkour within the modest courtyard. It rolled and performed backflips, its movements exuding an air of grace and composure. However, it could not outrun He Yin, who quickly caught up. With a swift kick, He Yin sent the melody sprawling, causing it to let out a yelp. Wei Xuan winced at the sight, unable to bear the injustice. He turned away and devoured a handful of popcorn. Despite the melody's pitiful cries, it was no pushover. With a fierce roar akin to a hungry dragon, it retaliated. He Yin was once again rendered dizzy. Just as Wei Xuan believed the melody was about to unleash a furious counterattack, it flopped onto its back and fell asleep. Asleep, Wei Xuan rolled his eyes. Such a magnificent skill wasted on you. What a splendid opportunity lies before you, and you choose to nap. Were you cursed to sleep in your past life? Soon, He Yin revived fully, and chaos erupted once more. Truly, it was a scene of pandemonium. Wei Xuan was astonished to discover that no matter how fiercely He Yin attacked, the little melody was remarkably resilient. After a series of light jabs, it remained unscathed. The melody's cries were indeed quite jubilant. After nearly 3 hours of this, both parties were utterly exhausted. Wei Xuan produced a beast spirit pill, which instantly filled the courtyard with its immense presence, excavating a small hole within the pill. He tossed the melody inside. The little pup, weary from the tussle, began to munch eagerly. Then, to Wei Xuan's bemusement, as it continued to eat, it dozed off. Its mouth was still adorned with unchewed morsels. This creature truly loved its slumber. Perhaps it would be better to call it the slumbering master. The nine-headed lion's greatest trait was its insatiable drowsiness. At its core, it was simply a lazy creature. Wei Xuan grinned, revealing his teeth. Can I indulge you in this troublesome habit? There will surely be time to rectify this in the future. He then retrieved a spirit pet calcium tablet and tossed it into He Yan's mouth. A minute passed, and He Yan blinked, showing no signs of change. Wei Xuan scratched his head, puzzled by the lack of response. System, what is happening? He Yan's maximum size at the Spirit Apprentice level is precisely this. And only upon reaching the Spirit Master level will the calcium tablets take effect. Should I take one myself? Wei Xuan felt a twinge of temptation. After all, growing taller and enhancing various physical attributes would be remarkable. Just look at that eccentric elder, who, after consuming a spirit pet calcium tablet, not only grew taller, but also became vigorous and robust. However, Wei Xuan was already quite tall at over 1.8 meters. Any further growth might be excessive. And would there be any side effects? He glanced over at the eccentric elder, who was digging a hole in the courtyard, then jumped into it with determination. Preparing to bury himself, Wei Xuan shivered, promptly dismissing the thought of taking a calcium tablet. What about feeding the melody one? He contemplated, observing the pup's comical and amusing demeanor. Perhaps it was best to wait a little longer. It appeared rather entertaining, seemingly harmless, yet when it came to a fight, it could prove quite effective. Given its slothful nature, would it obediently engage in battle? Simply brandishing a kitchen knife at its neck would suffice. What an uncomplicated task. Thus, on the following day, Wei Xuan arrived at the academy, cradling a peacefully slumbering puppy, trailed by a black rooster. As he walked, everyone, young and old, male and female, cast their attention upon him, their eyes wide with amazement. Wei Xuan felt a swell of pride. Indeed, a handsome young man is the center of attention wherever he goes. Look at how charming I am. Jealous are we? Throughout the journey, all the faculty and students regarded Wei Xuan with bewildered expressions. Some girls blushed, shyly covering their eyes but sneaking glances with smiles on their lips. The boys looked utterly astonished. Wei Xian's smile grew ever brighter. Are you stunned? Amazed? In just 2 days, I've ascended to the 3rd star of the Spirit Master level. Does that surprise you? Who else can achieve such feats? Finally, he arrived at Class 10 of the Spirit Apprentices, walking in with his head held high. The moment he entered, gasps filled the room. What the heck? Wei Xian is now a Spirit Master. What the heck? He has even reached 3 stars. What the heck? Is he even human? What the heck? Did Wei Xian forget to zip up? Everyone froze, their gazes fixated on Wei Xian's zipper. Wei Xian was momentarily taken aback. He glanced down and was horrified. Had he really walked this way all along? No wonder even the 70-year-old grandmothers were left agape. So, I've been strutting around without a care? Even Wei Xian's thick skin turned crimson. In the ensuing flurry, despite the minor mishap, it did not diminish the impact Wei Xian had made. His rapid advancement in levels was simply astonishing. Li Changxiu observed Wei Xian with an expression that had grown increasingly unnatural. After all, the entire academy was abuzz with the news that Yun Xiang had proclaimed Wei Xian as his elder brother. Wei Xian had become the most formidable individual in the academy. He dared not cross paths with Wei Xian. As long as Wei Xian didn't seek him out, he was more than satisfied. Sui Weiyao had already taken her seat, beaming like a blossoming flower. Today was a momentous occasion for both of them, their ascent to the Spirit Master class. Every classmate cast envious glances in their direction. Shortly thereafter, the Director of Education entered the classroom. Wei Xian, Sui Weiyao, come with me. The two exchanged glances, grabbed their bags, and followed him out. As they walked, the director remarked, Wei Xian, due to your exceptional abilities, you will be placed in Class 1 of the Spirit Masters. As for Sui Weiyao, she shall also be assigned to the same class. Wei Xian replied, that sounds good. The director paused, chuckling, very well. Sui Weiyao giggled, entwining her arm with Wei Xian's, her heart brimming with sweetness. Upon arriving at Class 1 of the Spirit Masters, the director smiled. You two may enter on your own. On the first day of meeting your new classmates, make a good impression. Wei Xian grinned, of course. After all, Yun Xiang is in this class. And he asked the class leader. As he was about to push open the door, a chime echoed. Task activated. Please engage with the Sorceress Melody Dominator of Class 1. Wei Xian was taken aback. What sort of absurd task is this? Dominator? With a Sorceress Melody? How simple could it be? His hand, poised to push the door, froze in midair, causing Sui Weiyao and the Director of Education to exchange puzzled glances. In the next moment, Wei Xian raised his leg and kicked the door with a resounding thud, sending it flying. Sui Weiyao. Director. What the hell? What are you doing? Is this how you make an impression on new classmates? The students of Class 1 were left dumbfounded. The door was firmly embedded in the wall. A hand slowly emerged from within, pulling the door open, revealing Yun Xiang, whose nose was bleeding. Looking just as bewildered at the entrance, a fierce-looking Wei Xian strode in, dragging the tail of the Sorceress Melody behind him. He placed his foot on the nearest desk to the door with a menacing expression, staring down a boy with a pockmarked face. Do you yield? The pockmarked boy shivered. I yield. Wei Xian was momentarily stunned. Come on, can't you show some backbone? This isn't how the story is supposed to unfold. How am I supposed to act? How can I unleash the Sorceress Melody? I need a reason. Wei Xian seized the pockmarked boy with an intimidating glare. You don't yield. The students of Class 1 were left in shock. The director and Sui Weiyao wore expressions of confusion. The boy was nearly in tears. I truly yield. What did you say? Wei Xian's expression darkened palpably. An aura of intimidation surged. It seemed he was about to strike. The boy, in sheer terror, exclaimed, I don't yield. Surely that's acceptable. Wei Xian instantly broke into a radiant smile. He picked up the small pug, Sorceress Melody, and commanded, scare him. The boy was utterly bewildered, his heart melted by the adorableness. The hungry dragon roared. Oh whoa, adorably cute. The boy was taken aback, his mind instantly rocking out. The vibrations were unceasing. He shook his head endlessly. The others were similarly affected, their heads buzzing as if they had been collectively electrocuted. Wei Xian yanked the boy closer, baring his teeth. Do you yield? The boy was crying uncontrollably. I have always yielded. Wei Xian nodded in satisfaction, turning his gaze to the rest of the class. Everyone's faces were filled with terror. They all exclaimed, we all yield. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have earned 5,000 points. Wei Xian wore a look of contentment. Yun Xiang, beaming, said, brother, I'll make you the class leader. Greetings, sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, everyone stood at attention. Their demeanor respectful, their voices resonant. One little girl even shouted herself hoarse. The director was left dumbfounded. What a miraculous turn of events. Did I walk into the wrong place? Has he already become the big brother? Wei Xian grinned widely, as Yun Xiang led him to the class leader's throne. It was a chair precariously positioned beneath the teacher's podium, nearly poking into the blackboard. The teacher, who was lecturing, could easily reach it. Wei Xian's face instantly froze. Brother, take a seat, you can't escape this. The strongest must always sit. Yun Xiang chuckled, and then moved to the back of the class to enjoy the view outside. Sui Weiao took a seat behind Wei Xian. Everyone looked at Wei Xian with expressions of schadenfreude. At that moment, a male teacher walked in. Appearing to be in his 50s, full of vigor, he cast a curious glance at the door frame before striding in. He smiled and nodded at Wei Xian. Not bad. Sitting right in the class leader's throne upon arrival. Wei Xian shrugged nonchalantly. The teacher, invigorated, spoke passionately. Today, we will explore new material. The true essence of sorcerer's combat techniques. Suddenly, Wei Xian sensed something amiss. He looked up, his eyes widening in astonishment. Oh! The teacher's saliva cascaded down under the sunlight, landing on Wei Xian's head. He even thought he saw a rainbow. Yun Xiang, sitting at the back of the class, shed tears of joy. Finally, I've waited for you. Thankfully, I didn't give up. Chapter 46, The Formidable Class Leader. By the end of the class, Wei Xian was utterly undone. He trembled uncontrollably while holding a book. Sui Weiao discreetly shifted a bit further back. When it came time for training, Wei Xian naturally sought out Yun Xiang, launching into a flurry of playful punches. To his surprise, the training teacher for Class 1 was none other than Yi Qingwan. Dressed in athletic gear, Yi Qingwan wore a frosty expression that was both beautiful and intimidating. However, none of the students dared to meet the gaze of this strikingly formidable teacher. She was simply too powerful. Moreover, she held nothing back. While other training instructors might spar with students, they wouldn't unleash their full techniques. She, however, began with her ultimate move, capable of freezing someone into an ice sculpture. Even Yun Xiang couldn't withstand more than 2 strikes from her. Thus, despite Class 1 being recognized as the class with the highest overall strength at Qingqing Spiritual Martial Academy, they dared not act recklessly in front of Yi Qingwan. Sister Qingwan, what a surprise to see you. The crowd turned to see Wei Xian's astonished face. Everyone's mouths dropped open. Goodness, Wei Xian addressed this ice queen so casually? Were they that close? This ice queen was notoriously distant. To their shock, Yi Qingwan shot Wei Xian a sidelong glance. That expression spoke volumes. It was something they had never witnessed from her before, an indication that their relationship was anything but ordinary. In an instant, everyone looked at Wei Xian with a newfound reverence. Yi Qingwan glared fiercely at Wei Xian, declaring, I have always been the training instructor for Class 1. And let me tell you, don't even think about slacking off in my presence. Wei Xian shrugged. I have no rivals in this class. Are you suggesting we spar? As soon as those words left his mouth, the members of Class 1 looked at him as if he were a ghost, their eyes brimming with pity. Do you have any idea how terrifying this ice queen is? And you dare to spar with her? You must be oblivious to the meaning of danger. To their astonishment, Yi Qingwan replied, This isn't our first time. Are you afraid? Gasp. The students of Class 1 were dumbfounded. They had actually sparred before? Sui Weiao pouted, looking resentful. Her little hands tugging at Sorceress Melody's tail. Sorceress Melody couldn't sleep, feeling an overwhelming chill as if pricked by needles. Despite being tugged, it didn't dare move. Wei Xian, hands behind his back, strode to the center of the training ground, beckoning with a finger, his eyes brimming with provocation. The onlookers broke into a cold sweat. Will the new class leader survive today? No one has ever dared to confront this beautiful teacher. Alas, the class leader is doomed. Instantly, someone grabbed their phone and made a call. Hello, is this the funeral home? I would like to make a reservation. What? I need to become a member? Yi Qingwan stood in the training ground, a chill sweeping through the entire arena. Wei Xian felt as if the blood in his veins was coursing at a sluggish pace, tugging at the corners of his mouth. This is simply outrageous. Wei Xian dared not be careless. During their first encounter, Yi Qingwan had not employed any combat techniques, relying solely on her physical prowess and close-quarters combat. Now, facing the fully unleashed Yi Qingwan, Wei Xian began to take things seriously. Demonstrating his strength at the 3-star Spirit Master level, he charged forward before Yi Qingwan could make a move. His fist, enveloped in a fierce gust, cut through the air with alarming speed. Yi Qingwan also refrained from using combat techniques, and the two collided with a resounding crash, entering a fierce melee. Each punch and kick carried an astonishing force, felt even by the onlookers, who could hear the whoosh of the wind generated by their strikes. The sound of their fists colliding echoed throughout the arena. The spectators were mesmerized by their exceptional fighting skills, akin to a blockbuster action film. Unable to tear their eyes away for even a moment, Wei Xian held his own, even leaving a bit of room for maneuvering. My goodness, the class leader is this formidable? Engaging in such a fierce battle with Teacher Yi? Is his body made of iron? A true pinnacle of spirit mastery. Astonishment flickered in Yi Qingwan's eyes as she sensed that Wei Xian's physical capabilities had significantly improved, making him her equal. No longer holding back, she encased her fists in ice, an extreme chill enveloping Wei Xian. He could feel the icy wind rushing at him, and swiftly dodged to create distance. Explosive finger. A pillar of flame erupted from his fingertips, hurtling toward Yi Qingwan. The crowd gasped, although some had witnessed this technique before. Seeing it again left them in awe. It was practically cheating. Yi Qingwan barked an order, Frostfall, enveloping Wei Xian within the range of her technique. Wei Xian visibly noticed that the pillar of flame had weakened drastically, reduced to the size of a finger. His face contorted in dismay. The ice attribute counters mine. At that moment, Yi Qingwan had already closed the distance, her fists, resembling crystalline ice, poised to strike. Just as he attempted to evade, he discovered his feet were unable to move. Looking down, he saw his feet ensnared in ice crystals. Boom. Wei Xian was sent flying, encased in a layer of frost that left him shivering. No, I can't use fire attribute techniques anymore. Then, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Wei Xian waved his hand, and a colossal water dragon erupted forth with a roar. The spectators were left dumbfounded. What the heck? A water attribute technique. The class leader has actually mastered 2 attributes. My heavens, is this a 3-star technique? Yi Qingwan's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with shock. Yet, she had no time to ponder, as the water dragon was upon her. Extreme Ice Strike. Yi Qingwan's fists, crystallizing with ice, collided directly with the water dragon. Staggering back 2 steps, her face was painted with astonishment. The crowd was equally stunned. This incredible powerhouse had actually pushed back their teacher? Could his strength truly rival that of a spirit master? Yi Qingwan refrained from further attacks, furrowing her brow as she regarded Wei Xian. How have you mastered the water attribute as well? Don't you understand the principle of biting off more than you can chew? Learning 2 attributes consumes vast amounts of time and energy. Wei Xian puffed out his chest and grinned. But I've already reached the 3-star spirit master level. Time and effort? That's non-existent for me. Yi Qingwan shot him a disapproving glance, but maintained a serious demeanor. If the pressure becomes overwhelming, you should consider abandoning one of them. Wei Xian understood that Yi Qingwan was looking out for him, and chuckled. Don't worry, I know my limits. Yi Qingwan scoffed lightly, her expression returning to its frosty demeanor as she exited the training ground. The students of Class 1 flocked around Wei Xian, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Are you kidding me, bro? You're this strong? Wow, the class leader is incredible, his strength is off the charts. And he has dual attributes? Unbelievable. ID rushed to the funeral home just to see this. Chapter 47. The Just Hero, Chu Chang'e. Since Wei Xian and Sui Weiyao had both reached the Spirit Master level, qualifying them to participate in the Dragon and Tiger competition, they registered at the academy. Many martial artists from the outside world also came to enroll, whether students from Qingqing Spirit Martial Academy or outsiders. All aspiring to join the competition had to sign up at the academy. After completing registration, it was already evening, and Wei Xian did not take his usual route home. He had moved out of that small rental apartment. Han, who had found a larger place, serving as a temporary residence for Wei Xian and the saber-toothed tiger. After all, Wei Xian was no longer short on funds. The commissions from Qin Yi and the savings of the saber-toothed tiger were more than sufficient for indulgence. However, the saber-toothed tiger could no longer operate in public, having offended both the white wolf and the viper, and their spirit apprentice level strength was simply inadequate. Wei Xian planned to develop the saber-toothed tiger into an underground force. Yet, he had yet to determine what path they would take, as activities like robbery, drug trafficking, and smuggling were illegal, and Wei Xian would never engage in such actions. This was a principle he held firmly. While Wei Xian acknowledged that he was not a good person, he would not commit heinous acts. This was his principle and bottom line. As he made his way toward the villa district, lost in thought, he inadvertently took a wrong turn. Surrounded by unfamiliar scenery, he found himself straying from the bustling streets. Entering a secluded area devoid of crowds, the trees lining the roadside cast eerie shadows in the moonlight. Wei Xian hastily pulled out his phone to check the navigation. Just as he was about to follow the directions, a cacophony of hurried footsteps interrupted him, and he saw a staggering figure emerge from a nearby alley. It was a girl, around 17 or 18, clad in fitted attire that accentuated her alluring curves, her face radiating confidence, wielding a silver spear stained with blood. However, she appeared unwell, her complexion pale, blood trickling from her lips, her steps unsteady, as if she might collapse at any moment. Upon spotting Wei Xian, her eyes brightened, and she leaned on her spear as she approached him. Wei Xian frowned and took a cautious step back. Despite her beauty, he remained vigilant. This girl possessed the strength of a 5-star spirit master, and her youth suggested she was no ordinary individual. The ethereal aura emanating from her was unmistakably that of a skilled spirit master, and the individual capable of inflicting such injury upon her was, at the very least, a spirit master of the 9th or 10th star, perhaps even a spirit master of higher caliber. Who could ascertain whether this person was benevolent or malevolent? What if they were indeed a villain? Should they attempt to seduce me and seize the opportunity to ensnare me? What recourse would I have? One must always maintain a guard against treachery. Caution often precludes calamity. Wei Xuan extended his hand, steadying the woman on the verge of collapse. His face adorned with a charming smile. "My lady, what troubles you? Are you injured?" At that moment, Chu Chang'e was utterly captivated by the handsome man before her, her expression betraying an infatuation as she nearly drooled, only to swiftly compose herself. Wei Xuan recoiled, a look of disdain crossing his features. Chu Chang'e offered an embarrassed smile, but her countenance soon shifted to one of urgency. "I am Chu Chang'e. Your aura suggests you are a spirit master, is that not so? Excellent. There is a sinister cult nearby. You must join me in vanquishing their evil doings." Wei Xuan cast a sidelong glance at her, incredulous. "Pray tell, are you not a fool? A madwoman?" With that, he turned to leave, but Chu Chang'e, in a state of desperation, grasped his arm tightly. "I am not deceiving you. There truly exists a malevolent cult in the vicinity." Wei Xuan regarded her with calm eyes, shrugging nonchalantly. "And what concern is that of mine?" Chu Chang'e was momentarily taken aback, her demeanor transforming into one of righteous indignation. "Of course, it pertains to us. We must eradicate them and save the innocent from peril. As warriors, it is our duty." Wei Xian's gaze was as tranquil as a still pond as he extricated himself from her grip, his expression impassive. "That is not my responsibility. All I desire is to return home," he declared flatly. "I am not a paragon of virtue. You have mistaken your man." He pivoted and strode away. Chu Chang'e stood rooted in place, seething with outrage, her voice raised in a furious tirade. "The Lawlite sect professes benevolence, but secretly wreaks havoc, concocting vile potions that have claimed countless lives. Many ignorant souls have fallen victim to their deceit, from the elderly to the young. The sect's hands are stained with blood. If we do not eradicate this scourge, how many more will succumb to their manipulation?" Wei Xuan continued his path, turning his back to her. His voice, devoid of emotion, drifted back. "I have stated that I am no champion of justice. You have sought the wrong person. Even if your claims hold truth, so what? The cult has deep-rooted power and intricate affiliations. What can a mere spirit master like you do? If you wish to court death, I shall not accompany you. I have cherished ones to protect and numerous tasks awaiting me. At present, I simply yearn to return home for a meal." At his words, Chu Chang'e trembled, her fury nearly erupting. She gazed at Wei Xian's retreating figure, her face etched with scorn. "I once thought you handsome, but it seems your heart is as cold as stone. How could someone like you cultivate to the 3rd star of Spirit Master? Truly, the heavens have lost their sight. Coward, I can accomplish this without your help." Wei Xian's expression remained unchanged as Chu Chang'e's figure dwindled into a mere speck in the distance. He paid her no mind. Such dark matters were far too numerous to manage. Besides, having already offended the serpent and the white wolf, to antagonize another faction would be tantamount to courting death. In that case, not even the Qingqing Spirit Martial Academy could safeguard him. The Lawlite sect undoubtedly harbored spirit masters of formidable prowess, perhaps even grandmasters. How could his slender limbs contend against such might? It was best to leave such matters to the authorities. Just as he was about to retrieve his phone to report the incident, Wei Xuan paused, his attention caught by the sight of Chu Chang'e. Now a mere silhouette in his periphery, she was slumped on the ground, cursing vehemently, when suddenly a hand reached from behind her, covering her mouth. In her eyes, terror flared as a dagger glimmered against her throat, and she was dragged silently into the shadows. Wei Xian's hand froze in midair. "That has nothing to do with me." He resumed his forward stride, but after 3 seconds, he could see the bustling street in the distance. Abruptly, he halted. "Damn it," Wei Xuan cursed. Pivoting to retrace his steps, his pace quickened, urgency fueling his movement until he dashed towards the direction where Chu Chang'e had vanished. Chapter 48. Justice is in short supply today. Chu Chang'e found herself tightly bound, unceremoniously dropped to the ground, pain etched across her brow, yet she remained silent. "You wretched girl, you dare to thwart the noble endeavors of our holy sect? Do you still think you can escape?" The cloaked figure removed their hood, revealing a face that bore a facade of piety. This individual, with a benevolent visage, appeared utterly incapable of wrongdoing. "Bah! You vile deceivers, manipulative scoundrels, deserving of death." Chu Chang'e spat blood at the black-clad figure, her eyes ablaze with fury. The figure easily evaded her attack and, with a swift motion, struck her across the face. Slap! A red mark blossomed on her cheek as she glared fiercely at her assailant. The cloaked figure crouched down, a sinister grin spreading across their face. lewdness gleaming in their eyes. Why? Killing you would be a waste. What are your intentions? Chuchonga's face turned pale, her body thrashing in a futile attempt to escape the binds. The figure seized her foot, eyes alight with desire. Let me savor the flavor first. They leered at her. What a beautiful face. TSK, TSK, this figure I can hardly contain myself. With that, they lunged towards her. Ah, stay away, beast. No, kill me instead. In an instant, Wei Xuan plunged his butterfly knife into the black-clad figure's neck, wearing an exasperated expression as he regarded the still screaming Chuchonga. Hey, stop wailing. Chuchonga ceased her cries, blinking in shock at the lifeless body before her, then at Wei Xuan. You, how is it you? Wei Xuan shot her a glance of disdain and kicked the corpse aside. The butterfly knife danced in his hand, glimmering like a spirited sprite as it hovered above Chuchonga. Ah, what are you doing? Wei Xuan sheathed his knife, his expression clouded with annoyance. I ask you, with your pitiful courage, how do you expect to act as a vigilante? Chuchonga paused, glancing down at her limbs. The ropes binding her had been severed by Wei Xuan's butterfly knife. Her cheeks flushed as she hastily attempted to justify herself. I fear death too. She then marveled at the weapon in his hand. What kind of knife is this? It can even cut through the binding spirit ropes. Wei Xuan blinked, observing the golden strands now in disarray, severed into over 20 segments. Chuchonga continued, oblivious to his thoughts. The binding spirit rope is crafted from the silk of the binding spirit silkworm, and it's quite costly. This single length must be worth at least 200,000. And you've just cut it. Wei Xuan's eyelids twitched violently, and he squatted on the ground, tears streaming down his face in an instant. My heart aches. I just squandered 2 million. Chuchonga looked at Wei Xuan in bewilderment and asked with concern, What's the matter? Are you unwell? Myocardial infarction. In the next moment, Wei Xuan stood up, his voice cold and firm. I'm in a hurry to get home for dinner. Can you manage on your own? Chuchonga was taken aback and immediately panicked. You can't leave. Now that you're back, you must help me eradicate the evil cult. Wei Xuan scoffed and turned to head back the way he came. Chuchonga's voice, laced with tears, echoed behind him. I always thought the martial world was about righteousness and vengeance, a place where one could be a hero. That's why I secretly left home, hoping to accomplish something grand to impress my father. But after just a few days, I've only encountered grotesque and dark individuals, human traffickers, murderers, and swindlers. All my money has been swindled away. I thought the Fa Guang sect was filled with good people. They provided me with food, but they intended to harm me. Many innocent souls are imprisoned within. I must return to rescue them. Will you help me? I beg you. Chuchonga trembled, her knees gradually bending as if she were about to kneel. Suddenly, a large hand steadied her shoulder, preventing her from falling. Wei Xuan sighed deeply. How can you be so naive? Chuchonga beamed brightly. I drink AD calcium milk. Wei Xian's mouth twitched. Chuchonga, filled with excitement, grasped at his sleeve. You promised to stay and help me. You are truly kind. I knew I was right about you. Stop. Wei Xuan waved his hand, looking at her helplessly. I merely wish to tell you that there is still light in the world. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. Now let us go. We need to deal with the Fa Guang sect. I still want to get home for dinner. With that, Wei Xuan strode forward. Hey, you're going the wrong way. The Fa Guang sect is over here. Chuchonga's voice called from behind. Wei Xuan halted, his expression stiffening for 2 seconds before he turned emotionlessly in the direction Chuchonga pointed. Chuchonga chuckled softly and hurried to catch up. Hey, what is your name? Wei Xuan. Hey, can we first find my gun? I just dropped it. I don't go by hey. I found your gun. Wei Xuan retrieved a silver gun from his system space and handed it to Chuchonga. She eagerly accepted it, fumbling excitedly. Wei Xuan. How do we eliminate the Fa Guang sect? Do you have a plan? Wei Xian's gaze was calm, a dangerous curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. We charge indirectly. Chuchonga gasped, her beautiful brows knitting tightly. But there are over a dozen spirit masters in the Fa Guang sect. I think there's even a grandmaster. Wei Xian's pace abruptly halted. Is it too late to turn back now? It seems justice has grown thin today. Chuchonga immediately clung tightly to Wei Xuan, squeezing him so hard that his face turned crimson. No, you promised me. Helplessly, Wei Xuan replied. Then let us continue moving. Chuchonga stared, stammering. Can you really handle a grandmaster? Wei Xuan furrowed his brow, contemplating. It shouldn't be a major issue. But we should definitely plan first. System, initiate a quest. Why don't you ascend to the heavens? Wei Xuan urged. Hurry up. Ding. Quest activated. Please rescue the victims within the Fa Guang sect. Is that sufficient? Wei Xuan smiled. That is quite something. The two stealthily arrived at a bamboo grove, through the thickets. They could see a brightly lit courtyard with numerous figures patrolling. Voices of men drinking boisterously echoed from within a room. Ha ha, bottoms up. Ouch, this liquor is quite potent. Of course, this is the sect leader's prized stash. Old 9, you've got some nerve. Hey, old 4, why hasn't that little girl returned yet? You all drink first. I'll go relieve myself. A drunken man, resembling a Taoist priest in loose robes, stumbled out of the house and made his way toward the bamboo grove where Wei Xuan and Chu Chang'e were hiding. Chapter 49, The Sorcery of Sound. The man, inebriated, approached the bamboo grove and loosened his belt, cursing under his breath. Damn it, fourth brother is lucky. He hasn't come back for so long. He must be having a good time. And he didn't even bring that girl back for the brothers to enjoy. A glint of cold fury ignited in Chu Chang'e's eyes, her teeth nearly grinding to dust as she struggled to refrain from attacking him. Wei Xuan stretched out his hand, blocking her. He raised a finger to his lips, and a silent exchange of glances ensued. Chu Chang'e understood immediately. Indeed, it was not the right time to act and risk alerting others. I was impulsive. She quickly apologized, nodding slowly. Wei Xuan smiled in satisfaction, a child worth teaching. At that moment, the man was preparing to relieve himself. Chu Chang'e's eyes widened in shock, her face flushed. Wei Xian's eyes lit up. And in the midst of Chu Chang'e's terrified gaze, he leisurely put on a glove and extended his hand like a steel claw. Just as the man was about to release himself, he suddenly felt a powerful force surge upon him, as if fate had seized him by the throat and violently yanked him. Ouch! The man's words were cut short as he was dragged into the bamboo grove, his mouth stuffed with dirt. Wei Xuan pulled this unfortunate soul's throat, dragging him far away before releasing him, ensuring all his tendons were severed. The man turned pale, trembling uncontrollably, curled up like a shrimp, muffled cries escaping his lips due to the dirt lodged in his mouth. Chu Chang'e anxiously questioned, "Didn't you say not to act? Why did you take action yourself?" Wei Xuan was taken aback. "I never said not to act. Then your gesture earlier. I meant for you not to move, and let me handle it." Wei Xuan removed the glove, casting a disdainful glance at the man. "Tsk." The man exploded with rage. He glared viciously at Wei Xuan. "What's with that look? What do you mean by tisk?" Then he savagely bit down on the dirt in his mouth, swallowing it whole, leaving both Wei Xuan and Chu Chang'e dumbfounded. To their astonishment, the man's first words were, "You can kill me, but you cannot insult me. Apologize." Wei Xuan slowly placed a butterfly knife against his throat. The man immediately cowered. "I forgive you." Wei Xuan glared fiercely. "Quickly tell me, where are the imprisoned people?" The man paused, chuckling mockingly. "Oh, so you want to rescue them? Just the two of you spirit masters? Are you dreaming?" With blood-red eyes, Chu Chang'e seized the man's hair and delivered a resounding slap. "Speak quickly, or I shall end your life." The man spat a mouthful of blood to the side, his gaze icy as he let out a cold laugh. "Do you dare to kill me? None of you shall escape. If I do not return, my brothers will undoubtedly notice at once. By then, you will find it impossible to flee. Release me at once, and I may yet spare your lives. Otherwise, you too will be vivisected for medicine." Hee hee. For a moment, Chu Chang'e was at a loss, instinctively glancing at Wei Xuan. Wei Xuan flashed a radiant smile. "Oh, you possess quite the backbone. Allow me to sever a finger first." The glint of the butterfly knife gleamed ominously as he wasted no time in bringing it down. The man's eyes widened in terror, his tone softening immediately. "I believe you all have great potential." The butterfly knife halted midair as Wei Xuan raised his smiling visage. Chu Chang'e was left in utter confusion. "Must you switch your stance so rapidly? I had thought you to be an indomitable force. Is your pride truly so easily discarded?" "Bah." Wei Xuan twirled the butterfly knife above him, causing the man to swallow nervously. "Do tread carefully. Do not let it slip." "Why you? Can you put the knife down?" "Speak quickly." Wei Xuan barked. The man's spirit shattered. "I will tell you. Everyone is locked in the underground chamber behind the restroom. The code is based on the rank of the guards." Within seconds, he divulged everything, including the address of the sect leader's lover. Chu Chang'e looked on in disdain. After hearing the man's confession, Wei Xuan smiled with satisfaction, patting the man's shoulder. "Well done. Very commendable." Suddenly, the man glanced down in horror as Wei Xuan's expression stiffened. He had forgotten he was still wielding the butterfly knife. Chu Chang'e gasped. "Oh no." The man, filled with despair, opened his mouth to scream. In a flash, Wei Xuan swiftly plunged the bloodied butterfly knife into his throat. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, and the man clutched his throat, his gaze losing focus before he collapsed with a thud. Wei Xuan grimaced, declaring, "This knife is no longer usable." He promptly exchanged it for another in the system space. Ding. Remaining points, 42, 500. Chu Chang'e, anxious, asked, "What shall we do now?" Wei Xuan stroked his chin and produced the magical pet. "We shall rely on it." Chu Chang'e peered into his palm, discovering a cute little golden hound sleeping on its back. She nearly choked with frustration. "You must be jesting. This is your spirit pet? It can't even be a month old." Wei Xuan, with utmost seriousness, replied, It is incredibly powerful, I assure you. Chu Chang'e, pulling her hair in exasperation, exclaimed, please. Stop joking. We have a chance. Do not give up. Wei Xuan shot her a sidelong glance before striding toward the bamboo grove. Once you comprehend the true power of the magical pet, you shall think otherwise. With a resigned expression, Chu Chang'e followed Wei Xuan, her mouth still urging. Let us devise a plan. I have an immature idea. If it is immature, do not voice it. Upon returning to the bamboo grove, it was laughable that the individuals inside had completely forgotten about the brother who had stepped out to relieve himself. They were merely drinking, oblivious to the fact that one was absent. According to the unfortunate fellow's account, those inside drinking were ranked 5th, 6th, and 8th, along with the deceased who ranked 9th, all of whom were 3-star spiritual masters. Engaging them head-on would give Wei Xuan little confidence. However, now, he chuckled, addressing Chu Chang'e, be swift in your actions. With that, he transformed into a shadow, darting toward the room. Chu Chang'e stomped her foot in frustration, quickly following. Wei Xuan made no unnecessary motions, simply pushing the door open and stepping inside. The men drinking turned to see a stranger had intruded, their drunken stupor dissipating as they prepared to shout. Wei Xuan, with the magical pet in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other, wore a fierce expression. The kitchen knife pressed firmly against the pet's throat. Magical pet. Let loose the dragon's roar. Chapter 50, The Evil Cult. The men in the room stared blankly at Wei Xuan and his little hound. Wei Xian's gaze fell upon a human heart and a severed face on the table, horrified that they treated such grotesque sights as mere snacks. Rage surged within him. The magical pet shivered, emitting a low howl that unleashed a barely perceptible sound wave. The 3 spiritual masters had no time to react before their minds were struck with a violent tremor, leaving them in stunned silence. Now, Wei Xuan commanded, and the butterfly knife transformed into a streak of light as it severed one man's throat, killing him instantly, before lunging toward the heart of the second. Chu Chang'e was taken aback, never having anticipated that this pup, not even a month old, possessed such extraordinary abilities. Though shocked, she acted without hesitation, her silver spear channeling spiritual energy like a fierce dragon striking at the last man. At that moment, Wei Xuan's knife had already claimed the second man's life. The final man began to regain focus, only to see Chu Chang'e's spear thrusting toward him. In a fit of rage, he opened his mouth to scream, but was silenced by Chu Chang'e's spear. The entire sequence transpired in a mere 3 seconds, 3 spiritual masters meeting their untimely demise. Wei Xuan had not intended to kill, but their actions were utterly heinous. Chu Chang'e trembled as she gripped her spear, her face pale, beads of sweat cascading down her brow. I have killed someone. Wei Xuan retorted, what nonsense. Did you think you were slaying a pig? The silver spear clattered to the ground as Chu Chang'e shuddered, collapsing to her knees. Gazing at her hands, her eyes glazed over. Wei Xuan frowned. Have you never taken a life before? What about the blood on your spear? With a quivering voice, Chu Chang'e replied, I have only injured others, but I have never killed. Wei Xuan hoisted her up, exclaiming, no time for lamentation. You will grow accustomed to it. We have captives awaiting our rescue. Stay alert. A glimmer of determination sparked in Chu Chang'e's eyes, her body steadying as an inexplicable courage filled her. She radiated righteousness. Wei Xuan was taken aback. Was this person truly so virtuous? How remarkably innocent. Did such individuals genuinely exist? Chu Chang'e retrieved her spear, her complexion still somewhat pale, yet her gaze held no fear. What shall we do next? Shall we continue our slaughter? Wei Xuan covered his face, surprised that he was somewhat addicted to this. We shall outsmart them. Change your clothes. The 2 of them hastily stripped off the garments of several spirit masters and donned them. The oversized hoods concealed their faces entirely, making them appear as 2 humble, impoverished practitioners. Wei Xuan scoffed with a hint of derision, noting how plain the uniforms looked, yet the lavish spread before them was anything but modest. Chu Chang'e kicked the nearby corpse fiercely, her eyes burning with indignation. They are nothing but a bunch of fraudulent scoundrels, having committed countless heinous acts in the shadows. Today, we shall rid the world of their menace. Wei Xuan shook his head internally. His motives were not rooted in any sense of justice, but rather a simple belief that this girl needed assistance, prompting his arrival. Yes, that was it. Here, take this medicine. Though your injuries are not life-threatening, they could certainly affect the outcome of our battle. Wei Xuan produced a healing pill and promptly placed it into Chu Chang'e's mouth. She swallowed it without hesitation, her face turning crimson. What did you just give me? Oh my heavens. My wounds are healed. How miraculous. Wei Xuan gave her a light pat on the head. Now, let us hide you away, then we shall venture into the underground chamber. Chu Chang'e, now filled with joy, eagerly set to work. Wei Xuan glanced at his phone briefly before slipping it into his pocket. Let us go. The duo melted into the shadows, moving silently without alerting the patrolling guards. They arrived at the farthest corner of the courtyard, where a public restroom was situated. Nearby, 2 squads of individuals were vigilantly surveying the area, totaling 20 men, half of whom were spirit-level warriors. Wei Xuan was astonished. The formation of the Law Light sect was indeed formidable. Were spirit-level warriors merely stationed as guards? Boldly, Wei Xuan and Chu Chang'e approached them. Instantly, the 2 squads fixated their gazes upon the duo's attire, bowing respectfully. We have seen the protectors. Wei Xuan nodded, having grasped the fundamental structure of the Law Light sect. At the top was the master, holding the highest authority, followed by 9 protectors, and then the ordinary followers, numbering around 50 to 60, consisting of spirit disciples and spirit warriors. Chu Chang'e stood rigidly, her palms sweating. Observing Wei Xuan's calm demeanor ignited a sense of admiration within her. This Wei Xuan, being of a similar age to her, exhibited such composure. He was remarkably clever. With his approach, the difficulty had been significantly reduced. The leader of the guards, wearing a cautious smile, said, "Protector, we must confirm the passphrase." Wei Xuan nodded, his voice raspy as he replied, "Of course. Quickly, let us hear it." The leader cleared his throat and proclaimed, "There are 3,000 beauties in the harem." Wei Xuan retorted instantly, "Even an iron rod can be ground down to a needle." The man, visibly excited, continued, "The golden chamber is adorned for the lovely ones of the night." Wei Xuan gritted his teeth internally, utterly exasperated. "Must I recite the entire poem? Who came up with this ridiculous passphrase? You seem to have a fondness for classical poetry." Noticing Wei Xuan's silence, Chu Chang'e discreetly tugged at his sleeve. "Right. The passphrase." The man produced a book, moistening his finger to flip through the pages. "Protector, just a reminder, it's the Jade Tower." He finished, gazing at Wei Xuan with anticipation. Wei Xuan's expression darkened instantly. He plunged his dagger into the man's shoulder with a swift motion. Thud. Chu Chang'e's face paled. "Why did you resort to violence? Even if you couldn't recall it, I could have helped. This is excessive. This was disastrous." The other patrolling guards rushed over, and without hesitation, Wei Xuan unleashed a flurry of strikes, like a phantom dancing through the night. He left deep gashes on the bodies of these men, exposing bones. A cacophony of screams erupted. In mere breaths, the assailants crumpled to the ground, all rendered unconscious by Wei Xuan's onslaught. Chu Chang'e, trembling, questioned, You said we would outsmart them? Is this what you meant?" Wei Xuan shrugged nonchalantly. "What else was I supposed to do?" Chu Chang'e was momentarily speechless. Soon, the commotion attracted others, each rushing in with weapons drawn. One individual, in such haste that he was half-dressed, hurriedly secured his belt while sprinting. Wei Xuan showed no restraint, charging headlong into the crowd, unleashing a barrage of strikes. Though his butterfly knife was small, it seemed to possess a mind of its own, accurately exploiting every vulnerability in his opponents. The speed of his blade was such that the naked eye could scarcely track its trajectory. Many fell before they even realized what had happened, blood erupting from their wounds as they collapsed in confusion. While some were spirit warriors, they were no match for Wei Xuan's prowess. With each flash of his blade, another opponent cried out in agony. In that moment, Wei Xuan was an impenetrable fortress, a solitary warrior against a sea of foes. Chu Chang'e found herself momentarily captivated, astonished by the ferocity of the butterfly knife. The fervor within her surged, and she too charged forward with her silver spear. Chapter 51, Interference. Wei Xuan moved through the crowd as if it were a deserted realm, and in an instant, all who approached lay sprawled on the ground. "How dare you harm my sex members? Have you a death wish?" A thunderous voice echoed from afar. For figures leapt forth, clad in protector uniforms, likely the top-ranking protectors, 1, 2, 3, and 7. The lead protector surveyed the fallen bodies around him, his facial muscles twitching in disbelief. "You little rascal, you've got some skill. However, you shall not leave here today. How dare mere spirit warriors trespass into my sacred sect? Truly, you are audacious." He chuckled derisively. "Ah, so it's this little girl. I let her escape before, but I didn't expect her to return. Whereas the fourth? Surely he hasn't gone off to enjoy himself?" They exchanged taunts, dismissing Wei Xuan and Chu Chang'e entirely. Wei Xuan smiled mysteriously. "Would you like to know where he is? I can show you." The protector's gazes sharpened, the lead protector furrowing his brow. "Where's the fourth?" Wei Xuan beamed brightly. "I shall take you to him right away." The demonic sound reverberated through the scene, a gleaming knife poised at his neck. Howl. The lead protector's expression shifted dramatically, attempting to retreat, but it was too late. The sound waves moved faster than their reflexes. The protectors were caught off guard, their bodies stiffening, minds in a daze. Wei Xuan drew his blade, slicing through the air in a crescent arc, severing a head from its body. At that moment, the remaining 3 protectors snapped back to reality. As high-ranking spirit warriors, their momentary stupor was brief, but it was sufficient for Wei Xuan to eliminate one of them. 7th. The lead protector's eyes blazed with fury. The other two trembled, cold sweat cascading down their faces as they beheld the fallen 7th. Their eyes were filled with an ocean of hatred. You killed my brother. Prepare to pay with your life. The Grand Protector, the Second Protector, and the Third Protector surged forward, their spiritual power resembling that of ferocious beasts, thick and untamed. Chu Chang's delicate face turned pale, her grip tightening around the spear. How? How do we fight? Wei Xian's expression remained unchanged as he muttered. It seems dinner will be missed. Chu Chang'e. Wei Xian, system. Elevate my combat skills and butterfly blade technique to advanced level. Combat skills, advanced. Butterfly blade technique, advanced. In an instant, a torrent of information flooded Wei Xian's mind. And under the moonlight, he resembled a king of the night wolves. His eyes, a fierce crimson, began the hunt. The butterfly blade was already a blur, transformed into a streak of light shooting forth like a flying dagger. With fingers poised, a blazing light illuminated a radius of 100 meters. Explosive finger. A pillar of crimson flame erupted. The 40-meter flame swept outward. The Grand Protector, now before Wei Xian, had bulging eyes. With a swift motion, he carved a trench in the ground. Both hands raised defensively. A shield woven from wooden vines stood before him. The other two protectors also changed countenance. The Second Protector conjured a stream of water, while the Third Protector summoned winds beneath his feet, creating considerable distance. However, a sudden thud echoed. The Third Protector stared in horror at the butterfly blade embedded in his shoulder, his face ashen. With a simple maneuver, he had forced the three to keep their distance and injured one of them. Chu Chang's eyes went wide. What kind of battle skill is this? So monstrous. Wei Xian's blade is incredibly swift. Before she could voice her thoughts, she saw Wei Xian wave his hand. A black rooster materialized out of thin air. Black Flame's eyes sparkled with excitement, its muscles bulging instantaneously, transforming into a muscular chicken. With a powerful leap, it propelled itself forward, leaving a 3-meter crater in its wake. It directly confronted the wind element Third Protector. Its speed was no less impressive. A straight punch aimed at the Third Protector's nose left him bewildered. Why was there a chicken before him? Before he could comprehend, Black Flame's punch sent him crashing to the ground. Straddling him, it unleashed a barrage of blows. The Grand Protector and Second Protector turned at the sound. Confronted with this shocking scene, Chu Chang'e witnessed the entire spectacle, utterly stunned. Although the Third Protector was a spiritual master, his wind attribute granted speed, but little in the way of attack or defense. Being confronted by Black Flame was akin to a knockout, leaving him bruised and battered in mere moments. The Third Protector's anguished voice came from beneath Black Flame. Boss, Second, help me. I'm being beaten by a chicken. The Grand Protector fumed, transforming his vine into a thorny whip aimed at Black Flame. Wei Xian, ever vigilant, calmly directed his magical sound toward the whip. Chu Chang'e shouted anxiously, "Hey, what are you doing? It will die?" Wei Xian merely scoffed. The physical strength of the magical sound was such that even he couldn't break it, as sturdy as a millennium-old rock. Just as he spoke, the Grand Protector saw a silly little puppy flying toward the whip. How could he hold back? With a menacing grin, he increased the force of the whip. The magical sound, still snoring, suddenly felt a gust of wind. It opened its eyes just in time to see the whip descending. Smack! The puppy was sent flying. Thud! It landed on the ground, sitting up and rubbing its behind, exclaiming, "Ouch! Ouch! That hurts! I'm hurt!" Tears welled in its eyes. The Grand Protector was dumbfounded. Chu Chang'e was equally bewildered. The Second Protector was also at a loss. How could this happen? The Grand Protector stared at the whip in disbelief, questioning his very existence. Chu Chang'e stuttered as she gazed at the unharmed puppy, astonished. The Third Protector, bloodied and with blades embedded in him, flailed helplessly. His fingers broken by a few punches from Black Flame. "It hurts. Help, boss. Second." The Grand Protector and Second Protector were about to advance when Wei Xian unleashed a pillar of flame. Startled, the two quickly evaded. As Wei Xian conjured both explosive fingers and gathered a massive amount of spiritual energy for a water dragon invocation. A water dragon over 30 meters long roared forth, upheaving tiles and dust, its formidable power carving a trench toward the Grand Protector and Second Protector. Their expressions shifted alarmingly. Dual attributes, while defending against the flames. They could not escape the reach of the water dragon. With an earth-shattering crash, they were sent flying, crashing through a wall, drenched and disheveled. Chu Chang'e had yet to make a move, witnessing Wei Xian's simultaneous fire and water attributes repelling the two spiritual, master-level protectors. She stood momentarily stunned, her eyes fixed on Wei Xian, her mouth agape in disbelief. You have comprehended two attributes." Wei Xian casually glanced at her. "I can master all attributes in the future." However, He lamented that the Eye of Replication had a cool-down period. It could only be used once within a month. Otherwise, he would have long since replicated the golden attribute of the mad old man and the light attribute of Yun Xiang. The Grand Protector and Second Protector slowly rose, blood trickling from their lips. They had not anticipated encountering such a genius with dual attributes. Today, you shall both perish here. They exchanged glances and nodded solemnly. Hiddenwood Killing Array. Water Spikes. A circular thorny formation enveloped Wei Xuan and Chu Chang'e. Chapter 52. The Abominable Light of the Law. Wei Xuan and Chu Chang'e found themselves within the confines of the Grand Formation, as wooden long spears adorned with barbs pierced toward them, while water spikes whistled menacingly around them. Danger surrounded them from all sides. Wei Xuan raised an eyebrow. Was this the true strength of a spiritual master? Chu Chang'e cried out, her spear glowing with flickering lightning. Thunder God as protection. A colossal sphere of lightning enveloped both Wei Xuan and herself, crackling arcs dancing about. The incoming wooden spears and water spikes struck the lightning sphere, dimming it momentarily, only for new arcs to surge forth in an instant. Wei Xuan gazed at Chu Chang'e with envy. You have comprehended the lightning attribute. Chu Chang'e's face was pale, beads of sweat trickling down her neck. Though she gasped for breath, her expression radiated pride. What do you think? This lady is no pushover. Wei Xuan's mouth watered. It was incredibly impressive. The lightning attribute was notoriously difficult to comprehend. Like the light attribute, it was both powerful and challenging to master. He longed to replicate such a formidable lightning attribute immediately. Alas, the Eye of Replication was still on cooldown, requiring another month before it could be used again. The Grand Protector and his companion exchanged cold smiles, declaring, enveloped in our killing array, how long can you endure? Once your spiritual energy is depleted, your demise is inevitable. Chu Chang'e, now anxious, asked, what should we do? I can barely hold on. Wei Xuan cast a concerned glance toward the rear of the restroom. At that moment, the leader of the Law of Light was still ensconced within the subterranean chamber. If the commotion persisted, it would likely draw him out. A swift resolution was imperative. System. Upgrade the explosive finger. Ding. The explosive finger has been upgraded. Explosive finger, advanced. Remaining points, 23,000. A confident smile spread across Wei Xuan's face as he poised his fingers. Stand back, it's time for me to make an impression. Chu Chang'e was momentarily taken aback and hastily released the Thunder God as protection. Instantly, a barrage of wooden spears and water spikes surged forth. Wei Xuan's fingers ignited with brilliance, and in the next moment, a searing heat enveloped the air as a colossal fire dragon, 10 meters in diameter and 100 meters in length, emerged, drawn forth by Wei Xuan's fingers, sweeping through the killing formation with devastating force. Under the horrified gazes of the two great protectors, the Hiddenwood Killing Array was incinerated, leaving not a trace of ash. The water spikes evaporated instantaneously, the ground blackened and billowing with thick smoke, as though it had just been ravaged by artillery fire. The two great protectors turned ashen, trembling as they regarded the young man wielding a fire dragon. Chu Chang'e, equally terrified, crouched on the ground, her throat dry and parched as she beheld Wei Xuan. Could this truly be the destructive power unleashed by a spirit master? It was utterly terrifying. Wei Xuan's face lit with delight. This advanced explosive finger was simply awe-inspiring. The fire dragon was magnificent, yet it was exceedingly taxing on spiritual energy. Wei Xuan felt his reserves dwindling. However, he remained unfazed. He swiftly consumed 2 spirit gathering pills. With a surge of profound energy, his blue bar escalated from 1 to 1,000 in an instant. Wei Xuan beamed with exuberance, unleashing his full potential. The fire dragon writhed majestically, its flames casting a glow upon the pale faces of the two protectors. They felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them. Their hair singed in an instant. Their garments ignited, skin scorched and parched. The tiles beneath their feet cracked, exhibiting signs of combustion, emitting plumes of black smoke. The two, gripped by terror, were on the verge of fleeing when the fire dragon opened its fearsome maw. They were consumed by the flames. Wei Xuan's expression turned pale as the fiery glow in his hands receded. The fire dragon vanished, leaving behind a charred pit measuring 70 meters in diameter. Smoke billowed as 2 small figures lay in the center of the gaping void, their orifices emitting wisps of smoke, resembling enlarged matchstick men. Remarkably, they were still alive, albeit barely, with faint breaths, yet rendered nearly useless. Wei Xuan's face paled further. His spiritual energy had been depleted. He hurriedly retrieved several spirit-gathering pills to recuperate. He couldn't help but marvel at the formidable physical constitution of a spirit master. Had he not ambushed the previous few, it would have surely taken considerable effort. Gazing at the pitiful state of the two, Wei Xuan was resolute not to let them off easily. After all, the Law of Light had committed heinous acts, devouring hearts and skinning people. They were utterly unworthy of being human. At that moment, the three protectors were still being battered by the black flames, their forms becoming a mosaic. Their faces were nearly reduced to pulp. They stretched out their hands, emitting faint cries. "Boss, second brother, why haven't you come yet? Hurry and save me." Wei Xuan intervened to halt the black flames rampage, extracting a butterfly knife from the three protectors and swiftly knocking him unconscious. Thus, the courtyard was filled with bodies, sprawled across the ground. Several large black pits still smoked ominously. Chuchanga felt dazed. The entire ordeal had been nearly single-handedly executed by Wei Xuan, and she was thoroughly astonished by his frequent displays of power. This individual was incomprehensibly strong. Wei Xuan picked up the sleeping Moe nearby and directly located the entrance to the hidden chamber behind the restroom. "Have you devised a plan to deal with that master-level foe?" Chuchanga, clutching her silver spear, appeared anxious. Wei Xuan nodded. "It should be manageable. But how can the master level not hear such a ruckus?" Chuchanga steadied her emotions and replied, "Let us proceed downwards. There should be many people imprisoned inside." Wei Xuan regarded her with a mix of surprise and uncertainty, not knowing whether this girl was foolish or simply naive, as she brimmed with righteous fervor. Her eyes shone with justice, unyielding even in peril. He smiled gently. "Let us go," and opened the concealed door to the hidden chamber, leading the way down. Chuchanga followed closely behind. The hidden chamber was entirely different from what Wei Xuan had envisioned. The space below resembled a long corridor, illuminated by luminous pearls along the sides. Each side housed cells, each containing a solitary occupant. Some had already perished, their bodies marred by gruesome wounds, likely from having their entrails extracted. Others hung feebly from iron hooks, their flesh in tatters, their eyes vacant, resembling living corpses, showing no reaction even as Wei Xuan and Chuchanga arrived. These individuals were like pigs caged in a pen, awaiting a uniquely cruel fate. Upon witnessing their grim condition, Chuchanga covered her mouth, trembling, her face as pale as parchment. Wei Xuan's fury could no longer be contained. His eyes turned crimson, ignited by a raging inferno of emotions. He struck the wall with a fist, causing it to indent and crack like a spider's web. These wretched scoundrels. Without pausing to rescue them, Wei Xuan hurried down the corridor, his gaze unwavering. He understood that unless he resolved the master-level threat, these individuals had no hope of escape. Chuchanga followed in silence, both of them exchanging no words, the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive. Wei Xuan quickened his pace, his rationality slipping away, consumed by an all-encompassing wrath and a chilling murderous intent. At that moment, his mind fixated solely on one objective: to slay the leader of the Law of Light, to obliterate him utterly. Chapter 53, Confronting the Master. As time elapsed, both Wei Xuan and Chuchanga became increasingly alarmed. The corridor seemed interminable, by Wei Xuan's estimation. They had traversed 500 meters, which explained why the master level had not heard the commotion within the Law of Light. It turned out that the end of this underground passageway lay beyond the reach of the Law of Light. Along their journey, Wei Xuan and Chuchanga encountered countless innocent victims, their fates tragic beyond words, further aggravating their growing anxiety and despair. According to Chuchanga, the Law of Light typically engaged in benevolent acts, extending assistance to those in distress. It was shocking to uncover the venomous heart concealed beneath such a facade. Wei Xuan's gaze turned steely. In that moment, he shed his usual levity, exuding an icy aura that instilled a hint of fear in Chuchanga's eyes. Some of those imprisoned still retained consciousness, their lifeless eyes turning toward Wei Xuan and Chuchanga, as if awakening to a glimmer of hope. One individual crawled to the cell's entrance, trembling, extending a bloodied, emaciated hand in a desperate plea for salvation, yet no sound escaped their lips. Chuchanga shuddered both physically and emotionally, yearning to approach them, but she was firmly restrained by Wei Xuan. To rescue them, there exists but a singular method: to eliminate the leader of the Radiant Light sect. Otherwise, the current state of these victims' bodies renders them incapable of even escaping the underground chamber. At long last, a more expansive circular platform materialized before them, marking the end of the secret room. There sat a figure clad in a yellow robe, his back turned, a master-level warrior, Zhulin, the leader of the Radiant Light sect. Before him stood a towering 2-meter-high alchemical furnace. Surrounding him were 8 pillars, each adorned with the organs of individuals still dripping blood, eyes, hearts, and intestines. In this moment, Zhulin was meticulously refining his elixirs, a nauseating stench of blood wafting from the furnace. Without turning around, a hoarse voice issued forth. "Did I not instruct you to refrain from entering while I am concocting? Have my words fallen on deaf ears? Speak quickly." Unbeknownst to him, the Radiant Light sect had already met with utter destruction reduced to chaos. And the figures standing behind him were not his protectors, but rather two unwelcome guests. Wei Xian's gaze was cold as he released his butterfly knife, executing the action soundlessly. Zhu Lin's hair stood on end. In a moment of panic, a thin layer of earth enveloped his back protectively. Bang! The butterfly knife pierced through the earthen layer, embedding itself into Zhu Lin's body. The property of soul devouring erupted. A torrent of spiritual energy siphoning from Zhu Lin's wound. Hiss my spiritual energy. Zhu Lin gasped in shock, struggling to rise as he yanked the butterfly knife free. Wei Xuan wasted no time, for he was a professional in dispatching foes. The explosive finger technique erupted with a thunderous roar, resembling a colossal fire dragon barreling forth. Before Zhu Lin could even turn around, he felt an unprecedented sense of peril gripping him. There was no time for contemplation. He instinctively clutched himself and fell forward. Boom. The advanced explosive finger technique had transcended the realm of third-tier combat skills, reaching the formidable level of a fourth-tier technique, its power unmatched. Zhu Lin's hands were charred, yet fortunately, his rear remained intact. He exhaled heavily, then turned in fury, his eyes blazing with shock and anger as he regarded Wei Xuan and his companion. Who are you? How did you get in here? This time, Wei Xuan did not indulge in banter. His murderous intent forbade any further delay. A torrent of water surged from his left hand, while a colossal fire dragon roared from his right, unleashing a barrage upon Zhu Lin. Chu Chang'e also launched an assault, a thunderous lightning snake crackling in the air. Zhu Lin was taken aback. Dual attributes. Who are you? Yet, Wei Xuan remained resolute, his fierce onslaught nearly enveloping the entire platform. Zhu Lin snorted disdainfully. Although he was unaware of their origins, they appeared to possess only spirit-level strength. Hardly a cause for concern. He encased himself in earth, transforming into a veritable stone behemoth. Coated in a layer of armor, spikes of earth sprouted from his head, wrists, elbows, and knees. He made no attempt to evade Wei Xuan's assault. Charging headlong into the fray, the techniques from Wei Xuan and Chu Chang'e struck him with a resounding crash, sending debris flying. Although they breached Zhu Lin's defenses, they were swiftly mended in the blink of an eye. The defense of a master-level earth attribute warrior was indeed formidable. At that moment, Zhu Lin was upon Wei Xuan. He raised his fist to strike. The air crackled under the weight of his blow, and Wei Xuan, unable to withstand it, barely managed to sidestep under the immense pressure. Unyielding, Zhu Lin thrust his elbow towards Wei Xuan's face with ferocity. Having mastered advanced combat techniques, Wei Xuan easily anticipated Zhu Lin's attack, deftly evading with agile movements. He circled behind Zhu Lin, delivering a kick to his groin. Bang! His pain surged through Wei Xuan as he clutched his foot, retreating in a flurry of tears. This Zhu Lin was akin to a human tank, tough-skinned and resilient. A smile crept onto Zhu Lin's lips as he slowly turned, his face caked in dirt, bits of earth falling from his speech. A kick to the groin. Is that effective? Come, I'll stand here for you to try again. Aim for the front. With that, he assumed a derisive stance, inviting Wei Xuan to kick him. Wei Xuan, unable to defer, channeled all his spiritual energy into his leg, summoning every ounce of strength he could muster. With a fierce kick, a whoosh echoed through the air. Zhu Lin remained unfazed. Wei Xuan's foot landed heavily against Zhu Lin's groin. Bang! His Wei Xuan staggered back, eyes wide in disbelief as he beheld Zhu Lin, whose complexion had merely paled slightly. The earth coating his groin had shattered significantly, but fortunately, it had not completely crumbled. Yet, Wei Xuan's full-force kick was no trivial matter. Zhu Lin nearly faltered. Looking at the now pale Wei Xuan, Zhu Lin let out a derisive laugh. Kid, come. I'll give you one last chance. Try again. Aim carefully. He stood there, relaxed, waiting for Wei Xuan to attempt another kick to his groin. Chu Chang'e's face turned pale. She had not anticipated that the leader of the Radiant Light sect would possess earth attributes. Earth attributes boasted impenetrable defenses. This was dire. A grave expression crossed Chu Chang'e's face. Suddenly, she recalled that Wei Xuan had methods to contend with master-level warriors, and she turned to him, only to be left in shock. Frozen in place, she watched as Wei Xuan retrieved 2 spirit-gathering buns and swallowed them whole. Chu Chang'e exclaimed in disbelief. What time is it to be eating? Wei Xuan dived into the system's marketplace, finally discovering a fearsome combat technique. System, exchange for the fire attribute technique, crotch strike. Ding. Crotch strike has been exchanged. Remaining points, 20,000. Wei Xuan smirked. Max out the level for me. Chapter 54, Crotch Strike. Ding. Crotch Strike has been upgraded to advanced level. Remaining points insufficient for further upgrades. Crotch Strike, advanced. Remaining points, 10,000. Information regarding the Crotch Strike flooded Wei Xuan's mind. And at that moment, he finally grasped the profundity of this technique. He marveled, never having anticipated that the crotch strike could truly be honed to such an elusive and fearsome level. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Zhu Lin's sharp voice interrupted Wei Xian's thoughts. He casually picked at his earwax, appearing utterly unfazed. Kick already, quickly. Once you're done, I'll send you on your way. Wei Xian raised an eyebrow, his lips twitching slightly, but he quickly suppressed the urge to laugh. He inhaled deeply, gathering his spiritual energy, and without warning, his right leg launched forward with astonishing speed. Crotch strike. In that moment, flames ignited around Wei Xian's leg. Like a meteor descending from the heavens, it plummeted towards the ground in a blaze of fire. Not merely any flame, but a strange greenish fire, poisonous fire. This is also the venom that accompanies the Liao Yin kick. The moment it strikes the opponent, the fiery poison seeps into their body, scorching them from within, causing excruciating pain. Moreover, it does not dissipate. Such is the treachery of the Liao Yin kick. Wei Xian looked at Zhu Lin, who wore a carefree expression, and felt a pang of sympathy, turning his head away, casting a sidelong glance at him. Zhu Lin paid no heed to Wei Xian's kick, as it was evident that the latter had exhausted his spiritual energy, rendering this final blow utterly powerless. He even believed that, even with his armor unguarded, he would not sustain any injury. Zhu Lin could already envision that once the opponent finished his kick, he would seize them and force them to become medicinal material to be ingested. A smile involuntarily spread across his face. In that moment, as Zhu Lin's soft chuckle echoed, the Liao Yin kick struck directly beneath him. Boom, crack, whoosh. A sound reminiscent of something shattering rang out, as if a raging inferno had begun to scorch. Zhu Lin's smile instantly froze, his complexion visibly paling. Beads of sweat formed like a waterfall, cascading down his face. Wei Xian was left astounded. He had never witnessed anyone perspire so rapidly. It was akin to a torrent. The next moment, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from Zhu Lin, reverberating through the 1,000-meter-long corridor of confinement. All the imprisoned victims heard it. Some lifted their heavy eyelids, revealing their confusion for the first time. Under the astonished gaze of Chu Chang'e, Zhu Lin crumpled to his knees, clutching his groin, his entire body convulsing like a diesel engine, shaking uncontrollably. His mouth opened wide. Yet no sound emerged, only the drool trickling from the corners of his lips confirming that he was very much alive. No one could fathom Zhu Lin's agony. At that moment, he felt as if his entire lower body was devoid of sensation, save for the pain. It was as though he had been severed in half. The area where he had been struck felt ablaze, not with heat, but with an exceptionally venomous sting. A piercing agony enveloped all his nerves. Wei Xian could not comprehend the extent of Zhu Lin's suffering, but it was undeniable that the power of the Liao Yin kick could incapacitate a master-level fighter. Chu Chang'e's eyes brightened, as if he had discovered a new realm, and he exclaimed, "So he was merely bluffing. His weakness lies here." Thunderbolt. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck Zhu Lin, who was in no condition to defend himself. His screams reverberated once more as he was charred inside and out, leaving Wei Xian horrified. This surely rendered him unusable. Seeing the effects manifest, Chu Chang'e's face lit up with excitement. Unleashing his combat techniques, as though they were free of charge, he was utterly addicted. Zhu Lin ultimately curled into a ball, tears streaming down his face, trembling uncontrollably. Wei Xian could no longer bear to watch. He seized Chu Chang'e and swiftly ended Zhu Lin's torment. He had never anticipated that with a single kick, he would incapacitate a master-level fighter. It was also Zhu Lin's hubris that led him to fall victim to Wei Xian's most venomous strike, with no room for resistance. His vulnerabilities laid bare. He could not withstand Chu Chang'e's relentless onslaught. He had become one of the most pitifully defeated master-level fighters. Chu Chang'e let out a long breath, smiling with ease, astonished that he had indeed eliminated this master. "Your method truly worked. I have learned it." Wei Xian felt a flush of embarrassment. This technique should not be employed lightly. Chu Chang'e patted his chest, brimming with confidence. "Fear not, for I am well aware." Wei Xian remained skeptical. He removed a bracelet embedded with a spatial stone from Zhu Lin's corpse and stowed it away in his own space. "Let us depart. This is a worthwhile haul." The two then began to unlock the prison doors. The captives were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces, crying out, as they watched Wei Xian and Chu Chang'e. One by one, doors were flung open. At the moment the shackles fell, light emerged in the hearts of those within the prison. Countless silent prayers, innumerable thoughts of ending it all, and many who could not endure the torturous darkness had perished. Wei Xian opened cell after cell, finding some individuals quietly collapsed on the ground, motionless, with maggots crawling over their bodies. He could hardly bear to look, his heart trembling with anguish. Continuously unlocking one cell after another, breaking open one set of shackles after another. Those individuals grasped his hands, tears streaming down their faces, murmuring incoherently, "Thank you. Thank you." Wei Xian felt a shudder run through him, not minding the blood and grime on their hands, gently patting them. "Do not fear. You are saved." Thus, they moved mechanically, unlocking door after door, his hands stained with the filth of these people, yet he felt an intense warmth coursing through his veins, almost scorching his heart. He had long since shed tears, though he could not recall when. Finally, they reached the exit of the secret chamber. Both Wei Xian and Chu Chang'e with tears in their eyes and smiles on their lips. Behind them followed a throng of people, leaning on one another, frail and disheveled. Yet their eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness. A brightness Wei Xian had never witnessed before. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. You have acquired the Spirit Recovery Technique. Spirit Recovery Technique, secret art, rapidly restores spiritual energy. Wei Xian smiled gently, stepping out first. Outside the secret chamber lay the Lawlite cult members, still unconscious on the ground. Wei Xian searched one of them, found a mobile phone, and dialed the emergency number, determined not to reveal his presence. Then he assisted the suffering individuals in exiting the secret chamber. The moment they crawled out, they gazed up at the starry sky. Kneeling on the ground, weeping profusely, they laughed and cried simultaneously, and both Wei Xian and Chu Chang'e fell silent. Beep beep, the sound of police sirens resonated outside the Lawlite cult, and Wei Xian breathed a sigh of relief, comforting the crowd. "The police have arrived. May your lives henceforth be free of calamity." The others were taken aback. "Benefactor, will you not join us?" Wei Xian waved his hand. "We shall meet again if fate allows." He then tugged at the proudly smiling Chu Chang'e, and in an instant, they transformed into two shadows, vanishing from the spot. The crowd collectively knelt in the direction Wei Xian and Chu Chang'e had departed, without uttering a word, synchronously kneeling in silent gratitude. Silent. Every heart etched the faces of these two individuals indelibly, deeply ingrained. "Director, there are people here," a police officer shouted. Chapter 55, Returning Home for Dinner. Soon, a large contingent of police arrived. Witnessing the scene in the courtyard, over 60 individuals sprawled haphazardly on the ground, all taking a sharp breath. Particularly, there was a massive pit in which lay two black individuals who were spirit masters of the 7 stars. Director Lu Ming's expression turned grave. In his 50s, he exuded an air of integrity, his posture still upright, with a scar on the upper right corner of his forehead, a remnant of a gunshot wound from his youth, which had nearly cost him his life. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming commanded nearly 100 officers to seal off the entire courtyard, guarding every member of the Lawlite cult. Lu Ming hastened towards the unfortunate souls before him, gazing upon a pitiful assembly of ragged, wounded individuals whose plight was heart-wrenching. His eyes turned crimson, and in a moment of anguish, he struck himself across the face. The deputy chief, taken aback, exclaimed, "Chief, you." With tears streaming down his cheeks, Lu Ming lamented, "I have been a derelict chief. How could I allow so many citizens to suffer imprisonment within my jurisdiction? Had it not been for the intervention of righteous individuals, I would have remained oblivious to this dire situation. I am guilty." The deputy chief sighed deeply, placing a reassuring hand on Lu Ming's shoulder. "Chief, the Lawlite sect conceals its true nature behind a veneer of respectability. You cannot bear the blame alone." Lu Ming waved his hand, silencing the deputy's consolation, and grasped the hands of two victims, his voice filled with sorrow. "I am so sorry for arriving too late. You have endured such suffering." Instantly, the crowd erupted into wails of despair, collapsing to the ground as if they were mere children. Among them, a woman clutched a swaddled infant, whose presence had long since vanished, holding on tightly as if it were the last remnant of her life. Lu Ming's heart ached, and his gaze swept the surroundings. Who raised the alarm? Who exterminated the Lawlite sect? The crowd glanced towards the direction where Wei Xian had disappeared, tears glistening in their eyes. The two benefactors did not leave their names. They are true heroes. They rescued us from the confines of the chamber. They departed before your arrival. They were both young and strikingly handsome. As Lu Ming listened to the multitude eagerly recounting their tale, curiosity stirred within him. Who were these individuals? He understood that those who eradicated the Lawlite sect must have been wary of the forces backing it. This thought filled Lu Ming with a profound sense of frustration. Had he not received that phone call, he would still be in the dark. "Chief, the leader of the Lawlite sect, Zhu Lin, is here." Lu Ming was taken aback and personally led his team down the secret passage. The further he advanced, the more alarmed and indignant he became. It was unfathomable what heinous acts the Lawlite sect had perpetrated in recent years, amassing such a multitude of prisons. Upon reaching the platform, he found Zhu Lin curled up, a deep gash across his throat, his face etched with agony, struggle, and refusal. The area surrounding the platform was already pockmarked and in ruins. A collective gasp echoed as Lu Ming's expression turned to one of shock. This Zhu Lin was a master level. Who, then, had been capable of slaying him? The agony reflected on his face suggested he had endured unimaginable torment. Those two skilled individuals must have been at least at the master level as well. Lu Ming commanded, seal off this area. Ensure the victims are properly cared for. Yes. From afar, Wei Xuan and Chu Chang'e observed the tearful crowd boarding the police vehicles and released a long sigh of relief. Let us depart. I have truly missed my dinner. Chu Chang'e chuckled. This time, I owe you a great deal. Otherwise, who knows what these people would have faced. Wei Xuan, with arms clasped behind his head, reclined against his arms, gazing at the star-studded sky. I am not a chivalrous hero. I simply acquiesce to your request. Chu Chang'e stifled a laugh, choosing not to reveal Wei Xuan's modesty, and together they strolled beneath the night sky. Chu Chang'e looked up at the stars, puffing out his chest with a sense of pride. Clenching his fist, he felt an overwhelming swell of satisfaction. The feeling of being a hero was exhilarating. Finally, he had something to boast about to his father. Wei Xuan was truly remarkable, surpassing anyone he had ever encountered. Chu Chang'e gazed at Wei Xuan, his eyes sparkling with admiration. At that moment, Wei Xuan, tilting his head in curiosity, asked, "Why are you still following me?" He frowned impatiently. "You aren't planning to crash at my place, are you?" Chu Chang'e's face flushed bright red. I misjudged him. He is also a rascal. Gritting his teeth, he retorted. Who would want to crash at your place? I am merely passing by. Yes, passing by. Wei Xuan, scratching his ear, pondered why Chu Chang'e was shouting. A loud rumble emanated from Chu Chang'e's stomach, rendering him mortified, standing frozen in place, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Why did it have to sound now? This is so embarrassing. Wei Xuan chuckled lightly. Come on, I'll let you stay over for the night. Chu Chang'e's face remained crimson, yet he dared not speak defiantly, merely suppressing his indignation to follow Wei Xuan. After walking for a while, Wei Xuan pulled out his navigation device, leaving Chu Chang'e astonished. You don't know the way home? Wei Xuan smiled wryly. I was actually headed to my new home today. Who would have guessed I would run into you? Chu Chang'e smiled sheepishly. Eventually, they arrived at Wei Xuan's new abode. Wei Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Ahu found a great place. Chu Chang'e's eyes widened, stammering. Why you live in such a large house? Before them stood a villa covering 500 square meters, 3 stories tall, elegantly decorated, with meticulously trimmed flowers and 2 men in suits standing at the entrance. As soon as the 2 members of the saber-toothed tiger gang spotted Wei Xuan, they rushed over. Boss, you're finally back. Dinner is ready. They regarded Chu Chang'e with admiration for Wei Xuan. The boss was indeed impressive, surrounded by such high-quality beauty. Wei Xuan nodded in acknowledgement, while Chu Chang'e stood agape, unable to articulate a word. Wei Xuan smirked playfully. What is wrong? Chu Chang'e, incredulous, stammered. Why you re-there, boss? Who exactly are you? You're not part of some underground organization, are you? Wei Xuan stroked his chin. Not yet, but soon. Come on, it's time for dinner. Wei Xuan, flanked by the 2 saber-toothed tiger members, made his way towards the villa. Chu Chang'e was completely dumbfounded. I've connected with the leader of an underground organization to act as a hero? This guy is so young, yet already a boss. Good heavens. How old is he? Is he part of a nefarious syndicate trafficking young girls? No wonder he brought me here. I've stumbled into a den of wolves. Should I run? But I'm truly starving. Wei Xuan turned back, perplexed. Hey, aren't you hungry? Hurry up and come inside. Chu Chang'e snapped back to reality. Oh, coming. Chapter 56. Chu Chang'e joins the saber-toothed tiger. Meanwhile, at the police station, Lu Ming stood upright, answering a call, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Yet he paid no heed to wipe them away. Yes. Understood. Yes. The other officers observed the chief's demeanor with growing curiosity. Who could be on the line that warranted such cautious attention from him? It must be someone of considerable significance. Once the call ended, Lu Ming wiped his face, drenched in sweat. With a bitter smile, he slumped into his chair. The deputy chief cautiously inquired, Chief, what did they say? Lu Ming forced a bitter smile. Having just received a scathing reprimand from above, he had managed to barely retain his position. Yet the higher-ups insisted that he identify the 2 valiant individuals who had taken action. The deputy director pondered, asserting that uncovering the identities of these 2 should not prove particularly challenging. What is the superior's stance on this matter? Lu Ming shrugged, a look of uncertainty crossing his face. I'm not privy to their thoughts, but regardless, I must locate them. It is a direct order from the top. The deputy director's expression turned serious. Then we must conduct a discreet investigation. Since these 2 are unwilling to reveal their names, they likely have their reasons. We cannot afford to be too conspicuous. Lu Ming nodded thoughtfully, then slapped his forehead in realization. He summoned a police officer, instructing, quickly, look into a young man named Wei Xuan. the former leader of the saber-toothed tiger company. I require his complete dossier. Yes, director. The deputy director was taken aback. Why investigate this individual? Lu Ming became earnest, stating, this was also mentioned by the higher-ups. 2 minutes later, Lu Ming held a slim stack of papers detailing Wei Xuan's life history, encompassing all the information from his birth onward, even including events from his time in the orphanage. However, one critical detail was conspicuously absent. Qini. Lu Ming's expression grew grave. It appeared the situation was far more complex than it seemed. Presently, Wei Xuan's new residence also served as the base for the saber-toothed tiger. The 24 members of the saber-toothed tiger were gathered around an enormous table, filled to capacity. The distance between the two individuals on opposite sides of the table stretched over 10 meters. Wei Xuan's eyelids twitched. This table must be unique. Chu Chang'e sat beside Wei Xuan, having already prepared his utensils, while the sounds of his stomach resounded like war drums, prompting Han Lang to continuously peer out the window. Mumbling, how strange, who is setting off firecrackers? Chu Chang'e's cheeks flushed crimson as she turned to Wei Xuan, only to find him smiling at her, which made her face turn even redder. Wei Xuan was equally surprised that the valiant and righteous Chu Chang'e exhibited such a demeanor. Before long, the saber-toothed tiger began to bring in the dishes. Indeed, it was a grand procession. A small cart overflowing with food, numbering over 10 vehicles, filled the entire dining table. This meal was nothing short of luxurious. Chu Chang'e's stomach growled even louder. Gazing at the lavish spread, saliva streamed down her chin. She longed to dig in, yet felt awkward to start before her host, Wei Xuan, had taken his first bite. The entire saber-toothed tiger crew was gathered in high spirits, each member beaming with joy. This was their new home. Every face radiated happiness, having laughed throughout the day until their cheeks felt stiff. Wei Xuan grinned. This was quite the ceremony. Han Hu chuckled. Boss, today marks our grand move into the new house. Why don't you say a few words? The crowd erupted in cheers. Yes, yes. Boss, say a few words. Exactly. Brothers are all ears. Chu Chang'e's face paled. It was merely a meal. Did they really need to have a speech before eating? How formal could it be? I just want to eat. She grimaced at Wei Xuan, her eyes nearly bulging out of her head, her heart racing. Suddenly, Wei Xuan produced a scroll from his pocket, densely packed with text. The paper spilled onto the floor, stretching an impressive 6 or 7 meters. Chu Chang'e estimated that it must contain at least hundreds of thousands of words. With a resounding thud, her forehead met the table, and she lost all hope of survival. Wei Xuan chuckled, dismissing the scroll with a wave of his hand. One command, eat heartily. He then summoned black flame and magic sound, releasing 2 enormous spirit beasts, which eagerly devoured their meals. Chu Chang'e instantly revived with joy, her face glowing with gratitude. Wei Xuan took the lead, and soon the atmosphere around the dining table was jubilant. Chu Chang'e consumed the most, leaving everyone in stunned silence. If a wooden statue could eat, the table would surely have been reduced to splinters. After a hearty feast, Chu Chang'e shyly smiled. Thank you. Wei Xuan waved his hand. Make sure to leave quickly tomorrow. Chu Chang'e immediately panicked. No, that won't do. I cannot simply stand by and watch you become an underground force. Wei Xuan was at a loss for words. Then just close your eyes. Chu Chang'e's expression was resolute. You cannot engage in underground dealings. You are a good person. Do not stray down the wrong path. Wei Xuan stroked his chin. I never intended to commit any heinous acts. However, supporting so many martial artists will require a substantial amount of money. Rest assured, I have principles. Organizations like the Radiant Light Sect are beneath my consideration. Chu Chang'e stood up, her face aglow with righteousness. No, then I absolutely cannot leave. I must stay to supervise you. What if you deceive me? Wei Xuan gave her a sidelong glance. I see you merely wish to indulge without contributing. Chu Chang'e's face flushed, as if he had struck a nerve, and she declared with conviction, I wouldn't dream of it. I can work for you. I can join your ranks. Wei Xuan was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Let's hear you call me boss. Chu Chang'e steeled herself. Boss. Is that satisfactory? Han Hu stood by, breaking into a cold sweat as he glanced at the towering stack of plates in front of Chu Chang'e, swallowing hard. He shakily pulled out a calculator, fingers flying over the keys. Upon seeing the final tally on the calculator, Han Hu's face turned pale. Holy cow, this lady can eat. At this rate, our resources will be depleted in no time. The boss actually accepted her. My goodness, are we destined to live on dirt again? The following day, an announcement was issued by the Academy. The Dragon Tiger Championship's Spirit Master level channel would commence ahead of schedule. It was set to begin in 3 days. The championship was moved up? Wei Xuan was baffled. At that moment, Su Yueyao sent a message. Heavens, a calamity has struck. Wei Xuan, the Dragon Tiger Championship has been advanced. What shall we do? This is so sudden. Wei Xuan understood Su Yueyao's concerns. She had recently advanced to the Spirit Master level, and in a competition teeming with high-ranking Spirit Masters, her newly acquired status rendered her somewhat vulnerable. Wei Xuan smirked, raising his hand to reply, "Do not worry. Quickly absorb all the Spirit Stones. If you run out, I still have plenty. I've got money. No need to panic. Sui Weiyao. Okay, I'll follow your lead." Wei Xuan set his phone down, feeling a surge of anticipation. How should he spend his champion's reward? Chapter 57, Uncle Shuahan. Wei Xuan was deep in thought when a thunderous roar echoed from afar. He froze, the voice sounding oddly familiar. At that moment, the ground trembled with heavy footsteps. Wei Xuan gazed out the window, spotting a towering figure stirring up a cloud of dust. It was the mad old man. Wei Xuan was taken aback, having intended to ask Han Hu about the old man's absence the previous night. However, in a fleeting moment, he found himself at a loss. Wei Xuan craned his neck to peer downstairs, where the old madman radiated an imposing aura, shimmering like gold and seemingly invulnerable. The presence of a master was unmistakable. "Wei Xuan, come forth." Yet, the expression on his face was one of indignation, devoid of the usual madness, rendering him almost unrecognizable. Wei Xuan inwardly lamented the situation. This old lunatic's mind had evidently returned to him. How had he regained his senses? Could it be that this man was preparing to confront me? At that moment, a knock resonated at Wei Xuan's door, accompanied by Han Hu's voice from outside. "Boss, we are in grave trouble. Come in," Wei Xuan replied. Han Hu burst through the door, flustered. "Boss, it seems that the brute has regained his memory. Just yesterday, he stood alone beneath the high-voltage tower, lost in thought. He insisted on climbing the tower to retrieve a bird's nest. No one could restrain him. And then, unfortunate as it was, he got electrocuted. He only woke up this morning. It appears he regained his memory after the shock. He isn't coming to trouble us, is he? What should we do?" Han Hu appeared quite flustered. During the time the old madman had been in a stupor, the members of the saber-toothed tiger had certainly taken advantage of him. Almost everyone had laid their wicked hands upon him. Not just Han Hu, but even the other members stood outside the room, their faces etched with worry. After all, the brute was a master-level warrior. No one could withstand even a single blow from him. If he sought revenge, the saber-toothed tiger would have no means of resistance. Wei Xuan pressed his forehead, feeling a wave of headache. If one were to ponder who the old madman despised the most, it would undoubtedly be Wei Xuan. Without a doubt, he had become nothing but a mere tool in the old man's eyes. Outside the villa, the old madman spewed an array of foul language, cursing with a venom that could wash one's face with his spittle. Just as Wei Xuan was about to speak, Chu Chang'o approached. His silver spear pointed defiantly at the floor, a proud expression gracing his features. "How dare anyone below insult our boss? This is intolerable. Since I have joined the saber-toothed tiger, I must contribute my share. Leave this person to me." Wei Xuan's eyes widened. "Hey, don't. You're no match for him." Before Wei Xuan could finish, Chu Chang'o charged downstairs with his spear. The next moment, a voice as clear as a lark echoed from below. "Old thief! Dare to insult my saber-toothed tiger's leader. You shall not escape unscathed. Behold my spear." Wei Xuan face-bombed. "Quickly, hurry downstairs." The group dashed out of the villa, only to be struck dumb by the scene before them. Wei Xuan stood rooted, witnessing Chu Chang'o's spear thunderously strike the old madman's golden form, producing a resounding clang. It was as if metal met metal. The old madman remained unscathed. Wei Xuan had anticipated that the old man would retaliate against Chu Chang'o with a thunderous blow. Surely, Chu Chang'o would have no choice but to retreat, but to his surprise, the old man regarded Chu Chang'o with a look of perplexity, refraining from countering. He swiftly retreated, creating a considerable distance. Meanwhile, upon engaging, Chu Chang'o could sense the formidable aura emanating from the old man. The next moment, his face drained of color. A master-level warrior? Goodness, how is it that every random adversary that appears is of master caliber? Just moments ago, I had boasted grandly, and now they are all watching. What should I do? Fight? I cannot win. Flee? That would be disgraceful. Chu Chang'o stood there, caught in a dilemma, while the old man scrutinized him with a gaze filled with confusion, remaining motionless. For a time, they found themselves in a stalemate. Wei Xuan cleared his throat, stepping in front of Chu Chang'o, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "Brute, I heard you got electrocuted? How serious is it?" Chu Chang'o exhaled deeply, standing behind Wei Xuan, glaring fiercely at the old man. The old man's confusion lingered, but upon hearing Wei Xuan speak, his face turned crimson with rage. He pointed an accusatory finger at Wei Xuan, berating him. "You little rascal. Do you have no respect for the elderly and the young? You made me do such humiliating things. I have lost all face. Deceiving an amnesiac old man. How shameless." Before Wei Xuan could respond, Chu Chang'o could no longer contain himself, hands on his hips as he shot back. "Hey, Who do you think you are to be so disrespectful to our boss? Let me tell you, my boss is more than capable of handling you. Don't be too arrogant for an old man. The old man's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping. He is your boss? Chu Chang'e smirked. What? Is that a problem? The old man turned his gaze back to Wei Xuan, his eyes now filled with further confusion and shock. Wei Xuan felt a flicker of intrigue. It seemed the old man knew something about Chu Chang'e's background. Otherwise, the wariness in his eyes would not be so evident. He was also curious about Chu Chang'e's true origins. The old man, having snapped out of his astonishment, crossed his arms, looking at Wei Xuan with a scoff. Just him? Handle me? Wei Xuan smiled faintly, exuding an air of tranquility. His eyes sparkled with wisdom, embodying depth and composure. His demeanor was akin to an unfathomable abyss, expansive as the heavens. The old man was stunned, as were the members of the saber-toothed tiger. Wei Xuan, with an elegant smile, spoke. If I am not mistaken, you must be the notorious thief Wei Xuan from Shuqing, am I correct? The old man's expression shifted dramatically, a shadow flickering across his features, while Chu Chang'e glanced at the old man in astonishment. Indeed, it was Wei Xuan. Wei Xuan continued, Wei Xuan, you are quite renowned in Shuqing, your greatest pastime being to rob the rich to aid the poor. This has undoubtedly earned you many enemies. Ultimately, you crossed paths with the Tang family of Shuqing, the most prominent family in the city, with significant influence nationwide. The head of the Tang family dispatched people to hunt you down. You should know that if it weren't for me, you would have long ceased to exist here. Wei Xian's gaze locked onto Wei Xuan, whose face flickered between shades of green and red, his teeth gritted. Nonsense. I have never offended the Tang family. The matter regarding the head of the Tang family's lover was a deliberate frame-up. I, Shui, have always acted justly and upright. I have never engaged in any sordid affairs. Wei Xuan lightly cleared his throat, a teasing lilt to his voice. Yet you seem to possess quite a number of women in your spatial bracelet. Shut up. Wei Xuan flared, his face flushed. Wei Xuan had uncovered his secret. Turning away with a huff, he declared, that bracelet is yours now. As expected, Wei Xuan ceased to bring it up, while Chu Chang'e, unaware of their conversation as context, felt a burning curiosity. Wei Xuan's expression was no longer one of fury, but still remained rather grim. Wei Xuan, how do you intend to deal with this matter of you toying with me? Chu Chang'e covered his mouth, his eyes wide with shock, gazing intently at Wei Xuan and Wei Xuan. Chapter 58, An Invitation from Lu Ming. Wei Xuan leapt into the air, soaring 3 feet high. He exclaimed sharply, what did you just say? Clarify yourself. What do you mean by toying with you? Wei Xuan's face was a canvas of fury, tinged with an almost imperceptible hint of grievance. What more can you say? Do you have any shame left? Are you bold enough to act, yet cowardly enough to deny it? Have you forgotten what it means to be a man? Chu Chang'e's eyes widened in disbelief as she sat on the ground, pulling out a handful of sunflower seeds to crack open. Han Hu cast a furtive glance at her, momentarily silenced by the sight of her snack, before letting out a resigned sigh and jotting down a note in his little notebook. Brother, what's the matter? Why the sigh? Han Hu looked at Chu Chang'e with a look of deep resentment. The kitchen has been robbed. Hearing Wei Xuan's words, Wei Xian's face turned pale with terror, his hands clutching his chest tightly. Are you out of your mind? You perverted lunatic. Wei Xuan was taken aback, then regained his composure, puffing up his cheeks and glaring. Regardless of the circumstances, you have treated me as nothing more than a mere tool. You must acknowledge this. Wei Xuan chuckled, removing his coat and extending it towards a nearby member of the saber-toothed tiger, who respectfully took it away. Wei Xuan leaned back. As another member had already prepared a chair for him, he plopped down, crossing his legs with an air of satisfaction. This is what I call a perfect understanding. Since you have put it this way, I shall meticulously tally the account. He continued, you initially stole my calcium tablets, which are worth a fortune. You are well aware of what they have brought you. Wei Xuan was momentarily at a loss for words, stammering. Wei Xuan pressed on. Later, I saved your life, preventing the Tang family from taking you away. Furthermore, I have provided you with food, clothing, and shelter. The expenses incurred are a significant burden on the saber-toothed tiger, easily amounting to tens of millions. Wei Xuan's eyes reddened instantly, and he shouted in outrage. How long have I even been here? Have you spent tens of millions on me? Do you think I eat gold for every meal? How can you be this unscrupulous? Wei Xuan continued unabashedly. You have also consumed more than 20 of my calcium tablets, each one a treasure coveted internationally. With a beaming smile, he asked, now tell me, how much do you owe me? You dare to come to your benefactor to settle accounts? Wei Xuan's face flushed with shame, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. Internally, he pondered, damn it, Wei Xuan is absolutely right. How could I have overlooked this? I am indeed a scoundrel. Yet, there remained a nagging sense that something was amiss. What was I going to say? Wei Xian glanced at the flustered Wei Xuan and remarked, with such a debt owed to me, surely, as a renowned thief, you must plan to repay it? Wei Xuan was taken aback, then quickly forced a smile. Of course, of course. Wei Xian's eyes sparkled with mischief as he sat up. How about this? You need not repay me in cash. It seems you would struggle to do so in your lifetime. Instead, become my bodyguard for 50 years. Once the term is up, we can consider our accounts settled. How does that sound? Wei Xuan hesitated. Well, Wei Xian reclined languidly in his chair. If you prefer repayment, it should be at least 100 billion. Chu Chang'e gasped in astonishment. Is Wei Xian really that wealthy? It seems Wei Xuan has quite the skill. Not many could owe such a staggering sum. The other members of the saber-toothed tiger struggled to suppress their laughter, marveling at their leader's knack for manipulation. Wei Xuan looked troubled, his pockets emptier than his face, with not a single cent to his name. Reluctantly, he conceded. I suppose I will be your bodyguard then. Wei Xian beamed with triumph. You owe me such a significant amount. It would be inappropriate not to repay. Wei Xuan replied. Indeed, it would be inappropriate. Wei Xian continued. I employ you as my bodyguard for 50 years as collateral for your debt. Does that seem fair? Wei Xian nodded vigorously. Absolutely fair. Wei Xian clapped his thigh in excitement. Then it's settled. A muscular man indeed. Wei Xian froze, then stood rigid, his face flushed. All right, come. Give my shoulders a good rub. Wei Xian hesitated, thinking, is this part of a bodyguard's duties? Wei Xian rolled his eyes. Of course. A bodyguard must be skilled in all areas. You'll also be doing laundry, cooking, and cleaning. These are essential courses for a bodyguard, you know? Chu Chang'e blinked in confusion. Wei Xian gulped nervously, murmuring, I never imagined being a bodyguard would be so arduous. Truly, it's quite challenging. Seeing his adorably clueless expression, Wei Xian and the others couldn't help but laugh heartily. At that moment, a sleek black Audi pulled up to the villa. The group looked on in curiosity as two middle-aged men emerged, exuding an air of stern authority, none other than Lu Ming, the chief of the Qingqing Police Department, and his deputy. They were dressed in plain clothes. Wei Xuan's expression turned serious as he positioned himself before Wei Xian, emanating a fierce aura. Gentlemen, what brings you here? Step aside. You're obstructing our view. Before he could finish, Wei Xian pushed him aside. Lu Ming and his deputy eyed Wei Xuan with growing suspicion and shock. A master-level martial artist. How could such a detail have been omitted from Wei Xian's background? Master-level practitioners were few in Qingqing, holding significant sway. In an instant, they watched Wei Xian brazenly shove the master-level warrior aside. Both men were left in a state of disbelief, their minds racing. What just happened? That's a master-level warrior. Shouldn't there be a sense of reverence? Yet, the master-level warrior wore an awkward grin, seemingly unfazed, even attempting to curry favor with Wei Xian. Lu Ming and his deputy were utterly disoriented, their heads buzzing from the revelation. The disparity in strength was staggering. The spiritual level seemed like mere children in comparison. According to the records, Wei Xian was no privileged heir. He had been an orphan with no powerful connections. Clearly, he was far more complex than he appeared. And those in higher positions had grossly underestimated this young man. Wei Xian hastily stood up, grinning. What brings you two here? Lu Ming offered a smile he deemed warm and friendly, introducing himself. Hello, Wei Xian. I am Lu Ming, the chief of the Qingqing Police Department. And this is Deputy Guoliang. He produced his identification for Wei Xian to see. The group wore expressions of astonishment. The police chief? A figure of great importance in Qingqing. What could such a powerful individual want with their leader? Wei Xian was taken aback, then flashed his signature grin. Oh, it is an honor to have the esteemed chiefs visit my humble abode. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Lu Ming and his deputy glanced up at the opulent three-story villa, then at the saber-toothed tiger members and Wei Xuan, their mouths twitching. If this is what you consider humble, then Qingqing must be filled with chicken coops. Lu Ming politely replied, Young brother Wei, we wish to invite you to the police station for a visit, if you have the time. He quickly added, Rest assured, it is merely a visit. I wish to discuss some matters with you. The crowd was utterly stunned by this revelation. The police chief himself had come to extend an invitation? Who could boast such influence? Wei Xian grinned. I would be honored, although I dare not impose. I have never ridden in a police car before. Han Lang quietly reminded. Boss, we actually did ride in one last time at the hospital. Wei Xian, Chapter 59, The Proud Wei Xuan. Without hesitation, Wei Xian entered Lu Ming's vehicle, bringing along only Wei Xuan. Wei Xuan clung tightly to the pole, utterly unwilling to go. Tears and snot streamed down his face, but ultimately, he could not withstand Wei Xian's coercive threats and reluctantly got into the car. Inside the vehicle, Lu Ming was driving with Guoliang in the passenger seat. Wei Xian and Wei Xuan occupied the back. Observing the peculiar expression on Wei Xian's face, Lu Ming chuckled. No need to be surprised. This fellow has failed his driving test 20 times. Guo Liang's expression darkened. There was no need to disclose that. Wei Xuan burst into laughter, astonished that the esteemed deputy director of the Qingqing Police Department could not pass the driving test. From the moment he got into the car, Xue Shuhan's face was drenched in sweat, his body rigid as he gazed at Lu Ming and Guo Liang. He had no choice but to feel fear. After all, he was a thief. No matter how noble his intentions of robbing the rich to aid the poor, he could not escape the undeniable truth of being a criminal. He was terrified of the police. Usually, he would tremble at the sight of a police car, too afraid to speak loudly in front of a police officer. He never imagined he would find himself sitting in a police car, with the police chief at the wheel. Throughout the journey, he dared not make a sound, fearing that Lu Ming and Guo Liang might notice him. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Wei Xuan, perplexed, nudged Xue Shuhan with his elbow. Bro, what's wrong? Why are you sweating so much? Upon hearing this, Lu Ming and Guo Liang simultaneously erupted in a fit of coughs, inwardly cursing. This master-level name is quite hardcore. Xue Shuhan, however, paid no mind to the title, having grown accustomed to it, as Wei Xuan and the others had always referred to him that way. Xue Shuhan forced a stiff smile, wiping the sweat from his face. Haha is there? Perhaps it's just too hot in the car. Guo Liang observed the air conditioning blowing at maximum, casting a strange look at Xue Shuhan. Bro, you might be experiencing excessive internal heat. Uffed. Wei Xuan, mid-sip, sprayed water everywhere. Coughing and laughing, he exclaimed, ha. Seeing Wei Xuan in such a fit, Xue Shuhan's face flushed. It should be, right? At that moment, Guo Liang studied Xue Shuhan's face, his brow furrowing in confusion. Xue Shuhan immediately held his breath, his face turning pale. Strange, you bear a resemblance to someone. Guo Liang's uncertain tone caused Xue Shuhan to stiffen noticeably. His fingers, hidden behind him, trembled with an alarming speed. Not even a master from Xuan could match such hand speed. Wei Xuan smiled knowingly and feigned curiosity. Brother Guo, who do I resemble? Xue Shuhan felt a shiver run down his spine. Guo Liang stared intensely at Xue Shuhan, earnestly stating, you look like a thief. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xue Shuhan let out a shriek. No, I'm not. I'm not a thief. I'm not. His voice was a plaintive wail, reminiscent of a distressed duck, startling Lu Ming, who trembled at the wheel. Guo Liang, taken aback by Xue Shuhan's dramatic reaction, felt a twinge of confusion. He quickly reassured, calm down. I didn't say you were, just that you resemble one. Wei Xuan, reveling in the chaos, eagerly probed, which thief do I resemble? Xue Shuhan turned his head stiffly, his eyes filled with desperation. Have some decency. Why must you be so dim-witted? Guo Liang patted Lu Ming's shoulder, a look of suspicion on his face. Old Lu, what do you think? Does this fellow resemble the infamous thief, Xue Shuhan? The one being pursued by the Tang family? Xue Shuhan felt goosebumps erupt along his neck, his sweat seemingly evaporating, prompting an astonished expression from Wei Xuan. Lu Ming glanced at Xue Shuhan, momentarily taken aback. I must say, he really does bear a resemblance. Xue Shuhan's lips turned pale, forcing a stiff smile. Is it? Really? What a coincidence. Guo Liang chuckled. Well, they do share a resemblance, but Xue Shuhan certainly doesn't match your height. Xue Shuhan let out a long sigh, suddenly recalling the significant changes he had undergone. He had grown 20 centimeters taller, his posture more upright. If one overlooked his facial features, the differences were indeed vast. Wei Xuan chuckled heartily, patted Xue Shuhan's shoulder, and explained to Guo Liang, Brother Guo, this bro is not the Xue Shuhan you think. He has been a hidden ace in the sword-toothed tiger for a long time. Xue Shuhan felt a surge of gratitude towards Wei Xuan, his heart swelling with excitement. Guo Liang laughed heartily, acknowledging that there are many who resemble one another in this world, which is quite normal. At that moment, Lu Ming applied the brakes. We've arrived. Brother Wei Xuan, please. Wei Xuan looked out, and there stood the Qingqing Police Department. Officers hurriedly coming and going. The atmosphere of the precinct was notably solemn. Wei Xuan patted Xue Shuhan's shoulder and stepped out of the car. Xue Shuhan composed himself, feeling a weight lift off his chest as he followed Wei Xuan. At that moment, he truly accepted the reality of being a member of the sword-toothed tiger. Though Wei Xuan had a somewhat unorthodox demeanor, he was undeniably trustworthy. The duo entered the precinct alongside Lu Ming and Guo Liang, where officers greeted the two directors politely, casting curious glances at Wei Xuan and Xue Shuhan. After all, they clearly did not appear to be criminal suspects, and the director's warm demeanor, especially towards the young man, was noteworthy. Such influential individuals were rare in all of Qingqing, which explained their astonishment. Xue Shuhan closely followed Wei Xuan, transformed into a different person, chest puffed out, brimming with pride. I have entered the police station. And to think the chief himself is leading the way and treating me warmly. I must be one of the top thieves. Which thief has received such an honor? In that moment, Wei Xuan was no longer the timid soul he once was. He had undergone a complete transformation. He yearned to shout at the top of his lungs. Who dares? Wei Xuan was no stranger to the police station. The last time he came was when the entire sword-toothed tiger was apprehended, making him quite familiar with the surroundings. He greeted the officers warmly, waving at a male officer. Hey, what a coincidence. Good to see you again. The officer, busy organizing documents, looked up. Hey, aren't you the one who didn't pay for the ride before? Enough. Xiao-sun, how can you be so rude? This is my guest. Lu Ming reprimanded the officer coldly. This officer was the very one who had once arrested Wei Xuan. Xiao-sun was visibly taken aback, stammering, this. He could hardly believe that the individual who had evaded fare was now a friend of the director. Lu Ming felt a bit embarrassed. How could Xiao-sun be so oblivious? Xiao-sun, apologize immediately. Wei Xuan quickly raised his hand to stop him, chuckling. It's all right, brother Lu. May I ask him a question? Lu Ming shrugged. Go ahead. Xiao-sun immediately felt a surge of anxiety. How could this fellow have such a close relationship with the director? Why hadn't he mentioned it during his last visit? Wei Xuan chuckled. If I don't pay for my ride today, would you still arrest me? Xiao-sun blinked and glanced at the now solemn Lu Ming. He replied earnestly, I would go easy on you. Wei Xuan laughed heartily and gave Lu Ming a thumbs up. Brother Lu, I admire you. Lu Ming reciprocated the laughter, fully aware of what Wei Xuan was implying. He cast an appreciative glance at Xiao-sun and gestured for Wei Xuan to follow him. Please, let us head to my office. Chapter 60, Wei Xuan's Ambitions. Upon entering Lu Ming's office, Guoliang shut the door behind them. Lu Ming politely invited Wei Xuan and Xiao-sun to take a seat. Young brother Wei, the reason I have invited you here today is to discuss certain matters concerning you. Wei Xuan shrugged. Brother Lu, just speak plainly. Lu Ming exchanged a knowing glance with Guoliang, foregoing any further pleasantries, and addressed the core of the matter with a serious tone. Young brother Wei, are you willing to join the military? Just as Wei Xuan was about to respond, Lu Ming continued. Hear me out. In our great China, the status of a soldier is exceedingly high. Beyond the ordinary military, there exists an elite group of warrior forces. They comprise the most formidable strength of our nation, the Tiger Ben Army. Each member of the Tiger Ben Army is an elite among elites. It can be said that China has risen to prominence thanks to the Tiger Ben Army, standing tall among the great powers of the world. The higher-ups hold you in high regard, hence I wish to inquire if you would be willing to join the Tiger Ben Army. Wei Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment. The Tiger Ben Army? He had certainly heard of this unit. It is undoubtedly the most elite force in China, composed entirely of warriors, all possessing exceptional talents. One must not have reached the Spirit Master level before the age of 24 to even be eligible to apply. Among them are the pinnacle warriors of China, with numerous sky-reaching powerhouses. The leaders are extraordinary figures, 6 of whom are unparalleled in strength. This is the mightiest combat force of China, a source of trepidation worldwide. Who would have thought that Wei Xuan had such significant connections with the Tiger Ben Army? Such an opportunity is indeed precious. Even he hoped for Wei Xuan to join the Tiger Ben Army, a place every passionate young man in China yearns to enter. With a helpless smile, Wei Xuan replied, Is this the intention of Uncle Qin? Lu Ming and Guoliang were taken aback, their mouths agape in disbelief. He actually has ties to Major General Qin? Good heavens. It seems I have stumbled upon something astonishing. Consequently, Lu Ming's tone became noticeably more courteous. Young brother, have you reconsidered? The Tiger Ben Army is not an opportunity afforded to just anyone. Guoliang added urgently, Indeed, young brother Wei. I aspired to join the Tiger Ben Army back in the day, but I couldn't even pass the selection process. This is an incredibly rare opportunity. Wei Xuan was taken aback to learn that Guoliang, a master-level warrior, had once been unable to enter the Tiger Ben Army. It was clear how selective its members were. Nonetheless, Wei Xuan shook his head. Please convey my apologies to Uncle Qin. I do not have plans to join the Tiger Ben Army at this time. I still have a multitude of brothers to support. However, if Uncle Qin ever requires my assistance, just a word will summon me to action. Wei Xuan was equally astonished at Wei Xuan's refusal and his bold promise. Lu Ming and Guoliang exchanged glances and sighed in unison. Lu Ming remarked with a wry smile, We suspected your answer might be along these lines, but we nonetheless held a glimmer of hope. After a moment of contemplation, Guoliang asked, Young brother Wei, we know you are the owner of the saber-toothed tiger. Do you intend to remain merely a bodyguard company owner forever? Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback and then turned to Wei Xuan. With a proud smile, Wei Xuan declared, Of course not. I have decided that the saber-toothed tiger will no longer operate as a bodyguard company. Lu Ming's interest was piqued, and he inquired with a smile. Then what will you do? Wei Xuan grinned mischievously. I plan to venture into the underground forces. What? Lu Ming and Guoliang simultaneously lost their footing and fell to the ground. their expressions filled with disbelief. I thought you were going to say you'd engage in business or some other endeavor, but I never imagined you would pursue this. Wei Xuan turned pale, frozen in place in shock, hastily signaling to Wei Xuan, "Boss, you need to be cautious. This is the police station. The person across from you is the director. Are you really going to declare your intention to engage in underground forces right here?" Wei Xuan, oblivious to Wei Xuan's ashen face and frantic eyes, instead appeared invigorated, his gaze brimming with aspiration. "I want to build an underground force, eliminate all existing underground factions, and expand my influence. I will seize their wealth and dominate their territories. I aim to eradicate their evil doings. One day, I will be the sole authority in the underground world, ensuring that there will be no more filth and corruption. I will establish rules to bind them, bringing order to the darkness. Thus, there will be no trafficking of women and children, no sexual assaults, and no murders, robberies, or arsons. The entire underworld will be united as one force. I aspire to make it the foremost power in the world, even forming a symbiotic relationship with the military, becoming an inseparable whole. At that time, China will be a citadel of steel. Who would dare to provoke us?" As Wei Xuan passionately articulated his grand vision, Lu Ming, Guo Liang, and Wei Xuan were left utterly speechless, frozen in astonishment. The silence in the office was palpable. They had not anticipated that Wei Xuan harbored such lofty ambitions and such a magnificent goal. Lu Ming and Guo Liang felt that Wei Xuan's aspirations were too far-reaching and somewhat unrealistic, yet they did not wish to extinguish his enthusiasm. As his intentions and essence were fundamentally good, this hardly aligns with the notion of an underground force. Lu Ming stepped forward and patted Wei Xuan on the shoulder, his eyes filled with encouragement. "Pursue your dreams. If it truly unfolds as you envision, the saber-toothed tiger could be considered a unique military entity in its own right. I eagerly await that day. Remember your original intentions. Should you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. I can still be of help in Qingqing." Wei Xuan grinned broadly and replied unabashedly, "Rest assured, I will always have need of your support." Lu Ming's expression darkened immediately. "You truly have no reservations. Do you see me as your subordinate? You expect me to be at your beck and call? Should I cease my duties at the police station and work solely for you?" Guo Liang's eyes brightened with excitement, throwing meaningful glances at Wei Xuan. Wei Xuan remained in a daze. "What have I just heard? The boss intends to enter the underground forces, and the police chief is wholeheartedly supportive? What on earth is happening? How does the boss possess such immense influence?" Even after leaving the police station, Wei Xuan remained in a daze. As they reached the entrance, Lu Ming suddenly spoke. "Young brother Wei, you were the one who dealt with the Light Law sect, weren't you? Was it you who eliminated the master-level Zhulin?" Wei Xuan inquired, his expression one of surprise. Lu Ming, with a proud smile, replied, "If they can't uncover even this, perhaps I should reconsider my position." Wei Xuan chuckled. "So, brother Lu, are you intending to interrogate me?" Lu Ming sighed, waving his hand dismissively. "Hurry along. I have no provisions to offer you." Wei Xuan laughed heartily, ushering the bewildered Uncle Shui Han into the vehicle, while Guo Liang personally ensured the safe return of the two. It was only when the car began to move that Uncle Shui Han stammered, Did you truly kill a master level?" Wei Xuan rolled his eyes. "Has your reflex arc been severed?" Uncle Shui Han was at a loss for words. Is that really the crux of the matter? Meanwhile, Lu Ming watched as the car vanished from sight, hastily returning to his office, his anxiety prompting him to dial a number without delay.